Damn, how did I end up in a coffin? Old Sheen, this is hilarious. Didn't you say tomb raiding was safe and that talk of ghosts and spirits is all nonsense? Bang, bang, bang. Is anyone there? Or even a kind-hearted ghost would do. Let me out, I'm freezing. Lin Xinghai was trembling from the cold, his teeth chattering. He felt as if this coffin was made of ice, with its chill reaching deep into his bones. He truly shouldn't have been tempted by that bit of money, even though Grandpa Qin had said that any random antique from this ancient tomb could fetch hundreds of thousands. But he wasn't someone who would risk his life for just a bit of money. If he were given another chance, he would definitely bring a tomb raider along. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Xinghai desperately knocked on the coffin wall, although he knew deep down that it was meaningless, rather than waiting for death. Creak. The coffin lid suddenly opened. The light outside was so dazzling that he couldn't see clearly who was opening the coffin lid, but he heard a thunderous sound erupting by his ear. Knock your damn head. The freezing system hasn't been fully deactivated yet. In such a hurry to reincarnate? Lin Xinghai was a bit dumbfounded. In front of him stood a fully armed soldier? That's impossible. Soldiers are supposed to be strong, resolute, and dependable. But this one in front of him looked rather roguish, and what was with that "I want to hit you" expression on his face? However, his attention quickly shifted to the surrounding environment. He realized he wasn't in a cold coffin, but rather, what on earth is this thing? It looks so high-tech. And the ones flying back and forth in the sky are those drones? But how can someone be standing on a drone? Suddenly, heavy footsteps sounded from beside him. He struggled to turn his head and saw a metallic creation passing by his coffin. Could it be a miniature version of a Gundam? Pain. The overwhelming information left Lin Xinghai dazed when suddenly, a piercing pain shot through his right arm. At some point, the high-tech metal coffin had ejected a syringe, which penetrated his arm and was injecting a red liquid. As the red liquid flowed in, the icy cold sensation on his body quickly dissipated. Lin Xinghai, Earth Federation, Hua Nation District, resident of Linhai City, entered shelter number 83 in the year 2200. In 2210, due to the shelter's energy being nearly depleted, collectively entered hibernation pods. Went into hibernation at the age of 21. Genetic assessment, grade B, shows decent cultivation potential. The soldier read Lin Xinghai's information aloud, as the device on his wrist projected a light screen. Grade B genetic assessment, kid, are you interested in joining our mercenary group as cannon fodder as a warrior? My name is Roger. I'll take care of you if you join, Roger said with an enthusiastic expression on his face. Ha, don't think I didn't catch what you said, Lin Xinghai instinctively retorted, though his focus was entirely on what the other man had said. Is this my information? Except for the name, none of it is correct. Wait a minute, did I time travel? Is it 200 years later now? Lin Xinghai felt his mind was in chaos. He didn't even know how he got up, only vaguely remembered waking up to see a large array of coffins. No, they should be called hibernation pods. Then, he followed a mercenary named Roger and boarded an armored troop transport with thick metal panels. As more and more people got on, the troop transport quickly filled up. The heavy metal panels closed, the lights inside the vehicle turned on, and then focused on Roger. Roger, after putting Lin Xinghai onto the troop transport vehicle, never left again and is now the only mercenary inside the vehicle. White pigs, let me introduce myself first. My name is Roger. We are about to leave shelter 83, and before that, I will give you an overview of the situation outside, Roger said. Who are you calling a white pig? Immediately, a burly man standing 2 meters tall stood up and glared angrily at Roger. Roger took 2 steps forward, drew the pistol at his waist, lightly tapped the man's face with it, and sneered, I was talking about you, and everyone else on this vehicle is a white pig. Got a problem with that? The burly man felt both ashamed and angry, but the cold surface of the gun kept him from saying much. Roger glanced at everyone inside the vehicle and slowly said, this is not a personal insult from me to you, but what all post-apocalyptic survivors outside call you who have been in constant slumber. Upon hearing the term post-apocalypse, many people displayed looks of astonishment on their faces. Has the catastrophe not ended yet? Aren't you sent by the Earth Federation for rescue? Someone anxiously inquired at this point, their voice rising and falling, revealing the unease in their heart. The Earth Federation has disbanded. Roger's words instantly caused a stir inside the car, while Lin Xinghai remained completely baffled. What is the Earth Federation? The great disaster has ended. A year ago, the surface temperature of the Earth returned to normal, and the floods receded. However, the Earth's ecosystem has completely collapsed. More importantly, countless man-eating monsters have appeared, which we call zombies. As Roger narrated, Lin Xinghai gradually understood the causes and consequences of the apocalypse. In the year 2200, Earth's population continued to grow, while resources dwindled sharply, exacerbating social conflicts and causing constant friction between nations behind the scenes. This almost triggered World War III. Fortunately, the leaders of various countries showed remarkable restraint and ultimately established the Earth Federation to resolve conflicts between nations, and with warp engine technology maturing, they turned their gaze toward habitable planets in other star systems. However, this grand migration that was destined to be recorded in human history never occurred, as the apocalypse suddenly erupted. No one knew exactly what had happened. A sudden meteor shower took away 10% of Earth's population. This was merely the beginning of the catastrophe. The ice and snow in the North and South Poles melted. Seawater surged back, flooding all low-altitude cities. Then came endless tornadoes sweeping across the globe, followed by a cold period lasting over a decade. This is the Great Catastrophe. Such natural disasters are almost impossible for humans to resist, so humanity fled into underground shelters. This is what everyone in shelter number 83 knows. 3 days after shelter 83 was closed, a previously unrecorded creature suddenly appeared, spreading across the globe. This monster seemed to be composed of blood and was completely indestructible. Even if blown to bits, it could quickly reform. Even more terrifying, they carried a horrifying virus, turning all infected beings into the Walking Dead. Those are zombies. The situation outside is like this. Of course, just listening to my description, it's hard for you to have an intuitive understanding, but that's okay. The journey to the Starshield Sanctuary is still quite long, enough for you white pigs to grasp the situation outside, Roger said, a hint of a mocking smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. After Roger finished describing the situation outside, the interior of the vehicle instantly fell into a deathly silence, followed by an uproar. However, due to Roger's presence, the uproar among the crowd seemed somewhat suppressed, eventually turning into low whispers. As a transmigrator who knew nothing about this world, Lin Xinghai perked up his ears, carefully eavesdropping on their conversations in an attempt to gather more information. Soon after, he learned that numbered shelters like shelter number 83 were all small shelters and generally lacked combat readiness. The Starshield shelter they were about to head to, on the other hand, was a medium-sized shelter, larger in scale, with more complete internal facilities and station troops. It was precisely because of this that they were able to monitor the outside world and gather so much information. However, Lin Xinghai only heard about these basic details. Most of the rest were various unfounded speculations. Using the information he had at hand, he began to contemplate his escape route. Just as Roger said, they really were a bunch of white pigs now, without any combat strength, merely waiting to be slaughtered. It seemed unlikely that things would improve much after reaching the Starshield shelter. He was pondering whether to accept Roger's invitation and join the latter's mercenary group. Although Lin Xinghai wasn't clear about what kind of organization a mercenary group was, it was evident that mercenaries could bear arms. If he accepted the invitation from the other side. Wait a minute, what did the other party say during their first meeting? Inviting him to be cannon fodder? But he believed in his heart that even if he joined the other party's mercenary group, he wouldn't really be used as cannon fodder. After all, it was his B-level genetic evaluation that attracted their invitation. However, the information he currently has is still too limited. Just how valuable is a B-level genetic evaluation for cultivation? Is the other's cultivation method safe? These are things he knows nothing about. Still need to wait and look for an opportunity to probe the other party. Lin Xinghai silently made a decision in his heart. At that moment, the troop transport vehicle they were riding in seemed to start up, accompanied by the sound of the engine and a slight vibration of the body. Meanwhile, small windows opened up on the thick alloy walls surrounding them. These narrow openings were likely firing ports. Although the firing ports were narrow, they were wide enough for those inside the vehicle to clearly see the situation outside. The number of troop transport vehicles parked outside exceeds at least 100, in addition to more than a dozen special vehicles. Lin Xinghai narrowed his eyes slightly to observe. Based on his judgment, those special vehicles were most likely armored vehicles, fully armed inside, presumably carrying real soldiers. His gaze continued to shift outward, and from his angle, he could see the entirety of Shelter 83. The architecture resembled a bird's nest. Wait a second, something seems off. Why does the shelter appear so desolate? The corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. In the distance, large machinery was cutting through the alloy outer walls of the shelter, revealing the bare rock underneath. No wonder the shelter was so empty. It was because all the facilities had been dismantled, and now even the walls and floors were not spared. In the apocalypse, every resource is precious, Roger said suddenly, having appeared beside him at some point. Lin Xinghai remained silent. The outside world seemed to be even harsher than he had imagined. However, there was no time for him to reflect, as the vehicle starting up meant it was time to leave, and the troop transport vehicles lined up, driving out of the shelter. Moments later, their troop transport vehicle was finally allowed to move. As the vehicle advanced and the angle of observation shifted, Lin Xinghai finally understood how these people entered the underground shelter. It turned out they had used large engineering machinery to forcibly carve out a direct path to the underground. This path cannot be called a tunnel. It's simply too massive. How should I describe it? 6 lanes in both directions. It's just so spacious. Lin Xinghai couldn't help but marvel at the rapid development of technology. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the vehicle arrived at the surface. The surface environment can only be described with 2 words: desolate. Looking around, all that can be seen are ruined and collapsed buildings, not a trace of green, no signs of any life, even the sky is shrouded in gray. Cold wind poured forward into the vehicle, and Lin Xinghai felt a piercing chill. Is this what Earth looks like after the catastrophe? The others inside the vehicle were in even worse condition. Many burst into uncontrollable sobs, with hope in their eyes instantly turning to despair. After the convoy arrived on the ground, they formed defensive formations and waited for half an hour. It wasn't until those massive engineering machines hauled truckloads of alloy steel up that the final finishing touches were completed. The convoy officially set off for the Starshield Sanctuary. Roar, roar, roar. Only after driving for just over 10 minutes, everyone faintly heard a roar resembling that of a wild beast. However, this sound was even more chilling than a beast's cry. Could it be the zombies' roar? Lin Xinghai couldn't help but speculate in his heart. The roaring sound grew closer and closer to the convoy, becoming increasingly loud, almost merging into one continuous noise. If it really were zombies, their number would undoubtedly be significant, surely exceeding 100. When these sounds approached a certain distance, they were instantly drowned out by a barrage of machine gun fire that lasted for about half a minute. When the gunfire ceased, the roaring sound disappeared along with it. Is it resolved? Someone whispered. Yes, it's resolved. Roger nodded, a peculiar smile appearing on his lips. White pigs, it's time for your first lesson. What first lesson? Seeing Roger's inexplicable smile, many felt a trace of unease. But Roger did not answer. The troop transport continued forward and soon arrived at the spot where the skirmish had just occurred. Before they could clearly see the situation outside, the vehicle came to a stop, and the rear door opened accordingly. Not just them, but the troop transport vehicles following closely behind did the same. One by one, the members of the shelter were escorted out. Next, I'll take you over. Each of you must touch those zombies. This is the content of the first lesson, Roger said, pointing at a pile of corpses not far away. In appearance, zombies are actually not very different from humans. Their skin is somewhat pale, and their teeth and nails are remarkably long. So when everyone looked in the direction Roger indicated, they saw those blood-soaked corpses, and many began vomiting on the spot uncontrollably. The women in particular vomited profusely, and their faces turned pale after. They didn't even want to glance in that direction again. Everyone, line up and touch the zombies, or you'll stay here and keep these corpses company. Roger's voice echoed once more, and in that moment, everyone felt as though they were hearing the whispers of a demon. Lin Xinghai's face didn't look good either, but he understood that he was at someone else's mercy, powerless to resist. He could only obediently line up and follow the group to the nearest corpse. The corpse is relatively intact, with a small hole on its forehead, clearly indicating a bullet pierced through its head. What puzzled him was that there was also a wound on the back of the zombie's head. He noticed that not only the zombie in front of him but all the zombies around had similar wounds on the back of their heads. Finishing them off? But why cut the back of the head? Out of curiosity, and also to complete the task of the first lesson, Lin Xinghai reached out his hand and touched the wound. Ding! Blood energy detected. Would you like to absorb it? Lin Xinghai's arm trembled slightly, not out of fear or nervousness, but out of excitement. He was now someone who possessed a system. At this moment, a translucent light shadow screen appeared before him, displaying the option of whether to absorb the power of blood energy. Does this even require consideration? He immediately chose yes. In the next moment, Lin Xinghai felt an unusual sensation in his arm, as if a kind of energy was surging into his body through his arm. Meanwhile, he noticed that the fresh blood oozing from the wound on the back of the zombie's head had completely dried up. Not only the wound, but the zombie's skin also seemed even paler, as if all the blood in its body had been drained. Lin Xinghai was startled and pinched the flesh near the wound with his hand. Not a single drop of blood came out. Could this blood energy actually be the fresh blood inside the zombie's body? He speculated inwardly while discreetly surveying his surroundings. Fortunately, no one noticed his abnormality. After all, the zombie's wound had existed for some time, and it was reasonable for the bleeding to stop. Moreover, zombies inherently had pale skin, so an additional whiteness was not easily noticeable. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing 1 point of blood chi power, activating the attribute panel function, and unlocking the main storyline task. With the system prompt, the dialog box in front of Lin Xinghai turned into an attribute panel. Host, Lin Xinghai. Constitution, 7 points. Strength, 7 points. Speed, 9 points. Blood energy power, 1 point. Gene optimization level, 9%. Could it be that I'm a speed-type player? Lin Xinghai looked at his attribute panel and couldn't help muttering to himself. But with no one around for comparison, he had no idea whether his basic attributes were good or bad. After glancing at the attribute panel, he turned his attention to the taskbar below. Main quest, host, please collect 10 points of blood energy. Description, blood energy is the foundation for improving strength. The more, the better. Reward, unlocking the detection function. Quest progress, 1 out of 10. After reading the task, Lin Xinghai couldn't help but show a hint of joy. Completing such a task normally would likely be difficult. But here, zombie corpses were everywhere. Acting on the thought, he calmly stood up and walked towards a nearby zombie corpse. This time, he observed carefully and found that touching other parts of the zombie caused no reaction from the system. system. Only when he touched a bleeding wound did the system prompt appear. It seems certain that the power of blood energy, even if it is not equivalent to blood, definitely originates from blood. Open the attribute panel, task progress, 2 out of 10. Lin Xinghai was instantly full of energy, and soon searched another 5 zombie corpses, bringing the task progress to July 10th. Only 3 more zombie corpses to go, and the main mission will be completed. But what he didn't know was that Roger had been secretly observing him. The content of this first lesson was not only to intimidate the shelter members but also to test their courage. For mercenary groups that needed to fight zombies, courage assessment was of utmost importance. Roger had already intended to recruit Lin Xinghai, so he paid extra attention to his performance. Seeing Lin Xinghai voluntarily line up to touch a zombie, Roger couldn't help but secretly nod in approval. However, when Lin Xinghai took the initiative to touch the second zombie, the expression on his face started to become subtle. But Roger didn't expect that this was just the beginning. Next, Lin Xinghai shockingly touched the surrounding zombies one after another. With each zombie he touched, Roger's expression grew more remarkable. Could this guy have necrophilia? When Lin Xinghai finished touching the 7th zombie, Roger finally couldn't help but walk over. What are you doing? Seeing Roger suddenly block his way, Lin Xinghai felt a momentary jolt. However, he had long anticipated that his unusual actions might draw attention, so he calmly delivered the pre-prepared explanation. I'm just a bit curious. These zombies clearly died from bullets piercing their heads, so why would someone later cut open the back of their skulls? The strange expression on Roger's face instantly turned to astonishment. For a first-time zombie encounter, it's already commendable to remain calm. But Lin Xinghai not only noticed something unusual but also proactively sought answers. At this moment, Lin Xinghai's importance in Roger's heart instantly rose to another level. Very good. If you want to survive in the apocalypse, such insight is essential. As for why we cut open the back of the zombie's head, the reason I can also tell you is... Don't tell me, Lin Xinghai interrupted quickly. I want to find the answer myself from beginning to end. Are you kidding me? If you tell me the answer, what reason do I have to keep searching the corpses? Roger hesitated slightly, then revealed a look of approval. You're even better than I imagined. Seeing that this hurdle was cleared, Lin Xinghai secretly exhaled in relief and hurried toward the next corpse. Shortly after, he scavenged 3 more zombie corpses. When the mission progress reached October 10th, the system voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the main quest. The probing feature is now unlocked. Additionally, 10 probing attempts are rewarded. Lin Xinghai quickly opened the attribute panel and found a new skill. Probing technique, added after the character attributes. Probing technique consumes blood energy to probe target attributes. The higher the target's strength, the more blood energy is consumed. Note, the first 10 probes do not consume blood energy. Apart from the addition of the probing technique, the main quest has also undergone changes. Main quest, kill 100 zombies. Description, relying on crafty methods is only temporary. Obtaining the power of blood energy still depends on one's own strength. Reward, none. Seeing this quest reward, Lin Xinghai's forehead immediately broke out in a cold sweat. What does none mean as a reward? Since there is no reward, why would he still want to complete this task? However, he soon discovered that the task had to be completed, as he was bound to face off against zombies in the future. Moreover, if this task wasn't completed, the subsequent mainline missions wouldn't update, which was the most frustrating part. Feeling quite upset, Lin Xinghai suddenly noticed that another area on the attribute panel had changed. Gene optimization level, 9% plus. That's right, there's an extra plus sign after the 9%. He immediately clicked on it. Consume 1 point of blood energy to enhance gene optimization level? Lin Xinghai's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly chose yes. In the next instant, a surge of warm energy appeared out of nowhere, spreading throughout his entire body, making him feel incredibly comfortable. However, he had no time to enjoy this sensation and immediately checked the attribute panel. Host, Lin Xinghai. Constitution, 8 points. Strength, 7 points. Speed, 10 points. Blood chi power, 9 points. Gene optimization level, 10% plus. Lin Xinghai's face instantly showed joy as the gene optimization level increased by 1%, with physique and speed both improving by 1 point. This blood energy power is indeed the foundation for improving strength. Having found a method to enhance his strength, Lin Xinghai unhesitatingly allocated all the remaining blood energy power to gene optimization. This time, the surge of warmth was even more intense, as if a blazing flame was burning within his body. He could clearly sense that his physique was strengthening at a terrifying speed. The attribute panel in front of him had changed again. Host, Lin Xinghai. Physique, 15 points. Strength, 13 points. Speed, 19 points. Blood energy power, 0 points. Gene optimization level, 19% plus. The force of blood and energy dropped to 0, and the gene optimization level increased from the initial 9% to 19%. Meanwhile, various attributes saw significant improvement. Looking at the varying degrees of increase across the 3 attributes, Lin Xinghai displayed a thoughtful expression on his face. The differing degree of improvement in the 3 attributes filled Lin Xinghai's mind with speculation, but he did not have time to study them now, because many people had already finished touching the zombies and started returning to the troop transport vehicles. The time left for him to collect the force of blood and energy was running out. Close the attribute panel. Lin Xinghai swiftly dashed toward the next zombie corpse. As he ran, he immediately felt an unusual sensation. My speed has improved way too dramatically. He effortlessly exceeded the speed he previously achieved with full sprints, and even held back for fear of attracting attention. The increase in speed boosted Lin Xinghai's efficiency in gathering blood energy. Ultimately, he collected an additional 13 points of blood energy. At this point, there were only a few people left here. To avoid attracting attention, he had to return to the troop transport vehicle. How's it going? Have you found the cause? As soon as Lin Xinghai sat down, Roger came over and asked him. I have some guesses, Lin Xinghai said after briefly pondering. The wound on the back of the head doesn't seem to be a finishing blow, because the wound isn't deep. More importantly, the wound was caused by slicing rather than direct stabbing, which doesn't seem logical. Most crucially, I tried reconstructing the flesh and found that a piece of tissue seemed to be missing from that area. If I'm not mistaken, there should be something on the back of these zombies' heads, which has been removed. After Lin Xinghai finished speaking, his gaze shifted to Roger. His words were not random, he had carefully observed the situation. The astonishment on Roger's face flashed briefly before he nodded. That's correct. It's called a Yuan crystal, a crystalline form containing special energy. After a moment of silence, Roger continued. Now that you've seen the situation outside and have some understanding of the post-apocalyptic circumstances, I'll ask you again, are you willing to join my mercenary group? May I ask, what benefits are there after joining the mercenary group? Lin Xinghai inquired. Seeing that Lin Xinghai was finally showing some interest, Roger smiled and said, there are too many eyes and ears here. Let's find a place to talk. Lin Xinghai glanced around. Everyone had their ears perked up, occasionally sneaking glances in their direction. Clearly, this wasn't a suitable place for a conversation. But the problem was, where could there be a quiet spot on the vehicle? However, Roger had already stood up, so he had no choice but to quickly follow. The two arrived near the front of the vehicle, and Roger knocked hard twice on the alloy steel plate. Creak! The originally tightly sealed alloy steel plate slowly opened under the action of the pneumatic device, revealing a small door that directly led to the cockpit. Bending down to follow Roger into the cockpit, Lin Xinghai was surprised to find that the space here was quite large, easily accommodating 5 or 6 people. Roger greeted the soldier driving the troop transport vehicle before sitting down with Lin Xinghai in the corner. Let me introduce us first. Our mercenary group is called the Skysplit Mercenary Corps. It is a level 1 mercenary group registered with the Mercenary Guild, ranking roughly in the mid-tier among the hundreds of mercenary groups in the sanctuary. With your B-level genetic evaluation, joining our mercenary group will earn you 100 points weekly as compensation. Points? Lin Xinghai interjected to ask. Roger explained, points are equivalent to currency. Everything in the shelter is purchased using points. A weekly salary of 100 points is absolutely higher than any regular job, and this is just temporary. If you can become a gene optimizer, the weekly salary will be at least 150 points. Gene optimizer? Lin Xinghai's heart skipped a beat. He vaguely felt this was closely related to the genetic optimization level on the system panel. Yes, Roger seemed to have anticipated Lin Xinghai's question and immediately explained, this stems from our genetic engineering. Entering the 20th century, human research on their own genes has never stopped, but over 200 years passed without major breakthroughs until the emergence of primordial crystal. The crystal contains a special type of energy. Although this energy cannot be directly absorbed, it can be processed into gene serums to optimize the genes within our bodies. When the degree of gene optimization in the human body reaches 30%, it's as if a shackle has been broken, leading to a significant enhancement in strength, and there's even a small chance of developing special abilities. Therefore, we refer to individuals whose gene optimization exceeds 30% as gene optimizers. After hearing Roger's explanation, Lin Xinghai's pupils slightly contracted, but he quickly relaxed and a smile appeared on the corner of his lips. His genetic optimization level has now reached 19%. Moreover, he still has 13 points of blood energy unused. Becoming a genetic optimizer is simply a piece of cake for him. However, with his strength improving so quickly, some degree of concealment is surely necessary. Joining the Sky-Splitting Mercenary Group is undoubtedly a good choice. If I choose to join your mercenary group, how do you plan to train me? Especially in terms of genetic medicine, how much of a share can I get each week? Lin Xinghai asked. Although he has a system, genetic potions sound like a good thing, so naturally, he wants to fight for more. Seeing that Lin Xinghai was finally tempted, Roger's face revealed a smile. 3 bottles. I can get you 3 bottles of genetic potion every week. Only 3 bottles? With my B-level genetic evaluation, shouldn't I get 20 or 30 bottles at least? Lin Xinghai immediately made an outrageous demand. As soon as he said this, Roger's face turned dark, and even the soldier focused on driving cast a peculiar glance his way. Do you know how many bottles of gene potion a new recruit in the mercenary group gets in a week? Just 1 bottle. Even official members of the mercenary group only get 2 bottles a week. With my strength and the captain's position subsidy, I can only get 6 bottles of gene potion a week. And you're asking for 20 or 30 bottles? Giving you 3 bottles already requires me to shamelessly plead with the group leader, Roger said, suppressing his anger. Lin Xinghai couldn't help but be startled upon hearing this. If that's the case, then the treatment provided to him by the Split Sky mercenary group seems a bit too generous. With a slight movement in his heart, he pulled up the system panel and used the probing technique to investigate Roger. Name, Roger. Constitution, 50. Strength, 65. Speed, 43. Superpower, super strength. Within 3 seconds, strength increases by 30%. Genetic optimization level, 65%. This strength is much higher than I had anticipated, and you've even awakened supernatural abilities. But with such power, you're only allocated 6 bottles of genetic medicine per week. That can only mean. Thinking of this, Lin Xinghai's lips curved slightly upward. Captain Luo, your genetic assessment shouldn't be at B level, right? Roger's irritated expression momentarily stiffened. Seeing the answer in his expression, Lin Xinghai continued, then my B-level genetic assessment should have immense nurturing value. If I were to spread the word, other mercenary groups. Lin Xinghai didn't continue speaking but simply smiled at Roger. A grade B genetic assessment talent, you're welcome to choose to join the military. It's safer than joining a mercenary group, and you'll get 3 bottles of genetic medicine every week. The soldier, who had been silently driving, suddenly spoke. Roger's expression darkened even further. If he'd known this earlier, he would have stayed in the cabin to talk with Lin Xinghai. 4 bottles of genetic medicine per week, this is my limit. Additionally, I have one condition. Within a month, the speed of your strength improvement must match your talent. Otherwise, a maximum of 3 bottles of genetic medicine per week. Roger had to offer new terms. Sure, but if my strength improves faster than you expect, how will the genetic medicine be handled then? Lin Xinghai replied with a smile. Roger's eyes narrowed slightly, recalling Lin Xinghai's previous attitude when handling the zombies. He suddenly chuckled, such boldness. I hope you're not all talk. If such a scenario truly happens, our Crack Sky Mercenary Corps certainly won't treat you unfairly. After confirming his membership in the Crack Sky Mercenary Corps, Lin Xinghai had another chat with Roger before returning to the rear compartment. Although the two had only a brief conversation, it was enough for Lin Xinghai to gain a general understanding of the Sky-Splitting Mercenary Group. The Sky-Splitting Mercenary Group has a total of 35 members, and the hierarchy is quite straightforward: the leader, deputy leader, and then 3 captains, among whom Roger is one. It can be said that above Roger, there are only 2 people. This is also why Roger dared to say he would look out for Lin Xinghai when they first met. He indeed has the confidence to back it up. Of course, Lin Xinghai felt happy about such a situation. With Roger around, at least there wouldn't be any cliched drama of being picked on by veteran members. After returning to his seat, Lin Xinghai noticed that everyone in the car was looking at him with somewhat unusual expressions. It was normal when you think about it. After experiencing the first lesson, everyone had gained a deeper understanding of the brutality of the apocalypse. At this moment, their hearts were more or less filled with worry and fear, feeling uneasy about the future. As a member of Shelter Number 83, Lin Xinghai quickly formed ties with the mercenaries, inevitably stirring various thoughts in everyone's minds, especially some of the women in the vehicle, who cast him meaningful glances and secretly sent flirtatious looks his way. Lin Xinghai paid no attention to the eager or probing gazes of the crowd. After sitting down, he simply closed his eyes to rest. Of course, in reality, he was actually checking the system panel. Looking at his own panel data and recalling Roger's data, he could almost confirm that everyone's attributes have certain inclinations. He leaned towards speed, while Roger leaned towards strength. As for which attribute inclination is better or worse, he wasn't sure for now, but improving the degree of genetic optimization was definitely the right choice, as it would enhance everything overall. Thinking of this, he clicked the plus sign behind the genetic optimization degree. As he deducted 1 point of blood chi power, a surge of special energy spread throughout his body, making him feel extremely comfortable, as if his whole being were about to ascend. Now that he had plenty of time, he waited leisurely until this feeling of comfort completely dissipated, before casually tapping the plus sign again. Ding! Would you like to spend 2 points of blood chi power to enhance genetic optimization? Seeing the system prompt pop up, Lin Xinghai's expression instantly changed. Why has the consumption of blood energy suddenly increased? His expression was not very good, which meant his plan to directly become a genetic optimizer had fallen apart. Moreover, he was thinking further, could it be that as the degree of genetic optimization improves, the subsequent consumption of blood energy would continue to increase? It seems that even with the system, improving one's strength is not so easy. Lin Xinghai sighed inwardly. Of course, if other genetic optimizers heard his words, they would probably jump up in anger. Generally speaking, people with gene ratings of D or E shouldn't even think about becoming gene optimizers without spending at least a year or more. Lin Xinghai used up all the remaining 12
12 points of blood energy, increasing his gene optimization level to 26%.
Host, Lin Xinghai. Physique, 21 points. Strength, 18 points. Speed, 26 points. Blood energy power, 0 points.
Gene optimization level, 26%.
My strength attribute is the weakest. Does that mean my attack power will be very weak?
Looking at his attribute panel, Lin Xinghai couldn't help but mutter.
Of course, this wasn't something he could change.
After turning off the panel system, he really closed his eyes to rest.
The convoy advanced quickly.
Lin Xinghai originally thought this journey would end soon, but unexpectedly, it took 5 hours on the road. During this period, they encountered dozens of waves of zombies, but unfortunately, the convoy did not stop after dealing with the zombies and continued moving forward without any intention of pausing. This left Lin Xinghai feeling quite regretful, otherwise, he could have gained a significant amount of blood energy power. Eventually, the convoy arrived at the foot of a barren mountain, where it finally dismantled its defensive formation and drove into the tunnel along the highway. The walls inside the tunnel were entirely cast from alloy, with fortifications like bunkers placed every 50 meters for defense.
The entire tunnel is no more than 200 meters long, and at the end of the tunnel, there is a 1-meter-thick alloy gate.
Inside the gate is a rectangular hall, with dozens of elevators arranged around it. These elevators vary in size, but even the smallest ones can accommodate 30 people at a time. As for the largest elevator, stepping inside feels like entering a 100-square-meter alloy room, which truly amazed Lin Xinghai. This supersized elevator can even transport 3 troop carriers at once. The elevator descended 300 meters underground before stopping. This was the true location of the Starshield shelter. No wonder humanity can survive peacefully in such an apocalyptic environment.
Standing on the alloy floor, Lin Xinghai couldn't help but marvel.
Take these first.
As for joining the group, I'll report it shortly. Once everything is processed, I'll come find you again, Roger said, handing over a bag.
Lin Xinghai took it, glanced inside, and found that it contained only 4 bottles of light green potion and a badge.
This is? Lin Xinghai, although he had some guesses, couldn't help but ask. For vials of genetic medicine, consider it my advance payment to you. That is the emblem of our mercenary group. If you find yourself in trouble, you can directly show the emblem.
Here in the lower district, no one would dare mess with a mercenary.
Alright, I'm off. Don't slack off, try to become a genetic optimizer as soon as possible and move up to the middle district,
Roger said, patting Lin Xinghai's shoulder before turning to leave. Holding the bag in his hand, Lin Xinghai felt a subtle warmth in his heart. If following the normal procedure, he would first join the mercenary group, then undergo testing, and finally be assigned a genetic potion, which would take at least 2 or 3 days.
The earlier the genetic potion is consumed, the better, as absorbing the genetic potion requires time.
According to Roger's description, with my B-level gene evaluation, combined with high-intensity training, I can fully absorb a vial of genetic potion within 2 days. In that case, before carrying out the first mercenary group mission, I should be able to become a genetic optimizer. Lin Xinghai smiled.
The time required to absorb genetic potions varies from person to person.
The higher the gene evaluation level, the faster the absorption speed and the better the results.
High-intensity training can also accelerate this process.
Lin Xinghai put away the bag and followed the crowd toward the assembly point. On the way to the shelter, Roger told Lin Xinghai quite a few things, including information about gene medication and general details about the shelter. The entire Starshield shelter is divided into upper, middle, and lower levels, but the vast majority of people can only live in the lower level area. To live in the middle level area, one must become a genetic optimizer. As for the upper level area, it is reserved for the shelter's management and powerful individuals. People like them, who were just rescued, could only stay in the lower district.
At this moment, the administrator of the lower district had arrived and taken over the army's responsibility.
Under the order of the security team, the group disembarked from the vehicle, formed a line, and followed forward. The lower district covers an area of approximately 200,000 square meters, but according to Roger's description, the population here has already exceeded 150,000, resulting in an extremely high population density. As they moved forward, Lin Xinghai found that the situation in the lower district was even worse than Roger had described. Chaotic and unplanned, the streets crisscross in disarray, the houses are overcrowded, leaving one with an overall impression of complete disorder. Most of the pedestrians on the streets have sallow and emaciated faces, their clothes are filthy, and as you approach, a pungent stench assaults your nose. Clearly, many haven't bathed in days.
This is practically like a refugee camp, Lin Xinghai couldn't help but remark.
But he also understood that this was all born of necessity. Ultimately, the root of the problem was resource scarcity. Thinking about the desolation outside the surface, it's truly a miracle that the Starshield shelter can sustain so many people. After advancing for about 15 minutes, the group came to a stop. What appeared before them was a cluster of dilapidated buildings. At this moment, some residents carrying luggage emerged from these buildings. Most of their expressions were numb, and under the shouts of the patrol team, they hurriedly left. At this time, a manager at the front stepped onto the stairs with a megaphone and said loudly, quickly, "Hello everyone, my name is Ji Yuan.
As you can see, this area has been temporarily cleared out as a place for you to stay."
The scene immediately erupted into commotion, as the dilapidation of these buildings was astonishing. Large portions of the exterior walls had fallen off, and people questioned whether anyone could still live here. At first, there were only a few voices of protest, but gradually they grew louder and louder.
Ji Yuan stood on the steps, smiling faintly. After raising his hand to signal everyone to quiet down, he continued, "You think the exterior of these buildings looks run down, don't you? Rest assured, the interior will only be worse." Wow! The commotion instantly escalated into an uproar, with many wondering if they had misheard. The interior will only be even more run down? And they want us to rest assured? This is practically treating people like they're not human.
Regarding the crowd's reactions, Ji Yuan seemed entirely indifferent, even maintaining the same smile on his face.
"I know all of you have a lot you want to say, but please listen to me first." He cleared his throat, then suddenly roared angrily, "Stay if you want, if not, get lost." The venue fell silent.
At this moment, Kayamoto's smile had completely vanished, replaced by a serious expression.
"The resources in the shelter are limited. We don't support idlers or useless people.
If you want to eat well and live comfortably, then demonstrate your abilities, earn points, and you can move out of here." After saying this, he gestured to the side, and immediately staff members stepped forward, distributing sheets of paper filled with content.
"Let's not waste time. Everything I want to tell you is written on this paper. Take a look when you have the chance. The buildings behind me are all shared dormitories with 6 people each.
You can now find someone you're familiar with to live together, and if you can't find anyone, arrangements will be made later.
I'll give you 10 minutes.
After speaking, Ji Yuan glanced at his watch and stood silently. Ji Yuan didn't say much, but each sentence carried a lot of information, leaving many people somewhat bewildered. However, they had no choice but to act.
Their current situation was bad enough, and if they ended up living with strangers, the consequences could be unimaginable.
At this moment, Lin Xinghai seemed like an outsider. He stood calmly with his hands in his pockets, unmoving. The Sky-Cleaving Mercenary Group provides accommodations for official members, and they are located in the mid-level district.
However, the only problem is that one must become a gene optimizer to live in the mid-level district.
Becoming a gene optimizer is a luxury for many people, but for Lin Xinghai, it's just a matter of a few days. So he glanced around idly, waiting for time to pass, curious to see what kind of dormitory he would be assigned.
"Ah,
Lin Xinghai, I finally found you," an exclamation came from the side. He turned his head to see a stunningly beautiful woman, her bright eyes fixed intently on him without blinking. Lin Xinghai was somewhat unresponsive and suddenly realized he had overlooked a serious problem. Although he had transmigrated, he hadn't inherited the memories of this body's owner, so he had no idea what the name of the beauty in front of him was. Before Lin Xinghai could figure out how to respond, the woman grabbed his hand and said, "Follow me."
Damn, are women in this era all this bold? Lin Xinghai couldn't help but grumble inwardly.
However, the other person's hand was indeed both fair and soft. Lin Xinghai shook his head to clear his mind. Now was not the time to think about these things. Instead, he needed to figure out how to deal with this beautiful woman later and avoid exposing any flaws. Countless thoughts swirled in his mind, and Lin Xinghai ultimately decided to pretend to have lost his memory. Just as he was pondering how to speak appropriately, the beautiful woman holding him suddenly stopped. "I've found the last roommate," she announced loudly. Instantly, both Lin Xinghai and the 4 people in front of him were stunned.
Because all of them were women, and each had a youthful and attractive appearance. "Li Miao Miao, are you crazy? Why did you bring a man here?"
After a moment of dead silence, the gorgeous woman with a stunning figure was the first to exclaim. She immediately pulled Lu Miao Miao aside, and the others quickly followed, leaving Lin Xinghai awkwardly standing alone. Though he stayed put, with his gene optimization level reaching 26%, his body had significantly improved in all aspects, including his hearing. As a result, he could vaguely catch snippets of the women's conversation. "Wang Yao, don't get so worked up," Lu Miao Miao said earnestly to her companion. Bringing him back was a carefully considered decision.
Just think about it, it's no longer the peaceful era it used to be. If a group of beauties like us stays together, what would happen if someone with ulterior motives targets us?
Therefore, for safety's sake, the best course of action would naturally be to hire a bodyguard.
Bodyguard? Him?
Wang Yao's voice was full of doubt. He might not look very strong, but he won the provincial Sanda championship back in freshman year. Against ordinary people, he could probably take down 4 or 5 with ease, Lu Miao Miao said.
That, even if what you're saying is true, aren't you afraid of inviting trouble? Wang Yao posed another question. Relax, he's like a block of wood. Back in our class, he was quite popular.
Many girls wanted to pursue him, some even prettier than me, but he remained indifferent.
There's even a rumor that his sexual orientation might be questionable. So, you can rest assured, Lu Miao Miao promised, patting her chest. Not far away, Lin Xinghai overheard this and his face instantly darkened.
In the end, Lu Miao Miao still managed to convince the others to let Lin Xinghai become their roommate.
The reason these people reached an agreement was entirely because Wang Yao asked, what if this old old classmate of yours can't resist and tries to do something bad to us. As Lu Miaomiao blushed and said, if he really wants to do something, then he can come at me first, all arguments immediately subsided.
Seeing the 5 women walking back, Lin Xinghai couldn't help but ask, by the way, you didn't even consult my opinion.
How did you just decide that I would agree to be your roommate? Oh, could it be that you'd prefer living with a bunch of rough guys instead? Lu Miaomiao raised an eyebrow.
Lin Xinghai was instantly speechless.
Unless he had issues with his sexual orientation, he really couldn't make such a choice. Cough.
Lin Xinghai lightly coughed to cover up his embarrassment and said seriously, Lu Miaomiao, I have something very important to tell you.
What's wrong? Lu Miaomiao grew tense as well. It's like this.
After I woke up from the hibernation pod, I seem to have partial amnesia, Lin Xinghai said directly. This was the most reasonable excuse he could think of. Whether others believed it or not, at least he did.
Sure enough, Lu Miaomiao and the others all showed a look of surprise. Has the hibernation system malfunctioned? That's really rare.
Hearing Lu Miaomiao say this, Lin Xinghai was instantly delighted. It seemed his guess was correct. Indeed, such things do happen.
He was about to follow up on the topic.
However, Lu Miaomiao continued, but it's nothing serious. Just spend some points at the medical pod and inject neural cell repair fluid to resolve it.
Want me to accompany you? Lin Xinghai really wanted to curse. MMP. Has technology progressed this quickly?
No need. I feel my memory gradually returning bit by bit, so there's no need to waste precious points. I'm just telling you this so you're aware, Lin Xinghai replied.
Really? Lu Miaomiao asked, somewhat skeptical. Absolutely.
Lin Xinghai said earnestly. After that, the group didn't dwell on the topic any further, and Lu Miaomiao introduced the other 4 women. The one with the hottest figure is named Wang Yao, which Lin Xinghai already knows, and the other 3 are named Qin Zixue, Yang Yi, and Shinimei.
After the introductions were finished, the time was almost up, and next came the dormitory assignments.
However, before the dormitory assignments, everyone needed to verify their information once again.
This information was retrieved from the database of shelter number 83.
Once confirmed, the information would be recorded onto their identity cards. This identity card in the shelter not only serves as an ID card but also functions as a bank card. Each identity card comes with an initial balance of 10 points. 1 point is enough to buy a basic nutritional meal, which means, with frugal spending, it can provide about 3 days of food.
As for what happens afterward, everyone will need to find their own way.
Fortunately, Starshield Shelter is currently in the expansion phase, with a huge demand for labor, so finding work won't be an issue. Lin Xinghai and the others received their ID cards and were collectively assigned to room 301 in Building D.
It is worth mentioning that when the group applied for the same dormitory, the registrar's expression was anything but ordinary. However, he didn't deliberately make things difficult. After confirming that everyone was doing so voluntarily, he directly made the arrangements. Oh my god, this is way too rudimentary.
Pushing open the door to dorm room 301, several women couldn't help but exclaim after taking a look around.
The entire dormitory only had 3 iron bunk beds, the kind with upper and lower bunks, and the only electrical appliance was a single energy-saving light bulb. There wasn't even a fan. Moreover, the dormitory didn't have a bathroom, nor was there even a faucet. The entire floor only had 2 communal bathrooms and 1 faucet.
And the faucet required a swipe of an ID card to dispense water, with 1 bucket costing 3 points. This is also why Lin Xinghai saw so many people on the road who hadn't bathed. Water is extraordinarily expensive. Fortunately, the higher-ups in the shelter are not entirely heartless, at least providing them with bedding and other daily necessities. After a few women tidied up the beds briefly, they began to frown and discuss what to do next. According to what's described on this paper, we have to find a job within 2 days, but the positions listed here have very few suitable options for us women.
Lu Miaomiao said with a worried look, holding the paper issued by Ji Yuan.
What's been introduced so far are either chemical factories or garment factories, and I don't want to go to those places. On the way here, I saw quite a few shops seem to be recruiting salespeople. Why don't we check those out?
Wang Yao suggested. Don't you guys care about the salary at all?
I don't want to end up not even having enough points for a shower. This time it was Qin Zixue who spoke, and among the group, she seemed to care the most about cleanliness. As the women debated their respective viewpoints, Lin Xinghai quietly observed from the side. At this moment, he felt grateful for having joined the sky-splitting mercenary group. Suddenly, Shinimei, who was standing by the door, uttered a soft "huh."
What's happening outside? Why is it so noisy? Speaking, she opened the door and walked out. Lin Xinghai's face also showed a curious expression.
Because his hearing was the best among those present, he not only heard the sounds of arguing but also the sounds of fighting. Soon, Shinimei returned, with a trace of panic on her face.
Ime, what's wrong? Lu Miaomiao asked immediately. Someone is collecting protection fees.
They're a group of guys calling themselves the Axe Gang. Very tough. I saw a skinny young man knock down a burly guy weighing over 200 pounds with just 1 punch, Shinimei said, her voice trembling.
What? What about the security team? Are they just standing by and doing nothing? Lu Miaomiao exclaimed in shock.
Lin Xinghai walked to the window, glanced down at the street
below and said, "The security team has left, and with the population density in the lower district, I guess even if they wanted to intervene, they wouldn't be able to manage these things." He had also heard Roger mention before, there are indeed many groups formed by small-time thugs in the lower district. Therefore, the lower district conducted several large-scale crackdowns, sending these thugs to labor reform, but even after completing their sentences, they remained incorrigible. Moreover, under normal circumstances, they tend to act with restraint, causing no fatalities and refraining from putting excessive pressure on ordinary people. As a result, most of the time, the security team members are unable to catch them in the act, leading to the situation we have today over time. Lin Xinghai didn't expect to encounter such a situation on his first day at Starshield Sanctuary. When the several women heard Lin Xinghai say that the security team had already left, their faces turned pale, and they all looked at him in unison. After all, the reason they chose Lin Xinghai as their roommate was to seek protection during such moments. Lin Xinghai also fell into contemplation. As for this so-called Axe Gang, he actually wasn't afraid of them. These thugs may be tough, but their strength is still limited. If they had the ability to challenge gene optimizers, who would willingly stay in the lower district as a thug? So according to Lin Xinghai's estimation, as long as the number of thugs coming isn't too large, he is confident he can win. But the problem is, he's not sure whether he should take action. After all, he can leave after the fight without a care, but Lu Miaomio and the others will likely have to stay here for quite some time. How much are they charging for protection money? Lin Xinghai asked after pondering for a moment. 3 points per month, Shin Yimei replied. Several women secretly breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, and Lu Miaomio even shot her a look. Yimei, you should have made that clear from the start. If it's 3 points per month, that's still acceptable. After all, avoiding trouble is always better. As she said this, Lu Miaomio kept her attention on Lin Xinghai's expression. She was most worried about Lin Xinghai's stubbornness, refusing to pay protection fees even if it meant clashing with the Axe Gang. Whether he could win the fight was uncertain, and even if he could, trouble would likely follow. Lin Xinghai did not object, his expression remaining calm as ever. This surprised Lu Miaomio quite a bit. In her impression, he was not someone so easy to deal with. Since Lin Xinghai didn't express his opinion, the group of girls quickly reached a unanimous decision. Next, they waited somewhat anxiously, as the crowd could hear the commotion growing louder and closer, occasionally interspersed with sounds of arguing and physical altercations, clearly indicating that some were attempting resistance. But these acts of resistance were doomed to fail, as the noise had already reached the door of their room. Bang! 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 The door was kicked violently, causing the worn-out door to tremble intensely. The bolt creaked loudly, making one suspect it would snap at any moment. This scene made Lin Xinghai furrow his brow, but he still said nothing. Shin Yimei, who was closest to the door, opened it, and the door was immediately kicked open by someone outside. 5 youths with brightly dyed hair and axe tattoos on their arms swaggered in, cursing. "Are you looking for trouble? Why was the door opened so slowly? Don't you know we—" The leading youth stopped mid-curse, his voice gradually tapering off as his gaze swept across Lu Miaomio and the others, his eyes turning increasingly heated and greedy. Not only him, but the gazes of the other thugs were almost the same. In the lower district, such beauties were definitely a rare resource. Especially Lu Miaomio and Wang Yaowen had both exceptional looks and temperament, while the other had a stunning figure. Either one of them could make these thugs unable to take their eyes off. Ahem! The leading thug stared for quite a while before coming back to his senses. He cleared his throat lightly and, pretending to be refined, said, "Ladies, I'm here to collect protection fees 5 points per person." "What? 5 points per person? Wasn't it 3 points? Lu Miaomio exclaimed, her face turning unpleasant. She faintly felt that something was amiss. The leader of the thugs chuckled. "The usual fee is 3 points, but you ladies are beauties. Protecting you isn't easy, so it's only fair that the protection fee is a bit higher, right? Of course, if you're short on points and can't pay that much for now, there are other ways to settle the payment," he said, his eyes roaming over some sensitive parts of Lu Miaomio's body, the meaning unmistakable. The other thugs also revealed lecherous grins on their faces. At this moment, Lu Miaomio and the others' expressions truly changed. This was completely beyond their expectations. Things had escalated to this point, so Lin Xinghai knew he had to step in. He then walked up and stood in front of the few women. Before stepping forward, he had already used the probing technique on the leading thug. Name, Wang Damao. Constitution, 15 points. Strength, 19 points. Speed, 11 points. Gene optimization level, 19%. Seeing the opponent's attributes, Lin Xinghai felt completely reassured. He could easily take on 5 opponents by himself. 5 points per person, is that correct? Lin Xinghai asked casually, his gaze icy cold. At this moment, the 5 thugs finally noticed that there was another man in the dormitory, and their eyes instantly showed a trace of jealousy. Such privileges would likely arouse envy in any man who saw them. "Sorry, the price has gone up now, 10 points per person." The leading thug revealed a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. "Alright, 10 points per person. Then hand them over." Lin Xinghai extended his palm. From the way these thugs kept sizing up the few women with their gazes, he already knew this would not end peacefully. Of course, if he were to
to take out his mercenary badge now, these thugs would probably back off, but that would be far too unsatisfying. With his own backing being greater than the opponent's and his strength surpassing theirs, nearly forcing the opponent to retreat would be unworthy of the golden advantage he possessed.
Moreover, he was in need of money.
These thugs had collected so much protection money, and he was quite envious.
Ahem, I'm upholding justice here.
Lin Xinghai found himself a noble reason. When Wang Damo and the others heard Lin Xinghai say this, their eyes looked at him as though they were staring at a fool. Even Lu Miaomiao did not believe Lin Xinghai could defeat the group in front of him. This wasn't just because Shinimei had described these yellow-haired youths as being able to knock out a 200-pound man with one punch, but they had also learned about the existence of genetic optimizers from the papers distributed by Ji Yuan.
Lin Xinghai, Lu Miaomiao called out nervously. Relax, it's no big deal.
Lin Xinghai smiled faintly, his expression calm, as if he didn't perceive these hoodlums as any threat at all.
But you've gotten in my way.
A glint of menace flashed in Wang Damo's eyes, and he swiftly threw a punch toward Lin Xinghai's head. How could he possibly tolerate a newly arrived white pig showing off like this in front of him? So slow. Lin Xinghai merely sidestepped, effortlessly dodging Wang Damo's punch. With his speed of 26 points, there was no way the opponent's punch could touch him.
What?
His punch missed, and Wang Damo's pupils slightly contracted. However, before he could react, Lin Xinghai's counterattack came a punch as well.
Wang Damo couldn't dodge it and took the hit squarely. Bang!
A dull impact echoed, and Wang Damo felt as if his chest had been struck by a massive hammer. His body staggered backward repeatedly until he collided with a companion, barely stabilizing himself. The sudden scene left everyone stunned. Lu Miaomiao's sexy red lips parted slightly, her face full of excitement despite the surprise.
Wang Yao, Shinimei, and others directly started clapping, celebrating Lin Xinghai's outstanding performance.
They hadn't expected Lin Xinghai to be so skilled at fighting, truly worthy of being a provincial Sanda champion.
As for Wang Damo and the group of hooligans, their expressions were filled with astonishment and dismay. What kind of joke was this? It completely overturned their worldview. How could a white pig from a small shelter be so formidable? However, Lin Xinghai, the person involved, slightly furrowed his brows. My power is indeed too weak. His overall strength far surpassed the opponent, yet the other party took a punch head-on. Although they looked battered, it hardly counted as serious injury, let alone being knocked down with a single blow. If Wang Damo knew what Lin Xinghai was thinking, he would probably be so angry that he'd spit blood, because with just one punch, the ribs in his chest were almost broken. Even more terrifying was that the opponent was the most troublesome speed type. Tough opponent, let's go together. Wang Damo immediately shouted, deciding to use numbers to overwhelm and restrict the opponent's speed.
This was their only chance of winning. However, the first to take action was Lin Xinghai. He dashed forward and unceremoniously threw another punch. This time, to maximize damage, he targeted the opponent's head.
Although Wang Damo was prepared and could see Lin Xinghai's movements clearly, the speed gap between the two was simply too vast.
He saw Lin Xinghai's fist coming from the left, but by the time he made a blocking move, Lin Xinghai's fist had already shifted to the right.
Bang!
The fist struck Wang Damo's face directly, causing his cheek to instantly twist and deform, with several teeth flying out.
At the moment his head took the heavy hit, Wang Damo's consciousness blurred, but the sharp pain in his abdomen immediately snapped him awake.
Because Lin Xinghai, who had closed in, followed his punch with a quick knee strike that hit Wang Damo's stomach.
The power of the legs is incomparable to that of the hands. This knee strike sent Wang Damo half a meter off the ground.
When he landed, his entire body curled up like a shrimp, convulsing on the ground and completely losing the ability to fight. Lin Xinghai moved so swiftly that when Wang Damo fell to the ground, a few hooligans had just surrounded him. However, they fell even faster.
Lin Xinghai used elbow strikes or kicks, targeting the enemy's weak spots with each attack delivered naturally and perfectly. In just 10 seconds, the fight ended and all 5 hooligans lay groaning on the ground.
This scene not only shocked Lu Miaomiao and the others, but also drew gasps of astonishment from the onlookers, including the residents who had been extorted. After all, Lin Xinghai had avenged them. It took more than 10 minutes for the crowd to disperse. Lu Miaomiao and the others closed the door and resumed discussing their plans for job hunting. This incident served as an extremely profound lesson for them. Even in a shelter, lack of strength is not an option. So their eyes instinctively focused on the paper distributed by Ji Yuan, which described the genetic potion. However, the genetic potion was far too expensive for them. 300 points were required to purchase just one bottle. Therefore, their original plans had to change.
Even if it meant enduring hardship, they had to find a high-paying job.
Of course, if they joined the army or a mercenary group, they could buy a bottle of the genetic potion for just 100 points.
But even with such discounts, few people in the shelter would make this choice.
After all, both are high-risk industries, and many times people have the points but no lives to spend them. Lu Miaomiao and her group discussed for an hour before finally settling on a plan, then headed out. During this process, the women occasionally sought Lin Xinghai's opinion, and their enthusiastic attitude made him feel a bit overwhelmed. Especially Wang Yao, with her fiery figure always teasing
teasing him in a tantalizingly ambiguous way. If they were in a quiet and private setting, he might really have dealt with this seductress on the spot. While enduring the teasing, Lin Xinghai also provided some practical advice, suggesting they try to secure jobs with the shelter organization. These jobs generally offer higher wages, and more importantly, they can subtly enhance safety. If Wang Damao and his gang of thugs came to harass them again, they would think twice, as he couldn't possibly protect the women at all times. After Lu Miaomiao and the others left, Lin Xinghai closed the door and eagerly took out a bottle of gene potion. No matter the perspective, he needed to become a genetic optimizer as soon as possible. Hopefully, this gene potion won't disappoint me, Lin Xinghai said as he tilted his head back and poured all the light green potion into his mouth. These pale green liquids felt cool to the touch, but the moment they entered the mouth, they burned intensely, as if a flame was scorching straight down the throat into the stomach. Ding! Special energy detected in the body. Would you like to convert it into blood chi power? Looking at the system notification that popped up, Lin Xinghai was first startled, then his face lit up with joy. Without hesitation, he selected confirm. In an instant, the burning sensation disappeared, and Lin Xinghai immediately opened the system panel to check. The power of blood energy increased from the original 0 to 5 points. This made the smile on Lin Xinghai's face even brighter. Although he knew the system was impressive, he hadn't expected it to be this powerful. One bottle of gene potion converted into 5 points of blood energy power. This was practically perfect absorption. According to the information obtained from Roger, the effectiveness of absorbing genetic potions varies depending on the genetic assessment grade. For those with an A-grade genetic assessment, absorbing one bottle of genetic potion directly enhances their genetic optimization by 5%, B-grade enhances by 4%, C-grade by 3%, D-grade by 2%, E-grade by 1%, and as for F-grade, only by 0.5%. Of course, these enhancements only apply to the initial consumption of a genetic potion. As the level of genetic optimization increases, the effect of genetic potions will progressively diminish. Although Lin Xinghai's genetic evaluation is rated as B-level, with the system, his genetic medicine utilization rate can fully reach the A-level standard. The most important thing is not this utilization rate, but the speed of absorption. Even for someone with an A-level genetic evaluation, it takes a full day to absorb one bottle of genetic medicine. But he is different. Lin Xinghai tapped twice on the system panel, consuming 4 points of blood energy. His gene optimization level had already increased from 26% to 28%. This is practically cheating. Lin Xinghai grinned, without hesitation, took out the remaining 3 bottles of genetic medicine and drank them one by one. Soon, these genetic medicines were all converted into blood energy. Looking at the 16 points of blood energy displayed on the system panel, Lin Xinghai licked his lips. I wonder what it feels like to become a gene optimizer. It cost another 2 points of vitality, and the gene optimization level reached 29%. However, when he clicked the plus icon again, the system didn't directly improve his strength this time. Instead, a prompt box popped up with 2 options. One was direct promotion, and the other was awakening abilities for promotion. Even a fool would know which choice to make. Without hesitation, he clicked on awakening abilities promotion, eagerly anticipating what kind of abilities would emerge. However, to his disappointment, after making a selection, a new prompt box popped up, still offering choices, and this time there were 4 options. Consume 30 points of vitality energy to awaken an ability. Consume 60 points of vitality energy to awaken an ability. Consume 90 points of vitality energy to awaken an ability. Consume 100 points of blood energy to awaken abilities. Note, the more blood energy consumed, the stronger the awakened abilities. Although there are 4 choices, in Lin Xinghai's view, only one is reasonable. As a transmigrator with a system, if he can't carve out an invincible path, then this life would have been a waste. But the required 100 vitality points made him feel incredibly troubled. He glanced at his system panel. Host, Lin Xinghai. Physique, 24 points. Strength, 20 points. Speed, 29 points. Blood chi power, 14 points. Gene optimization level, 29% plus. It seems I'll have to wait until the mercenary group mission to figure something out. Lin Xinghai sighed softly as he glanced at the remaining 14 blood energy points. All 4 bottles of genetic medicine had already been assimilated, so it was naturally impossible for Lin Xinghai to continue staying here. He stepped out. After all, as an ancient person, he might not understand the principles behind those advanced future technological products, or even know how to use them, but at the very least, he should have an idea of what they are. When Lin Xinghai left, Wang Damao and his group had just come out of the medical center. Wang, this primary medical pod is really no good. After sleeping in it for an hour, my chest still hurts faintly, a small thug named Meng Qing grumbled, baring his teeth in pain. Wang Damao glanced at him and retorted irritably, do you think I don't want to choose the intermediate medical pod? Damn, even my knocked out teeth haven't grown back yet. But it costs 100 points per use, are you paying for it? Meng Qing immediately fell silent. The medical expenses this time had all been borrowed temporarily. What should we do next, Brother Wang? After a brief brief moment of silence, Meng Qing spoke again.
Wang Damao's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a trace of ruthlessness in his gaze.
We can't just let this go. The opponent's genetic optimization level is estimated at around 25%.
With that level of strength, they might be impressive in the lower districts, but our Axe Gang isn't without experts of similar caliber. A few of the thugs' eyes lit up upon hearing this, but soon, they remembered another important issue.
Brother Wang,
Besides being strong, the other party is also a mercenary.
Is the boss really willing to trouble a mercenary for us? Meng Qing asked.
I just recalled carefully, the mercenary badge style of the other party was only that of a level 1 mercenary group, and our Axe Gang isn't without its own connections.
Of course, you're right.
Whether the boss is willing to stand up for us is a question, so we need some leverage.
Wang Damo said darkly.
Lu Miaomio and the other beauties were the best leverage he had in his hands.
A femme fatale is not just a saying. If used well, it can utterly destroy someone.
A few thugs, after realizing the implications, immediately started flattering him, praising the brilliance of the plan.
Although they couldn't continue to covet those beauties, at least they could take revenge. Let's go find Black Rat. We'll make some preparations first.
Half an hour later, in a seemingly rundown factory in the Eastern District, quite a number of people were coming and going. All of them had axe tattoos on their arms.
Obviously, this was the hideout of the Axe Gang.
Deep inside the factory, there was a room with rather luxurious decor, where Wang Damo was respectfully reporting to a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was not tall or imposing, and even appeared somewhat thin and frail. His expression was calm, but his often squinted eyes gave people a sinister feeling. He was Fei Axe, the current leader of the Axe Gang.
After Wang Damo finished his report, he casually asked, "So, you went to collect protection fees and ended up being driven back by the White Pig?" Although Fei Axe's tone was calm as he spoke, beads of sweat unconsciously formed on Wang Damo's forehead.
Because he knew very well that the man before him not only possessed power close to that of a genetic enhancer, but more importantly, he had secured his position by eliminating both the former gang leader and the deputy leader. It was his ruthless methods that inspired true fear.
"Leader, the other party has mercenary badges, so they truly can't be considered white pigs in the usual sense," Wang Damo answered nervously. Huai Feifu stared at Wang Damo for a long time, until the latter began to feel his legs trembling.
Only then did he nod and shift the topic, asking, "The 301 room you were just praising so much, with 5 beauties, how do they actually look? Do you have specific photos or videos?" Wang Damo's face lit up upon hearing this. Now, the real action begins.
"I do.
I have a video of all 5 of them here." Wang Damo immediately took out a memory card and said. Before coming back, he first made a trip to Black Rat, a well-known hacker in the lower regions.
After spending a certain price, Wang Damo had Black Rat retrieve footage from the street cameras, obtaining images of Lu Miaomio and the other 4.
Huai Feifu tapped the wrist-mounted computer on his right arm, and a laser beam landed on the storage card, quickly reading the data inside. Activating the built-in holographic display of the wrist-mounted computer, the video was soon projected. In the scene, several women have just entered the shelter and are following the main group toward their accommodations, with the footage captured as they pass through the main road. In the recording, the women are either curiously looking around or playfully teasing each other, occasionally revealing a touch of irresistible charm. After just one glance at the holographic projection, Huai Feifu's eyes brightened, especially when he saw Lu Miaomio and Wang Yao. His gaze lingered longer on them, with his eyes flashing as if calculating something.
"What is the name of that white pig? Which mercenary group is he in, and how strong is he? Have you investigated all of this?" Huai Feifu asked after a long pause.
Being able to ask such a question clearly shows he already has a plan in mind. He's called Lin Xinghai, just recently recruited by the Split Sky Mercenary Corps, with genetic optimization estimated at around 25%.
Wang Damo quickly responded, even describing every single detail of his fight with Lin Xinghai.
After listening, Fei Fuax gently tapped his finger on the armrest of the chair. It took him a full minute before he spoke. "Relay my order, have the 4 great guardians meet me tonight."
"Understood." Wang Damo nodded quickly, but, after hesitating slightly, he still said, "Boss, shouldn't we notify the Wild Wolf Mercenary Corps as well? Do I need you to teach me how to do things?" Huai Feifu said coldly. "No, I wouldn't dare. I'll go notify them right away." Wang Damo bowed repeatedly, hastily leaving the room. After the door closed, Huai Feifu sank back into deep thought. He did not intend to hand over Lu Miaomio and the others to the Wild Wolf Mercenary Group. Although doing so could curry favor with certain higher-ups in the Wild Wolf Mercenary Group, the actual benefits were minimal.
After all, the Wild Wolf Mercenary Group is merely a second-tier mercenary group.
It may dominate the lower city, but in the grand scheme of Starshield Sanctuary, it's quite average.
Over the years, he has constantly been seeking a way out for himself. After several years of effort, he finally gained an opportunity opportunity to connect with the true big shots of the sanctuary.
But it's merely a connection. If he wants to please those big figures or even cling to their coattails, it's far from easy.
The appearance of Lu Miaomio and her team is a chance for him. If used properly, he might just rise to greatness.
Of course, the Wild Wolf mercenary group must also be informed, but the approach should be different.
Lin Xinghai prevented them from collecting protection fees. While the Axe Gang suffered losses, the Wild Wolf mercenary group's losses would be even greater. Every month, they have to hand over 70% of their total income to the Wild Wolf mercenary group. As the saying goes, cutting off someone's livelihood is akin to killing their parents. Such a reason is enough to prompt the Wild Wolf mercenary group to take action. At that time, he would capture these 5 beauties and offer them to the big shot in the shelter, allowing the Wild Wolf mercenary group to bear the wrath of the Skysplit mercenary group. Everything would then fall perfectly into place. Of course, doing so carried immense risks.
If the Wild Wolf mercenary group discovered the truth, his fate would be unimaginable.
But fortune favors the bold, and Hua Feifu's gaze became resolute.
Lin Xinghai certainly did not know that a conspiracy targeting him was brewing.
The entire afternoon, he wandered around the lower district, feeling everything was novel, as if a country bumpkin visiting the city. For example, the logistics drone hovering above him and moving along with him, responsible for the 6 portions of premium nutritional meals he had ordered.
It also provided on-site preparation services, following him along the way.
This thing could serve as a cooking robot. Suspended beneath it was a metal box containing fresh ingredients and utensils. According to the waiter's introduction, it will tidy everything up before leaving after the meal. The service is quite good, but such a set meal is rather expensive. Before the sky completely darkened, Lin Xinghai happily returned to room 301. Of course, in the shelter, the so-called sky is all simulated by the central control daylight lamps. Opening the door, Lu Miaomio and the others had already returned, their expressions filled with sorrow.
Wow, what's this? Let me guess, is it a cooking robot?
Seeing Lin Xinghai bring in the logistics drone, Lu Miaomio immediately set aside her worries and asked with curiosity.
Yes, tonight I'll treat you all to a feast,
Lin Xinghai said with a smile. The logistics drone flew into the dormitory, folded its rotors, extended its limbs, and quickly transformed into a humanoid robot. It opened the huge iron box, took out the ingredients and tools inside, and quickly started cooking. During the free time before eating, Lin Xinghai asked a few people about their job hunting situation. As expected, just as he had thought, things were not going well for them. Not to mention the official institutions established by the shelter, even the units collaborating with the officials were highly sought after. Without connections or networking, it was practically impossible to get into these jobs. Hearing this, Lin Xinghai remained silent, but for the moment, he had no better solution. Fortunately, Lu Miaomio and the others knew how to lighten the mood, and soon the conversation shifted from work to amusing anecdotes they'd seen and heard in the shelter.
Everyone talked happily.
20 minutes later, 6 steaming high-grade nutritious meals were served. Lin Xinghai took a bite and couldn't help but marvel at how technology had transformed life. Even a randomly pulled-out robot could make food that was hardly inferior to what he had eaten in 5-star hotels in his previous life. After dinner, the girls regained their energy and began discussing where to look for jobs tomorrow. Lin Xinghai endured being teased while offering some practical advice, encouraging them to aim for jobs at the refuge institutions. These jobs generally offer higher salaries and, more importantly, provide an added layer of safety. If that group of thugs led by Wang Damao comes to harass them again, they might think twice, as Lin Xinghai can't protect them all the time.
After Lu Miaomio and the others left, Lin Xinghai closed the door and eagerly took out a bottle of genetic medicine. No matter the consideration, he must become a genetic optimizer as soon as possible. Captain Roger, since this mission is difficult, I should go even more. As a member of the sky-splitting mercenary group, how can I back down at a time like this?
Lin Xinghai said resolutely. With this standard answer, he didn't believe Roger would have any reason to refute. I'm not the leader. You don't need to pledge your loyalty to me. Roger looked exasperated. After pausing for a moment, he continued, I'm not joking. For this mission, we have to go deep into the urban area, and the level of danger will at least double compared to usual.
Although you have decent talent, you're just an ordinary person for now. Even if I assign you to logistics, if real danger arises, you probably won't be able to escape.
At this point, Lin Xinghai finally realized that Roger's words weren't some nonsense about testing his loyalty, but genuinely intended for his benefit.
Thinking of this, he decided to reveal a bit. Captain Roger, actually, there's something I'd like to report to you. I'm not as weak as you might think.
This afternoon, after accommodations were assigned at the shelter, 5 gangsters from the Axe Gang came to collect protection fees, but I took care of them. He knew it would be hard to hide the fact that his strength had grown, especially since they were about to carry out a mission. It wouldn't do to hold back when facing danger.
You didn't show your mercenary badge? Why did you end up in a conflict with the Axe Gang? If I remember correctly, they have the Wild Wolf mercenary corps backing them. Wait a minute. Roger spoke and finally realized what was going on. He swallowed hard, looking at Lin Xinghai incredulously. What did you just say? You actually took care of the Axe Gang thugs, and 5 of them at that? How is that possible?
Lin Xinghai smiled. Actually, there's something I haven't told you before. Before the apocalypse, I was a provincial-level Sanda champion. My martial arts skills are quite strong. Upon hearing this, Roger's eyes widened instantly, but he quickly shook his head. Even so, it shouldn't be possible. You haven't taken genetic medicine, and the physical differences between you and those thugs are substantial, not to mention you were 1 against 5.
This is the second thing I wanted to tell you. I discovered that I absorbed genetic serums incredibly quickly.
In just half a day, I've already absorbed 2 bottles of genetic serums.
This is also the main reason I was able to defeat those thugs. Lin Xinghai finally threw out the prepared excuse.
He knew this excuse wasn't very convincing, but he had no other choice. The system's matters were utterly inexplicable, and he wouldn't explain them either.
What?
This time, Roger stood up in shock, his eyes fixed firmly on Lin Xinghai.
Are you telling the truth?
Really, but I don't know what's going on either, Lin Xinghai said earnestly.
Roger stood in a daze for a long time before muttering, could it be that you have some kind of special constitution? Lin Xinghai's ears twitched. What is a special constitution? It's just as the term implies. Among millions of people, there are always a few whose constitution is extraordinarily unique.
People with special constitutions tend to awaken very powerful abilities, Roger explained.
Well, I think I just have that special constitution, Lin Xinghai quickly said. He didn't care what that special constitution was.
Since it could help him cover up his lie, he would confirm it first without hesitation.
Roger, why?
Lin Xinghai, no reason, it's just a feeling.
Otherwise, why would I absorb the genetic medicine so quickly?
Roger. The scene fell into a long silence, and it took a full quarter-hour before Roger finally came to terms with the reality.
The fact that you possess a special constitution must never be leaked, understand? Roger advised earnestly. Alright, I understand. Lin Xinghai nodded repeatedly. So, can I join this mission now?
Seeing Roger's hesitant expression, Lin Xinghai added, if you're still worried that I'm not strong enough, then give me about a dozen or so more vials of genetic medicine. Before we set out,
I can break through and become a genetic optimizer.
Roger's face darkened, but after thinking it over, he pulled out 2 vials of genetic medicine from his pocket. Improve your strength as much as you can before we set out.
When the time comes, stay by my side and don't act recklessly.
Lin Xinghai hadn't expected Roger to actually give him genetic medicine, clearly taken out from his personal stash.
But he didn't refuse and accepted it directly.
Now he truly needs the power of blood energy, and as for this favor, he will naturally repay it many times over once he has the strength.
Let me tell you about the mission now. 200 kilometers southeast of the Starshield Refuge is Tianshan City. During the last mission, we accidentally detected energy reactions in a specific area of the city center. We suspect that a considerable quantity of energy crystal stones is stored there. Preliminary estimates suggest at least 1 ton or more.
Those energy crystal stones are our target, Roger said in a lowered voice. 1 ton of energy crystal stones.
Lin Xinghai instantly exclaimed in shock.
Realizing his reaction, he quickly covered his mouth and glanced around nervously. Now he finally understood why Roger chose to spend extra money on a single room and carefully scan the surroundings with his wrist-mounted computer before conversing. After an afternoon of inquiries, Lin Xinghai was no longer so clueless. At least he had some understanding of the value of energy crystals. A ton of energy crystals might not have been significant before the outbreak of the apocalypse, but in these times of energy scarcity, their value is on another level. If successfully brought back, they could at least be sold for 100 to 150,000 points.
This is a fortune that could drive any mercenary group crazy.
If this mission is successfully completed, the mercenary group will be able to purchase a large number of new equipment and rise to become a second-tier mercenary group.
By then, with the talent you've shown, maybe you'll really get a dozen genetic potions a week,
Roger said with a smile.
I do.
I have footage of all 5 of them here, Wang Damo said immediately, pulling out a storage card.
Before returning, he deliberately went to Black Rat, a well-known hacker in the lower areas. After paying a certain price, Wang Damo had Black Rat retrieve the street camera footage and obtained images of Lu Miaomio and the other 4.
Huai Feifu tapped the wrist-mounted computer on his right arm, and a laser quickly scanned the storage card to read its contents. Opening the wrist-mounted computer's built-in holographic image display, the video was quickly projected. In the scene, several women have just entered the shelter, following the main group to their accommodations, and are captured on camera while passing through the main road. In the video, the women are either curiously looking around, playfully joking, or occasionally displaying a captivating charm. After just one glance at the holographic projection, Huai Feifu's eyes lit up. His gaze lingered longer, especially when he saw Lu Miaomio and Wang Yao, with a calculating gleam flashing in his eyes.
What is that white pig's name? Which mercenary group is he in? What is his strength level? Have you investigated all of this?
Huai Feifu asked after a long pause. Being able to ask such a question obviously means he has begun to scheme. He's called Lin Xinghai, just recruited by the Split Heaven mercenary group.
His genetic optimization level should be around 20 25%. Wang Damo hurriedly said, even detailing every aspect of his fight with Lin Xinghai. After listening, Fei Axe lightly tapped his fingers on the chair.
It took a full minute before he spoke. Pass on my order. Tell the 4 great kings to come and see me tonight.
All right. Wang Damo nodded quickly but hesitated slightly before saying, Boss, shouldn't we notify the Wild Wolf mercenary group? Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Huai Feifu said coldly. No, I wouldn't dare. I'll go notify them right away. Wang Damo bowed repeatedly, hurriedly exiting the room.
After the door closed, Huai Feifu fell into contemplation once again. He did not intend to offer Lu Miaomio and the others to the Wild Wolf mercenary group.
Although doing so could curry favor with certain higher-ups in the Wild Wolf mercenary group, the actual benefits were minimal.
After all, the Wild Wolf mercenary group is merely a second-tier mercenary team. While they might dominate in the lower city district, they appear quite ordinary in the grand scheme of things within the entire Starshield Sanctuary. Over the years, he has been trying to find a new path for himself. After several years of effort, he finally got the chance to connect with the real bigwigs of the sanctuary. But this is merely an initial connection. Pleasing those big shots, let alone clinging to their coattails, is no easy task. The appearance of Lu Miaomio and her companions is a golden opportunity for him. If used wisely, he might be able to rise to an even higher position.
Of course, the Wild Wolf mercenary group also needs to be notified, but the approach should be different. Lin Xinghai's interference prevented them from collecting protection fees. While the Axe Gang suffered losses, the Wild Wolf mercenary group's losses would be even greater.
Each month, they had to hand over 70% of their total revenue to the Wild Wolf mercenary group. As the saying goes, cutting off someone's source of income is like killing their parents. Such a reason is sufficient for the Wild Wolf mercenary group to act. At that time, he would capture 5 beauties and present them to the big shots of the sanctuary, causing the Wild Wolf mercenary group to bear the wrath of the sky-splitting mercenary group.
That would make everything perfect.
Of course, doing so also carried great risks.
If the Wild Wolf mercenary group found out the truth behind it, his fate would be easy to imagine.
But fortune favors the bold. Huai Feifu's gaze became resolute.
Lin Xinghai certainly didn't know that a conspiracy targeting him was brewing.
All afternoon, he wandered around the lower district, experiencing everything as novel, feeling like a country bumpkin visiting the city. For example, the logistics drone above his head that followed him as he moved. It was responsible for the 6 premium nutrition meals he had ordered and included an on-site preparation service, trailing behind him. This thing could double as a cooking robot, with the fresh ingredients and utensils stored in the iron box hanging underneath it. According to the waiter's introduction, it will tidy everything up before leaving after the meal. The service is quite good, but such a set meal is not cheap. Before the sky completely darkened, Lin Xinghai happily returned to room 301. Of course, in the shelter, the so-called sky is all simulated by central control daylight lamps. Opening the door, Lu Miaomio and the others had already returned, but their faces were full of worry.
Ah, what's this? Let me guess, is it a cooking robot?
Seeing Lin Xinghai carrying the logistics drone inside, Lu Miaomio instantly put away her worries, her face brimming with curiosity as she asked.
Yes, tonight I'll treat you all to a feast,
Lin Xinghai said with a smile. The logistics drone flew into the dormitory, folded its rotors, extended its limbs, and quickly transformed into a humanoid robot. It opened that massive iron box, took out the ingredients and tools inside, and quickly started cooking.
During the free time before the meal, Lin Xinghai asked the group about their job search situation.
As expected, things went just as he had imagined. None of them had much success. Not to mention the official institutions run by the shelter, even organizations partnered with the authorities, were highly sought after. Without connections or networks, it was simply impossible to secure these jobs. Hearing this, Lin Xinghai fell silent, but for the moment, he had no good solution. Fortunately, Lu Miaomio and the others knew how to lighten the mood. Before long, the conversation shifted from work to amusing anecdotes they had encountered in the shelter, and everyone chatted cheerfully.
20 minutes later, 6 steaming high-grade nutritional meals were ready.
Lin Xinghai took a bite and couldn't help but marvel at how technology has transformed life. Even a random robot could produce food that was almost as good as what he had tasted in star-rated hotels in his previous life. After dinner, the few women regained their enthusiasm and started discussing where to look for work tomorrow. Lin Xinghai endured being teased while providing some practical suggestions, encouraging them to aim for jobs within the shelter's organization. These jobs typically offer higher wages, but more importantly, they subtly increase their safety. If Wang Damo and his gang of thugs come to harass them again, they would hesitate, as Lin Xinghai can't protect them all the time. After Lu Miaomio and the others left, Lin Xinghai closed the door and eagerly took out a vial of genetic potion. Regardless of his reasons, he needed to become a genetic optimizer as soon as possible. The girls had been excitedly making noise until midnight before gradually calming down and going to bed. This was only because Lin Xinghai had said, "Rest early, tomorrow we need to work in our best mental state." However, what made Lin Xinghai suffer was, at 5 o'clock the next morning, several women got up to dress and groom themselves. towels. For this, they were even quite generous, each purchasing a bucket of hot water. The sparse sounds of washing made it impossible for Lin Xinghai to fall back asleep. These women used a few pieces of cloth to block off the balcony and turned it into a makeshift bathroom. Of course, this isn't the most important thing. The most important thing is that they actually went in to shower 2 or 3 at a time, with occasional conversations heard. Wow, you're so big, but yours is even fairer. I think you should compare and see whose elasticity is better.
Damn it, do these women really think I don't exist?
Lin Xinghai gritted his teeth and said, but in the end, he could only angrily cover his head with the blanket.
He felt that if this went on, he'd either be forced to become a modern-day Lu Xiaohui or…
At exactly 6 o'clock, the freshly washed Lu Miamia came to the bedside and gently patted his shoulder. Time to get up.
Is it really necessary to be this early?
Lin Xinghai grumbled discontentedly.
Didn't you say Captain Luo would come to find us early today?
Of course, we need to get up earlier so he doesn't have to wait. Just bear with it a little. Lu Miamia's tone carried a hint of playful coquetry, and she even put on a pitiful expression, leaving Lin Xinghai helpless. After getting up, Lin Xinghai found that on the balcony, towels, toothbrushes, and oral hygiene supplies had already been prepared for him. Even the toothbrush had toothpaste carefully squeezed onto it.
These items aren't provided by the shelter and need to be purchased with points.
On the balcony, there were only 2 sets of towels and toothbrushes, one clearly his, and the other obviously shared by the rest of the women to save money. Looking at this scene, Lin Xinghai felt a strange sensation in his heart, but he didn't dwell on it and picked up his toothbrush to start freshening up. After washing up, he happened to see a logistics drone flying into the dormitory from the balcony, carrying 6 meal boxes.
Axing, time for breakfast, Lu Miao called out.
Coming, Lin Xinghai replied, putting away his toiletries before heading inside. Taking the meal box from Lu Miao's hands, Lin Xinghai noticed that the one given to him was a 6-point advanced nutritional meal, while everyone else had 1-point basic nutritional meals.
You all. At this point, Lin Xinghai truly didn't know what to say. What's the matter? Have we touched your heart? How are you planning to repay us? Wang Yao leaned closer and teased. Just eat your breakfast.
The feeling of gratitude in Lin Xinghai's heart instantly vanished completely, and he replied irritably, he. When it was close to 7 o'clock, Roger arrived at room 301. He glanced at a few women who had clearly dressed up and styled themselves, nodded in satisfaction, and said, since you're ready, let's head to the city hall now.
Make sure to perform well later.
Alright, rest assured, Captain Roger.
We won't let you in Axing Lu's face, the several women assured. The group quickly left their residence.
Barely 10 minutes after they left, Huai Feifu arrived at the street below the dormitory with the 4 great guardians of the Axe Gang and some elite members.
Alright, everything will proceed according to plan later.
Ashi, you two will use the pretext of recruiting staff to lure those 5 beauties to the factory.
No problem, right?
Huai Feifu said to the 2 young men beside him, who had honest faces and were dressed in suits. These 2 thugs were carefully selected by him and had been prepped throughout the night. At this moment, anyone who saw them would think these 2 were out doing business.
Boss, rest assured, the 2 of us underwent intensive training overnight and guaranteed we won't reveal any flaws.
Plus, since the other side is eager to find work, as long as I offer a sufficiently high salary, they'll definitely be tempted, Zhou Shi quickly said.
Very good. Xiao Wang, how's the preparation at the factory?
Huai Feifu turned to look at Wang Damo again. We've rented the factory for half a day and gave all the employees a day off, replacing them with our gang members.
As soon as those 5 beauties step into the factory, we'll quietly take control of them. I guarantee it won't attract anyone's attention, Wang Damo immediately replied. Huai Feiax nodded slightly, finally turning to the 4 enforcers beside him.
Once those 5 beauties are lured away, you must rush in at the fastest speed and take care of that mercenary.
Under no circumstances can you let him escape. Can you handle it?
Boss, don't worry. My speed is as high as 28 points. There's no way he'll get away, one of the thugs said with a grin, playing with the dagger in his hand. The others also wore confident smiles, paying no mind to the so-called white pig. With the 4 enforcers working together, as long as the opponent hasn't become a gene optimizer, there's no way he could stand a chance against them.
Very good. Leave the scene quickly after completing the task. Regarding the subsequent investigation by the security team, I'll arrange for a substitute to surrender and take the blame for you.
Soon, everyone started acting according to the plan. 2 suited-up hoodlums adjusted their collars, put on friendly smiles, and headed toward the dormitory.
However, after less than 5 minutes, the 2 returned looking somewhat grim-faced. What's wrong?
Huai Feifu felt a jolt in his heart and quickly asked.
There's no one in room 301.
I asked the other rooms, and I heard those beauties left 10 minutes ago, Zhou Shi said with a bitter expression.
Huai Feifu.
At this moment, everyone felt as though they had punched a piece of cotton, leaving them suffocated and uncomfortable. They had prepared the whole night, but now the other party had left just 10 minutes early, thus avoiding the trap they had set.
Boss, what do we do now? After a few minutes of tense silence, Wang Damo asked weakly. Execute Plan B.
Once they return to the dormitory, we'll rush in and snatch them.
At the same time, we'll kill that mercenary.
As for the aftermath, although it'll be troublesome, I can use some connections and contacts to handle it, Hui Feifu said, suppressing the frustration in his heart. Lin Xinghai and the others heading to the administrative hall naturally had no idea that they had just avoided a crisis. Of course, from another perspective, it could also be said that they missed an opportunity to use Roger to solve their troubles. After arriving at the administrative hall, Roger's recommendation allowed Lu Miaomio and the others to meet Li Chang, the head of the personnel department.
Old Roger, I thought you were joking with me last night. I didn't expect it to really be 5 beauties. This makes things much easier, Li Chang exclaimed upon seeing Lu Miaomio and the others. Next, follow the procedure to submit the application, take the written test, and attend the interview. Of course, these procedures are just a formality. As long as the performance isn't too bad, you can basically pass.
Moreover, Lu Miaomio and the others are already exceptional, good-looking, and eloquent.
Not to mention going through the back door like this, even in open recruitment, they could still stand out from the crowd. After spending about half an hour, they finally completed the entire onboarding process.
From this moment on, Lu Miaomio and the others became staff members of the administration hall.
Seeing everything settled, Lin Xinghai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Becoming formal employees of the administration hall was equivalent to giving Lu Miaomio and the others an extra layer of protection. At least in the lower district, neither gangs nor any other forces would dare to openly harm them. It is worth mentioning that, due to Lu Miaomio and the others' exceptional appearance and skills, Li Chang specifically gave them a raise, granting them 100 points weekly. This salary, in the lower district, can definitely be considered astronomical, even comparable to Lin Xinghai's salary. Of course, this refers solely to the base salary. If genetic medicine were factored in, there would still be no comparison between the two parties. Alright, first of all, congratulations on successfully joining. Also, it's best if you wait for me to pick you up after work tonight. We still need to be cautious about the Axe Gang. After a couple of days, once you move into the employee dormitory at the administrative hall, then there will truly be nothing to worry about, Lin Xinghai said with a smile. Then, by that time, we won't be able to live together anymore. Won't you feel lonely and empty at night? Wang Yao leaned close to Lin Xinghai's ear and said in an alluring tone. In a couple of days, I'll be moving to the middle tier area. I believe it'll be vibrant and colorful there, Lin Xinghai replied casually. Don't worry about us, but you should be careful yourself, Lu Miaomio spoke up at this moment. Her tone was light, but Lin Xinghai could see the concern in her eyes. Don't worry. Lin Xinghai waved his hand and left the administrative hall with Roger, heading toward the Mercenary Plaza. The Mercenary Square is the largest square in the lower area, and it is named so because mercenary groups must come here for review and registration before setting out. Similarly, the same process applies when they return. Ordinary people who come here can witness these mercenary groups triumphantly returning and see what resources they have brought back. The upper management of Starshield Sanctuary arranged it this way not only to elevate the status of mercenaries through this ceremony but also to showcase the impressive side of mercenary groups, hoping to attract more people to join this profession. When Lin Xinghai arrived, the Rift Sky Mercenary Group was already almost ready. The entire Sky Shatter Mercenary Group consists of 35 members, a small number, but they stand out prominently in the Mercenary Square. Parked beside them are 3 armored vehicles, steel monsters weighing over 50 tons that exude a strong sense of intimidation even as they sit quietly. In addition, there are 2 smaller multi-purpose off-road vehicles at the front, but no one dares to underestimate these off-road vehicles as their rooftops are equipped with heavy machine guns. Of course, the most eye-catching presence in the scene is undoubtedly the 2 humanoid mechas, towering at 5 meters tall. Whether it's the giant vibrating blade held in the mech's hand, the miniature missiles mounted on its legs, or the electromagnetic railgun hanging at its back, all of them tell people that they were born for slaughter. How is it? Feeling a sense of awe? Roger looked at Lin Xinghai's expression and said with a smile. Lin Xinghai couldn't help but nod, claiming it wasn't awe-inspiring would be an absolute lie. Although he had seen mechs upon awakening from the hibernation pod, he had been in a daze at the time. Looking at them now, the feeling was entirely different. When our mercenary group bought its first mecha, the shock I felt was no less than yours. And back then, the mecha's weapon system wasn't as advanced as it is now, Roger said with a laugh. At this moment, Lin Xinghai couldn't help but curiously ask, if a level 1 mercenary group already has such equipment, then what about a level 2 or even level 3 mercenary group? Just how powerful are they? A level 2 mercenary group is actually quite similar to us. As long as the mercenary group has 3 strong members with genetic optimization exceeding 90%, or possesses 3 mechas meeting either of these 2 conditions, they can apply to become a level 2 mercenary group, Roger explained. In that case, we're still short 1 mecha. Lin Xinghai looked at the 2 mechas not far away, a hint of envy in his eyes. It was just like the feeling he used to have before crossing over, when seeing a top-tier sports car. Yes, Roger nodded and added, of course, having someone else with a gene optimization rate of over 90% would also work. Our Split Sky Mercenary Group has 2 experts with a gene optimization rate of over 90%? Lin Xinghai was a bit surprised. Yes, both the captain and the vice captain have a gene optimization
optimization level exceeding 90%, fully capable of maximizing the performance of the two mechas. So, in terms of overall strength, we're even stronger than some newly promoted Tier 2 mercenary groups, Roger said, his face showing a proud expression.
Alright, let's go. I'll take you to meet the captain and the others.
Under Roger's guidance, Lin Xinghai drew closer to the crowd, carefully observing these future companions.
Hello, Captain Luo. Captain Luo, you finally arrived. Captain Luo, is this the new member you mentioned earlier?
As they approached, people continuously greeted Roger, and of course, many of their gazes also fell on Lin Xinghai. Roger responded one by one, but his steps did not stop, leading Lin Xinghai to the red mech ahead. 4 people were standing here, while the other mercenaries vaguely stood guard around them. It was clear that these were the high-ranking members of the mercenary group.
Come, let me introduce you.
This is our mercenary group's leader, Fang Tianhe, Roger said, pointing to the man at the front.
Fang Tianhe had a sturdy build and wore a sleeveless vest that exposed the well-defined muscles all over his body.
Although his face carried a calm expression, his habit of frequently squinting gave off a rather ominous vibe.
Welcome to our Skybreak mercenary group.
The leader Fang Tianhe actively extended his hand. Seeing this, Lin Xinghai quickly stretched out his hand to shake it. However, after the handshake, Fang Tianhe did not let go but instead gradually increased the strength of his grip.
Testing me?
Lin Xinghai quickly deduced the other party's intention. This was also within his expectations. After all, what he told Roger yesterday was simply too unbelievable, and it was almost inevitable for the other party to take action to test its authenticity. So he remained calm and began to intensify his handshake as well. Soon, when Lin Xinghai's exerted force surpassed 15 points, Fang Tianhe's eyes revealed a hint of approval.
And when Lin Xinghai's strength reached 20 points, the approval in Fang Tianhe's eyes turned into astonishment. Finally, the power Lin Xinghai was using reached its limit, and Fang Tianhe let go. Good! Fang Tianhe exclaimed excitedly, his eyes flickering with mixed emotions.
Lin Xinghai knew that his strength had already caught the other party's attention.
Fang Tianhe's praise left many people feeling baffled.
After all, only a very small number of people knew about Lin Xinghai's special physique. But Fang Tianhe's praise undoubtedly sent a signal to all members of the mercenary group. He has high expectations for Lin Xinghai. Roger, seeing this scene, felt joyful and began introducing everyone one by one. This is our beautiful deputy leader,
Shen Han. This is the captain of the second team, Wu Yan. This is the captain of Team 3, Su Haishui. With Roger's introduction, Lin Xinghai greeted each of them one by one. Shen Han was indeed a beauty, her looks rivaling those of Lu Miaomiao.
However, she exuded a cold aura that made her seem unapproachable. Facing Lin Xinghai, she merely nodded as a form of greeting. The captain of Team 2, Wu Yan, was a burly man whose physique was even more robust than Fang Tianhe's, standing like a small mountain. As for Team 3's captain, Su Haishui, he appeared rather unremarkable, except for his wolf-like eyes.
This mission is on a tight schedule. Since everyone is here, let's set out now,
Fang Tianhe said, using the wrist-mounted computer to control the humanoid mech he had named Skysplitter and climbed into an armored vehicle. Shen Han, on the other hand, controlled another ice-blue mech named Frost Sky and entered a different armored vehicle. The other mercenaries quickly gathered in response and, under the captain's lead, also boarded armored vehicles. Lin Xinghai was assigned to Roger's first squad and followed him into the first armored vehicle. The overall strength of the first squad is slightly stronger than the other two squads, so they have a bit of privilege. For example, the armored vehicle they are riding now does not carry mechas, making the space relatively spacious. After entering the armored vehicle, Roger introduced Lin Xinghai to the members under his command.
When Roger mentioned that Lin Xinghai's genetic evaluation was rated as B level, all the members showed expressions of envy. It seems that our Skysplitter mercenary group will soon have another expert among us, Deputy Captain Su Hao couldn't help but praise. That's something for the future. For now, I must trouble everyone to take care of me. Lin Xinghai showed considerable politeness.
Inside the vehicle, the members were all at least gene optimizers in terms of strength. For this task, he still relied on them to charge ahead and provide protection. Therefore, proper courtesy was certainly necessary. Lin Xinghai's amiable demeanor, free from any arrogance despite his exceptional talent, immediately warmed the attitude of these members, and many took the initiative to engage him in conversation. Faced with such a situation, Lin Xinghai naturally welcomed the interactions, communicating with them while subtly extracting various pieces of information. Soon, he learned that a B-level gene rating was indeed quite rare. In the entire mercenary group, only the captain and vice-captain had achieved this level. In fact, not to mention a B-level gene rating, even a C-level rating was considered excellent, as most mercenaries only had D-level ratings. During the conversation, the convoy had already started, taking the elevator to leave the Starshield refuge. However, after leaving the Starshield shelter, Lin Xinghai noticed that the atmosphere in the car quickly shifted. Everyone gradually stopped talking, their expressions turning solemn. Some stared out the observation windows at the scenery outside, while others were busy wiping down the weapons in their hands. Here, let me equip you properly first. At this moment, Roger spoke. He walked to the wall near the front of the vehicle, opened a hidden compartment, completed an iris scan, and the wall slowly opened to reveal a weapons rack. On the top of the rack was a row of various melee weapons. The middle section housed firearms of different models, and the bottom held combat suits. Based on your build, this size 75 combat suit should fit. Roger picked up a brand new combat suit and handed it to Lin Xinghai. Lin Xinghai took it and found the combat suit to be very lightweight, yet the fabric was extremely resilient. At the very least, when he used his own 20-point strength to tug at it, it held up without any issues. The combat suit is made of special fabric that can withstand the claws and bites of most zombies. However, after repeated attacks, it will still wear out. It doesn't provide much protection against blunt force damage either. And there's this thing, you must carry it with you. Roger casually threw over a syringe filled with red liquid. This is? Lin Xinghai asked. Anti-virus serum. If you get scratched or bitten by a zombie, you must inject it within 10 minutes, or you'll turn into a zombie as well. By the way, the effect of the anti-virus serum lasts only 1 hour. Once the effect wears off, getting bitten will still lead to infection. If you're unlucky, you might need to inject it several times during a day's mission. The first bottle of antivirus serum is free, but if you need more later, you'll have to buy it yourself with points, 100 points per bottle, Roger said. Alright, Lin Xinghai agreed, quickly putting on his combat suit and keeping the antitoxin serum close to him. This was a life-saving item. As for weapons, what do you prefer? Just pick for yourself. You can choose one cold weapon and one hot weapon, Roger said, pointing to the equipment on the weapon rack. Lin Xinghai's gaze first fell on the firearms, where there were 3 types: pistols, rifles, and sniper rifles. Although he had his own ideas, he felt that it was best to consult a professional on such matters. Roger, what kind of firearm do you think would suit me best? Lin Xinghai asked humbly. You kid or something. When there's business, call me Brother Jia. When there's none, call me Old Luo, Roger teased before answering. Actually, the best way to choose a weapon is based on the focus of your attributes. For example, if you're a strength-type gene optimizer, you should go for large cold weapons like broadswords or giant axes to fully utilize your advantages. In that case, pairing a small, handy hand cannon as your hot weapon would be a great choice. It's easy to carry and packs a powerful punch, Roger said, pointing at a handgun. Wait, you call this thing a hand cannon? Lin Xinghai couldn't help but interrupt. Although the muzzle of this pistol was twice as large as a regular handgun, it could hardly be called a hand cannon. Fine, let's just call it a pistol, Roger said with a laugh. But you can choose a weapon that suits you best. After all, this is your protection in dangerous times. Lin Xinghai nodded and began seriously weighing his options between a pistol and a rifle. In the end, he decided to choose a rifle, as long-range firepower was more important during mercenary missions. I'll choose this rifle then, Lin Xinghai said, pointing at a uniquely designed rifle. Good choice, Roger agreed with a smile. Lin Xinghai quickly assembled the rifle, feeling the weight in his hands and secretly feeling satisfied. Once everything is ready, let's set off, Roger said, his tone brimming with excitement. Lin Xinghai nodded, his heart filled with anticipation. After all, this mission would mark a new beginning for him at the Starshield Refuge. Seeing everything settled, Lin Xinghai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Becoming an official employee of the administration hall was like giving Lu Miao and the others an extra layer of protection. At least in the lower districts, whether it's gangs or other forces, they wouldn't dare to openly target them. It is worth mentioning that due to Lu Miao and others' outstanding appearance and abilities, Lekking specially increased their salaries, allowing them to earn 100 points per week. This salary is considered sky-high in the lower districts, even comparable to Lin Xinghai's salary. Of course, this refers purely to salary. If the value of genetic potions is factored in, the gap between the two sides is still evident. Alright, congratulations on successfully joining the company. Also, it's best if you wait for me to pick you up after work tonight. It's still necessary to be cautious of the Axe Gang. Once you move to the employee dormitories at the administrative office in a few days, you really won't need to worry anymore, Lin Xinghai said with a smile. At that time, we won't be able to live together. Won't you feel lonely and empty at night? Wang Yao leaned close to Lin Xinghai's ear, her voice full of allure. I'm moving to the middle district in a couple of days. I'm sure life there will be vibrant and colorful, Lin Xinghai responded calmly. Don't worry about us, but you should be careful. At this moment, Lu Miao also spoke. Her tone was light, but Lin Xinghai could sense the concern in her eyes. Rest assured. Lin Xinghai waved his hand and left the administrative hall with Roger, heading towards Mercenary Square. The Mercenary Square is the largest square in the lower area, and it gets its name because mercenary groups must come here for review and registration before setting out. Similarly, the same process applies upon their return. Ordinary people who come here can witness these mercenary groups triumphantly returning and see what resources they have brought back. The upper management of Starshield Sanctuary arranged it this way not only to elevate the status of mercenaries through this kind of ceremony but also in the hope that the prestige of the mercenary groups would attract more people to join this profession. When Lin Xinghai arrived, the sky-splitting mercenary group had almost completed their preparations. The entire sky
sky-splitting mercenary group consisted of 35 people. Although their numbers were not large, they stood out distinctly in the mercenary square. 3 armored vehicles were parked beside them. These steel monsters weighing over 50 tons exuded an imposing presence even as they remained stationary. In addition, there were 2 smaller multifunctional off-road vehicles at the front.
However, no one dared to underestimate these 2 vehicles, as each had a heavy machine gun mounted on its roof. Naturally, the most eye-catching figures in the arena were undoubtedly the 2 humanoid mechas, towering at a height of 5 meters. Whether it was the massive vibrating blade held in their hands, the miniature missiles mounted on their legs, or the electromagnetic railguns hanging at their backs, everything about them conveyed a single message: they were born for slaughter.
So, feeling a bit overwhelmed? Roger asked with a smile, observing Lin Xinghai's expression. Lin Xinghai couldn't help but nod. Claiming he wasn't stunned would definitely be a lie.
Although he had seen the mech after awakening from the hibernation pod, at that time he was in a dazed state.
Now, it feels completely different.
When our mercenary group bought our first mech, the shock I felt was no less than yours.
Moreover, back then, the weapon systems of the mechs were not as advanced as they are now, Roger said with a laugh.
At that moment, Lin Xinghai couldn't help but ask curiously, if a level 1 mercenary group has equipment like this, how strong are level 2, or even level 3 mercenary groups?
Level 2 mercenary groups are actually quite similar to us. As long as the mercenary group has 3 elite members with gene optimization levels exceeding 90% or possesses 3 mechas, meeting either of these conditions allows an application to become a level 2 mercenary group, Roger said.
So, it seems we're still 1 mecha short, Lin Xinghai remarked as he gazed at the 2 mechas nearby, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. It was similar to how he felt before his transmigration, seeing a top-tier sports car.
Exactly. Roger nodded and added, of course, having 1 more person with gene optimization over 90% would work too. Our Sky-Split mercenary group has 2 experts with a gene optimization level exceeding 90%?
Lin Xinghai was somewhat surprised. Yes, both the leader and deputy leader have a gene optimization level over 90%, fully capable of maximizing the performance of 2 mechas. So, in terms of overall strength, we're even stronger than some newly promoted second-level mercenary groups, Roger said, his face showing a hint of pride.
Alright, let's go. I'll take you to meet the leader and the others.
Under Roger's lead, Lin Xinghai got closer and closer to the crowd, carefully observing these future companions.
Hello, Captain Roger. Captain Roger, you're finally here. Captain Roger, is this the new member you mentioned earlier?
As they approached, people kept greeting Roger, and naturally, many of their gazes fell on Lin Xinghai. Roger responded to each greeting but kept walking, leading Lin Xinghai to the red mecha. 4 people stood here, while the other mercenaries subtly surrounded them, clearly indicating these individuals were the higher-ups of the mercenary group.
Come, let me introduce you.
This is our mercenary group's leader, Fang Tianhe, Roger said, pointing at the man in the lead.
Fang Tianhe's sturdy build was dressed in a short vest, with the contours of his muscles prominently visible.
Though his face bore a calm expression, his frequently squinted eyes imparted an eerie feeling. Welcome to our sky-splitting mercenary group, said Fang Tianhe as he proactively extended his hand. Upon seeing this, Lin Xinghai quickly reached out and shook hands with him. However, after their hands met, Fang Tianhe didn't let go but instead gradually increased the strength of his grip.
Testing me?
Lin Xinghai quickly guessed the other party's intention. This was also within his expectations. After all, what he told Roger yesterday was too unbelievable, and it was almost certain the other party would act to test its authenticity. So he didn't panic and similarly began to increase the strength of his handshake. Soon, when Lin Xinghai's applied force exceeded 15 points, Fang Tianhe's eyes revealed a hint of approval.
When Lin Xinghai's strength reached 20 points, Fang Tianhe's approving gaze turned into surprise.
Finally, Lin Xinghai exerted his strength to the limit, and Fang Tianhe let go of his hand.
Good! Fang Tianhe exclaimed excitedly, his eyes flickering with varied emotions.
Lin Xinghai knew that his strength had already caught the others' attention. Faced with such pressure, ordinary people would probably be flustered, but the people inside the vehicle aside from Lin Xinghai were all seasoned mercenaries with rich combat experience, remaining calm as they aimed and fired.
As the zombies approached, the mercenaries' shooting accuracy rapidly improved.
During the second round of shooting, 2 zombies were already shot in the head. By the third round of shooting, the number of zombies instantly shot in the head increased to 4. As for the fourth round of shooting, there wasn't a fourth round. These zombies took an incredibly short time to rush from 100 meters away to the front of the armored vehicle, leaving the mercenaries only enough time to aim and shoot 3 times. However, nearly half of the zombies had already fallen by now. Their numbers no longer posed a threat, and their strength had been greatly diminished.
5 physique-enhanced gene optimizers jumped off the vehicle, wielding broadswords or giant axes, and faced the approaching zombies.
Meanwhile, the mercenaries remaining on the vehicle took advantage of the brief moment their companions were holding the line to aim and shoot at close range. The remaining 7 zombies were either hacked to death or shot in the head, and soon all of them had fallen. Of course, during this process, it wasn't without twists and turns, as the 2 advanced zombies zombies showcased their exceptional abilities. When clashing head-on with the mercenaries, they held their ground effortlessly.
One advanced zombie even managed to forcefully deflect a mercenary's battle axe and immediately reached for his chest. Fortunately, the combat suit the mercenary was wearing wasn't just for show. Although a gash was torn on the outer layer, the inner lining remained intact. After being struck heavily, the mercenary swiftly spun the giant axe in his hand and with a sweeping motion of the blade decapitated the mid-level zombie. According to Lin Xinghai's estimation, the strength of these mid-level zombies was already equivalent to someone with a 30% level of genetic optimization. Fortunately, their numbers were few. If all the zombies were of this type, this battle certainly wouldn't have been so easy. After the battle was over, the next step was, of course, to clean up the battlefield. "I'll go too," Lin Xinghai immediately said when he heard Roger assigning people. The reason he followed the mercenary group on missions was precisely for this moment. He absolutely couldn't miss it. Roger was momentarily at a loss for words. Collecting yuan crystals was more like menial work. Sometimes, if you weren't careful, you'd end up covered in blood. No one wanted to do such dirty and tiring work. Although newly joined mercenaries typically have to do this kind of menial work, a genius like Lin Xinghai naturally receives preferential treatment and can be excused from it. But Roger didn't expect Lin Xinghai to bring it up voluntarily, and his attitude seemed quite enthusiastic. This made him suddenly recall Lin Xinghai's performance during the first lesson yesterday, and his expression turned somewhat strange. Could it really be that kind of hobby? But thinking is one thing, this has nothing to do with him, so Roger did not hesitate and directly said, "Alright, I'll let Vice Captain Su Hao guide you on some dissection techniques." Su Hao, who was sitting and resting nearby, instantly had a bitter expression on his face. No, that would be too much trouble for Brother Su. I'll just follow the other members and learn on my own. Lin Xinghai hurriedly refused. Are you kidding? If someone is guiding him and constantly watching him, how can he absorb the power of blood energy? Hey, self-study is great. Self-study is great. Xiao Hai, if there's anything you don't understand later, remember to come find me. I'll definitely share all I know. Su Hao immediately responded, looking quite satisfied with Lin Xinghai's attitude. Seeing Lin Xinghai's agreeable demeanor, Roger naturally had no objections. Soon, Lin Xinghai followed the 5 members Roger had named off the vehicle. However, Lin Xinghai did not immediately begin collecting energy crystals. Instead, he pretended to be seeking advice humbly, glancing around and inspecting things earnestly. Of course, nobody noticed that whenever someone dug out an energy crystal, he would quietly touch the zombie's wound. The 5 people were extremely quick at collecting prime crystals, and in less than a minute, all 13 zombies' prime crystals had been excavated. At this moment, Lin Xinghai had also gained 13 units of blood energy. After checking the system panel, his blood energy had increased from 14 units to 27 units. He also had 2 bottles of genetic potion given by Roger that he hadn't absorbed yet. If these were included, his usable blood energy would reach an impressive 37 units. If everything goes smoothly, I might awaken during this mission. Lin Xinghai thought happily as he followed the other mercenaries back to the vehicle. How does it feel? As soon as he sat down, Roger leaned over and asked. Lin Xinghai looked a little puzzled. I meant the strength of these zombies, Roger said. Very strong. After a slight pause, Lin Xinghai said truthfully. Although the members of the Split Sky mercenary group easily dealt with these zombies, one must also consider their level of strength. Apart from him, they were all gene optimizers. Moreover, their weapons were extremely advanced, fully capable of maximizing the combat effectiveness of these mercenaries to 200%. But even so, one mercenary almost got injured. What if it were not the Skyshatter mercenary group facing these zombies, but a group of ordinary people? Even if they had firearms at hand, they would likely suffer heavy casualties. Zombies are highly resilient, fast, and possess an animal-like instinct for danger. When you aim and shoot at them, they instinctively dodge. If it were an army composed of ordinary people, encountering a horde of corpses in the wilderness would likely lead to a grim fate. This is why, even a full year after the catastrophe, humanity still can only survive in underground shelters. Roger glanced at Lin Xinghai with some surprise. Seeing that the other party's expression showed no sign of pretense, he couldn't help but nod. It's good that you have such an idea. Zombies are indeed very powerful. What you're seeing now are just the most ordinary zombies. If you enter the cities, not only are their numbers greater, but intermediate-level zombies are also extremely common. Furthermore, there are even more powerful advanced zombies. The strength of zombies at that level is equivalent to that of a powerhouse with 60% genetic optimization. Even for me, it's hard to defeat one in a one-on-one situation. What's more, among these zombies, there's a certain probability that mutated zombies may evolve. Those are truly terrifying beings. So, no matter how quickly your strength advances or how good your equipment is, you must never let your guard down. Outside, being being extra cautious is never too much, Roger said solemnly. The reason he said so much was because he was worried about Lin Xinghai being young and impulsive. There's not much trouble here yet, but if you enter the city and ignore orders, it might cause serious problems. Faced with this pressure, ordinary people would probably be flustered, but aside from Lin Xinghai, everyone in the car were experienced veteran mercenaries and remained steady as they aimed and fired. As the zombies drew closer, the mercenaries' shooting accuracy gradually improved. By the second round of shooting, 2 zombies had been taken down with headshots. During the third round of shooting, the number of zombies instantly killed by headshots rose to 4, but the fourth round never had a chance to take place. These zombies took an incredibly short amount of time to rush to the front of the armored vehicle from 100 meters away. The mercenaries only managed to aim and shoot 3 times. However, at this point, nearly half of the zombies had already been taken down, making their numbers insufficient to pose a threat and their strength significantly diminished. 5 genetically optimized individuals with enhanced physiques jumped off the vehicle, wielding broadswords or giant axes, and confronted the approaching zombies. Meanwhile, the mercenaries remaining in the vehicle used the brief moment their companions were holding off the zombies to aim and shoot at close range. The remaining 7 zombies were either slashed to death or shot in the head, quickly falling one after another. Of course, during this process, there were indeed some twists and turns. The 2 intermediate-level zombies displayed extraordinary abilities. When clashing head-on with the mercenaries, they surprisingly held their ground, and one of them even managed to forcefully deflect a mercenary's giant axe before reaching for his chest. Fortunately, the mercenary's combat uniform was not just for show. Although it was torn open, the inner lining remained intact. After being struck heavily, the mercenary swiftly spun the giant axe in his hand. The blade made a sweep and chopped off the head of the mid-level zombie. Lin Xinghai estimated that the strength of this mid-level zombie was already equivalent to a person with 30% genetic optimization. Fortunately, there weren't many of them. If all the zombies were of this level, this battle would definitely not have been so easy. After the battle ended, the next step, of course, was to clean up the battlefield. I'll go too. Upon hearing Roger assigning personnel, Lin Xinghai immediately responded. The reason he joined the mercenary group to go out on missions was precisely for this moment, and he absolutely couldn't miss it. Roger didn't know how to react for a moment. Collecting yuan crystals is more like doing grunt work. Sometimes if you're not careful, you'll get splattered with blood all over. No one wants to do this kind of dirty and tiresome work. Although new mercenaries are typically required to do this kind of menial work, Lin Xinghai, being such a genius, naturally received a privilege and could skip it. But Roger didn't expect Lin Xinghai to bring it up voluntarily, and his attitude seemed quite enthusiastic. This reminded him of Lin Xinghai's performance during the first lesson yesterday, and his expression became somewhat complicated. Could it really be that kind of preference? However, thinking is one thing, this has nothing to do with him. So Roger didn't hesitate and directly said, "Alright, I'll have the vice captain Su Hao teach you some dissection techniques." Su Hao, who was sitting nearby resting, instantly looked bitter. No, that's too much trouble for Brother Su. I'll just follow the other members and learn on my own. Lin Xinghai quickly refused. Are you kidding? With someone guiding him and watching him all the time, how could he still absorb the power of blood energy? Hey, self-study is good. Self-study is good. Xiao Hai, if there's anything you don't understand later, make sure to come to me. I will definitely teach you everything I know. Su Hao immediately responded, looking quite pleased. Seeing that Lin Xinghai had said so, Roger naturally had no objections. Lin Xinghai then followed the 5 members named by Roger off the vehicle. However, Lin Xinghai didn't immediately start collecting the primordial crystals. Instead, he pretended to seek advice humbly, glancing around here and there with an earnest expression. Of course, what nobody noticed was that whenever someone dug out a primordial crystal, he would secretly touch the zombie's wound. The 5 people quickly extracted the primal crystals, and in less than a minute, the crystals from all 13 zombies were dug out. At this moment, Lin Xinghai also gained 13 points of blood energy force. After checking the system panel, the blood energy force had increased from 14 points to 27 points. He still had 2 bottles of genetic medicine given to him by Roger that had not been absorbed yet. Including these, the blood energy force he could use had already reached a staggering 37 points. If everything goes smoothly, I might awaken during this mission. Lin Xinghai thought happily to himself as he followed the other mercenaries back to the vehicle. How does it feel? As soon as he sat down, Roger leaned over to ask. Lin Xinghai was a bit puzzled. I mean, the strength of these zombies, Roger said. Very strong. After a brief contemplation, Lin Xinghai said truthfully. Although the members of the Split Sky mercenary group easily dealt with these zombies, one must also consider their level of strength. Aside from him, all of them were gene optimizers. Moreover, their weapons were extremely excellent, fully capable of amplifying these mercenaries' combat effectiveness to 200%. But even so, one mercenary still almost got injured. Suppose it were ordinary people facing these zombies instead of the sky-splitting mercenaries? Even with firearms in hand, there would likely be heavy casualties. Zombies possess strong vitality, move quickly, and have beast-like instincts for detecting danger. When guns are aimed at them, they instinctively dodge.
If it were an army composed of ordinary people, encountering a horde of corpses in the wilderness would likely result in a dire outcome. This is why, even a full year after the Great Disaster, humanity still can only survive in underground shelters.
Roger glanced at Lin Xinghai with some surprise, noticing that his expression didn't appear to be fake. He nodded involuntarily. It's good that you have this mindset. Zombies are indeed very strong. What you're seeing now is only the most basic type.
In the cities, not only are zombies more numerous, but intermediate level ones are also quite common. Furthermore, there are even stronger advanced zombies. The strength of such zombies is equivalent to that of a strong individual with a 60% level of genetic optimization.
Even I would find it difficult to defeat one in a one-on-one confrontation.
What's more, among these zombies, there is a certain probability that mutant zombies will evolve. They are the truly terrifying existence. Therefore, no matter how quickly your strength progresses or how good your equipment is, you absolutely cannot let your guard down.
Outside, caution can never be too much,
Roger said earnestly. The reason he said so much was because he was worried about Lin Xinghai's youthful impulsiveness. There's not much here yet, but if you enter the city and don't follow orders, it could really cause some big trouble. After escaping danger, the armored vehicle began to slow down, and the convoy finally stopped 5 kilometers away from the Hell Tornado. Even here, the terrifying hurricane could still be felt, with basin-sized rocks being swept up and flying toward the tornado.
However, the Hell Tornado appeared quickly and disappeared just as fast.
In only 3 minutes, it dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Countless swept-up sand and rocks fell incessantly like hail at this moment. Despite the convoy being 5 kilometers away, they were still attacked by these sand and rocks. One armored vehicle was even struck by a massive rock weighing over 100 pounds, making Lin Xinghai once again feel the terrifying power of nature. If not for the protection of the armored vehicles, even without being directly swept up into the sky by the hellish tornado, Lin Xinghai wouldn't have been able to withstand this indiscriminate range attack once the tornado dissipated.
Everyone, dismount for inspection, Roger ordered after the sand and rock attack ended.
Lin Xinghai also jumped out of the vehicle, noticing that everyone from the other vehicles had disembarked as well, clearly following a standard procedure. There wasn't much to inspect on the armored vehicle. This thing wasn't merely made of sheet metal but was crafted from high-strength alloy. Even if a 100-pound rock were to smash against it, it wouldn't cause significant damage.
Even the 2 multifunctional SUVs could withstand such an attack without issue.
Therefore, there were only 2 main aspects to check. The first issue is the engine. After all, the previous situation involved complete overload operation. If the engine isn't inspected and maintained, problems are very likely to occur later. The second issue is the rocket thrusters. Lin Xinghai counted them and found that the entire rear part of the armored vehicle was equipped with a full 16 rocket thrusters. No wonder this 50-ton iron lump could accelerate as if it was about to take off in just a few seconds. Apart from performing basic checks on these rocket thrusters, the most important task is to refill their energy supply. The energy used by rocket thrusters is not conventional fuel or nitrous oxide, but rather an energy crystal. Seeing the pained expression on Roger's face, Lin Xinghai knew that this thing must be very expensive.
The energy crystal we're looking for in this mission, is it the same as this one? Lin Xinghai asked.
More or less, but this is a secondary compressed energy crystal, which is even more expensive. The energy crystals needed for replenishment will cost around 3,000 points in total, Roger said. Lin Xinghai was also somewhat startled upon hearing this. Based on his understanding, after deducting various expenses, an ordinary level 1 mercenary group would only be able to save up about this many points from completing a single mission.
After half an hour of maintenance, the convoy was back on the road. The rest of the journey passed without any unexpected incidents, and they soon entered the outskirts of Tianshan City.
All that could be seen were either dilapidated houses or stretches of ruins. The great catastrophe lasted for 20 years, and any building that remained standing was a testament to its sturdiness.
Meanwhile, the zombie detector on the vehicle kept sounding alarms.
At first, only 1 or 2 zombies appeared on the detector, but their numbers quickly grew as the vehicle advanced, soon surpassing 10, then reaching 20, and eventually 30. These zombies were initially scattered, but as the noise created by the convoy grew, they began to gather. What surprised Lin Xinghai even more was that nearly half of the red dots displayed by the detector were deep red, which represented intermediate-level zombies. This indicated that compared to the outside world, the danger level of the zombies here had definitely escalated by an order of magnitude. Looking at the increasing number of red dots on the zombie detector, Lin Xinghai couldn't help but swallow hard. As he continued to venture deeper, he had no idea what kind of situation he might encounter, but even the zombies appearing now were beyond the capabilities of their first squad to handle. Especially those mid-level zombies, they truly possess powerful lethal abilities at close range. Fortunately, the Riptide mercenary group did not advance in the previous manner. 2 multifunctional off-road vehicles that had always been unimportant suddenly moved to the front of the team, driving side by side. On the shooting position atop one of the vehicles, a mercenary was already seated at some point, and the heavy machine gun mounted on the rooftop was now activated. Starting a heavy machine gun sounds a bit strange, but it's true. The barrels of the two heavy machine guns actually began to extend, and the entire base of the firearms was enveloped in a layer of blue light.
Through the observation window, Lin Xinghai could see electric sparks flickering at the muzzle.
It can be said that the heavy machine guns after activation are more sleek and formidable compared to before, even giving the impression of not being heavy machine guns anymore. At this moment, Roger came over and began explaining the next tactic to him: use two electromagnetic railguns to form crossfire.
As long as there's enough energy and ammunition, we can quickly eliminate even thousands of zombies charging head-on.
Lin Xinghai bitterly smiled in his heart. The so-called heavy machine gun was indeed just his wishful thinking. Roger obviously didn't know what Lin Xinghai was thinking, so he continued, Squads 2 and 3 will provide central support. Apart from dealing with zombies on both sides, they'll also handle all unexpected situations that arise. Strictly speaking, it's the Sky Splitter and Frost Heaven mechas handling them. As Roger spoke, the two armored vehicles behind them had already overtaken them, moving to the middle of the convoy, and the deck at the top slowly opened. Fang Tianhan and Shenhan, the two strongest fighters, had already entered the mechas and were on standby, ready to launch at any moment.
So our job is to guard the rear?
Lin Xinghai looked at their group, which had originally been at the forefront, now placed at the very back, feeling somewhat unaccustomed. Of course, whether he was accustomed to it or not was secondary. What bothered him the most was that if they advanced using this kind of strategy, they wouldn't be stopping to collect primordial crystals at all.
Then what about his blood energy? He's still planning to make a big haul.
The task of covering the rear is relatively easy, so it can be considered as a way to give us some rest.
Of course, you won't get the chance to rest.
With such a large number of zombies here as targets, this is the perfect place to practice shooting. You absolutely must seize the opportunity and strive to improve your marksmanship in the shortest time possible, Roger said. After escaping the danger, the armored vehicle began to slow down, and eventually, the convoy stopped 5 kilometers away from the hellish tornado. Even here, the terrifying hurricane could still be felt, with basin-sized rocks being swept up and flying in the direction of the tornado.
However, this hellish tornado appeared quickly and disappeared just as fast.
Within merely 3 minutes, it dissipated at a visibly rapid speed. Countless sand and rocks swept up into the air, rained down like hail at this moment, continuously crashing down. Although the convoy had moved 5 kilometers away, it was still attacked by the sand and rocks. Even an armored vehicle was struck by a colossal stone weighing over 100 pounds, making Lin Xinghai once again feel the terror of nature. Without the shelter of the armored vehicle, even if he wasn't directly swept away by the hellish tornado, the indiscriminate range of the attack upon its dissipation would be hard for him to endure.
Everyone, dismount and perform maintenance.
After the sand and stone assault ended, Roger gave the order.
Lin Xinghai also followed and jumped off the vehicle.
He noticed that the people from the other vehicles had also gotten off, indicating that this was a standardized procedure.
There wasn't much to inspect on the armored vehicle itself.
This thing wasn't made of mere iron sheets but high-strength alloys. Even if ordinary stones weighing hundreds of pounds struck it, they wouldn't cause much damage.
Even two multifunctional off-road vehicles could withstand such an attack without any issue.
Therefore, the inspection primarily focuses on only two aspects.
The first is the engine.
After all, the recent situation involved complete overload operation, and if the engine isn't serviced and maintained, problems are likely to arise later.
The second is the rocket boosters.
Lin Xinghai counted and discovered that the entire rear half of the armored vehicle was equipped with as many as 16 rocket boosters.
No wonder this 50-ton chunk of iron can accelerate like it's about to take off in just a few seconds.
Apart from undergoing basic inspections, the most important task for these rocket propellers is refueling. The energy used by the rocket propellers is not conventional fuel or nitrous oxide, but an energy crystal. Seeing the pained expression on Roger's face, Lin Xinghai knew this thing must be incredibly expensive.
Is the energy crystal we're looking for this time like this one? Lin Xinghai asked.
Almost, but this is a twice compressed energy crystal, which is more expensive. The energy crystals needed for replenishment will cost about 3,000 points in total, Roger replied. Lin Xinghai was somewhat astonished upon hearing this. Based on his understanding, after deducting various expenses, an ordinary Tier 1 mercenary group could only save about this amount of points from a single mission.
After half an hour of maintenance, the convoy was back on the road. The rest of the journey was uneventful, and they soon entered the outskirts of Tianshan City.
What greeted their eyes were either dilapidated houses or stretches of ruins. The great catastrophe had lasted for 20 years, and any house that remained standing was proof of its sturdiness.
Meanwhile, the zombie detector in the vehicle kept emitting warnings.
At the beginning, only 1 or 2 zombies appeared on the detector, but their numbers quickly increased as the vehicle advanced, soon surpassing 10, then reaching 20, and eventually 30. These zombies were initially scattered, but the commotion caused by the convoy's progress began to draw them together. What surprised Lin Xinghai even more was that nearly half of the red dots displayed on the detector were deep red, which represented intermediate-level zombies. This indicated that the danger level of the zombies here was absolutely a magnitude higher compared to those outside. Looking at the increasing red dots on the zombie detector, Lin Xinghai couldn't help but swallow nervously. As he continued to venture deeper, he had no idea what situations he might face. But even the zombies appearing now were beyond the capability of their first squad to handle, especially those mid-level zombies, which had truly devastating offensive power once in close range. Fortunately, the sky-cracking mercenary group did not proceed using their previous approach. Two multifunctional off-road vehicles that had been idling around suddenly moved to the front of the convoy, driving side by side. At the shooting position on the roof, a mercenary had unknowingly taken a seat, and the heavy machine gun mounted atop the vehicle was already activated. The phrase activating the heavy machine gun might sound odd, but it was true. The barrels of the two heavy machine guns began to extend, while the base of the entire weapon emitted a layer of blue light. Lin Xinghai could see electric arcs flickering around the gun barrel through the observation window. It could be said that the heavy machine gun, once activated, appeared much more stylish and imposing compared to before, to the extent that it hardly felt like a heavy machine gun anymore. At this moment, Roger came over and began explaining the upcoming tactics to him, using two electromagnetic railguns to form crossfire as long as energy and ammunition are sufficient. Even if thousands of zombies charge directly at us, they can be swiftly eliminated. Lin Xinghai smiled wryly in his heart. The so-called heavy machine gun was undoubtedly just his own wishful thinking. Roger certainly didn't know what Lin Xinghai was thinking, so he continued, Team 2 and Team 3 will act as central support. In addition to dealing with zombies on both sides, they will also handle all unexpected situations that arise. Strictly speaking, the Sky Splitter and Frost Sky Mechas will handle it. As Roger said this, the two armored vehicles behind them had already passed by, reaching the middle of the convoy. The deck on their rooftops slowly opened. Fang Tianhan and Shenhan, the two strongest fighters, had already entered the mechas and were in standby mode, ready to act at any moment. So our job is to cover the rear? Lin Xinghai looked at their position, shifting from the front to the rear, feeling somewhat unaccustomed. Of course, whether he was accustomed or not was secondary. What troubled him the most was that, with such tactics for advancing, they wouldn't stop to collect primal crystals at all. What about his blood energy power then? He was planning to make a big haul. Well, covering the rear is relatively easier. It can also be considered a form of rest for us. Of course, you won't be able to rest. With so many zombies here as targets, this is the perfect place to practice shooting. You must make the most of it and strive to improve your marksmanship in the shortest time possible, Roger said. When the convoy advanced more than 100 meters, it finally encountered the incoming zombies, and the sounds of gunfire and explosions erupted. Since Lin Xinghai was at the rear of the convoy, he couldn't see what was happening at the front, but he could see streaks of blue light shooting out. Wherever this blue light passed, whether zombies, houses, or rocks, it would be instantly pierced through. The power of the electromagnetic railgun is truly terrifying. Attacking zombies requires no aiming at their heads. As long as the bullet touches the body of the zombie, the immense kinetic force will tear the entire body apart. Even if the head remains intact, survival is impossible. This powerful firepower greatly reduces the need for shooting precision. Moreover, aside from its immense power, the electromagnetic railgun's firing speed is not much slower than a heavy machine gun. Under the coordinated crossfire, the zombies coming from the front, no matter how many, are almost doomed to perish. At this moment, aside from the two multifunctional off-road vehicles leading the charge displaying impressive prowess, the members of Team 2 and Team 3 also unleashed extraordinarily terrifying firepower. In addition to attacking with their shredder rifles, hand cannons were also deployed, each shot producing a fierce roar. This kind of area-based attack often takes out 2 or 3 zombies at a time. Under the suppression of powerful firepower, the zombies trying to attack from both sides had no chance to approach, and it was extremely difficult for them to get even within 30 meters of the convoy. As for the rear guard mission undertaken by their small team, it seemed much easier, and there wouldn't be any issues for the time being. With that, the convoy swiftly advanced toward the city center. Old Luo, at our current speed, approximately how long will it take to reach the destination? Lin Xinghai couldn't help but feel a bit down due to his inability to gather blood energy, and his tone of address reverted back. Regarding the matter of address, Roger didn't want to complain anymore. According to the planned route, we should reach the city center in about half an hour. After saying this, he patted the Ripper rifle in his hand. So you should also be aware of how urgent the time is right now. Next, I'll demonstrate once, and then you will start practicing. Any questions? No problem. Lin Xinghai immediately put away his complaints and became serious. After all, to survive in the apocalypse, good marksmanship is absolutely essential. Alright, let's start with the simplest task: reloading bullets. Press this button on the gun, and the magazine will automatically eject. The ammunition box is under the seat. It's the black small square box. The ammunition box has an automatic loading function. Insert the magazine
magazine into this slot and press the button to automatically reload. A fully loaded magazine contains 50 bullets. During shooting, you need to be aware of how many bullets remain. When the bullets are down to 1/3, be sure to find an opportunity to reload. Alright, next I'll teach you the shooting posture. The way I'm holding the gun now is the standard posture. This is the sight, and there are two options, mechanical sight and optical sight. Although the latter is easier to get started with, I recommend you choose the former. That way, you can develop a better feel for the gun more quickly. Many times, you won't even have time to aim properly, you'll have to shoot blindly, and that's when having a good feel becomes crucial. Roger explained the details and precautions meticulously, and Lin Xinghai listened attentively. However, the whole process lasted only a mere 3 minutes. Alright, I've taught you everything I need to. Any questions? Roger asked. This 3-minute cram session is the biggest problem, Lin Xinghai silently complained in his heart. He had never experienced such an unreliable teaching method. Before he could say anything, the system spoke up first. Ding! Basic shooting skills have been mastered. What? The system actually has a self-learning function? Lin Xinghai exclaimed with excitement, now feeling that there was no problem at all. Roger's expression was somewhat surprised. Do young people learn this fast nowadays? But he said nothing, simply nodded and picked up the Ripper rifle, choosing a shooting window to start attacking the zombies from behind. Lin Xinghai brought up the system panel, and upon seeing his own stats, his mood instantly improved. Host, Lin Xinghai. Constitution, 24 points. Strength, 20 points. Speed, 29 points. Vital energy power, 63 points. Gene optimization level, 29% plus. Basic shooting skill, proficiency 1% plus. Sure enough, the system panel now displayed a basic shooting skill, but the proficiency of 1% plus dampened much of his excitement. He clicked on the plus sign, and a prompt box immediately popped up. Ding! Would you like to consume 1 point of blood energy to enhance? Damn it, it's this kind of trick again. Lin Xinghai almost couldn't help but curse out loud, initially thinking the system might have had a change of heart. But no matter how dubious it seemed, it was still a shortcut to improve his strength. In the end, he clicked it. In an instant, Lin Xinghai felt a stream of information emerge in his mind. The details were exactly what Roger had just told him. Just now, when Roger was speaking, he listened in a daze, but now the information emerging from the system instantly enlightened him, making him understand the meaning of every word. He opened the system panel again and saw that the proficiency had increased to 10% plus. This improvement is quite significant, Lin Xinghai thought with delight. To test this 10% proficiency, he went to the nearby shooting port, raised his gun, and aimed. This series of actions had just been demonstrated by Roger during his narration. Now, he could effortlessly mimic them, with each movement so precise, natural, and fluid. He aimed at a zombie 50 meters away and gently pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out, but the zombie continued its frenzied charge. Missed the shot. Lin Xinghai suddenly felt a bit awkward as the bullet veered off target and hit the wall 2 meters to the right of the zombie. 2 meters off target, this seemed a bit far. However, what Lin Xinghai hadn't noticed was that Roger, standing nearby and watching him fire, displayed a hint of surprise on his face. Slightly adjusting his mindset, Lin Xinghai took aim and fired again. Bang! 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 This time, Lin Xinghai fired 5 consecutive shots, with each bullet landing within a meter of the target zombie, and one even hitting the zombie's shoulder. Significant progress, but there was still a considerable gap compared to other mercenaries. According to his observation, the worst marksmanship among these mercenaries should be roughly equivalent to 40% of his own marksmanship proficiency. As for those with good marksmanship, they are estimated to be at about 60% of his marksmanship proficiency. While Lin Xinghai was comparing himself with other members, Roger, standing nearby, was already dumbfounded. How did you do that? Roger asked incredulously. Just fired a few shots? For an ordinary person practicing shooting, it might take at least a week to reach this level. Just followed what you said about predicting the lead time, Lin Xinghai said. Of course, he also understood that his explanation seemed a bit far-fetched, so he added, maybe it's just talent. Hearing this explanation, Roger was so angry that he didn't want to speak anymore. Lin Xinghai once again brought up the system panel and clicked the plus sign next to proficiency. Ding! Would you like to spend 2 points of blood energy to upgrade? Damn it! Systems are always like this. The further you go, the more blood energy it consumes, Lin Xinghai complained inwardly, but he still clicked to proceed. No choice, it's because the improvement is significant. A 10% increase in proficiency each time. To summarize it in 2 words, truly awesome. Looking at the 30% mark in gun proficiency, Lin Xinghai didn't hesitate to click the plus symbol again. Even if he couldn't perform too outstandingly, his marksmanship shouldn't be at the bottom, right? Ding! Would you like to spend 3 points of blood energy to upgrade? Just as he guessed, the consumption indeed increased. Without hesitation, he chose yes. As 3 points of blood energy were deducted, his basic shooting skill proficiency had reached 40%. Now, as he holds the gun in his hand, he feels a sense of familiarity. He feels that as long as the target
target is within 10 meters, there's no need to aim. He can simply raise the gun and hit the mark. This might be what Roger previously referred to as feel. He clicked the plus icon again, and as expected, it now requires 4 units of blood energy to level up. If he wanted to, he could easily raise the proficiency of basic shooting skills to 100% in one go. However, after some consideration, he resisted the temptation to do so. After all, what matters most to him right now is improving his own strength, becoming a genetic optimizer as soon as possible, and awakening his special abilities. Moreover, while the blood energy consumed to increase proficiency doesn't seem excessive, it still has a significant impact on him. Cough. The main issue is that his blood energy is too low right now. Currently, his blood energy has already dropped from 63 points to 56 points. According to the system's rules, if every 10% increase in proficiency requires consuming 1 additional point of blood energy, then he would need to spend 39 points of blood energy to raise the proficiency of basic spear techniques to 100%. By then, his blood energy would be left at only 17 points, just like when he started. So this matter can only be delayed for now. And Roger's reaction just now also proved that his performance was too outstanding, which requires a more measured approach. Now, 40% shooting proficiency is already more than sufficient. He doesn't even dare to reveal his true strength and has to intentionally aim off target when shooting. Of course, the genius archetype is still necessary. Now he is gradually improving the accuracy of his shooting. By the time he reaches the city center and showcases 40% proficiency in shooting, it should be about right. Roger certainly doesn't know what Lin Xinghai is thinking. He only knows that, under his observation, Lin Xinghai's shooting skills show noticeable improvement every once in a while. This speed of progress really makes him question life. Really makes me jealous and envious. Roger could only vent all his emotions on the zombies attacking them. Suddenly, the alarm sounded again. After entering the urban area, the zombie detector's alarm threshold had been reset. Not to mention ordinary zombies, even intermediate-level zombies wouldn't trigger the alarm sound, it would merely display on the screen. Lin Xinghai immediately turned his head to look and saw that what appeared on the screen wasn't a red dot but a purple light point. He looked in the direction indicated by the display screen and immediately saw an exceptionally robust zombie quickly approaching the convoy. Lin Xinghai's pupils involuntarily shrank slightly. This speed had definitely reached 60 points, far faster than ordinary zombies. Advanced zombie. He instantly made the judgment in his heart. Su Hao. Roger, who was beside him, also witnessed the scene and immediately shouted, "Here it comes!" Su Hao, who was shooting on the other side, immediately switched his firing position and came to Roger's side. Same old rule, you focus on attacking the body to slow it down, and I'll finish it off. Roger spoke as he removed the magazine, took out a completely pitch-black bullet, and loaded it in. It was a special bullet. Seeing Roger and Su Hao seemingly team up to deal with the advanced zombie, Lin Xinghai suddenly felt invigorated and began observing closely. This advanced zombie gave him significant pressure. Observing how others respond could serve as a reference for himself in future encounters. Roger loaded the special bullet into the rifle and then retrieved a high magnification scope from the pocket of his combat uniform, attaching it to the Ripper rifle. Only after completing all this did he begin to raise the gun to aim. However, compared to his earlier ease and relaxation, Roger now appeared completely focused. Is he about to use his full strength? Lin Xinghai was quite intrigued. On the other side, Su Hao, although not loading special bullets, also took out a high magnification scope and attached it to the Ripper rifle. Then, they began aiming. Compared to usual, the aiming time this time was quite long, lasting a full 5 seconds. Of course, this was also to wait for that advanced zombie to approach. Until the opponent approached within 30 meters of the convoy, Su Hao finally pulled the trigger. Bang! A crisp gunshot rang out, and Lin Xinghai could see that the high-speed charging advanced zombie visibly dodged for a moment. He was well aware that if he had been the one to take the shot, the opponent would have definitely dodged it. But Su Hao's shooting skills have reached 60% proficiency, with perfect anticipation, as the bullet hits the advanced zombie's chest accurately. The ordinary bullets of the Ripper rifle also possess terrifying attack power. When a regular zombie is struck, the bullet can pass directly through its body. Even intermediate zombies, when hit in the chest, would stumble and retreat several steps. Yet the advanced zombie before him only paused imperceptibly for a moment, and the chest barely bled. The bullet seemed to have been lodged in the sternum, leaving the internal organs unharmed. Such injuries are almost no different from minor scratches for zombies. The advanced zombie paused slightly, then immediately adjusted its posture, trying to keep charging forward. However, this brief pause ultimately became a flaw. Such a flaw was fatal in Roger's eyes. Bang! The gunfire rang out once more, and the specialized bullet shot out from the barrel, giving the advanced zombie no time to dodge. It hit its forehead directly and exited through the back of its head. Thud! The menacing advanced zombie died just like that, without even causing the slightest ripple. It all seemed so effortless and simple. Roger and Su Hao each fired just one shot. But Lin Xinghai knew that this was entirely based on the two's exceptional shooting skills. Especially Roger, being able to seize that fleeting opportunity. His proficiency and marksmanship had absolutely reached 70%. Of course, this also indirectly proved the terrifying nature of advanced zombies. According to Lin Xinghai's estimation, if one wants to rely on personal ability to kill it, their marksmanship proficiency must reach at least 90%.
Entering deeper into the urban area is becoming increasingly dangerous. Should I improve my marksmanship proficiency or not? Lin Xinghai fell into deep thought.
For these advanced zombies, even if he were promoted to a gene optimizer, he definitely couldn't defeat them. Only firearms could secure victory. However, under the current circumstances, he has absolutely no opportunity to collect blood energy forces. If the gun proficiency is improved, but he doesn't encounter enough zombies while avoiding the shelter, then his plan to become a genetic optimist will be ruined.
Although improving gun proficiency can increase strength, firearms cannot be used inside the shelter. The lack of personal strength enhancement leaves him with a vague sense of unease.
Especially regarding the Hatchet Gang, the potential for retaliation is something he must guard against.
Sigh, I can only take it one step at a time. For now,
I'm relatively safe. I'll deal with danger when it actually comes. Lin Xinghai shook his head, stopped thinking about it, and focused on killing zombies.
The attack of the advanced zombies seemed to be just a minor episode for everyone.
The veteran mercenaries didn't even spare a glance at the advanced zombie during the process, clearly indicating that this was not the first time they had encountered such a situation. They were full of confidence in the teamwork of Roger and Su Hao. Indeed, as the convoy ventured deeper, intermediate zombies became more frequent, and even advanced zombies appeared from time to time. Of course, these advanced zombies don't necessarily appear at the rear of the convoy. Sometimes they show up in the front or on the sides. But regardless of which direction they attack the convoy from, the approach is always the same.
Someone attacks first, making them pause and expose a weakness. Then someone with better shooting skills uses specialized bullets to directly target their heads and kill them with a single shot.
Time flew by, and in just 20 minutes, the convoy had advanced 7 kilometers. During this process, Lin Xinghai also discovered that the direction of the convoy's advance had already been planned. In fact, without such planning, it would be impossible to move forward. This is because the city is filled with collapsed buildings everywhere, and the original roads are either buried or broken. To enter the downtown area, they would need to clear a path themselves, and this cleanup work had evidently been completed the last time the Rift Sky mercenary group entered Tianshan City, which is why this expedition has gone so smoothly.
However, there are always unexpected occurrences, and what is happening now is one of them.
They are now traveling on a damaged highway, the surface full of potholes, with abandoned cars and rocks blocking the way. But none of these could hinder the convoy's progress. However, when a 10-story building suddenly toppled over, blocking the road ahead, it became impossible to move forward. This tall building had clearly collapsed recently, so it couldn't have been cleared out in advance. Lin Xinghai was curious about how such a sudden situation should be handled. He quickly got his answer. The Sky Splitter and Frost Heaven mechas, which had been on standby all along, finally sprang into action at this moment. Under the propulsion of the pneumatic devices, the two mechs gently leaped off the armored vehicle and headed straight for the collapsed high-rise building. During this process, they naturally encountered many zombie attacks. However, these zombies appeared as fragile as paper before the mechs made of specialized alloy and were effortlessly kicked away. Rushing to the front of the collapsed building, Fong Tian, operating Sky Splitter, pulled out the oscillating great blade from its back. Swipe, 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 swipe. At this moment, the mech displayed agility inconsistent with its massive form. As its mechanical arms swung rapidly, over a dozen gigantic blades appeared, instantly slicing the towering buildings, blocking the way into pieces. Then, the two mechs transformed into movers. They lifted the segmented buildings and casually threw them aside. I have to say, this method of directly slicing buildings into sections and moving them away is very crude, but also highly practical.
Watching segments of construction weighing dozens of tons being relocated, it seems it only takes 1 or 2 minutes to clear a path for the convoy to pass.
Of course, 1 or 2 minutes would be considered quick under normal circumstances, but the issue is that they're not only inside Tianshan City now, but already quite near the city center. The zombies here aren't just densely packed on top of that, they've been rampaging along the way, and there's a huge swarm of zombies trailing right behind them. Although, according to the habits of zombies, they would stop chasing after being left several hundred meters behind. It's impossible to shake off all of them. At this moment, the number of zombies following behind the convoy was at least over 300. The first squad positioned at the rear was undoubtedly the first to bear the brunt, facing the swarm attack from these zombies.
Prepare the hand cannons for area bombardment, Roger immediately ordered. Boom 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 boom.
A massive roar erupted instantly, forming a line of defense intertwined with explosions and flames. However, due to the sheer number of zombies and the shortage of personnel in the first squad, more than half of the zombies breached the defense line.
Yet what awaited these zombies was a deadly rain of bullets from Ripper rifles.
Nevertheless, the same problem persisted. The first squad was critically understaffed, with only 12 people including Lin Xinghai. Eventually, some zombies still managed to reach the front of the armored vehicle.
Ho ho ho! ho!
These zombies are ferociously biting and clawing, their sharp claws are truly terrifying. A single swipe is enough to send sparks flying off the surface of the armored vehicle. If the armored vehicle were made of regular steel instead of high-strength alloy, it's estimated that these zombies' attacks would have breached the defenses and broken in.
But there is no if.
Against the sturdy armored vehicle, the zombies' attacks are all in vain.
At least before advanced zombies appear, this is the case.
However, Lin Xinghai frowned as he looked at the zombie in front of him, desperately trying to crawl through the shooting port.
Splat! Roger sliced off the zombie's head with a single stroke. Don't just stand there.
Kill more zombies and try to intercept the horde here. Armored vehicles aren't afraid of zombie swarms, but those two multifunctional off-road vehicles up front definitely can't handle it. Lin Xinghai listened, quickly sprang into action, and lifted his foot to kick the headless corpse down. But his leg stopped abruptly halfway through the kick. He seemed to have thought of something, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. This is a great opportunity. So, instead of kicking, he used his hand to push, and even aimed directly at the wound.
Ding! Blood energy detected. Would you like to absorb it?
While happily choosing yes, he quickly pushed the zombie out, waiting for the next zombie to come to the door. Almost without waiting, as soon as this body was pushed out, the next zombie immediately came to the door. This time, Lin Xinghai did not wait for the zombie's head to stretch in. He held the vibrating dagger and stabbed straight out. The zombie's bones are very hard, so to ensure a one-hit kill, he activated the vibration mode.
Buzz! The dagger, under high-frequency vibration, pierced the zombie's skull almost effortlessly. The zombie was instantly killed.
Lin Xinghai drew the dagger while gently touching the wound with his finger.
Ding! Blood energy detected. Would you like to absorb it?
The melodious system notification sounded, and another point of blood energy was acquired. At this moment, Lin Xinghai required no further prompting. His enthusiasm instantly surged to 200%. He even occupied 2 shooting ports, and whenever a zombie tried to climb through a port, he would step forward to deliver a fatal blow, conveniently extracting life force in the process. This behavior left Roger beside him somewhat puzzled.
Couldn't such matters be resolved with a single shot? Why go to all this trouble? However, since Lin Xinghai acted swiftly and his killing efficiency wasn't slow, and considering that this approach could help him get accustomed to using the shock dagger, Roger didn't say anything. Harvesting life force was enjoyable, but the good times didn't last long. Because the two mechas, Leitian and Tianshuang, were incredibly efficient, they cleared a passable road in just 1 minute.
The convoy started and quickly moved away from here. This was undoubtedly good news for everyone else, but for Lin Xinghai, it was unquestionably a disaster. He couldn't call for a stop and could only silently open the system panel. After checking it, his mood suddenly improved significantly. His vital energy force has already reached 76 points. Counting the 2 unused genetic potions, it is equivalent to having 86 points of vital energy force. In other words, he only needs 14 more points of vital energy force to break through and awaken his power.
The piercing alarm brought Lin Xinghai's thoughts back to the present.
He glanced at the screen and saw that 2 advanced zombies had appeared simultaneously. Lin Xinghai had already noticed that the closer they got to the city center, the higher the frequency of advanced zombies appearing. But he hadn't expected them to show up together. This seemed increasingly dangerous. To tackle this crisis, Roger and Suha split into 2 teams and called in 2 skilled marksmen to assist.
In the end, this wave of crisis was safely overcome without any major incidents.
However, with so few members in the first squad, dealing with the advanced zombie cost them 4 people at once, leaving them even more short-handed against the other zombies. It was only then that the remaining members realized that Lin Xinghai, who had never been included in their combat system, had unknowingly developed marksmanship almost on par with theirs. Especially when shooting targets within 10 meters, he could achieve nearly perfect accuracy, significantly reducing their defensive pressure.
Didn't he just start learning marksmanship? My gosh, how is he pulling this off?
I noticed it earlier. His marksmanship is improving so fast, it seems like every shot he takes enhances his skill.
Does having a good genetic assessment also improve learning efficiency? Why haven't I heard of this before? You call this improving learning efficiency? This is practically cheating, isn't it?
For a moment, everyone in the car was engaged in lively discussion.
Listening to their conversation made Lin Xinghai feel a bit uneasy.
He started to reflect on whether he had acted too excessively. However, he also noticed that their curiosity about him remained superficial and would not dig deeper.
As for their actual actions, they became even more enthusiastic.
Because they no longer considered Lin Xinghai a rookie, but a teammate they could truly rely on. With the speed at which your shooting skills are improving, I guess next time we'll assign you the task of sniping advanced zombies, Roger couldn't help but remark.
He had now come to terms with it. When the gap in talent reaches a certain point, even jealousy fades away. He just wanted to exclaim, is this still human?
Seeing Roger and Suhao seemingly about to join forces to deal with the advanced zombie, Lin Xinghai immediately perked up and started observing carefully. This advanced zombie had put considerable pressure on him. Watching how others handled it could serve as a reference for himself when facing such situations in the future. After loading the special bullet into the the gun, Roger took a high-magnification scope out of the pocket of his combat suit and mounted it onto the Ripper rifle. It wasn't until he finished all this that he began to raise his gun to aim, but compared to his previous ease and leisure, Roger now appeared fully focused.
Is he going to give it his all?
Lin Xinghai was quite expectant. On the other side, Su Hao, although he didn't load special bullets, also took out a high-magnification scope and attached it to the Ripper rifle.
Then, they began to aim.
Compared to usual, the aiming time was quite long this time, lasting a full 5 seconds. Of course, this was to wait for that advanced zombie to come closer. It wasn't until the opponent got within 30 meters of the convoy that Su Hao pulled the trigger.
Bang!
The crisp sound of gunfire rang out, and Lin Xinghai could see that the high-speed charging advanced zombie clearly dodged slightly. He was well aware that if it had been him firing the shot, the opponent would definitely have avoided it. However, Su Hao's marksmanship, with a proficiency level reaching 60%, had perfectly predicted the trajectory, and the bullet hit the advanced zombie square in the chest. The ordinary bullets of the Ripper rifle also possess terrifying attack power.
For regular zombies, a single shot can similarly pass straight through their bodies. Even intermediate zombies would stagger and retreat a few steps when hit in the chest. But the advanced zombie in front of them nearly paused imperceptibly, and even its chest didn't bleed much.
The bullet might have been lodged in its sternum, leaving its internal organs unharmed. Such an injury for a zombie is almost no different from a superficial wound. The advanced zombie, after a brief pause, immediately adjusted its posture and attempted to charge forward again.
However, this momentary pause was ultimately a flaw.
Such a flaw, in Roger's eyes, was fatal.
Bang!
The gunshot rang out again, and the special bullet flew from the barrel, giving the advanced zombie no time to dodge. It struck directly at its forehead and exited through the back of its head.
Splash!
This aggressive high-level zombie died just like that, without even stirring up a ripple. It all seemed so effortless and simple. Roger and Su Hao each fired a shot, but Lin Xinghai knew that this was entirely based on their excellent marksmanship. Especially Roger, who managed to seize that fleeting opportunity. His shooting proficiency has definitely reached 70%. Of course, this also indirectly proves the terrifying nature of advanced zombies. According to Lin Xinghai's estimation, if one wants to rely on personal ability to kill them, shooting proficiency absolutely has to be above 90%.
Venturing deeper into the city is becoming increasingly dangerous. Should I improve my shooting proficiency or not? Lin Xinghai fell into deep thought.
Such advanced zombies are unbeatable even if he ascends to become a gene optimizer. Only firearms can secure victory. However, under the current circumstances, he has no opportunity to gather the power of blood energy. If he improves his shooting proficiency and doesn't encounter enough zombies when returning to the shelter, his plan to become a gene optimizer will be completely ruined. Although enhancing shooting proficiency can increase his strength, firearms are strictly prohibited in the shelter, leaving his overall capabilities unchanged, which always makes him feel a vague sense of unease. Especially the possible retaliation from the Axe Gang, he had to be cautious.
Sigh, I can only take it one step at a time. For now, I'm relatively safe. I'll deal with it when true danger arrives.
Lin Xinghai shook his head, stopped dwelling on the matter, and focused on killing zombies.
The attack of the advanced zombie seemed to be just a minor episode for everyone.
Even the veteran mercenaries didn't spare the advanced zombie a second glance during the process, clearly showing that encountering such situations was nothing new to them. They are full of confidence in Roger and Su Hao teaming up. Indeed, as the convoy progresses, mid-level zombies become more frequent, and even high-level zombies occasionally appear. Naturally, these high-level zombies don't necessarily appear at the rear of the convoy. Sometimes they show up at the front, sometimes on the sides. But regardless of which direction they attack the convoy from, the pattern remains the same. Someone attacks first, causing it to pause and expose a flaw, followed by someone with better marksmanship who directly uses special bullets to target the head, killing it with a single shot.
Time flew by, and 20 minutes quickly passed.
The convoy had already advanced 7 kilometers. During this process, Lin Xinghai also noticed that the direction of the convoy's advance had already been planned. In fact, without such planning, it would have been impossible to move forward. Because the city is filled with collapsed buildings, the original roads are either buried or broken.
To venture deeper into the urban area, you need to clear a path on your own.
This clearing work had obviously been completed by the Rift Mercenary Corps during their previous visit to Tianshan City, which is why this time they managed to go deeper with such ease.
Yet unexpected events always occur, and what is happening now is one such instance.
They were now traveling on a broken road, with potholes on the ground and some abandoned cars and rocks blocking the way. But none of these could stop the convoy from moving forward. However, when a 10-story building suddenly collapsed, lying across the road ahead, it became impossible to proceed. This tall building had evidently just recently fallen, so there had been no way to clear it in advance. Lin Xinghai was curious about how to handle such unexpected situations. He soon got the answer, as the Skysplitter and Frost Heaven mechas, which had been on standby, finally took action. Under the propulsion of pneumatic devices, the two mechas lightly leaped out of the armored vehicle and headed straight for the collapsed building. During this process, they inevitably encountered numerous attacks from zombies. However, these zombies were as fragile as paper in front of the mechas forged from special alloys, easily kicked away. Rushing to the collapsed skyscraper, Fong Tian, controlling Skysplitter, drew the vibrating giant blade from its back. Swish, 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 swish. At this moment, the mecha displayed agility that belied its massive frame. As the mechanical arms swung rapidly, over a dozen enormous blade arcs appeared, instantly slicing the obstructing skyscraper into segments.
Then, the two mechas transformed into movers. They lifted the segmented buildings and casually tossed them aside. Roger left for a moment and then returned.
The captain agreed, but to verify the stability of your shooting skills, you'll have to undergo an assessment later.
Follow me down now.
Lin Xinghai listened and was instantly delighted. Following the few people who were summoned, he got off the armored vehicle and headed toward the two mechas. When Roger came to inquire, everyone else was already aware of the situation, so Lin Xinghai had undoubtedly become the center of attention. Even the always indifferent Deputy Regiment Commander Shen Han looked at Lin Xinghai with a bit more curiosity this time.
Ah hi, I heard from Roger that your marksmanship has improved rapidly. The next wave of zombies is about to arrive. Why don't you show off your skills and let us all see? Fong Tianhe said enthusiastically. Of course, enthusiasm is important, but the necessary tests cannot be skipped, as this is responsible for everyone.
Lin Xinghai naturally had no objections. At this moment, the location where the convoy was stationed was very close to the city center, so a large number of zombies had gathered.
Although they had just killed a batch, zombies continued to gather incessantly.
Lin Xinghai glanced around, 8 more zombies rushed in from the right.
Without saying much, he raised his gun and aimed.
As soon as the zombies entered within 50 meters, he decisively pulled the trigger. At this distance, his chances of a headshot were over 70%.
Bang, 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 bang. Lin Xinghai fired 8 consecutive shots, and his luck was quite good. All of them were headshots. Under the ultra-fast killing efficiency, none of the 8 zombies were able to approach the convoy. The closest one still died 10 meters away. Even though everyone was mentally prepared, they were still shocked by this scene. Ha ha ha, good. It seems our mercenary group really picked up a treasure. Who knows, we might just have ourselves a true sharpshooter. Fong Tianhe was the first to snap out of it and said with a laugh. As for the others, after gradually accepting this reality, their faces also showed joy. In the shelter, only the top 10 marksmen can be called sharpshooters. If a mercenary group has a sharpshooter in charge, their reputation will undoubtedly soar, attracting more promising recruits to join. Moreover, a sharpshooter itself represents formidable combat power.
As long as they have a good firearm, the impact they can achieve is absolutely immeasurable. In the field, only Shen Han's face revealed a trace of imperceptible concern.
Ah hi, although your shooting skills are good, your individual strength is still too weak. So, once we enter the city center later, you should stay inside the SUV and prioritize protecting yourself, Fong Tianhe said seriously after finishing his laugh. Lin Xinghai's smile immediately froze. What the heck is this? I have to stay in the car again? What happened to the plan of entering the city on foot?
Seeing the change in Lin Xinghai's expression, Roger, standing nearby, thought he was surprised and puzzled.
He couldn't help but laugh and say, "What do you think? Isn't it amazing? You probably thought these 2 multifunctional off-road vehicles were unnecessary before, right?" Lin Xinghai nodded.
These multifunctional off-road vehicles didn't have the defensive capabilities of armored vehicles, and bringing them along required extra protection. It would have been better to dismantle the 2 electromagnetic railguns and install them on the armored vehicles instead.
That's because there hadn't been an opportunity to showcase their value before. The reason they're called off-road vehicles is that their most outstanding feature is their off-road capability.
In a city center where there are practically no roads, only these multifunctional off-road vehicles can pass through. At that time, we'll have to rely on these 2 multifunctional off-road vehicles to transport the ton of energy crystals,
Roger said, patting the off-road vehicle beside him. How is that possible?
Lin Xinghai was skeptical.
Let's not even talk about the usual obstacles on the road, but what about those collapsed buildings? Do you mean it can actually jump over them? Hey, you got it right, it really can jump over them, Roger said.
Lin Xinghai. Looking at Lin Xinghai's face full of doubt, mixed with a hint of self-doubt, Roger couldn't help but burst into laughter. He finally managed to make the other party feel humbled. Xiao Yang, switch to off-road mode, Roger said, patting the car window.
Got it, Qin Yang replied cheerfully.
Lin Xinghai saw that the chassis of the multifunctional off-road vehicle rose up. A device resembling a lift structure was unexpectedly present between the chassis chassis in the wheels, lifting the chassis to a height of 1 meter above the ground before stopping. This type of multifunctional off-road vehicle uses a new type of retractable chassis combined with pneumatic devices, enabling the vehicle to jump high, with a maximum leap height of 5 meters. Additionally, paired with an excellent stabilization system and jet system, it can even perform a 360-degree rotation in mid-air, Roger explained. At this moment, Xin Yang cooperatively carried out the operation, and Lin Xinghai saw the multifunctional off-road vehicle suddenly sink before rebounding instantly under the push of the pneumatic device, causing the entire car to leap into the air. At this point, the off-road vehicle seemed as if it was about to fly, leaving Lin Xinghai with a cold and uneasy feeling in his heart.
Why am I so eager to enter the city center? What am I even doing this for?
Lin Xinghai started to doubt himself. However, no one paid attention to what he was thinking. After Roger finished his explanation, he invited Lin Xinghai onto the off-road vehicle and repeatedly warned him not to get off.
Others, under Fang Tianhe's arrangement, were systematically inspecting equipment and replenishing ammunition. After resting in place for 3 minutes, everyone set off again on their journey.
Sitting inside the off-road vehicle, Lin Xinghai felt as if he had lost his sense of purpose. He sat there blankly, experiencing the off-road vehicle's roller coaster-like ups and downs, even bouncing forward as it moved. What he didn't know was that, at this moment, Shen Han was conversing with Fang Tianhe through the communication channel of the two mechas.
What are your plans for Lin Xinghai? Shen Han asked.
Such an outstanding talent, of course we'll do our best to nurture him.
Why, do you have a different opinion? Fang Tianhe replied. Precisely because he's so exceptional, I'm worried.
Someone like him will inevitably grow, and by then the chances of him staying in our mercenary group will be really slim, Shen Han said.
That's not a problem.
Everyone has their own aspirations, and it's understandable if he chooses a bigger stage. Moreover, if we truly cultivate a powerful individual, it can also be considered a contribution to humanity, Fang Tianhe said.
Shen Han remained silent, but a faint smile appeared on his face.
Lin Xinghai sat inside the multifunctional off-road vehicle, quietly thinking for a full 5 minutes before snapping out of it. During this time, the other members surprisingly didn't disturb him, perhaps thinking that he needed some time to adjust. Through the car window, Lin Xinghai saw the other team members desperately killing zombies while strenuously pressing forward. Meanwhile, he was idly sitting inside the off-road vehicle, which inexplicably made him feel a twinge of guilt. Forcing himself to focus, Lin Xinghai raised the Ripper rifle in his hand and began working with the other members to take down the zombies rushing toward them one by one. Since he was already here, he didn't mind contributing his part to the fight. Besides, completing the mission smoothly would definitely benefit him greatly. The rewards issued wouldn't be trivial.
He didn't ask for much, he just hoped to obtain a dozen bottles of genetic medicine.
With those, all his problems would be easily solved.
Bang 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 bang.
Lin Xinghai gave it his all while observing the temporarily assembled elite squad. The team consisted of 17 people, including himself. He had yet to fully grasp their close combat abilities, but he had already gauged their shooting skills to a certain extent. In the squad, only Roger and a sniper named Song Mu had better marksmanship than him. Aside from that, only 3 others were on par with his gun skills. One was Su Hao, and the other 2 were from the second and third teams. It could be said that the firepower of the current squad mainly relied on these 5 individuals. Strictly speaking, it was actually 4, as Song Mu used a sniper rifle, offering relatively limited fire support. As a result, when Lin Xinghai had zoned out earlier, their side's firepower line was slightly strained, often allowing the zombies to get dangerously close. As soon as he started going all out, the situation changed immediately. After all, Lin Xinghai's shooting skills were exceptional, and sitting inside the vehicle without needing to run, he could fully focus on handling the zombies.
His efficiency in takedowns even surpassed everyone else. This surprised the team as they initially thought Lin Xinghai might need time to adapt to fighting from within the vehicle, but unexpectedly, after just 5 minutes of thinking, he delivered such a spectacular performance. When the others saw how efficiently Lin Xinghai was taking down zombies, they tacitly gave him a defensive position to cover. Clang! Propelled by its pneumatic system, the off-road vehicle once again soared high into the air, leaping over the obstacle ahead. Lin Xinghai was already used to such scenarios. Taking advantage of the aerial vantage point, he raised his gun and aimed at 3 zombies 80 meters away, quickly pulling the trigger. With 3 gunshots, the distant zombies dropped on the spot. These were all regular zombies with limited evasion ability. Even at a distance of 80 meters, Lin Xinghai was confident he could take them down with single headshots. After the off-road vehicle landed back on the ground, he quickly fired 2 shots to the side, easily taking down 2 intermediate zombies 40 meters away. After a brief adaptation, Lin Xinghai had figured out a tactic that utilized the opportunities created by the vehicle's jumps to alternate between close and long-range attacks for multi-dimensional strikes. This not only improved killing efficiency but also minimized the threat posed by zombie clusters. Of course, achieving this was no easy feat after all. The time between the vehicle's jump and landing was only 2 to 3 seconds, making it extremely challenging to identify and kill ordinary zombies in such a short time frame. Fortunately,
Unfortunately, Lin Xinghai wasn't superhuman. The reason he could accomplish this was thanks to the zombie detector equipped inside the vehicle. A quick glance at the screen gave him a clear understanding of the incoming zombies' numbers, locations, and abilities. At the same time, he noticed a purple dot appear at the top right corner of the screen. 3 o'clock direction, 300 meters ahead, an advanced zombie has appeared. Lin Xinghai shouted to Roger outside. Roger made an okay gesture and responded, "Help keep an eye on my side of the defensive line."
"Got it,"
Lin Xinghai replied crisply.
30 seconds later, the advanced zombie was successfully eliminated. The entire process was smooth and effortless, and even the team's forward momentum was unaffected.
It could be said that through this relatively brief battle, everyone not only acknowledged Lin Xinghai's capabilities but also regarded him as a core member of the team.
Done done done. Everyone fights against zombies while running.
Even in such circumstances, the team's advancing speed has reached 40 kilometers per hour.
This is the power of gene optimizers. Their physical fitness is absolutely unmatched by ordinary people.
Of course, the journey did not come without challenges.
At times, they encountered complex terrains that even these multifunctional off-road vehicles couldn't pass through. The first time they faced such a situation, Lin Xinghai excitedly asked, "Do we have to abandon the cars and proceed on foot?" But this idea was swiftly dismissed when the mechas Skysplitter and Skyfrost each hoisted an off-road vehicle and directly leaped across. Lin Xinghai.
Thus, the team advanced quickly, and Lin Xinghai completely abandoned any thought of disembarking. Before long, the team had advanced 3 kilometers.
Bang bang bang.
Lin Xinghai shot down 3 zombies and then removed a nearly emptied magazine to reload automatically using a bullet box. At that moment, the zombie detector emitted another piercing alarm. Lin Xinghai had grown accustomed to this and merely glanced at it casually. But this glance made him freeze,
because a black dot appeared in the bottom right corner of the screen. Zombies of different strengths are indicated by light dots of different colors. Ordinary zombies are light red, intermediate zombies are dark red, and advanced zombies are purple. It can be understood as purple within red. But what does this black represent? Purple turning black. All kinds of thoughts churned in his mind, and Lin Xinghai dared not hesitate for even a moment. He immediately shouted, "Old Luo, there's a black dot on the zombie detector, what's going on?"
His shout brought the advancing team to an abrupt stop, and many seasoned mercenaries showed nervous expressions. At that moment, a mercenary from another off-road vehicle issued a tense alert, "Everyone, be aware, a mutated zombie is approaching us at high speed." If it were only Lin Xinghai saying this, there might have been a chance of misjudgment. But with 2 people saying so, there was no doubt about it, they had indeed run into a mutated zombie.
"The mutated zombie will be handled by Shinhan and me.
You all need to set up a defensive formation on the spot and prepare for retreat."
Fang Tian's steady voice sounded, slightly easing the tense expressions of everyone.
After issuing the command, Fang Tian, together with Shinhan, quickly left the team and charged toward the direction where the mutated zombie appeared. Roger, Wu Yan, and Su Haishui, the 3 squad leaders, immediately began organizing the remaining members to form the defensive formation. The veteran mercenaries in the field understood that the so-called arrangements amounted to just a single command. Everyone quickly selected suitable terrain and, relying on 2 multifunctional off-road vehicles, swiftly formed a defensive formation.
The entire process took less than a minute. "Captain Luo, aren't the commander and deputy commander dealing with the mutated zombie? Why are we still forming a defensive formation?" Lin Xinghai seized the opportunity to ask once everyone had settled down. "Because mutated zombies never appear alone.
They are like kings among zombies. Whenever they appear, they bring a large horde with them," Roger explained. At that moment, the zombie detector sounded an alarm once again. Lin Xinghai glanced up and immediately felt his scalp tingling. The screen was filled with densely packed red dots, numbering over 300. Among them were a dozen purple dots representing high-level zombies, all following a black dot as they charged toward their location. Sweat began to seep from Lin Xinghai's palms as he watched the glowing dot on the screen inch closer. This was undoubtedly a major crisis, one that even made him consider whether to upgrade his proficiency in basic shooting techniques to 100%. Just as he hesitated, Roger's voice came through. "There's a hidden compartment under the armrest to your right. Inside are special bullets. Load them yourself if necessary." Lin Xinghai's heart lifted with joy as he hurriedly opened the hidden compartment, revealing 2 rows of special bullets. One row was pitch black. It was the armor-piercing rounds Roger relied on to kill advanced zombies. The other row was fiery red, with the words "incendiary rounds" written on it. After counting carefully, Lin Xinghai found each type consisted of 30 rounds. Though not a large amount, it was enough to suffice. Roars, roars, roars. As Lin Xinghai hesitated whether to load some armor-piercing rounds, a dense chorus of shrieking sounds came from afar. The horde quickly appeared within their sights, led by a giant zombie towering over 4 meters tall. Its body was covered with a black, horn-like layer that gleamed like metal under the sunlight, resembling a giant clad in armor.
"Thank goodness, it's an iron armor zombie."
Roger breathed a sigh of relief.
"Is this mutated zombie easy to deal with?" Lin Xinghai asked sincerely.
zombie. The armored zombie lives up to its name. The keratin layer on its body surface is like a suit of iron armor, giving this type of zombie super high defense.
Ordinary mercenary groups find armored zombies extremely troublesome to deal with.
However, our captain's ability is just the right counter to such defense-oriented zombies, so encountering armored zombies is like a blessing in disguise, Roger said. Rather than worrying about the captain and the others, we should think about how we can hold out until they return to rescue us.
Lin Xinghai nodded. After thinking briefly, he said to Qin Yang, who was in charge of driving, "Brother Yang, do you have any spare magazines over there? Give me one."
Some backup equipment was stored in the two off-road vehicles and kept by the drivers. Qin Yang took an empty magazine from a storage compartment and handed it to Lin Xinghai, asking, "Is there anything else you need help with? Just let me know." Although Qin Yang was selected for this elite team, his abilities were almost at the bottom among everyone, so he was specifically responsible for driving. Lin Xinghai, though not particularly strong, had displayed marksmanship that impressed everyone, including Qin Yang. For such a capable teammate, it was not surprising for him to have this kind of attitude. "None for now," Lin Xinghai said as he loaded armor-piercing rounds into an empty magazine.
When needed, switching magazines is faster than loading bullets one by one.
As Lin Xinghai loaded 10 bullets, the zombie horde had already approached within 100 meters.
Boom, 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 boom.
Mercenaries using hand cannons opened fire first, initiating a long-distance bombardment without hesitation. At the same time, two electromagnetic railguns also began unleashing their power, sweeping through the distant zombies.
However, in the city center, collapsed buildings served as natural cover for the zombies.
In such circumstances, the electromagnetic railguns struggled to demonstrate their killing capacity. When the zombie horde advanced to within 50 meters, mercenaries wielding Ripper rifles also began aiming and shooting. But Lin Xinghai noticed that Roger wasn't among them. He seemed to still be observing the situation. When the zombies closed in to within 30 meters, Roger finally raised his gun and fired 5 bullets in one go. The 5 bullets aimed at the densest spots among the zombie horde, but none hit the zombies, all landed on the ground. However, in the next moment, fire erupted from where the bullets landed, instantly sweeping outward and forming a massive fireball with a 10-meter diameter. Clearly, Roger had fired 5 incendiary rounds. The zombies engulfed in flames immediately scattered in panic as the 5 massive fireballs merged into a terrifying wall of fire, causing the zombies behind it to hesitate. Although the actual lethality of the incendiary rounds was limited, they successfully disrupted the zombies' collective charge, helping their defensive formation withstand the most terrifying initial assault. Still, the flames could only hold the zombies back temporarily. Their numbers were simply overwhelming. The firepower network formed by the dozen defenders was unable to suppress the horde, allowing the zombies to close in. At that moment, the burly deputy captain of the second squad, Wu Yan, stepped forward and bellowed, "Gene optimization fighters with enhanced physiques, follow me." As he spoke, he lifted a massive 2-meter-high shield next to him and charged toward the incoming zombies. The other physically enhanced mercenaries quickly picked up their weapons and followed suit. They were the only line of defense in the entire system, and if their defense was overrun by the zombies, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, events often disregard human will. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. Although they had chosen favorable terrain and relied on a building for their defense, each physically enhanced mercenary had to face attacks from at least 4 or 5 zombies. The defensive line instantly became perilously fragile. Seeing this situation, squad captain Su Haishui assembled the strength-oriented gene optimizers who were not skilled in marksmanship and armed them to reinforce the defense line. But even so, the situation remained grim. Focus on killing the advanced zombies. They posed the greatest threat, Roger spoke, directly pointing out the crux of the issue.
For this mission, only the elite of the mercenary group had been selected.
These individuals had at least 40% gene optimization, with some reaching as high as 50%. With their capabilities, combined with advanced technological equipment, dealing with 4 or 5 ordinary zombies or even intermediate zombies was manageable.
However, if faced with advanced zombies whose physical prowess exceeded theirs, holding the line wouldn't be as simple. If the advanced zombies could be killed, while the overall battle situation wouldn't be entirely reversed, stabilizing the defense line would still be achievable.
It could be said that advanced zombies were indeed the key to breaking the current impasse. However, accomplishing this would be no easy task, a fact reflected in the slightly grim expression on Roger's face. In truth, Roger's focus from the beginning was never on the ordinary zombies. His magazine contained 5 incendiary rounds and the remainder consisted of armor-piercing rounds, all prepared to eliminate the advanced zombies as quickly as possible. However, from the start of the close combat until now, he had fired 5 shots, wounding 3 advanced zombies, yet failing to kill any.
This was not due to Roger's lack of marksmanship but the restrictions imposed by the environment.
The senses of advanced zombies are extremely keen, and they usually dodge immediately when they sense danger. Normally, Roger can predict the dodging direction of these advanced zombies based on his extensive experience and kill them. However, now that these advanced zombies are mixed within the zombie horde, they often dodge behind other zombies when evading. With ordinary zombies acting as meat shields in front, even if Roger can predict the enemy's dodging direction, the remaining kinetic energy of armor-piercing bullets passing through the front zombies' bodies is insufficient to penetrate the advanced zombies' skulls.
This is the biggest dilemma.
Lin Xinghai observed for a moment and noticed this as well. He furrowed his brows tightly. This situation was far from simple. Even if he were to spare no expense of his blood energy to improve his marksmanship skill proficiency, it still wouldn't be of much help because the issue wasn't about missing the target, but rather the lack of power in the armor-piercing bullets.
He watched as Roger gritted his teeth, raised his gun, and aimed again. The advanced zombie he targeted instantly sensed danger.
Its muscles tensed throughout its body, and it moved quickly, ready to jump and dodge at any moment. Lin Xinghai could even deduce, based on the subtle changes in the zombie's body, that it would dodge to the right and could almost perfectly predict its dodging trajectory. Suddenly, an idea seemed to strike him, and his eyes lit up sharply. After swiftly swapping out the magazine for armor-piercing bullets, he simultaneously focused on Roger and the advanced zombie's every move. The moment he saw Roger about to pull the trigger, he fired without hesitation based purely on instinct.
Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out in succession.
The high-level zombie used its companion as cover to successfully dodge Roger's armor-piercing bullets, but it was still injured. Its entire right ear was gone, a large patch of skin was scraped off, and even its skull was exposed. If the bullet had been just 1 or 2 centimeters farther to the left, it wouldn't have simply lost an ear, it would have been killed instantly with a headshot.
Indeed, this was the result of Lin Xinghai's shot.
By anticipating the high-level zombie's evasion path and firing at the exact moment it fully committed to dodging, it became extremely difficult for the target to escape. However, this approach had one major challenge. Lin Xinghai and Roger needed flawless teamwork, as the opportunity lasted only a split second. For Lin Xinghai and Roger, such coordination wasn't too difficult. With just some practice and adjustment time, perhaps even just half an hour, they could ensure the high-level zombie had no chance of escaping.
But now, there wasn't even half an hour, not even 5 minutes. I figured as much.
Lin Xinghai let out a soft sigh, opened the system panel, and spent 6 points of blood energy to increase his marksmanship proficiency to 70%. Without time for practice, flawless synergy could only be achieved through superior marksmanship. At this moment, Roger's gaze also shifted over. He had clearly seen the injuries sustained by the mutated zombie. Simultaneously, he could confirm that the shot was not fired by him, as the shooting angle was incorrect. By analyzing the trajectory, he quickly deduced that it was Lin Xinghai who fired the shot, and within a brief instant, he grasped the other party's intention. Roger, who had been anxious moments ago, suddenly showed an expression of delight. Lin Xinghai's approach under these circumstances was undoubtedly the most practical solution. The earlier attempt had almost succeeded. The only thing missing was a bit of mutual coordination.
How should I cooperate? Roger asked eagerly.
His words sounded somewhat cryptic, leaving many people puzzled as they looked at him with confusion.
No need.
Lin Xinghai shook his head and replied, just maintain your original rhythm, and I am confident I can hit the target.
Hearing the confidence in Lin Xinghai's tone, Roger couldn't help but feel invigorated, recalling the incredible improvement in the other's marksmanship.
All right, he responded decisively, immediately locking onto the next target. Roger regulated his breathing, striving to maintain the rhythm of the previous shot.
He aimed and fired once more. Bang! Bang!
This time, 2 gunshots rang out almost simultaneously, and the head of the advanced zombie he had aimed at exploded like a watermelon while in the middle of trying to dodge. Witnessing this scene, Roger clenched his fist tightly. Clearly, Lin Xinghai did not disappoint him, successfully seizing the opportunity during the zombie's dodge to kill it. Having found the method, everything else became much easier. The two of them followed the same pattern, locating each advanced zombie hidden within the horde and taking them down one by one using the same approach. Although their coordination occasionally faltered, it did not affect the overall situation. There were a total of 18 advanced zombies mixed within this wave of the horde. With Lin Xinghai and Roger working in tandem, 10 of them were dead within just 1 minute. At this point, the remaining 8 advanced zombies began to back away slowly, their eyes filled with fear.
These zombies' intelligence seems to be higher than that of ordinary animals,
Lin Xinghai said, his eyes narrowing slightly at the sight.
Kill them. The other mercenaries, witnessing this scene, felt their morale soar.
They had been holding back their frustration, and now it erupted all at once. With the threat of advanced zombies eliminated, all the mercenaries erupted into action. The first to switch from defense to offense was the deputy team leader at the forefront, Wu Yan. Armed with a large shield usually used for defense, he activated the power mechanism behind it, turning the massive shield almost into a sledgehammer, which slammed forward.
The zombies in front were instantly crushed, their bones shattered and tendons snapped.
Of course, the shield leaving his hands momentarily gave some zombies the chance to attack Wu Yan. However, a layer of earthy yellow light suddenly shimmered around him. His bulging muscles hardened like rock, directly bearing the brunt of the attacks. Clearly, this was a defensive superpower, and its effectiveness was quite impressive.
Wu Yan wasn't about to just take hits. He immediately retrieved the shield that had smashed outwards and prepared for his next strike. If Wu Yan's offense and defense were all about brute force, then the abilities of the third team leader, Su Haishui, came across as slightly unusual. Upon activating his ability, Su Haishui not only grew taller and more robust but also sprouted black fur, and his facial features altered somewhat, resembling those of a standing giant wolf. At this moment, Lin Xinghai finally understood why Su Haishui's eyes glinted like a wild wolf's. It turns out his ability actually transformed him into a werewolf. After transforming, Su Haishui's overall physical attributes received a significant boost, and the weapon in his hands was extraordinary, a pair of sharp claws equipped with an electric shock function. Any zombie touched by the claws would convulse uncontrollably, followed immediately by a swipe of the claws, and their heads would be severed. Superpowers really are incredible. Lin Xinghai couldn't help but exclaim, while inwardly growing more curious about what his own superpower would turn out to be. At this moment, Qin Yang, who was in the driver's seat, chimed in, "Yeah, if you awaken a special ability, you can become a team leader." "Ha, awakening a special ability makes you a team leader? Aren't there other requirements? Like a certain level of strength or something?" Lin Xinghai asked curiously. "Nope, after awakening a special ability, your strength will increase significantly, and the mercenary group's resources will also tilt in your favor. Your strength will improve sooner or later," Qin Yang explained. Take Su Haishui for instance, his genetic optimization level is only 50%, and actually, many elite members are stronger than him. But he's lucky. He awakened a very rare transformation type ability, werewolf transformation. After transforming into a werewolf, his combat power approaches that of someone with an 80% genetic optimization level, Qin Yang said enviously. Lin Xinghai was somewhat surprised when he heard this, but he didn't have much of a reference point. What about Wu Yan? What is his ability? Lin Xinghai asked further. Captain Wu Yan's ability is rock transformation. Once activated, his skin becomes as hard as rock, and even mid-level zombies can't break through his defense. However, the leader once mentioned that this ability is equivalent to a fixed defense boost. It's quite effective in the early stages but doesn't grow stronger as one's power increases. If this ability cannot be further upgraded, it might turn out to be somewhat useless later on, Qin Yang explained. Abilities can be upgraded? Lin Xinghai asked in surprise. Yes. Qin Yang nodded, saying, when one's gene optimization reaches 30%, 60%, 90%, and 100%, there is a chance to awaken abilities. Those who have awakened abilities may also have a certain probability of enhancing them, which is why earlier awakening is better. Lin Xinghai felt a stir in his heart. Since the gene optimization level reaching 30% allows for awakening, then upon reaching 60%, one can opt to enhance abilities without relying on luck like others do. This realization excited him, but also left him somewhat wistful, as the system's nature would undoubtedly demand a significant consumption of blood energy. After a brief conversation, they quickly shifted their focus back to the battlefield, firing to provide support. By now, the front line had become quite stable, with the threat of advanced zombies eliminated. Coupled with the collective outburst from the mercenaries, the tide of the battle seemed almost reversed. Although other mercenaries couldn't match Wu Yan and Su Haishui's combat strength, they were certainly not weak, especially given their advantage in equipment. The cold weapons of this era aren't simply made of steel, they incorporate technological elements to varying degrees. The most common features include high-frequency vibration or electric shock functions, greatly enhancing their power. Even though their numbers were limited, their overall combat strength allowed them to engage fiercely with the zombie horde. Adding to this was Lin Xinghai's cold gunfire, or rather, his assistance in killing zombies, which not only stabilized the front line but also turned it into a meat grinder, relentlessly harvesting the zombies' lives. At this point, the zombie horde had no chance of turning the tables. If they didn't retreat, the inevitable result would be total annihilation. Therefore, Lin Xinghai shifted his attention to the distant battlefield, where the scene could only be described as a cataclysm. Wherever the battle raged, streets cracked and buildings crumbled. Fang Tian piloted the Rift Skymech, wielding the Tremor Blade, engaging in a direct confrontation with the ironclad corpse. Meanwhile, Shin Han, operating the Frost Skymech, held an electromagnetic railgun, continuously seeking opportunities to fire from behind, suppressing the ironclad corpse with sustained firepower. At this moment, the steel-like keratin layer on the surface of the ironclad corpse had already developed numerous cracks, with several penetrative injuries visible on its body. Its aura was weak and dispirited, no longer the initial bloodthirsty savagery, and its attacks had even become hesitant. TSK. It's going much more smoothly over there than here. I reckon they'll be done in at most a minute, Lin Xinghai remarked with a sense of awe. Even though he hadn't figured out a way to deal with high-level zombies, the mercenaries' desperate struggle could hold out until the two regiment leaders came back to aid them. Finishing off the ironclad corpse shouldn't take a minute. Look at the Frost Skymech Vice Regiment leader Shin Han is about to activate his ability, Qin Yang said. Lin Xinghai looked over and saw the Frost Skymech once again raising its electromagnetic railgun to aim. However, unlike before, not only were electric arcs swirling
swirling around the railgun, but the entire gun body was now also enveloped in a layer of frost, displaying signs of icing.
What is this? Lin Xinghai asked.
Deputy Battalion Commander Shen Han's ability, Heaven Frost, allows him to freeze enemies from a distance.
With the amplification of the mecha, the power of the ability reaches a whole new level, Qin Yang replied.
As Qin Yang's words fell, the Heaven Frost mecha fired. Normally, the trajectory of bullets fired from an electromagnetic railgun cannot be seen with the naked eye, but this time, a white streak appeared in the air where the bullet traveled. Lin Xinghai was dumbfounded and horrified to discover that the white streak was formed by the bullet directly freezing the water molecules in the air along its path. It can be said that from the sound of the gunshot, one can infer just how powerful this shot is. And in fact, that is indeed the case. The bullet instantly hit the armored corpse, causing the keratin layer on its back to collapse, leaving a bowl-sized wound.
Of course, that's not the main point. The key is that the back hit by this shot began to freeze rapidly, spreading across the entire body. In almost the blink of an eye, the entire armored corpse turned into an ice sculpture. But mutant zombies are not so easy to deal with. The freezing lasted only for a brief moment before they broke through the ice. This freezing actually only affected the surface layer, and for the armored corpse, it merely caused a momentary delay. However, even a brief delay was a fatal flaw. Fang Tian controlled the mech and swung the vibrating giant blade in his hand, slashing toward the armored corpse's head. This strike was vastly different from his previous attacks. The entire vibrating giant blade was unexpectedly enveloped in a black glow. The oscillating giant blade in this state gives an extremely terrifying impression, as if it could even slice through space. With the terrifying defense of the iron armored corpse, under normal circumstances, taking a strike would at most leave a wound a few feet long. For the 4-meter-tall iron armored corpse, this is hardly different from a mere scratch. But at this moment, a flash of black blade light swept by, and the iron armored corpse's head rolled directly to the ground. What is this? Lin Xinghai asked, swallowing hard. This slash was truly terrifying. Even an armored vehicle would likely be split in two with a single strike. The regiment leader's ability, Sky Splitter, is also a rare level ability. The manifestation of the Sky Splitter ability is the release of a black energy that can be directly used for attacks or attached to weapons, producing an extremely terrifying cutting effect, Qin Yang explained. This ability is called Sky Splitter? Lin Xinghai's expression turned a bit peculiar.
The mercenary group is called Rift Sky, the mecha is called Rift Sky, and unexpectedly, this ability is also called Rift Sky. Suddenly, he remembered that Shen Han's mecha and ability seemed to have the same name as well.
That's right. The name of our mercenary group was based on the captain's ability. Simple and convenient,
Qin Yang said with a cheerful smile. Lin Xinghai wanted to complain but didn't know where to start.
But no matter what, the battle in the distance had already ended. Fang Tian and the two others, immediately after finishing their battle, checked the situation on this side.
Seeing that everything was fine, they were no longer in such a hurry and brought back the corpse of the armored zombie before heading back.
Why did you bring the corpse back? Lin Xinghai asked curiously.
You should know that the size of the armored corpse is such that calling it a smaller version of a mech wouldn't be an exaggeration. After all, mechs are only 5 meters tall, and bringing along such a massive thing would be quite troublesome.
You don't know this, do you? The corpse of any mutated zombie is extremely valuable. The newly developed bioalloy now requires the corpses of mutated zombies.
And the armored corpse is the most valuable type among mutated zombies.
Bringing this corpse back would be worth at least 20,000 points.
As Qin Yang spoke, the smile on his face grew even wider. The more you harvest, the higher the rewards you'll receive after the mission ends, of course.
Lin Xinghai finally nodded in realization.
With the return of the two mechas to the battlefield, it was nothing short of a massacre for the ordinary zombies.
The battle quickly came to an end.
A great victory, and everyone was naturally overjoyed.
Fang Tianhai and Shen Han also emerged from their mechas at this time. After a fierce battle, there were many tasks to handle, such as assessing personnel injuries and calculating ammunition consumption.
Of course, inquiries about the progress and changes in the battle situation were inevitable. After all, the mercenary group operates on a merit-based reward system. Those who perform more outstandingly will receive greater rewards after the mission. During the process of gathering information, Fang Tianhe naturally learned about the role Lin Xinghai played in this battle. A look of surprise inevitably appeared on his face. To be honest, when he initially agreed to let Lin Xinghai enter the city center, it was truly with the intention of nurturing him. But he hadn't expected to bring in such a significant asset, and this time, it had even become the key to the entire battle. However, Lin Xinghai at this moment couldn't care less about Fang Tian's thoughts about him. His eyes were gleaming as he stared at the corpses scattered all over the ground, unable to resist swallowing hard. Old Luo, shouldn't we clean up the battlefield? So many primordial crystals at all points. Lin Xinghai urged. He now fully understands. Ordinary zombie crystals are worth 20 points each, intermediate zombie crystals are worth 40 points each, and advanced zombie crystals are worth as much as 60 points each. The zombie corpses on the ground total nearly 300. Even if calculated entirely as ordinary points, these would convert to a total
total of 6,000 points. Moreover, there are quite a few intermediate zombies.
Based on his estimation, if all these crystals are collected, they would amount to at least 8,000 points. Yes, it definitely needs to be cleaned up, but it must be done quickly. The smell of blood here is too strong, and if it attracts other mutated zombies, it will be troublesome. Roger nodded. Just now, in order to hurry on the road, it was impossible to stop and collect elemental crystals. Now that they are resting in place, it's naturally different.
Moreover, after this battle, their consumption was equally enormous.
Not to mention anything else, just the cost of the special bullets fired by him and Lin Xinghai alone amounted to nearly 1,500 points. Seeing Roger nod, Lin Xinghai dashed out without a word. For others, this might be dirty and exhausting work, but for Lin Xinghai, it's all a source of vital energy. This scene left several high-ranking individuals who had gathered around somewhat stunned.
Su Haishui even said, "Old Luo, you didn't fail to make it clear that all these primal crystals need to be handed in collectively, did you? Do you think I'm you?"
Making such a low-level mistake, Roger said, casting him a sidelong glance.
"Why is that?" Even Wu Yan, who was usually taciturn, became a bit curious.
Roger hesitated slightly, then lowered his voice and said, "I don't know either, but based on my guess, he seems to have some kind of fetish."
Hiss. At this moment, several people, including Fang Tianhe, couldn't help but gasp. Even Shen Han, who always kept a cold expression, showed subtle changes in his demeanor. Regarding such matters, we should give enough respect and understanding.
Also, let's not spread this around, Fang Tianhe finally concluded. The group stayed here for 5 minutes, tidied up the battlefield a bit, and then left. After all, this is the city center, where the density of zombies is extremely high. The strong smell of blood here would continuously attract more zombies.
Zombies are endless, but their ammunition and the mercenaries' stamina are limited.
Being able to stay here for 5 minutes to clean up the battlefield is already the limit. Lin Xinghai was urged to get in the car, and as he left, there was still a hint of reluctance on his face. This scene fell into the eyes of Fal Tian and the others, and amidst their strange expressions, they became even more certain of Roger's speculation. Lin Xinghai certainly didn't know that a certain non-existent hobby of his had actually been confirmed,
and even spread widely. Of course, even if he found out, he would, still care a lot about it.
However, this also inadvertently helped him, at least allowing him to cover up his actions. Lin Xinghai didn't have time to care about others' opinions.
He happily opened the system panel.
The previous blood energy had already decreased to 61 points during the continuous improvement of his gun skill proficiency, but at this moment, the information displayed on the system panel.
Host, Lin Xinghai. Physique, 24 points. Strength, 20 points. Speed, 29 points. Blood energy, 93 points.
Gene optimization level, 29% plus. Basic shooting skills, proficiency 70% plus. 93 points of blood energy. No matter how you look at it, it's just awesome. Of course, the more exciting part was yet to come. He secretly took out 2 bottles of genetic potion from his pocket and drank them in one gulp. As the system notification sounded, when Lin Xinghai looked at the system panel again, his blood energy had already reached 103 points.
Over 100, finally over 100.
Lin Xinghai suppressed the excitement in his heart and then clicked the plus sign behind the genetic optimization level. The selection box popped up, and Lin Xinghai first chose Awaken Ability Advancement. Then he selected Consume 100 points of blood energy to awaken ability. As 100 points of blood energy were deducted from the panel, Lin Xinghai felt as if a massive furnace had appeared inside his body, with every corner of his being burning. This sudden pain made him groan involuntarily, sweat pouring down like rain.
At the same time, a peculiar aura emanated from within. The first to sense this aura was Qin Yang, who instinctively thought his perception was mistaken. But when he glanced at the rearview mirror and saw Lin Xinghai's pained expression and reddened skin, he was instantly jolted. How is this possible? He couldn't believe it at all. But the aura emanating from Lin Xinghai kept telling him that the other party was breaking the first genetic lock. The so-called genetic locks only appear when the level of genetic optimization reaches 30%, 60%, 90%, and 100%. If all 4 genetic locks are broken, the level of life will be elevated, entering another realm.
And now, Lin Xinghai is breaking the first genetic lock. In other words, his gene optimization level has already reached 30%, and he is about to become a gene optimizer. No matter how unbelievable it was to Qin Yang, once he came to his senses, he immediately controlled the multifunctional off-road vehicle and slowly brought it to a stop. During the process of breaking the gene lock, it is highly taboo to be disturbed. At best, one might cough up a few mouthfuls of blood. At worst, lying in bed for several months is entirely possible. As soon as the off-road vehicle stopped here, it immediately attracted the attention of the entire team. Roger frowned, quickened his pace, and hurried over. However, when he got within 3 meters of the off-road vehicle, he suddenly felt an inexplicable aura. His expression changed, and with a swift movement, he was by the car window, staring intently at Lin Xinghai with a face full of disbelief. Others saw the off-road vehicle stop, already feeling something was amiss. When they noticed Roger's expression, they immediately immediately realized something had happened and hurried over. Without exception, as they approached within 3 meters of the off-road vehicle, their faces showed expressions as if they'd seen a ghost.
This is just too exaggerated.
Back then, it took me a full 6 months to break through the first genetic lock and become a genetic optimizer, Su Haishui couldn't help but say.
That's just because you're slow.
I managed it in 3 months, Wu Yan replied. Su Haishui choked for a moment, feeling somewhat annoyed. That only proves that the job you found back then was better than mine. If I had joined the mercenary group from the start, I could have broken through in it most a month.
That's impossible. Your genetic rating is only D level.
Even if you joined the mercenary group, you'd get at most 1 bottle of genetic potion per week, only 4 bottles a month. Even counting the ones you buy yourself, it wouldn't be enough for you to break through, Wu Yan said again. He was merely stating a fact, but it left Su Haishui speechless.
The atmosphere became slightly awkward and silent.
Su Haishui decided not to talk to this zero emotional intelligence big guy. He turned to Roger and asked, Old Luo, I heard that the genetic potions for Ashing were advanced by you.
How much stock did you actually take out? 6 bottles. After a brief silence, Roger said, 6 bottles? That's so little. How could it be enough for a breakthrough?
Su Haishui was shocked again. He clearly remembered that it had taken him over half a year and a total of 17 bottles of genetic medicine to achieve a breakthrough.
Theoretically, it's possible.
At this moment, a cool and clear voice sounded. Everyone turned toward the voice, and Shinhan, who had somehow dismounted from the mech, was now standing by the vehicle. She said this while constantly looking at Lin Xinghai, her gaze profound. The theory she mentioned might only be feasible in theory, and it would require many prerequisites.
For example, Lin Xinghai's foundational genes would need to reach the theoretical human limit of 10%.
Additionally, the other party's gene evaluation would need to reach grade A, enabling perfect absorption of the genetic solution. In this way, 1 bottle of genetic medicine can increase by 5%, and 2 bottles can raise the basic gene from 10% to 20%. After the gene optimization level exceeds 20%, the effect of the medicine will be halved, but it only takes 4 bottles to increase it to 30%.
But does Lin Xinghai have the conditions to reach the theoretical limit?
She thought of this, and naturally, others did too.
Didn't they say his genetic evaluation was grade B? And what I can't understand the most is the speed at which he absorbs the genetic medicine.
Su Haishui raised his question again, but before he could finish, Fang Tianhe interrupted him. End of discussion. He glanced around and said, as you have guessed, Lin Xinghai is somewhat special. As for how special, I will keep it confidential for now. Also, regarding today's events, you must keep them to yourselves.
Our Split Sky mercenary group is still too weak.
To become strong enough that no one can shake us, we need a powerhouse, a true powerhouse.
Alright, that's all. Go on alert. Don't let those zombies get close. Fang Tianhe finished speaking and waved his hand.
The others dispersed after hearing this, their faces showing thoughtful expressions, while their eyes gradually lit up with fervor.
In fact, at the beginning, these people had some resistance, even jealousy, toward Lin Xinghai joining the mercenary group.
After all, they all knew that with Lin Xinghai's talent, he would sooner or later threaten their positions. However, when the gap in talent becomes so large that it leaves them only able to look up in admiration, such thoughts of comparison naturally dissipate. Therefore, when Fang Tianhe described a promising future to them, and this future was closely tied to their own interests, their thoughts would shift in a completely different direction.
Who wouldn't want the sky-splitting mercenary group to grow stronger? It would be even better if it could become a Tier 3 mercenary group. After seeing everyone disperse, Fang Tianhe then whispered in Shinhan's ear, what do you think? Maybe his special constitution allows him to perfectly absorb the genetic agent.
But his initial gene couldn't possibly be 10%, Shinhan replied softly.
You, stop overthinking it. Everyone has their secrets, don't you too? Fang Tianhe patted her shoulder. Shinhan's gaze involuntarily shifted to the side, and then she gently nodded. Time passed little by little. 5 minutes later, the special aura around Lin Xinghai gradually subsided, and he opened his eyes. From this moment on, he was a genetic optimizer. Lin Xinghai opened his eyes, but cold sweat was still dripping down his back. Originally, according to his plan, in order not to attract too much attention, he would wait a few days after the breakthrough before telling Roger the news. In this way, considering his so-called special physique, it would seem more reasonable. But he hadn't expected that breaking through to become a gene optimizer would cause such a commotion. During the breakthrough just now, he wasn't completely unaware of what was happening outside. He could hear everyone's conversations. Fortunately, he encountered a good team leader. Next time, I need to be more careful, Lin Xinghai reflected inwardly. At the same time, he opened the car door and stepped out, apologetically saying, sorry for causing you trouble. Ha, no need to say that.
It's great that you successfully broke through.
So, how does it feel to become a genetic optimizer? Fang Tianhe said with a laugh.
Lin Xinghai then refocused his attention on himself. Breaking through to become a gene optimizer doesn't significantly enhance the body, with each of the 3 attributes only increasing slightly. However, becoming a gene optimizer does indeed lead to a substantial improvement in combat power. The reason for this is entirely due to the significant enhancement of bodily senses. This enhancement of the senses, apart from vision and hearing, also includes a peculiar perception of danger. For instance, if someone is pointing a gun at him from the shadows, Lin Xinghai would immediately sense the danger, even if he doesn't know where the person is hiding. This perception ability is comprehensive, especially during combat with others. When the opponent uses a lethal move, he can sense it in advance and react a step faster. According to Lin Xinghai's estimation, the zombie's instinctive dodging when being shot is also reliant on this kind of perception. The role of perception has many other functions, such as sensing the approximate strength of an enemy to seek advantage and avoid harm, among others. A very strange feeling, as if the whole world has changed, Lin Xinghai said after carefully sensing it. At this moment, the other mercenaries saw Lin Xinghai successfully break through and gathered around him.
Xiao Hai, have you awakened any special abilities?
Su Haishui asked at this moment. Others listened and also pricked up their ears. This was the most critical question. As for Fang Tianhe, Shen Han, and Roger, their faces also showed an expression of anticipation. Only they knew that Lin Xinghai possessed a special constitution, making it almost certain that he could awaken an ability, and the grade of the ability would not be low.
Upon hearing the inquiry, Lin Xinghai finally reacted. He quickly opened the system panel and took a glance. Host, Lin Xinghai. Physique, 25 points. Strength, 21 points. Speed, 30 points. Blood energy power, 3 points. Gene optimization level, 30% plus.
Ability, speed boost, within 10 seconds, speed increases by 100%, energy value, 10/10. Basic shooting skills, proficiency 70% plus.
Yes, I've awakened a superpower, Lin Xinghai nodded. What type of superpower? This time, it was Roger who asked.
A speed-enhancing superpower, Lin Xinghai replied.
However, he noticed that as soon as he answered, Roger's brows furrowed instantly. What's wrong? Is there a problem?
Lin Xinghai asked.
It's not really a problem.
It's just that the speed-enhancing ability, along with strength enhancement and defense enhancement, are all basic abilities. Roger didn't finish his sentence, as the matter of Lin Xinghai's special constitution was still confidential for the time being.
Upon hearing this, Lin Xinghai couldn't help but furrow his brows.
Although he knew he didn't have any special constitution, he had an even more impressive system. When awakening, he also chose to consume the most costly 100 points of blood energy. Although he felt the system was somewhat unfair, it had always been reliable.
How could it cost so much yet only grant him a basic ability? How much speed can your ability increase?
At this moment, a cool voice sounded. The speaker was Shen Han, who was always the calmest person in the room. It can increase speed by 100%, Lin Xinghai answered without hesitation.
What? Adding this much? Speed doubled directly? This increase is way too exaggerated. If that's the case, can it still be considered a basic ability? Everyone immediately started discussing. How about the duration? How long can it last? Shen Han asked again, this time with a hint of anticipation in his tone.
The duration is a bit short. It can only last for 10 seconds, Lin Xinghai replied. However, as soon as he said this, the crowd let out a collective gasp. Roger breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, 10 seconds is already long enough.
Other basic abilities generally only last for 3 seconds. Moreover, the enhancement rate is only a 30% increase. Don't complain when you've already got a good deal.
Moreover, basic abilities have a characteristic that even rare abilities cannot compare to, which is that they enhance attributes based on percentages. This means that the stronger your own power is, the greater the effect that basic abilities can exert. It won't become like some abilities with fixed damage, which gradually turn into a burden as one's strength grows. In Roger's view, although Lin Xinghai awakened a basic ability, the enhancement magnitude was so exaggerated that it didn't fall within the scope of basic abilities at all.
Calling it a rare ability is not an exaggeration. Moreover, it is a growth-type rare ability. After hearing these explanations, Lin Xinghai finally revealed a smile. As long as it's not a useless ability, that's good.
Besides, with the system, he can use blood energy to enhance the ability in the future. Subsequently, Fang Tianhe also spoke up, asking Lin Xinghai to demonstrate his ability once. After all, verbal explanation was one thing, but witnessing it firsthand was another.
Only by observing directly could he determine how much use Lin Xinghai could be in the future. Alright.
Lin Xinghai naturally had no objections. He slightly focused his senses and could clearly perceive a special energy within his body. As soon as the thought arose, this special energy swiftly surged through his entire body. In the next moment, Lin Xinghai felt as light as a feather, especially in his legs, which seemed to possess boundless strength.
Whoosh!
He darted forward instantly, moving so fast that faint after images appeared.
Lin Xinghai dashed into the distance, weaving through buildings and groups of zombies.
The zombies lunged at him with all their might, but they couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. That's definitely 60 points of speed. Fang Tianhe squinted and observed for a moment before quickly making an assessment.
The other mercenaries, upon seeing this, couldn't help but sigh.
In the entire mercenary group, probably only Fang Tianhe and Shen Han could surpass Lin Xinghai's speed when he used his abilities. This ability's effect effectiveness in actual combat is hard to say, but it's absolutely top-notch for escaping. Otherwise, a newly advanced genetic optimizer daring to weave through a horde of corpses like Lin Xinghai would be courting death. 10 seconds passed quickly, and Lin Xinghai returned right on time. At this moment, he sensed the special energy within his body and found that about 1/10 of it had been depleted. Without using his ability, it was slowly recovering. He opened the system panel, took a glance, and noticed that the abilities section had changed. Ability, Speed Boost, within 10 seconds, speed increases by 100%, energy value, 9/10 plus.
Does this plus sign help me restore energy in my body?
Lin Xinghai thought, casually tapping it.
Ding! Would you like to spend 100 points of blood energy to restore 1 point of energy value? Lin Xinghai, can't afford to provoke. Can't afford to provoke.
Regarding the protagonist's superpower, I've seen quite a few people complaining. I admit the superpower isn't set up to be strong enough, but the earlier parts can't be changed.
I'll make adjustments later on. The current super speed ability setting is the fastest ability. There's also a hidden ability.
If you want spoilers, you can skip to chapter 466, Breaking the Limit, Ability Transformation to check it out.
Fang Tian and his team, after confirming Lin Xinghai's ability, immediately ordered departure due to the urgency of time.
Regarding this, Lin Xinghai felt quite regretful, as during his breakthrough process, many zombies came to interfere and were killed. A rough count showed there were more than 30 of them. What he lacks most now is the power of blood energy.
Without it, he always feels a bit uneasy. But no matter what, this reason was something he couldn't say out loud.
In the end, he could only obey orders and set out again with the team. Sitting back in the car, Lin Xinghai occasionally fired a shot to kill 1 or 2 zombies, feeling quite relaxed, so he continued to ponder that mysterious and elusive sense. Soon, he discovered another wonderful use for this sense, the ability to detect zombies in advance. Basically, if a zombie appears within 100 meters, he can sense it, but he cannot determine the number of zombies or their exact location. However, he can roughly judge the strength of the zombies. The feeling he gets from ordinary zombies is completely different from that of advanced zombies.
Brother Yang, since your gene optimization level is higher, can your perception work as a weakened version of a zombie detector? Lin Xinghai couldn't help but ask. How is that possible?
For people like us, who have only broken through the first genetic lock, the perception we develop can at most assist in close combat, allowing us to sense an enemy's killing move in advance and dodge it, and that's already pretty good. To detect zombies using perception, you need to at least break the 3rd genetic lock. Only the captain and vice captain can achieve that. But even so, their perception range definitely doesn't exceed 100 meters, and it's still extremely vague. Qin Yang patiently explained to Lin Xinghai.
Lin Xinghai? Luckily, I didn't reveal any information.
While feeling relieved in his heart, he also felt a bit excited. According to Qin Yang, his current perception is almost equivalent to that of a strong individual who has broken through the 3rd genetic lock. It is estimated that this is related to him spending 100 points of blood energy to break through. Unable to continue discussing perception, Lin Xinghai shifted the topic to abilities.
And Qin Yang's explanation remained just as patient. Lin Xinghai quickly learned that abilities are divided into 3 major categories. They are basic abilities, ordinary abilities, and rare abilities. The so-called basic abilities are those that enhance fundamental attributes. Whether it's his speed ability, Roger's immense strength ability, or Wu Yan's rock transformation ability, they can all be considered basic abilities. Abilities like Shen Han's frost ability are considered ordinary abilities. Only Su Haishui's werewolf transformation ability and Fang Tianhe's sky-splitting ability are considered rare abilities. It is worth mentioning that the boundary between ordinary abilities and rare abilities is actually quite blurred, and it mainly depends on their power. If Shen Han's frost ability were strong enough, calling it a rare ability wouldn't face any objections. But unfortunately, her special ability, even with the amplification of the mecha, could only freeze the mutant zombie for a fleeting moment, less than half a second, let alone cause any significant damage to it. Just as Lin Xinghai was listening intently, the team stopped again under Fang Tianhe's command. What happened? Lin Xinghai instantly became alert, but neither his perception nor the zombie detector revealed anything unusual. The regiment commander probably wants to place the armored corpse here, Qin Yang said. Why deliberately bring it here? Lin Xinghai was somewhat puzzled. The surface is so desolate. Do you know how zombies survive? They eat everything, including the corpses of their own kind. The corpse of a mutant zombie is an even greater nourishment for other zombies. The place where we just fought fiercely has such a strong smell of blood. It will definitely attract a large number of zombies later. Hiding a mutant zombie there would greatly increase the chances of exposure. And the density of zombies around here has clearly decreased a bit. It's a good spot to hide the zombie. Let's go, we'll go down and help too, Qin Yang explained as he jumped off the vehicle. Lin Xinghai quickly followed, and at this moment, Fang Tianhe was already operating
activating the mech to place the armored zombie on the ground. The other mercenaries gathered around, holding white spray bottles in their hands, and began spraying something onto the zombie's body.
That's plastic spray.
The mist quickly adheres to objects upon contact and forms a plastic film.
This isolates all odors from the corpse.
Without waiting for Lin Xinghai to ask, Xin Yang took the initiative to explain.
Lin Xinghai nodded.
He could see that everyone in the field was already quite skilled at performing these tasks. The group worked together, spraying different parts. Even though the armored corpse was massive, it seemed they could finish in less than a minute.
Some people went to pry open the warehouse door not far away. It was clear that the armored corpse was meant to be placed inside.
When Lin Xinghai approached and looked at the massive corpse lying before him, which was taller than him even while lying down, he inexplicably felt a strong sense of oppression. The keratin layer on the opponent's body appeared uneven and extremely rough, but only upon close inspection would one discover that each protrusion was exceptionally sharp and razor-like. It was easy to imagine that without a mech, engaging in close combat with such a giant would be akin to facing a massive porcupine, leaving one completely at a loss on how to proceed.
Moreover, although the ironclad corpse was renowned for its defense, that did not mean it lacked offensive capabilities.
Its razor-sharp claws, which were half a meter long, were the best proof of this. Lin Xinghai grew increasingly alarmed as he watched, feeling that this mutated zombie was terrifying, and this was not merely his imagination. As he got closer, his own perception kept warning him that if this thing were alive, a casual swipe of its claw could take his life. Suddenly, Lin Xinghai had a thought and opened the system panel, intending to use the probing skill on this armored corpse before him. However, he wasn't sure if the probing skill could still be used on a corpse, and it turns out, the system is quite reliable. The next moment, the system panel displayed information.
Name, Iron Armored Corpse. Constitution, 1083 points. Power, 872 points. Speed, 631 points. Note, thick keratin layer can offset 50% of damage. Hiss. Lin Xinghai instantly gasped in shock.
He reread it several times, confirming he hadn't misread any numbers, and the trace of smugness in his heart instantly vanished without a trace.
He now had a more direct understanding of what the apocalypse truly meant. If humanity didn't have mechas at their disposal, they would be utterly powerless against these mutated zombies.
Next, Lin Xinghai neither helped nor left. He just stood there in a dazed state, watching everyone busy at work. Once the armored corpse was covered with plastic film, moved into the warehouse, and the door was welded shut, the task was considered complete. The team set off again, and their speed noticeably increased. However, Lin Xinghai remained silent and simply sat inside the multifunctional off-road vehicle during the journey that followed. Xin Yang felt a bit puzzled, but he didn't ask much. After all, Lin Xinghai had just broken through and awakened his ability, so he might be carefully experiencing his current state. In this way, the team advanced for another 20 minutes or so and finally arrived at their destination.
What appeared in view was a complete oval-shaped building.
On the outer wall, the 7 large characters Spaceship Research Institute gleamed brilliantly under the refracted sunlight.
We're here.
Lin Xinghai got out of the car and joined the others in gazing at the building ahead.
This Spaceship Research Institute is of exceptional quality. There's no need for testing, it's evident at a glance.
Basically, any building that survived the Great Catastrophe must be of superior quality, otherwise, it would have collapsed long ago. As for the Spaceship Research Institute before them, judging by its exterior, it surprisingly shows no major damage, which is quite remarkable.
The group found a relatively open area to gather, and Fong Tian also disembarked from the mech.
He glanced around and went straight to the point, saying, "According to the original plan, we will split into 2 teams here. One team will be led by me personally to enter and retrieve the energy crystals. The other team will be led by Shinhan, and in case we encounter danger and call for help, they will use mini-missiles to blast open a path and come in for rescue. Now, those willing to follow me into the Spaceship Research Institute, raise your hands. Of course, I must first clarify that those who go in will undoubtedly face greater danger. The energy crystal inside the Research Institute is in an unstable state, and the emitted energy radiation has interfered with our detectors.
As a result, we know nothing about the situation inside the institute," Fong Tian has said in a deep voice.
Swish! A group of people raised their hands, including Lin Xinghai. After leaving the shelter, he had been mostly traveling by car, and more car. Now, he just wanted to walk around. As for the danger, he had considered it, but he wasn't worried. It's not that he was being arrogant.
How does that saying go?
If 2 people encounter a man-eating tiger, you don't need to outrun the tiger, you just need to run faster than the person next to you. Anyway, with his super speed ability, there's no way he'd be the one left behind during an escape.
Fong Tianhe looked at the majority of people in front of him raising their hands.
He couldn't take everyone, and the current team only had 17 members. According to his estimation, forming an 8-person group to go in would be just about right. After a brief moment of contemplation, he quickly selected several people, which naturally included Roger, Wu Yan, and Su Haishui. Soon, only 1 spot remained.
After thinking for a moment, he added Lin Xinghai.
The combat effectiveness of a mercenary depends on more than just the degree of of genetic optimization. After all, weapons are also crucial, especially firearms. With Lin Xinghai's marksmanship coupled with a Ripper rifle, no one would dare underestimate his combat prowess. Of course, the most important thing is that Lin Xinghai successfully advanced to become a gene optimizer and even awakened the speed ability, allowing him to protect himself in dangerous situations and not become a burden to the team. After confirming the personnel, Fang Tianhe wasted no time and directly led the team in. He held a large knife in his right hand and a hand cannon in his left, boldly taking the lead at the front. The rest quickly followed, spontaneously forming a defensive formation. Lin Xinghai certainly didn't understand what a defensive formation was, but he didn't need to. He just had to follow Roger and stay in the middle of the team. As a sharpshooter with excellent marksmanship, this was exactly where he was supposed to be. The group didn't choose to enter through the main gate, as it was a heavy alloy door and would be too much trouble to pry open. Instead, they opted for the nearest window. Without needing Fang Tianhe's instructions, a team member stepped forward and easily cut out the entire window frame using a shock dagger. Everyone jumped in lightly. Inside was a long corridor, pitch black, leading to an unknown destination. Fang Tianhe seemed unsurprised by this. He activated the lighting system on his combat suit and continued leading the way forward. The others followed suit. The lighting system of the combat suit used some luminous fibers embedded in the fabric for illumination, so the light was not very bright. Once everyone had activated their lighting systems, visibility was no longer much of an issue. Everyone moved forward along the corridor, which was very long and eerily silent, creating a creepy sensation. At least that's how Lin Xinghai felt. He even regretted coming in, but now that he was already inside, regret was useless. Lin Xinghai thought he could find something to comfort his fragile heart. For instance, he could check Fang Tianhe's strength, which was something he had wanted to do before. However, he had hesitated repeatedly, worrying about wasting the free uses of the probing technique. Ding! As Lin Xinghai used the probing technique, the corresponding information immediately surfaced on the system panel before him. Name, Fang Tianhe. Physique, 83 points. Power, 97 points. Speed, 72 points. Genetic optimization level, 97%. Secondary ability, Sky Splitter, releases an energy with strong cutting properties that can attach to objects to enhance attack power. Seeing Fang Tianhe's level of genetic optimization, Lin Xinghai was somewhat shocked. Although he had known before that the other party's genetic optimization level exceeded 90%, he hadn't expected it to have already reached 97%. That's not far from 100%. With such attributes, even when facing advanced zombies, he could crush them effortlessly. What surprised Lin Xinghai even more was that the other party's ability turned out to be a second-level ability, which explained why it was so powerful. However, the second-level ability also indirectly proved that Fang Tianhe missed an opportunity to advance his ability. Otherwise, with 90% gene optimization, theoretically, he could possess a third-level ability, which is also his goal. With the system to cheat, Lin Xinghai doesn't need to worry about the issue of probability. The only thing he might need to worry about is the power of blood energy. As he was thinking about these things, he noticed that Fang Tianhe, who was leading the group ahead, had stopped. He glanced around cautiously and found that it wasn't due to danger, but because a fork in the road had appeared ahead. One to the left, one to the right. Old Luo, if it were you, which side would you choose? Lin Xinghai felt the atmosphere was too tense, so he spoke up to break the silence. Your question is completely meaningless. In this situation, only the team leader can make the choice, Roger said. Seeing Lin Xinghai cast a disdainful glance his way, he immediately understood what the other was thinking. He explained irritably, don't think I'm just flattering him. Right now, our detectors are useless, and the only thing we can rely on is perception. But our perception range is too small, so we have to depend on the team leader. Hearing this, Lin Xinghai's heart stirred. He had almost forgotten about this matter. He quickly closed his eyes and extended his perception to the maximum. Soon he noticed a faint sense of danger emanating from the depths of the corridor on the left. This feeling was not unfamiliar to him. It was zombies. At this moment, Fang Tianhe made his choice. Surprisingly, he didn't choose the safe right side but instead took the initiative to lead the team toward the left. Lin Xinghai's lips moved slightly, but in the end, he said nothing and silently followed along. The group advanced swiftly and cautiously, their combat boots stepping on the alloy floor almost soundlessly. As they moved forward, Lin Xinghai's sense of the zombies grew increasingly clear. They were mostly distributed on both sides of the corridor. And it wasn't just him. Others like Roger, who had broken through the second genetic lock, also noticed it at this point. However, apart from tightening their grip on their firearms, they made no additional moves. Soon, isolation doors appeared on both sides of the corridor. Although these doors were sturdy, the mercenaries had exceptional hearing, and in such an unusually quiet environment, they could hear the noises coming from behind the isolation doors. There were footsteps, sounds of objects colliding, and the sound of sharp claws scraping against metal. It was clear that there were zombies behind these isolation doors. At this point, Fang Tianhe slowed his pace and began examining the nameplates above the isolation doors. Found it! Upon seeing the words monitoring room, Fang Tianhe immediately waved to halt the team. The team member who had just been responsible for prying the window stepped forward again with the vibration dagger. However, these isolation doors were made of high-strength alloy, making them difficult to cut even with the vibration dagger. So the team member only cut open the lock position before retreating.
Fang Tianhe then stepped forward, hooked his fingers into the groove that had been cut, and exerted force. Creak! Fang Tian and his impressive strength of 97 points were fully displayed at this moment.
The partially broken lock was directly snapped, and the 5-centimeter thick alloy door was slowly opened.
Roar!
The door had barely opened 15 centimeters when a zombie's head stretched out, lunging directly at Fang Tian.
But Fang Tian seemed to have anticipated this. With his other hand, he lightly reached forward, accurately grabbing the zombie's head, and then yanked it backward.
The entire zombie's head was actually torn off barehanded, while its body was still stuck behind the door.
Thud! Lin Xinghai couldn't help but swallow hard. This was the absolute gap in strength. Picking up a zombie was like picking up a chick. Fang Tian casually tossed the head aside and immediately delivered a fierce kick to the headless corpse behind the door. Boom! Under the terrifying force, the headless corpse flew backward like a cannonball, knocking down all the zombies following behind it.
Only then did Fang Tian take the opportunity to open the alloy door and enter, followed by the team members who filed in and quickly finished off the 4 fallen zombies with additional shots. The whole process was easy and fast. Still feels like strength-type gene optimizers are the most impressive.
Lin Xinghai couldn't help but mutter, quickly following the team inside.
Roger, I need the structural diagram of this research institute.
It's up to you now,
Fang Tian has said, pointing at the surveillance computer in front of him.
No problem,
Roger said as he opened his wrist-mounted computer and took out a black metal cube, gently placing it at the connection port of the surveillance computer. Lin Xinghai could see that the black metal block began to slowly transform, eventually fitting seamlessly into the interface.
Liquid metal?
Lin Xinghai couldn't help but mutter, then turned to look at the light screen projected from Roger's wrist-mounted computer. A waterfall-like stream of code had already appeared there.
TSK. Even though it's a relic from 20 years ago, this firewall is no joke. Truly worthy of the Spacecraft Research Institute, Roger remarked as he looked at the code, unable to suppress his admiration. How long will it take? Fang Tianhe asked. About a minute, Roger replied. Fang Tianhe frowned slightly but ultimately said nothing. However, this subtle expression was immediately caught by Roger. Captain, if you think it's too slow, how about allocating a special fund for me afterward? Get me the latest model of the decoder, and I guarantee I'll get it done in 10 seconds. Cough.
We'll talk about this later, Fang Tianhe said. Roger curled his lips. Talk about it later can be directly understood as, no. But a minute isn't very long, and everyone exchanged a few jokes before it passed.
Done,
Roger said, tapping twice on the virtual keyboard in the air. Instantly, the 3D structural diagram of the Spaceship Research Institute was projected.
Fang Tian stepped forward, stared at the projected structural diagram for a moment, then enlarged the projection and pointed to a specific spot. The energy room is here, 3 levels underground.
As he spoke, he operated his wrist-mounted computer, retrieved the data, and quickly calculated the optimal route.
Let's go. This way. Fang Tian took the lead again.
With the map in hand, everything became much easier, and they quickly found the stairs leading downward. Upon reaching the first underground level, everyone felt their field of vision suddenly expand. This Spaceship Research Institute, most of the buildings above ground are office areas, and even the laboratories are separated into individual rooms.
However, the underground level is almost completely open.
Here, there are numerous large-scale machines, and at the very center stands an unfinished, unassembled spaceship. Looking at its massive size, streamlined hull, and futuristic appearance, Lin Xinghai felt deeply awed. If it weren't for the outbreak of the Great Disaster, the space age might have already begun. However, his sentiment lasted less than a second before the roar of zombies pulled him back.
This entire floor was an assembly workshop, with no obstacles to block the view.
The more than 100 zombies on this floor immediately spotted them and, like a pack of starving wolves, charged at them. Without the protection of an armored vehicle, facing the onslaught of over 100 zombies, to be honest, Lin Xinghai felt a bit uneasy. Keep up the pace. Fang Tianhe, at the forefront of the team, showed no fear or hesitation and directly led the group toward the entrance of the next staircase. Facing the charging zombies, he raised his hand and struck with a blade, killing one instantly. Then, with a horizontal slash, he cut 2 more zombies in half at the waist. Decisive and swift, even his forward momentum showed no signs of hesitation. Everyone following behind, including Lin Xinghai, felt reassured, firing their guns while quickly keeping up. Although there were over 100 zombies, they were scattered across the entire floor. Thus, during their advance, only about a dozen posed a real threat to them. Just as he rushed into the staircase, Wu Yan, who was responsible for covering the rear, casually closed the door, and that was it. As for the second underground level, it mainly served as a research area for spaceship engines. The assembly workshop was divided into relatively small rooms, making it relatively easy to pass through. However, upon reaching the third underground level, Lin Xinghai used his perception to sense the surroundings and was slightly stunned. Lin Xinghai was stunned because upon reaching the third underground level, he couldn't sense a single zombie. Of course, although this was somewhat unusual, it was impossible to stop and investigate what was happening.
They could only continue forward.
However, as they advanced, not only Lin Xinghai but even the others noticed the same issue. They had moved forward more than 300 meters and still hadn't seen a single zombie. Could it be that there was no one here initially? A mercenary speculated softly.
But no one answered. Everyone just silently continued on their way.
Suddenly, Lin Xinghai paused slightly. Because within his perception range, zombies appeared, and it was a densely packed horde of them.
Fang Tianhe also sensed it.
His steps paused, then he raised his wrist-mounted computer to take a look, and his expression turned grave. The zombies on this floor have all gathered in the energy room, Fang Tianhe said in a deep voice.
What? Many people were shocked. Some sighed, lamenting their misfortune.
Roger pondered slightly before speaking. I did read a study published by the shelter before.
Zombies seem to be able to absorb radiation like energy. Now that the energy crystals are unstable and emitting a massive energy field, could it be that the zombies are being attracted because of this? No matter what, this tough battle is inevitable. Let's go, Fang Tianhe said as he resumed walking forward.
The others, seeing this, had nothing more to say and quickly followed. The group advanced along the corridor and soon saw the zombies gathered in the energy room. Not only did they fill the energy room, but even the outside corridor was packed with zombies, completely surrounding the energy room in layers.
Roar, roar, roar.
Although zombies are very interested in energy crystals, fresh flesh is always their favorite. Upon discovering Lin Xinghai and his group, they immediately let out excited growls and charged forward.
Triangle formation, Fang Tianhe ordered.
Wu Yan and Su Haishui immediately stepped forward upon hearing the command, standing to Fang Tianhe's left and right, but falling back by one position. The remaining five, including Lin Xinghai and Roger, utilized the gaps left between the three to fire desperately, trying their best to kill the swarming zombies.
However, the zombies were too fast and too dense,
quickly closing in.
Fang Tianhe showed no fear.
As the zombies were about to rush forward, he swung his large blade in a sweeping motion. Thud, 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 thud.
5 zombie heads flew into the air, including one belonging to an advanced zombie. With Fang Tianhe taking on the majority of the zombie horde's pressure, Wu Yan and Su Haishui had a much easier time.
One held a giant shield, while the other transformed into a werewolf, blocking the few zombies on both sides. The three formed a solid defensive line, allowing those behind to safely shoot and kill the zombies. Seeing this, Lin Xinghai couldn't help but feel deeply moved. This is the value of having a strong individual present. If the zombie horde they encountered earlier had someone as powerful as Fang Tianhe holding the line, then there wouldn't have been much for him and Roger to do. A single slash could have taken down the most threatening high-level zombies. Now, despite the presence of over 100 zombies ahead, as long as they can't break through the defensive line formed by Fang Tianhe and the others, it would only take a few minutes to eliminate them all. However, the development of events was not as Lin Xinghai had speculated. Fang Tianhe did not merely defend, he actually pressed forward steadily, braving the impact of the zombie horde. At the same time, the speed at which he swung his broadsword grew faster and faster. One slash followed another, the blade's light flowing continuously. Wherever it passed, not a single zombie could withstand it in the slightest, all being sliced cleanly in half. Moreover, he imbued his broadsword with his abilities, forming a black blade aura. For zombies that the broadsword could not originally reach, Fang Tianhe only needed to control his ability to extend the blade aura, swiftly dealing with them. Toward the end, the blade aura seemed to form layer upon layer of black waves, sweeping through the zombie tide, leaving behind nothing but a field of corpses in its wake. Lin Xinghai stared with his mouth wide open, even forgetting to shoot. Right now, there was absolutely nothing for them to do. As long as Fang Tianhe could maintain this state, he could annihilate the zombie horde all by himself. Why do I feel like, even though it's the same knife slashing zombies, once it's in the captain's hands, it seems like a completely different weapon? Lin Xinghai swallowed hard and said. The scene before him truly exceeded the limits of his understanding. Hey! Of course, it's different because the leader knows ancient martial arts, blade technique, 1,000-layered waves. Roger looked at Lin Xinghai's expression and found it amusing. Finally, something could surprise him. Ancient martial arts? Lin Xinghai repeated. That's right. Originally, things like Tai Chi and Bagua Pam, we thought they were exaggerated and fabricated by the ancients, only suitable as performance acts on stage. But with the emergence of genetic medicine, our bodies have become increasingly stronger, and we discovered that those ancient martial arts weren't just for show. It's just that many of the requirements exceeded our physical capabilities, making them seem awkward when performed. Nowadays, many ancient martial arts have been proven effective, and some can even unleash tremendous power. For example, the blade technique 1,000-layered waves is one such case. Of course, this blade technique wasn't originally so exaggerated. However, it happens to align perfectly with the captain's special ability. By using the ability to simulate the legendary blade aura, it can exhibit such terrifying power, Roger explained. Lin Xinghai's
Xinghai's eyes lit up as he listened. Is there any martial art suitable for me to learn? No. Roger's reply was straightforward and clear. Lin Xinghai felt a breath stuck in his chest. When he was full of anticipation, it was like being doused with a bucket of cold water. It was truly unpleasant. Why? The entire shelter only has about a dozen martial arts books, and none of them are related to daggers. So I don't know any ancient martial arts either, Roger said, raising the vibrating dagger in his hand. Then what types of ancient martial arts are there? Lin Xinghai continued to ask. He thought he could switch weapons. If you really want to learn, I'll take you to check it out when we get back. The shelter has a unified fee 10,000 points to learn one martial art, but I think you should seriously consider it. Look at Wu Yan and Su Haishui. One bought martial arts focused on shields, and the other bought claw-based martial arts. After practicing for half a year, they've only grasped the basics. Ancient martial arts aren't easy to learn. Even with daily practice, it takes at least 2 to 3 years to get started. Unless you have talent like the captain, but even the captain took a full 4 months to be considered initiated. As for reaching the level of proficiency, that's a distant goal. So, instead of wasting money and time on learning ancient martial arts, it's better to hone what you're already good at. Take your marksmanship for example. If you practice seriously, Roger was speaking passionately, but he suddenly faltered at this point. Lin Xinghai's inhuman talent for marksmanship really doesn't require serious practice. Cough. Anyway, I think it's not worth it, Roger forcefully concluded. But after saying a whole lot, Lin Xinghai only caught the part about 10,000 points. That's really damn expensive. However, as he watched Fang Tianhe unleash his might, single-handedly charging into the energy room during their brief conversation, he made up his mind. Whatever happens, just buy it. Rewards will be tallied by the system the next day and a unified thank you will be given at the end of the chapter. No matter how many book coins are rewarded, an electronic thank you letter will be sent within 3 days. Please check system messages to receive it. In addition, to avoid affecting the reading experience of subsequent readers, the acknowledgements at the end of the chapter will only be retained for 7 days. Old Luo, I suddenly thought of another question. If I ask the captain or someone else who knows ancient martial arts to teach me, wouldn't that mean I don't have to buy it? Lin Xinghai thought of this loophole and immediately asked. In that case, it would count as illegal learning. If you can keep it hidden, that's one thing, but as soon as someone discovers and reports it, not only will you be fined double the points, but the person teaching you will also be held accountable. Overall, the risk is too high. Besides, if you purchase the learning from the shelter, they will directly use the memory transmitter to transfer all the details of the entire technique into your mind. It's much more detailed than being taught by others, and you'll learn faster, Roger explained. Lin Xinghai nodded. He was just asking casually and didn't feel regretful. The two chatted as they moved forward and soon arrived at the door of the energy room. At this moment, the inside was already littered with corpses, the metal floor covered with zombie bodies. There were no living zombies left in the energy room. Most of them were dead, though less than 1/10 managed to escape. Although zombies have poor brains, they are not inferior to beasts. When faced with the danger of death, they still flee. Of course, such situations are very rare, as zombies are far more bloodthirsty than ordinary beasts. However, regarding the zombie corpses, the people present, including Lin Xinghai, were almost immune to them. They immediately turned their attention to the center of the energy room. There is a circular platform about 5 square meters in size, and above the platform, there is a blue cubic crystal. The surface of this blue crystal has already developed numerous cracks and even some damage, with energy continuously emanating through these gaps. This is undoubtedly an energy crystal. Roger almost immediately activated the wrist-mounted computer in his hand to scan the energy crystal before him. 1.5348 tons. Based on today's latest quote, we can earn at least 230,000 points, Roger said excitedly. The others couldn't help but cheer as well. The harvest this time was truly enormous. Not only did they successfully obtain the energy crystal, but they also acquired the corpse of an armored zombie worth 20,000 points. Altogether, it amounted to a staggering 250,000 points. Usually, when they went out, they earned at most 10,000 points, and at least only 6 or 7,000. This didn't even account for expenses like ammunition and equipment. After deducting everything, their average earnings per trip were only about 5,000 points. This trip alone was equivalent to the harvest of 50 regular outings. In other words, it's equivalent to their usual 2 months harvest. Even the calmest mercenaries couldn't hide their excitement. Lin Xinghai was naturally happy for them, but as it was his first time carrying out a mission, he didn't feel much about it. His gaze quickly shifted to Fang Tianhe, who was standing in the corner. At this moment, Fang Tianhe was staring solemnly at an opening in front of him. It was a 2-meter diameter opening, dark and deep, leading to an unknown destination. After their initial excitement, the group of mercenaries noticed this scene and gathered around, their expressions gradually turning serious. It must be noted that this was the energy room, and the floor was paved with 20 centimeters of high-strength alloy. Even a small missile would require 10 rounds to blast it open. Captain, this. Wu Yan gripped his shield, his expression grave as he looked
looked at the large hole in front of him. Fang Tianhe did not respond but instead took out a pair of gloves, put them on, and lightly touched the residue of the slime at the edge of the hole. It was a kind of blood-red slime, and as soon as the gloves made contact, white smoke quickly rose.
Clearly, this slime possessed extremely strong corrosive properties.
It's some kind of highly corrosive mutated zombie, likely attracted by the energy crystal, Fang Tianhe said. His voice was soft, but to others, it sounded like a thunderclap.
Everyone was well aware of the terror of mutated zombies,
especially Lin Xinghai, who had data for comparison and the most direct understanding of how powerful mutated zombies were. Take the armored zombie as an example. If they didn't have mechas, it was likely that all of them, including Fang Tianhe, would be wiped out with a single slap.
Stop staring and take action.
The corrosion marks on these high-strength alloys on the ground weren't caused in one go.
This is very likely the lair of that mutated zombie.
The opponent has just left and could return at any moment, Fang Tianhe said again, but this time his tone was much more urgent.
Everyone immediately sprang into action. Roger took a metal disc out of his combat backpack.
Under the control of his wrist-mounted computer, the metal disc extended a pair of rotors and quickly flew directly above the energy crystal. Immediately, a white light emanated from a diamond-shaped mirror at the bottom, directly enveloping the entire energy crystal. Then a miraculous scene unfolded. The cracks on the energy crystal began to heal on their own, and even the damaged parts smoothed out by themselves. The only difference from before was that the energy crystal had become slightly smaller in size, but its energy no longer leaked.
What is this? Lin Xinghai couldn't help but ask curiously. Energy restrainers, specifically used to stabilize energy crystals, Roger explained, then took 4 metal spheres from his combat backpack and placed them on the ground.
As he entered commands on his wrist-mounted computer, the 4 metal spheres began to roll on their own, surrounding the energy crystal in the center. Then, a crack appeared in the middle of each metal sphere, from which red light began to emanate. The moment this red light appeared, Lin Xinghai felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. His heightened senses kept warning him that this red light posed a deadly threat.
Old Luo, what is this again? Lin Xinghai swallowed and asked once more.
Laser cutter, Roger replied succinctly. At this moment, all his attention was focused on issuing commands. Soon, as Roger pressed the enter key, 4 laser cutters simultaneously emitted lasers. Lin Xinghai only felt a flash of red light before his eyes, and the massive energy crystal in front of him was cut into 8 evenly sized pieces. When the energy crystal was being cut, there was a brief moment when it emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation, as if it were about to explode.
But with the energy restrainer in place, it stabilized instantly.
At this moment, several other members who had been watching from the side quickly took out 8 folding boxes from their combat backpacks. These folding boxes are only palm-sized when folded, but when unfolded, they can stretch to become a 1 cubic meter box. They are more than sufficient to hold these cut energy crystals. Watching the mercenaries methodically place the energy crystals into the folding boxes, Lin Xinghai breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but marvel at how useful these futuristic tools are. Roger quickly led his team to load the energy crystals. On the other side, Fang Tianhe, along with Wu Yan, was busy in the entire energy chamber. They took out objects resembling timers and placed them in every corner of the energy chamber according to a specific pattern. Then they connected the bullets for the hand cannon to these timers. Seeing this, Lin Xinghai roughly understood that they were likely making bombs. When the entire energy chamber was filled with as many as 100 hand cannon bullets, Lin Xinghai felt a bit of a chill down his spine.
These hand cannon bullets may look small, but their power is comparable to 20th century howitzers.
If 100 howitzers were detonated simultaneously, their power would definitely rival that of a medium-sized missile.
Finally, Fang Tianhe solemnly took out an oval-shaped metal sphere from his backpack.
These metal spheres quickly extended mechanical legs after pressing the start button and stood up, resembling metallic spiders. The abdomen of this metallic spider emitted a flashing red light, and as the red light flickered, the timers distributed throughout the energy room also began to blink with red light.
Soon, all the red light flickering frequencies synchronized. Debugging complete.
One Type I spider bomb, combined with so many hand cannon bullets, is enough to give that mutated zombie a hard time.
At this moment, Fang Tianhe finally breathed a sigh of relief.
If he hadn't been highly alert and escaped the energy room immediately, he might have been blown to pieces, Wu Yan added. In the mercenary group, Roger serves as a part-time hacker, while Wu Yan is a part-time bomb expert.
Then let's hurry up.
I have this uneasy feeling in my heart, Su Haishui chimed in at this moment. He directly activated his werewolf ability, picked up 2 folding boxes, and started walking out. Roger quickly packed his tools back into his combat backpack and also picked up 2 folding boxes. Lin Xinghai originally intended to help carry a folding box, but he quickly realized that this thing was far from light. In fact, it's easy to calculate. The weight of the entire energy crystal is 1.5348 tons, equivalent to 3069.6 Gene.
Even after being cut into 8 pieces, each piece still weighs 383.7 Gene.
With Lin Xinghai's strength of 21 points, he could lift it, but it would be extremely strenuous and significantly affect his speed.
Of course, Fang Tianhe didn't choose him to come here just to carry boxes, so in the end, Lin Xinghai didn't carry the box.
The other person who didn't carry a box was Fang Tianhe himself. The former is due to insufficient strength, while the latter is to maintain optimal combat effectiveness.
After leaving the energy room, the squad immediately jogged back along the original route.
Of course, what they call jogging would be a full sprint for ordinary people. At such a speed, coupled with the fact that the path back had mostly been cleared of zombies, they could be out in at most 2 minutes. Sometimes, 2 minutes can feel very short, barely enough for a conversation, but other times it can feel extraordinarily long, long enough to decide life and death.
Just less than 20 seconds after they left the energy room, a piercing alarm sounded from Wu Yan's combat backpack.
Inside his backpack, there was a small zombie detector, which had been rendered completely ineffective earlier due to the influence of the energy crystal. However, at this moment, the energy crystal had stabilized and was no longer emitting an energy field, allowing the zombie detector to function properly.
Upon hearing the alarm, everyone's expressions changed.
The different alarm sounds of the zombie detector signify different types of zombies that are about to appear. Even Lin Xinghai, a rookie on his first mission, vividly remembered the special alarm sound, because this alarm only goes off when mutant zombies appear. The detection range of this small zombie detector is only 300 meters, Wu Yan said, his lips trembling as he spoke. 300 meters, with the terrifying speed of mutant zombies, this is an incredibly close distance. If they hadn't kept a backup plan, they would probably be sentenced to death right now. At this moment, no orders were needed, everyone lowered their heads and sprinted madly.
Boom!
They had just run a few dozen meters when a deafening roar erupted behind them, and the entire ground began to shake violently. Lin Xinghai glanced back, his pupils suddenly contracting. The entire hallway showed signs of collapsing, and a violent shockwave mixed with flames was rapidly sweeping toward them along the corridor.
Quick, 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 the stairs are right ahead,
Fang Tianhe shouted, while turning around to help the two members at the back of the team carry the folding boxes. At this moment, Lin Xinghai also unhesitatingly activated his speed ability. He didn't have the strength to help others carry their luggage, he could only dash forward to the front of the line and kick open the fire door with one swift motion, saving the team a bit of time in opening the door. Fortunately, they were already close to the stairs. Before the shockwave swept through, they narrowly managed to rush up to the negative second floor. Seems like I used too much explosives, Wu Yan said with an embarrassed chuckle. If they had run even a little slower, something serious might have happened. Moreover, constant vibrations were coming from underfoot, and the collapse was still ongoing. If they didn't run out in time, they might really end up buried. No, the mutated zombie isn't dead yet,
Fang Tianhe said as he continued leading the team forward.
The zombie detector in Wu Yan's combat backpack was still sounding alarms.
At this moment, on the negative second floor, many zombies were disturbed and began wandering out.
Fang Tianhe had already returned the folding box to the two team members and was clearing the path ahead with a large knife. At the same time, he used the wrist-mounted computer in his hand to request assistance from Shenhan, who was standing by above.
At this moment, Lin Xinghai's marksmanship finally came into play.
He continuously fired his gun, coordinating with Fang Tianhe to kill the wandering zombies, allowing the team to maintain high-speed progress. However, there wasn't the slightest trace of relief on anyone's face, as they all felt a chilling sensation down their spines.
Moreover, the stronger one's perception, the more pronounced this feeling became. Why does it seem completely uninjured, with its speed not decreasing at all? 200 meters, 180 meters, 150 meters, 130 meters.
Lin Xinghai turned his head to look back. Wu Yan, at some point, had taken out a small zombie detector from his combat backpack.
Each of his reports sounded like a death knell.
When they reached the staircase to the second basement level, the mutated zombie was only 110 meters away from them. At this moment, a trace of despair rose in Lin Xinghai's eyes. With the speed of the mutated zombie, it was uncertain whether they could even make it back to the first floor, let alone escape from the Starshield shelter. What made Lin Xinghai even more desperate was that when they passed through the staircase and reached the first basement level, the remaining zombies in the assembly workshop had, for some unknown reason, all gathered at the staircase entrance.
This is completely adding insult to injury. Jump up with me, there's still time,
Fang Tianhe said, leaping directly onto the nearby fixed frame connecting the spaceship, then using it as leverage to jump again, heading straight for the alloy ceiling above. Lin Xinghai was initially stunned, but he quickly saw Fang Tianhe's entire body enveloped in black light. That was the superpower, Sky Splitter.
Snicker.
The sound akin to a hot knife slicing through butter echoed, as the hard alloy ceiling instantly turned to powder upon contact with the black light.
Just like that, Fang Tianhe used his ability to forcibly carve out a path, directly leaping to the first floor. He also opened a path to survival for the members behind him. Side panel.
Many readers are requesting an additional update. There will be one more chapter tonight.
It's not that I don't want to write more, but it's a personal capability issue. I myself am clumsy with my hands, and my typing speed is very slow. Under normal circumstances, writing and revising one chapter takes
3 hours. Besides, my daughter is just over 4 months old, and I also need to help take care of her. There are countless miscellaneous tasks, like preparing milk, grabbing diapers, boiling water, sterilizing bottles, and so on. Although these tasks are quick to do, they are very trivial. When I'm writing and get called over to help, my train of thought gets interrupted, and the emotions I've built up are gone. This feeling is really frustrating and has caused the time it takes to write a chapter to be endlessly extended. So, I ask for everyone's understanding. I also want to write more and get the work published sooner to earn some income. The other members, seeing the life passage Fong Tianhe had opened, hurriedly stepped onto the fixed frame and jumped up. When they reached the first floor, the mutated zombies also entered Lin Xinghai's 100-meter perception range. So fast. Lin Xinghai was shocked in his heart. It was just that his attention quickly shifted because explosions kept coming from the right front. Moreover, the explosions were getting closer, and their power increasingly terrifying. It seemed as if they were about to blow the entire research institute to the ground. What's happening now? This thought was still swirling in Lin Xinghai's mind when he saw Fong Tianhe running toward the direction of the explosion. Lin Xinghai didn't have time to think much and followed the team forward. At this moment, Fong Tianhe was moving in a completely straight line, but the direction he was heading had no passage. He could only keep crashing through walls to enter the room ahead. Sizzle! The heaven-splitting ability was unleashed once again, but the ground-level buildings of the Research Institute did not have the same strict requirements as the underground structures. The walls were not reinforced with alloy, only high-strength reinforced concrete. Therefore, this time, Fong Tianhe's collision was not as strenuous. However, his aura still diminished significantly, clearly indicating considerable energy consumption. Roar! 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 The zombies in this room immediately lunged at Fong Tianhe, but he reacted faster. Raising the hand cannon in his grasp, he fired 3 consecutive shots, blasting away all 20+ zombies charging toward him. Using a hand cannon at such close range can certainly clear zombies in the fastest way, but Fong Tianhe himself also has to endure a certain degree of shockwave. He dared to do this only because of his strong physique. Lin Xinghai was the second to enter the room. At this moment, the room was still filled with smoke, and visibility was extremely low. Under such circumstances, it is very difficult to aim and shoot. But this refers to ordinary people. Lin Xinghai is different. At such a close distance, his perception is already able to determine the location of the zombies. Relying on this, he quickly fired his gun, instantly finishing off the remaining zombies in the room that hadn't been killed by the explosion, all 5 of them. Fong Tianhe's face showed a fleeting expression of surprise. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely stop to see how Lin Xinghai managed to do it. But at this moment, the mutated zombie was only 60 meters away from them. He could even hear a strange rustling sound with his keen hearing, as if it were the sound of some liquid flowing. Fong Tianhe dared not pause for even a moment and immediately crashed into the wall of the next room. At the same time, a violent rumbling sound came from the adjacent room. When Lin Xinghai followed the hole Fong Tianhe had smashed through and rushed into the opposite room, he saw the other man pressed against the wall, with a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He was thrown back by the aftermath of the explosion. "Captain, are you okay?" Lin Xinghai asked hurriedly. "Nothing serious, get out quickly." Fong Tianhe broke free from the wall and continued running forward. Although he was seriously injured, he could still hold on. Lin Xinghai looked ahead. At this moment, all the walls in front of them had been breached. It should be said that it was blasted open. Following this blasted open passage, they only need to run another 100 meters to get out. At the end of the passage stands the Snow White Frost mech, with the missile protection covers on its legs open. Inside, the miniature missiles are already more than half depleted. Clearly, this passage was directly created using miniature missiles. That's really simple and crude. Lin Xinghai couldn't help but exclaim, but it was indeed very practical. With the road cleared, everyone's speed of advancement increased. As they were about to reach the exit, the mutant zombie also caught up to this passage. Lin Xinghai turned his head and saw the wall being pushed apart, followed by a humanoid monster emerging from within. This mutant zombie was quite peculiar because its entire body lacked any claws or sharp edges. Instead, it was incredibly smooth and elastic, almost as if it were molded from soft rubber plastic. This thing gave Lin Xinghai the first impression that, apart from being a bit larger, it seemed harmless. However, when the others saw it, their expressions changed drastically. "Damn it, how could we be so unlucky to encounter this thing?" Roger couldn't help but curse. "What is it? Is it very scary?" Lin Xinghai asked further. "This thing is called the Blood Demon, or simply Blood Fiend. When the catastrophe broke out, it was the sudden appearance of this creature, spreading viruses on a massive scale, that caused so many humans to turn into zombies," Roger explained. The Blood Fiend let out a roar from its mouth, the sound somewhat strange, as if it were transmitted through water. Of course, no one paid attention to this at the moment, because the Blood Fiend was charging forward at an extremely fast speed, leaping over 10 meters in an instant. "Move aside," Shen Han's cold voice echoed through the loudspeaker on the mech. She had already controlled the mech, raised the electromagnetic railgun, and activated the Frost Heaven ability. Lin Xinghai, like the other mercenaries immediately dodged to the side. In the next instant, a white streak condensed in the air before their eyes. Put! The bullet accurately pierced into the blood demon's body, its form seemingly composed of blood instantly covered with a layer of frost, making its movements difficult. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two miniature missiles followed closely behind, directly hitting the blood demon's body. Boom! Boom! Under two loud roars, the massive body of the blood demon was blown to pieces. Lin Xinghai was a bit dumbfounded. This was way too easy to deal with. He cast a puzzled look at Roger, but the latter directly grabbed him and sprinted, rushing out of the research institute in one go. It was only at this moment that Lin Xinghai had the chance to glance back, but with just one look, his eyes widened in shock. Because the shattered body of the blood demon turned into individual blood spheres after being blown apart, these spheres could still bounce forward, continuing to chase after them. During this process, the blood spheres would draw closer to each other and rapidly merge together. By the time these blood spheres chased out of the shelter, they had completely merged into one, transforming back into the blood demon without a single trace of injury on its body.
This made Lin Xinghai's scalp tingle with fear.
Fortunately, they had already escaped, and Fang Tianhe had activated the sky-splitting mecha to come over. Let's go, back to the car, don't cause trouble here, Roger said. Soon, they joined the waiting team outside, and the energy crystal was placed on the multifunctional off-road vehicle. Fighting against monsters at the level of mutated zombies is impossible without mechas. Thus, everyone escorted the multifunctional off-road vehicle, moving away from the battlefield as quickly as possible.
With the cover of the two mechas, Rift Sky and Frost, it wasn't difficult for everyone to move away from the battlefield. However, if they couldn't kill or severely injure the blood demon with its interference, they wouldn't be able to leave the city center safely. Why updated Dawn? Of course, it's because the recommendation votes in your hands have refreshed. Requesting recommendation votes. Requesting recommendation votes. Requesting recommendation votes. Mutated zombies, including this blood demon, all share one characteristic: their large size. The size of this blood demon is comparable to that of a mech. At this moment, Fang Tianhe and Shenhan are both piloting mechs, locked in an intense battle with the blood demon. However, although the fight was evenly matched, it could not be considered intense. Fang Tian controlled the sky-splitting mech, and with a vertical slash of the vibrating giant blade in his hand, a massive 5-meter-long wound appeared on the blood demon. Yet this wound healed in the blink of an eye. It could perfectly be described with the phrase drawing a blade to cut water, yet the water flows even more. Whether it's cold weapons or firearms, attacking the blood demon has no effect. In fact, to some extent, the Research Institute has not yet dared to conclude whether this blood demon can even be classified as a living organism. The only consolation is that the blood demon's attack power is quite weak. At least for now, it is being suppressed by two mechas. But everyone knows that this is not a viable solution in the long run. It's impossible to keep dragging things out with this blood demon, especially since this is the zombie-infested city center. If this drags on, it will only attract more and more zombies, and the most terrifying thing is that it might even draw in other mutated zombies. By then, they would truly be in danger. Apart from this unpredictable risk, the energy of the mech is also a major issue. Under normal circumstances, a mech can operate for at least 10 hours on a single energy refill, but such high-intensity combat consumes energy that cannot be compared to normal times and can only last for half an hour at most. Even if they choose to fight while retreating, they probably won't make it out of the city center, let alone escape Tianshan City. Lin Xinghai used the probing technique on the blood demon. Name: Blood Demon. Constitution: 532 points. Strength: 459 points. Speed: 638 points. Remarks: a peculiar elemental creature. Is this blood demon really impossible to kill? Lin Xinghai asked Roger beside him, looking at the information on the system panel. It's basically impossible to kill, so if you encounter one, you can only find a way to escape. Roger's forehead furrowed into a deep crease. Basically? Lin Xinghai immediately caught the key point and quickly said, so there is still a way to kill it. What is it? The blood demon is completely immune to physical attacks, but if it's energy attacks, they can have some effect to varying degrees. The captain just used the sky split ability to slash the blood demon in half. Did you see that? Wasn't there blood mist evaporating from the blood demon's wound? That's the result of an energy impact. If only there were a flame type ability user here, it would be great. Flames are the most effective against this kind of blood demon. As long as the blood that makes up the blood demon is entirely evaporated, it will die, Roger sighed. But Lin Xinghai's eyes lit up when he heard this. Flames? How about incendiary bombs? No, they won't work, Roger shook his head. However, he had just started speaking when he saw Lin Xinghai already switch bullets and fire a shot. With Lin Xinghai's marksmanship, he could easily hit the target even at a distance of over 300 meters. However, the blood demon's defense seemed very weak. Fang Tianhe could casually slash with his blade and create a wound 5 or 6 meters long. But that relied on the power of the mecha. And the incendiary bomb, after hitting the blood demon, advanced only 5 centimeters before getting stuck. Of course, the power of the incendiary
bomb does not lie in its physical attack strength but in the overwhelming flames.
Boom! A massive fireball appeared instantly, completely engulfing the entire blood demon. The blood demon is indeed afraid of flames.
Wrapped in fire, it let out an angry roar, but that was all.
As the blood within the demon's body flowed, the flames covering it slid off like running water. Even the incendiary grenade was quickly expelled from its body.
The incendiary grenade fell to the ground, still spewing flames continuously, but the blood demon had already moved away.
The entire process lasted less than a second.
While the threat posed to the blood demon wasn't entirely negligible, it was definitely minimal. Roger seemed to have anticipated this scene and said gravely, "This is the perverse nature of the blood demon.
The chemical substances sprayed by the incendiary bomb simply cannot adhere to its body.
Only fire-type ability users, who can continuously control flames to burn it, can inflict sufficient damage." However, Lin Xinghai did not give up.
He frowned in thought, feeling that there must still be a way.
At this moment, Fang Tianhe and Shen Han were also engaged in a heated discussion over the communication channel about how to leave.
Fang Tianhe, we can't keep stalling. You need to take the remaining mercenaries and retreat immediately. I'll figure out a way to hold off this blood demon. Shen Han, you can hold off the blood demon, but how will you escape afterward? Fang Tianhe, I'll naturally have my ways. Shen Han, what other ideas could you possibly have? The remaining energy in your mech should only be around 60% now, right? Fang Tianhe, even without the mech, my chances of survival alone are still the highest. We can't all just sit here and wait for death, can we? Shen Han, no way, I'm staying behind.
They can evacuate first.
Fang Tianhe, without the mech escorting them, how will the others leave Tianshan City?
Shen Han, then I'll unbind the mecha and let them send someone to pilot it.
Anyway, I'm staying here. Fang Tianhe. The conversation between the two in the communication channel could also be heard on the multifunctional off-road vehicle. A group of mercenaries listened in silence, not knowing what to do. Moreover, if the sky-splitting mercenary group loses Fang Tianhe, would it still be the sky-splitting mercenary group?
It is estimated that later on, it will either disband or be annexed by other mercenary groups. Lin Xinghai did not pay attention to the crowd's conversation. His gaze was fixed on the distant battlefield. One plan after another kept emerging in his mind, only to be dismissed. Suddenly, a new idea surfaced in his mind.
Although this idea may seem a bit absurd, it is not necessarily impossible.
Of course, before that, one thing still needs to be verified. Lin Xinghai quickly loaded an armor-piercing bullet into the magazine and fired a shot with a raised hand.
Bang!
The bullet hit the body of the blood demon, but of course, it definitely didn't cause any substantial damage. However, Lin Xinghai wasn't concerned about that. He was closely watching the final position where the armor-piercing bullet stopped.
It penetrated 1 meter into the blood demon's body.
But as the blood inside the blood demon squeezed outward, the armor-piercing bullet was quickly expelled.
In just 5 seconds, it was pushed out.
Such healing ability is enough to make ordinary people despair, but Lin Xinghai's eyes grew brighter and brighter.
Firing an armor-piercing bullet 1 meter into the blood demon's body naturally wouldn't have any effect. But what if this armor-piercing bullet were replaced with an incendiary bomb?
An incendiary bomb fully detonating inside the body and lasting for as long as 5 seconds would cause damage that is absolutely several times, even dozens of times, greater than the previous incendiary bomb.
Of course, the fundamental issue is how to deliver a burning grenade into the blood demon's body. Lin Xinghai's solution to this was to first use armor-piercing bullets to open up a pathway.
The burning grenade would then follow closely behind, shooting along the same trajectory to achieve the goal.
Of course, Lin Xinghai also understood that his knowledge of the blood demon was far from sufficient. So he voiced this idea and asked Roger whether doing so could inflict real damage on the blood demon. Upon hearing this, Roger's face immediately showed a peculiar expression. Your method, theoretically speaking, should be feasible, but in practice, it's completely impossible. Especially the part where you suggested hitting the same spot with 2 bullets. Even if you could actually achieve that, with the blood demon's recovery speed, it would be impossible to leave any follow-up trajectory. If it's another type of mutated zombie, as long as your shooting skills are good and accurate, continuously firing at the same spot to increase damage, not to mention creating a trajectory, even shooting straight through might not be impossible. But the blood demon is different. It's like shooting at the surface of a lake. No matter how precise your aim is, it's impossible to create a wound. Of course, the blood demon's healing speed isn't as fast as lake water, but in Roger's view, it's not far off. It might not be impossible.
The blood demon's wound recovery isn't instantaneous. It takes at least 0.1 seconds.
As long as you can seize this time gap.
Lin Xinghai hadn't finished speaking when Roger showed shook his head. It's impossible to get it right.
0.1 second recovery and instant recovery, in Roger's view, are essentially the same.
After thinking for a moment, he added, "You're kind of inhuman demands, I simply can't cooperate with you." Lin Xinghai touched his nose. "I didn't say I wanted you to cooperate. I was just discussing with you whether doing this could harm the blood demon."
Now it was Roger's turn to feel a bit awkward.
He had thought Lin Xinghai would invite him to cooperate, just like dealing with advanced zombies. But before he could say anything, Lin Xinghai said, "I'll step away for a moment to make some preparations and be right back." After speaking, he activated his speed ability and dashed off into the distance.
Roger had just made a valid point, trying to seize that 0.1 second time gap was indeed an inhuman demand. With his current shooting skills, it's absolutely impossible to achieve. But he has the system, he can cheat. If he raises the proficiency of the basic shooting technique to 100%, then he is confident he can do it. However, cheating requires blood energy.
After the breakthrough, his blood energy is down to only 3 points, and his shooting proficiency is only at 70%. According to the previous pattern, increasing firearm proficiency to 80% requires 7 points of blood energy, increasing to 90% requires 8 points, and increasing to 100% requires 9 points. A total of 24 points of blood energy is needed, and he is still 21 points short. 21 points of blood energy used to be a lot for Lin Xinghai, but now it's different. His firearm skills are no less than Roger's, and he has also become a genetic optimizer, even awakening a special ability. These conditions combined make him capable of defeating zombies, even high-level ones. After using his abilities, Lin Xinghai disappeared from the mercenary's sight in just a few leaps. Behind a building, 3 zombies were rushing in this direction, attracted by the commotion of the battle here.
Bang, bang, bang.
However, with the sound of 3 gunshots, a blood hole appeared on their foreheads without exception, and then they fell backward. However, before they completely hit the ground, a hand pressed on their wounds. In the next moment, the blood energy within these zombies was drained away.
Ding, ding, ding. With 3 system notifications sounding, Lin Xinghai instantly gained 3 points of blood energy. Awesome. This is much faster than sneaking around to collect it.
Lin Xinghai licked his lips, fully unleashed his perception, and immediately charged toward the next wave of zombies. In the city center, there is never a shortage of zombies, and finding 21 zombies is incredibly easy.
Thus, Lin Xinghai's hunting speed was exceptionally fast, taking only a little over 40 seconds to complete. Even including the round trip, it was only about a minute.
Watching Lin Xinghai quickly run back again, Roger was somewhat puzzled. However, Lin Xinghai has created quite a few miracles in the past 2 days, so Roger still held some expectations.
Have you finished your preparations? Yes. Lin Xinghai nodded, then tapped the plus sign behind proficiency 3 times in succession. Host, Lin Xinghai. Physique, 25 points. Strength, 21 points. Speed, 30 points. Blood energy power, 0 points. Gene optimization level, 30% plus.
Ability, speed boost, within 10 seconds, speed increases by 100%, energy value, 7/10 plus. Basic shooting skills, proficiency 100% plus. Looking at that 100% proficiency, Lin Xinghai felt incredibly satisfied. As he touched the firearm in his hand, he truly felt a sense of seamless control, as if the gun was an extension of his body, allowing him to hit wherever he aimed without the need for precise targeting.
There's even a feeling of, with a gun in hand, the world is mine. Why is there still a plus sign?
After experiencing his own shooting skills, Lin Xinghai noticed that behind the 100% proficiency, there was actually a plus sign.
He couldn't help but click on it. Ding! Would you like to spend 100 points of blood energy to upgrade to intermediate shooting technique?
Looking at the system message that popped up, Lin Xinghai really wanted to curse MMP. He originally thought his shooting skills had finally graduated, but it turned out to be just elementary school graduation. Of course, now was not the time to dwell on this. The argument between Fang Tianhe and Shen Han was nearing its end. Shen Han had already started calling people over the communication channel to pilot the mechas.
He must act quickly. If he succeeds, everyone will be overjoyed.
If he fails, he will follow orders to escape. At most, he will find a way to preserve the sky-splitting mercenary group later, which would count as repaying a favor.
Old Luo, give me your Ripper rifle.
Oh, and loaded entirely with armor-piercing rounds, Lin Xinghai said, casting aside distracting thoughts and looking at Roger. At the same time, he also took out all the incendiary grenades from the multifunctional off-road vehicle and loaded them into the Ripper rifle in his hands.
Yes, this was his method.
Trying to seize that 0.1 second time gap by coordinating with others was simply impossible. Even twins wouldn't have such a level of tacit understanding, and even if they did, they wouldn't have the shooting skills. But if he used dual guns with both hands and coordinated with himself, then the level of tacit understanding would be absolutely fine. The only question is whether his own shooting skills can measure up. And now, with 100% shooting proficiency, although it's at the beginner level, it has given Lin Xinghai enough confidence.
Please vote for recommendations.
Roger was a bit dumbfounded when he heard Lin Xinghai asking him for guns, and and even requesting them to be fully loaded with armor-piercing bullets. But soon, he came to his senses and understood what Lin Xinghai was planning to do.
Are you planning to operate with dual guns? Roger asked, somewhat incredulously. One person wielding dual guns is not unheard of among mercenaries, but they usually use low-accuracy hand cannons, and the benefits of doing so are minimal.
As for one person using 2 Ripper rifles, he truly had never even heard of it.
What's more, what Lin Xinghai intended to do required an almost inhuman level of skill. Yes, unless there's a better way?
Lin Xinghai nodded, having already loaded the incendiary rounds on his end. Roger's mouth moved several times. He had plenty of theories and examples to illustrate to Lin Xinghai that this was unfeasible, but in the end, he said nothing. Roger hoped he was wrong, hoped Lin Xinghai could create another miracle. Be careful. In the end, Roger only said this, then handed over the loaded Ripper rifle.
Lin Xinghai held 2 guns, nodded, then crouched down and used the surrounding buildings as cover to quickly approach the battlefield. Old Luo, do you really think he can pull it off?
At this moment, Su Haishui asked. Lin Xinghai and Roger's conversation was not deliberately concealed, so of course the others heard it as well. When they couldn't come up with a solution themselves, they wouldn't outright dismiss someone else's idea, but having doubts was certainly inevitable.
I don't know, Roger said honestly.
If he can really do it, I'm willing to give up the captain's position, Su Haishui said with an air of righteousness.
Who cares about your captain's position? Wu Yan retorted from the side, then added, some mercenary groups have 2 deputy leaders.
Roger and Su Haishui were initially surprised upon hearing this, but after thinking it through, if Lin Xinghai could really accomplish it, then the condition wouldn't be unreasonable.
Of course, that's a matter for later.
While a few people were conversing, Lin Xinghai was only 100 meters away from the battlefield. However, Roger and the others noticed that the other party did not stop but continued to advance. At this point, the expressions of the group changed slightly. It must be noted that this was the battlefield of mutant zombies. With the terrifying speed of mutant zombies, 100 meters was already an extremely critical safe distance. If they continued to approach and were discovered, a single charge could bring them face to face. Thinking of this, Roger immediately picked up the communication device in the off-road vehicle and shouted, Commander, Lin Xinghai is approaching the battlefield.
What's going on? Why is he coming here? Fang Tianhe asked, already activating the life detector on the mecha, quickly locking onto Lin Xinghai's location. He's come up with a way to deal with the blood demon. Before Roger could finish, Fang Tianhe interrupted him. Nonsense, what kind of solution could he possibly have? Hurry up and take him back.
While the two were conversing, Lin Xinghai was only 50 meters away from the blood demon, and at this point, he dared not move forward any further. 50 meters was truly the limit. Getting any closer might risk being caught in the crossfire. Moreover, at this distance, he already had a high degree of confidence, so there was no need to take further risks by approaching. Casually choosing a piece of cover, Lin Xinghai took a deep breath, slightly adjusted his emotions, then raised the Ripper rifle in his hand and pulled the trigger.
He didn't aim throughout the entire shooting process.
Of course, holding two guns at the same time makes aiming impossible. In such a situation, it all relies on instinct.
Bang, bang, 2 gunshots rang out almost simultaneously.
The blood demon was hit by bullets once again, but despite 2 gunshots, it only had 1 wound.
This was because both bullets struck the same spot. Moreover, the most crucial point was that the time interval between the 2 bullets hitting the target was no more than 0.1 seconds. Boom!
Fierce flames suddenly erupted within the blood demon, causing the blood inside its body to boil. A large amount of blood turned into a blood mist under the intense heat. All of this happened so abruptly. Roger, who was about to explain, froze.
Wu Yan and Su Haishui froze. All the mercenaries watching the battle froze. Even Fall Tian and Shen Han, who were controlling their mechas and fiercely battling the blood demon, froze as well. Even through the blood demon's body, everyone could see the blazing flames burning within the opponent.
The flames were reflected in everyone's pupils, igniting a fire of hope in their hearts.
While everyone was immersed in emotions of shock, excitement, or incomprehension.
The first to react, of course, was the blood demon. It let out a painful roar. After fighting for so long, this was the first time it felt threatened. The blood demon quickly locked onto Lin Xinghai, who was 50 meters away, and wanted to rush over to stomp this little threat to death.
However, Fang Tianhe was not one to be trifled with.
Although he didn't know how Lin Xinghai managed to send the incendiary bomb into the blood demon's body, he understood that this might be the only turning point in the entire battle. In that instant, he unleashed his full power. The vibrating giant blade in the mech's hand slashed diagonally, combined with his sky-splitting ability, directly severing the leg the blood demon had just stepped forward with.
Then, controlling the mech, delivered a fierce knee strike.
Black light also appeared on the mech's leg, making this a blow infused with the sky-splitting ability.
Bang!
The blood demon was struck by this blow, forced to stagger backward step by step. Not only was it unable to approach Lin Xinghai, but it was getting farther and farther away. Lin Xinghai, who had been somewhat nervous and uneasy, immediately felt relieved upon seeing this scene.
Then raised the gun and fired again. Bang! Bang! 2 more shots shots rang out, and another blazing fire ignited within the blood demon. Bang, bang, bang bang, bang bang. Next, rhythmic gunshots kept ringing out.
Moreover, as Lin Xinghai gradually became more adept at handling the dual guns, the shooting frequency continued to increase. More and more fireballs appeared inside the blood demon. When the number of these fireballs exceeded 10, it seemed that a qualitative change was triggered by the quantitative change, and blood mist began to evaporate from the blood demon's surface due to the high temperature.
Moreover, there was one detail that both Lin Xinghai and Roger had overlooked. The time it took for the blood demon to expel the incendiary bullets was not 5 seconds, but extended to 10 seconds.
This was because the blood demon used its blood to squeeze the bullets out. Those blood cells, when squeezing the incendiary bomb, are subjected to continuous burning, significantly reducing its effectiveness. These factors combined also caused the incendiary bomb to inflict even greater damage on the blood demon than expected. Everyone could see that as the blood continued to evaporate, the blood demon's body was steadily and persistently shrinking. Thank you for the reader's support, which has pushed the book onto the new book rankings. Crystal bows in gratitude here. Additionally, continuing to ask for recommendation votes. Lin Xinghai is currently demonstrating to everyone that as long as it is used properly, even incendiary bombs can inflict sufficient damage on the blood demon.
Bang bang.
The gunfire continued, still as steady and efficient as ever. The blood demon had long harbored a deep hatred for Lin Xinghai, this little ant, but standing in its way were two mechas. Moreover, these were two mechas operating at full firepower, subjecting it to an endless barrage of punches and kicks. That's right, it's all about punching and kicking. In this situation, Fang Tianhe didn't dare to use the shock blade in his hand, worried that he might accidentally cut open the blood demon's body and cause the incendiary bombs inside to be prematurely released, which would be counterproductive. After firing a full 30 bullets in one go, Lin Xinghai used his speed ability to leave the area and returned to Roger and the others.
Why are you back? Take the chance to finish the thing off.
Su Haishui, who was watching with great excitement, couldn't help but ask when he saw Lin Xinghai return.
No more incendiary bombs. Lin Xinghai's response was concise and to the point. Everyone was momentarily speechless. Incendiary rounds, a type of specialized ammunition not frequently used, are rarely consumed during missions.
Generally speaking, using up to 10 rounds is already considered a lot.
This has also led to a rather limited stockpile under normal circumstances.
In the end, all the mercenaries frantically searched through their combat backpacks and 2 multifunctional off-road vehicles, barely managing to gather 10 incendiary rounds. After obtaining the incendiary bombs, Lin Xinghai wasted no time and used his speed ability to rush back. At this moment, the blood demon had already expelled most of the incendiary bombs from its body, leaving only 5 or 6 remaining. It was completely in a frenzied state, unable to recall the last time it had suffered such severe injuries. However, when that little figure returned and, with 2 loud bangs, another fireball appeared inside its body, the fury in its heart instantly cooled down. And as the fireballs within the body increased again, it even turned into panic. The blood demon is also a living being. It fears death, especially now that 10% of its body has already been burned, making it even more terrified.
Retreat! Fang Tianhe had already learned from Roger that there were only 10 incendiary bombs left, so as soon as Lin Xinghai fired the last bullet, he immediately issued the retreat order. He maneuvered the mech, rushed to Lin Xinghai's side, and then pointed to the mech's shoulder. Lin Xinghai jumped up without hesitation and retreated along with the 2 mechas. As for Roger and the others, they had already retreated a step ahead. The blood demon stood in place, watching the fleeing crowd, filled with anger but even more with fear, afraid that the little one would set his body on fire again. Just like that, it hesitated for only a moment, and the 2 mechas had already disappeared from sight. In the end, after letting out an angry roar, it left. Meanwhile, the members of the sky-splitting mercenary group, who had already fled far away, let out a long sigh of relief. This time, even with Lin Xinghai's intervention, successfully escaping still had an element of luck involved. If that blood demon continues to pursue them recklessly, they will truly be in trouble. Fortunately, after being injured, it seems to have become fearful. This time, you really deserve the credit. Fang Tianhe's voice came from inside the mech. Lin Xinghai just smiled but did not respond. Instead, Su Haishui said excitedly, "It was really a pity just now. If we had brought enough incendiary bombs, we might have been able to kill that blood demon." "You're overthinking it," Wu Yan immediately retorted. Before Su Haishui could argue back, he analyzed, just now, Axing used 40 incendiary bombs, and it only caused the blood demon to lose 10% of its body. Even considering the subsequent burning, the blood demon's body loss wouldn't exceed 15%. In other words, to completely burn it to death, at least 266 incendiary bombs would be needed. Do you think the blood demon would foolishly stay in place when facing a fatal threat? Don't forget, this thing can burrow underground, and there's no way to stop it from escaping. Su Haishui was left speechless by the rebuttal. Alright, no matter what, with Xing around in the future, our sky-splitting mercenary group won't have to worry about the blood demon anymore. This is something that many third level mercenary groups can't achieve. Fang Tianhe interrupted at this moment.
He also couldn't understand why Wu Yan and Su Haishui seemed to clash like oil and water, constantly arguing every few days. For the rest of the journey, Lin Xinghai practically enjoyed VIP treatment, sitting in the off-road vehicle without needing to lift a finger. But Lin Xinghai was not happy. Instead, he felt quite melancholic. Once again, he couldn't gather the power of blood energy. But such matters were truly hard to explain. The entire team was advancing at high speed, only pausing briefly when they reached the warehouse where the armored corpse was hidden.
It took them only 20 minutes to leave the city center's vicinity.
At this moment, the armored convoy waiting outside for support happened to arrive. The two mechas finally managed to enter the armored vehicle for rest and energy replenishment. The journey ahead went smoothly, and the convoy quickly left the boundaries of Tianshan City. Watching the dwindling number of zombies, Lin Xinghai felt as though he was missing out on a large wave of blood energy. Fortunately, on the way back, if they encountered zombie hordes, they would still stop to collect blood energy after killing them. This also made Lin Xinghai's expression look a bit better, but even so, before returning to the shelter, they had only encountered 3 waves of zombies in total, and Lin Xinghai had only managed to collect 16 points of blood energy.
Sigh, this won't do. I need to find a way to go out on my own once.
Otherwise, it will take at least a month to raise the gene optimization level to 100%, Lin Xinghai thought to himself in frustration. Of course, he only dared to think this in his heart. If he said it out loud, he would probably be killed by a group of jealous mercenaries. Looking at the 16 points of blood energy on the system panel, although it was a bit lacking, even a little is still something.
It could still increase the gene optimization level by 5%, so he clicked the plus sign. Ding! Since the host has not fully adapted to the current stage, would you like to spend double the blood energy to break through?
Note: forcing a breakthrough will cause perception growth to stop. Looking at the system prompt that popped up, Lin Xinghai was a bit dumbfounded.
What does not fully adapted to the current stage even mean?
Of course, Lin Xinghai has one advantage, which is asking questions whenever he doesn't understand. He immediately turned to Roger beside him and asked, generally speaking, after breaking through to become a genetic optimizer, does it take time to adapt?
Yes.
After breaking the genetic lock, your perception will continue to enhance over the next 2 to 3 days. Once it stabilizes, you can start learning how to use your perception, Roger patiently explained.
Perception can continue to enhance?
Lin Xinghai was somewhat shocked in his heart, increasingly feeling that his perception was different from others. Roger felt that Lin Xinghai was indeed unclear about these matters, so he began to explain them in detail, including the various applications of perception, leaving no stone unturned. Lin Xinghai's gaze was a bit evasive. In fact, he had already mastered most of what Roger was talking about.
So he asked the question he most wanted to know: once the growth stabilizes, how much can my perception increase?
Generally speaking, it should be about double compared to when you first broke the genetic lock.
Roger thought for a moment and said. Lin Xinghai's face first showed surprise, then delight.
If his perception could double, he would be able to sense things within a 200-meter radius. By then, if he went to areas like the city where visibility is limited, his perception could probably serve as a zombie detector. You should know that a small zombie detector can only scan a range of 300 meters.
Roger had no idea what Lin Xinghai was thinking about.
He continued speaking to himself. Although you've only broken through the first genetic lock, even if your perception doubles, you can only detect a range of 2 to 3 meters around yourself. But don't lose heart, as long as... I'm not losing heart. Lin Xinghai interrupted the others rambling and casually asked, by the way, old Luo, what's your perception range now?
Hey, no need to hide it from you.
My perception range has reached 58 meters. Generally, those who break through the second genetic lock have a perception range of about 50 to 53 meters, Roger said with a hint of pride. Roger still wanted to talk about his glorious achievements, but the convoy had already entered the tunnel of the cave and was about to reach the shelter, so he stopped. Roger greeted the soldiers stationed here and then led the convoy to the elevator hall. However, Roger did not give the order to enter the shelter. Instead, he instructed the team to stand by and used his wrist-mounted computer to connect to the shelter's intranet, sending out several messages. Then came a silent waiting period.
This piqued Lin Xinghai's curiosity and made most of the mercenaries feel puzzled.
Only the higher-ups of the mercenary group, those above squad leader level like Roger, remained calm as if they had long anticipated such a scenario.
Old Luo, what's going on?
Lin Xinghai didn't like keeping his curiosity bottled up, so he asked immediately. Roger thought for a moment and said, there are indeed some things I should tell you.
Come, let's talk over there. The two went to a corner of the hall, and only then did Roger continue. Actually, the management personnel of the shelter aren't as harmonious as you might think. Lin Xinghai wanted to retort, I never thought about whether the management was harmonious or not, because I simply had no way to find out. Of course, he was still very interested in gossip, so he could only keep his complaints to himself and put on a look of serious attentiveness. This matter has to be traced back to 30 years ago, when the Earth Federation was established to usher in the space age. Under such circumstances, the cooperation between countries was very close, and even many strictly regulated policies were relaxed.
In this context, it was only natural for some large multinational conglomerates from Western countries to enter Huaxia. Due to differences in national conditions, those foreign multinational conglomerates were able to involve themselves in pillar industries like energy, aerospace, finance, healthcare, and military industries.
Can you imagine the waves these conglomerates stirred up after entering Huaxia? Lin Xinghai couldn't help but nod.
He wasn't sure about this era, but in the era before he transmigrated, in the elections of Western capitalist countries, every candidate more or less had the support of some financial consortiums. A glimpse through the tube reveals the leopard. From this, one can understand the terrifying power of those Western financial consortiums. Seeing Lin Xinghai express his understanding, Roger continued, although, due to differences in national conditions, these multinational consortiums cannot act as recklessly in Hua Nation as they do in Western countries, the capitalist market has still been greatly impacted. Even under the influence of the Great Catastrophe and the disintegration of the Earth Federation, the influence of these consortiums remains formidable.
Hearing this, Lin Xinghai understood. So, the management issues in the shelter are caused by these multinational consortia? Exactly. Roger nodded, but then he changed the subject and asked, do you know what is the most scarce resource in our Starshield shelter? Energy? Lin Xinghai guessed. That's right, it's energy. 50% of the energy that keeps Starshield shelter running is provided by the state, 20% is self-sufficient, but the remaining 30% comes from the Morgan Consortium's aid. 30% of the energy demand. This is a significant gap. The Morgan Consortium has been exploiting this vulnerability, continuously inserting their personnel into the management system of the shelter. Although the personnel they insert are only in mid to low-level positions, if this continues to develop, they will eventually undermine the higher-ups. Such actions are, of course, intolerable to the shelter's leadership, and they won't sit idly by. Starting 3 months ago, the higher-ups have been deliberately spreading the word and actively collecting energy crystals. It seems the shelter's leadership is preparing to take action. However, the Morgan Consortium is no pushover and is working to obstruct the progress of this initiative. Now we've brought back 1.5348 tons of energy crystals. If we take them directly into the shelter without any preparation and the people from the Morgan Consortium find out, they might do something desperate. Now you understand what's going on, right?
Roger said with a smile.
Understood.
Our mercenary group will become a thorn in the side of the Morgan Consortium. Lin Xinghai nodded.
Roger's smile froze. What kind of ominous talk is that?
This time, our Skysplitter mercenary group has made a strong impression on the shelter's upper management.
Will definitely rise to prominence in the future.
That will have to wait until the Morgan Consortium is cleared out of the Starshield Sanctuary, Lin Xinghai retorted. I'm telling you, kid, stay away from Wu Yan and don't pick up his bad habits. He's always picking fights just because he's all brawn and no brains. I really don't want you to end up like that, Roger said earnestly, patting Lin Xinghai on the shoulder. Lin Xinghai glanced at him sideways but said nothing. At that moment, Fang Tianhe's wrist-mounted computer vibrated. He quickly opened the newly received message, glanced at it, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. Brothers, let's go. Suddenly had a headache at noon today, scared me into quickly checking my temperature. Luckily, no fever. Meow meow meow. Soon, everyone took the super-sized elevator and entered the shelter. Under normal circumstances, they would be greeted by members of the security team, and of course, the mercenary guild would also send people to tally their gains. But at this moment, these people could only stand back. At the forefront was a group of burly men with broad shoulders and strong builds, all dressed in uniform combat attire, exuding an air of grim determination. In Lin Xinghai's perception, any one of these men could be pulled out, and their strength would not be inferior to Roger's, especially the leader among them, whose aura faintly overshadowed Fang Tianhe's. Lin Xinghai glanced around briefly and came to a conclusion. These are all soldiers. Here in the shelter, only the military could possibly assemble such a team. The leader of the opposing team was also sizing them up. Finally, his gaze fell on Fang Tianhe, and he handed over a document. Fang Tianhe took the document, confirmed the identity of the other party, and then led these people onto one of the armored vehicles. The energy crystals had already been fully transferred to these armored vehicles. Conducting transactions inside them could maximize concealment. Soon, Roger came out together with these soldiers, and both sides were wearing smiles on their faces. After the soldiers had left, Su Haishui was the first to approach and ask, Captain, how was the transaction? Did they try to bargain? Energy crystals are indeed precious, but when anything becomes abundant, its price tends to drop. No, on the contrary, they even offered us a premium to acquire them. Fang Tianhe said, his smile growing wider. Everyone who heard this couldn't help but show expressions of joy. How much of a premium? Su Haishui immediately asked. They gave us an extra 50,000 points, a total of 280,000 points, which have just been credited, Fang Tianhe said directly, without beating around the bush. Su Haishui immediately opened his mouth wide, and the others also showed expressions of astonishment. Even Shin Han, who had always been cold and indifferent, displayed a slightly different expression. 50,000 points
is no small amount.
Right after completing the transaction, the top leader also sent me a message, asking us to stay safe during this period. These 50,000 points should be considered compensation for us, Fang Tianhe explained.
For this reminder, those ordinary mercenaries might still be somewhat confused, but Roger and his group were already mentally prepared.
However, compared to others, Lin Xinghai was more focused on the message itself. The fact that the other party could send such a reminder clearly proves that the sky-splitting mercenary group has truly caught the attention of the higher-ups this time and has even received a certain degree of goodwill. TSK. The development prospects of the sky-splitting mercenary group are even better than I imagined.
Lin Xinghai couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After the soldiers left, it was the turn of the security team and the mercenary guild to step forward and tally the gains of the sky-splitting mercenary group this time. In addition, some shelter residents who were wandering around the mercenary square also curiously gathered around at this moment. In fact, the return of the mercenary group and the tallying of supplies in the mercenary square also serve as a display of strength. Because the information about the tallying of supplies is not kept confidential, instead, it is directly displayed on the large screen in the mercenary square for everyone to see. Doing so not only helps the people in the shelter understand how lucrative the mercenary profession is, encouraging more to join the industry, it also serves as an invisible form of motivation for the mercenary group, as earning too little would be somewhat embarrassing. The first items to be counted were the elemental crystals, 435 of them, which is no small amount. When this information was displayed on the large screen in the mercenary square, the crowd immediately erupted into a buzz of discussion. So many elemental crystals, even many second-level mercenary groups don't get this much on a single trip. Definitely not. Didn't a second-level mercenary group return earlier? They only harvested less than 200 elemental crystals. Are you all just focusing on the quantity? Haven't you noticed that among these 400 plus elemental crystals, over 100 of them are intermediate-level crystals? The points they can exchange for must exceed 8,000, right? One look at you and I can tell you don't understand the market. It's not just 8,000, this is definitely over 10,000. The crowd of onlookers began to discuss fervently, but it wasn't over yet. When the big screen displayed the harvest this time, revealing there was even a mutated zombie, the discussions instantly turned into an uproar. Such an uproar would inevitably attract even more onlookers. Roger looked at the scene before him, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. This was truly fame and fortune. Of course, mutated zombies are not so easy to hunt. Take the armored zombie as an example. If it weren't for Fang Tianhe's ability to counter it, then not to mention 2 mechas, even with 3 mechas, they might still fail to deal with it and could even suffer casualties on their side. As for other mutated zombies, each possesses unique abilities, so typically, over the course of a week, only 1 or 2 mercenary groups are fortunate enough to successfully hunt a mutated zombie. This time, their sky-splitting mercenary group has truly made a strong impression. There are many well-preserved devices in the Spacecraft Research Institute. It's a pity we encountered the blood demon. Otherwise, if we brought back some gadgets and sold them here in the square, our reputation might continue to rise for a while. Su Haishui couldn't help but say at this moment. Reputation, for a mercenary group, is sometimes dispensable, but at other times, it can be quite important. For instance, when their sky-splitting mercenary group is about to expand and needs to recruit fresh blood, the higher the reputation, the greater the likelihood of attracting talent. Just as everyone was envisioning the bright future of the mercenary group, no one noticed that a thug squeezed through the crowd, glanced at Lin Xinghai, and then hurriedly left. If Lin Xinghai had looked in that direction at this moment, he would have recognized that it was Wang Damao, who had gone to the dormitory yesterday to collect protection fees. More than 10 minutes later, Wang Damao, panting heavily, ran back to a hidden corner near Lin Xinghai's dormitory. Boss, the sky-splitting mercenary group has returned, Wang Damao reported. What about Lin Xinghai? Is he dead? Huai Feifu asked. No, Wang Damao shook his head. Upon hearing this answer, a trace of disappointment appeared on Huai Feifu's face. So weak and still not dead, he's really lucky. Boss, if you take action, no matter how lucky he is, today will still be his death anniversary, Wang Damao immediately flattered. Huai Feifu's face revealed a slight smile, clearly indicating his satisfaction. But we mustn't underestimate him. Preparations should still be made. As he spoke, he opened the wrist-mounted computer, edited a piece of information, and sent it out. Considering that Crystal is writing despite being unwell, dear readers, please cast your recommendation votes for me. Huai Feifu sent a message to the Wild Wolf mercenary group. The purpose, of course, was to have them hold back the members of the sky-splitting mercenary group. Otherwise, the opponent could easily send a mercenary to ruin his plan. After all, under normal circumstances, only those with genetic optimization are qualified to be mercenaries. Soon, Huai Feifu received a reply. The senior members of the Wild Wolf mercenary group clearly stated that they would help delay the Sky-Split mercenary group, signaling them to proceed boldly and confidently. Alright, let's reorganize the tasks. This is likely our only chance, and we absolutely cannot afford any mistakes, Huai Feifu said solemnly.
solemnly. Lu Miaomio and the other women unexpectedly became official employees of the administrative office, something he had never anticipated.
So the original enticement plan now has to turn into a forced kidnapping.
The risk factor has increased significantly, and the level of difficulty has also skyrocketed. The vast majority of members in the field nodded in agreement upon hearing Huai Feifu's words.
However, Steel Bear, the leader among the four great guardians, hesitated slightly before asking, "Boss, is it really okay for us to directly kidnap an employee of the administrative office?"
He's no fool. The situation now is completely different from this morning. In the morning, at most, it involved one mercenary. As for Lu Miaomio and the others, at that time, their identities were still ordinary residents. In the lower district, it's not uncommon for a few residents to die from exhaustion or starvation on any given day. The disappearance of a few people is hardly a big deal. But now, they have transformed into official employees of the administrative office, which completely changes the nature of the situation. With such identities, targeting them is even more troublesome than targeting a mercenary. So it's not surprising that Steel Bear has such doubts. But when Flying Axe heard this, his expression immediately darkened.
He narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Steel Bear. What could possibly go wrong? I've already arranged your escape route. No matter how they investigate, they won't trace it back to you. Besides, even if something does happen, don't we have the Wild Wolf mercenary group backing us?
Steel Bear, under Flying Axe's gaze, suddenly felt a chill down his spine and quickly lowered his head, not daring to make a sound. If he truly angered the man before him, then regardless of whether the plan succeeded or not, his own fate would be miserable. Seeing that no one raised any objections, Huai Feifu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was well aware that if something really happened, the Wild Wolf mercenary group would not become his support but might very well turn into his executioner. After all, what he was doing now was betraying his own side, and it couldn't withstand any investigation. Whether the matter succeeded or not, he would ultimately offend the Wild Wolf mercenary group. But he didn't care about any of that, because the big shot he had come into contact with was none other than the head of the Morgan Consortium at Starshield Sanctuary. The influence of such a multinational consortium at Starshield Sanctuary is no less than that of any high-ranking official. As long as he could please the other party, his future would truly be smooth sailing. On the other side, the people sent by the Mercenary Guild had already finished tallying the Skybreaker mercenary group's gains and were now entering the settlement phase. And those security team members were registering the firearms held by each member. In the shelter, apart from soldiers, no one else is allowed to carry firearms, not even mercenaries. Therefore, their firearms, as well as the electromagnetic railguns and mechas, are stored in a warehouse exclusively for the Skysplitting mercenary group. Whether it's firearm maintenance or mecha repairs, all such activities can only be carried out inside the warehouse. Lin Xinghai's Ripper rifle was also registered and handed over. Without firearms, his combat effectiveness was more than halved, and his sense of security naturally plummeted. Coupled with the worry that the Axe Gang might cause some trouble, he finally couldn't help but say to Logic beside him, "Brother Jie, stop. Don't call me Brother Jie, just call me Old Luo." Roger immediately interrupted. When someone calls him Brother Jie, it's never a good thing. "Ah, didn't you say before that the Axe Gang's backing is the Wild Wolf mercenary group? I'm just worried that the Wild Wolf mercenary group might send people to deal with me too. How about you go and give them a warning?" Lin Xinghai said with a polite smile. "You're asking me, a squad leader of a level 1 mercenary group, to go warn a level 2 mercenary group? I think you just want me to get beaten up. Besides, with your strength, even if they send mercenaries, they wouldn't be able to beat you. And even if they could, with your abilities, could they even manage to keep you?" Roger glanced sideways at Lin Xinghai and said. Roger was well aware that Lin Xinghai's combat power had significantly decreased without the Ripper rifle, but other mercenaries would also lose a long-range attack option without their firearms. Under such circumstances, Lin Xinghai, as a speed-type ability user, can fight whenever he wants and leave whenever he pleases. As for Lin Xinghai's weak attack power, it is indeed somewhat lacking, but he has weapons. Even a 3-year-old child, believe it or not, could stab a mercenary to death with a vibrating dagger. To be fair, even Roger himself wouldn't be confident of a guaranteed victory against Lin Xinghai, unless the latter refrains from using his abilities. "Ah, well, you're talking about ordinary mercenaries, but what if the other side sends those strong ones, like captains or higher? What then?" Lin Xinghai cleared his throat and asked. "You really think we're blind, huh? With us keeping an eye on them, if they can send down a few nobodies, that's already impressive," Roger replied. What Lin Xinghai wanted was exactly Roger's reassurance. "Well, with that, I'm half relieved. As for the other half, I'm worried they might resort to some underhanded tricks. After all, we can't afford to let our guard down in such matters." "Alright, kid, just tell me what you want me to do already. Stop beating around the bush," Roger said irritably. "Then I'll be straightforward. You live in the middle district, while I live in the lower district. If something troublesome happens, I won't be able to consult with you immediately. So, I want a communication device, something like," Lin Xinghai said, pointing to Roger's wrist-mounted computer. Roger's face instantly
instantly turned green. You've really got a good plan, huh? Even my wrist-mounted computer is on your mind.
Lin Xinghai didn't respond, just looked at him with a smile.
Alright, let me make it clear. I'm only lending it to you.
In the end, Roger reluctantly removed the personal binding on the wrist-mounted computer and handed it to Lin Xinghai.
Lin Xinghai happily took it and put it on his wrist. Do you have a manual for this thing? Could you give me a copy?
Roger, I might have some temporary amnesia due to hibernation, so I'm not quite sure how to use it. Lin Xinghai pulled out this excuse again.
Roger. After Roger's brief explanation, Lin Xinghai had basically mastered most of the functions of the wrist-mounted computer. In fact, this device can be regarded as a phone or computer with holographic projection capabilities.
Of course, Lin Xinghai couldn't understand various software for the time being, but as long as he could use some basic functional operations, he could explore the rest gradually. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Xinghai parted ways with the others, while the members of the sky-splitting mercenary group returned to the middle-level area to rest. And Lin Xinghai naturally went to the administrative hall, waiting for Lu Miaomiao and the others to finish work so they could go back together.
I shouldn't have stayed up late writing yesterday. My mental state is so poor today that I can only manage one update. Please allow me to adjust, and I'll try to resume normal update times tomorrow. When Lin Xinghai arrived at the administrative hall, it was almost time to get off work.
Welcome. Lu Miaomiao, who was in charge of reception at the entrance, instinctively greeted when she saw someone coming in. But upon seeing who it was, she immediately exclaimed excitedly, "Ah Xing, you're back."
Her voice instantly drew the attention of Wang Yao, Xin Zixue, Yang Yi, and Shinime, who all turned to look.
As the end of the workday approached, there were already few people left in the administrative hall, so the 5 women excitedly gathered around. What excited them the most, of course, was that Lin Xinghai had returned safely and unharmed. Yesterday, they had been busy looking for jobs and only had a basic understanding of the mercenary profession. But today, in the administrative hall, with more people to interact with, they naturally gained more information and came to understand just how dangerous the mercenary profession truly is. Especially for new members who have just joined the mercenary group due to reasons such as lack of experience, the first mission is often the most dangerous. Many return with broken limbs, and quite a few even lose their lives out there, so the few women had been feeling uneasy all day. Now that they saw Lin Xinghai return safely, they were naturally delighted.
Did you encounter any danger during this mission? How do the senior members of the mercenary group treat you? You were recruited early because of your good genetic evaluation, so you should be receiving special treatment, right? Did you personally hunt any zombies during this mission? After their initial excitement, the girls started chattering and asking all sorts of questions. This left Lin Xinghai feeling quite troubled, but there were many things he couldn't reveal. He could only choose some peripheral information to answer.
Even so, the girls listened with great interest, especially when Lin Xinghai mentioned that he had learned to use the Ripper rifle and had killed quite a few zombies. They were both surprised and excited, as if they were the ones who had killed the zombies. I didn't expect you to have a talent for marksmanship.
This is wonderful. Your future role will be long-range output, which will greatly reduce the risk factor,
Lu Miaomiao said, the worry in her eyes significantly diminished.
This is very important, as Lin Xinghai has become a mercenary and will frequently go on missions in the future. Returning safely once does not guarantee safety every time.
The other girls also nodded in agreement. At this moment, even Lu Chang, the HR manager, came over to offer congratulations. Congratulations. I heard that your sky-splitting mercenary group managed to hunt down a mutated zombie this time.
Lin Xinghai's face showed a hint of surprise. Had the news spread so quickly?
Of course, despite his surprise, he quickly replied, Manager Lu, you're too kind.
I'm just a newcomer.
The credit for hunting the mutated zombie mainly goes to the captain and vice-captain.
Ha, you're being too modest.
I heard from Roger earlier that you're a rare talent. Even if you didn't contribute much this time, I'm sure you'll be able to personally hunt down a mutated zombie in the future. Le Chung continued with a hearty laugh. Lin Xinghai was genuinely a bit surprised this time. The other party was being overly polite, even to the point of sounding somewhat flattering. Soon, he noticed the other party's gaze, which occasionally glanced at the wrist-mounted computer on his hand, and suddenly everything became clear in his mind. In fact, just as Lin Xinghai had guessed, Le Cheng approached him deliberately to strike up a conversation after seeing the wrist-mounted computer on his hand. It's worth noting that a wrist-mounted computer costs at least 5,000 points. Despite being a human resources manager for 5 years, he still didn't have the extra money to buy one.
So this thing really isn't something the average person can afford to use.
And Lin Xinghai had just joined the sky-splitting mercenary group, yet he already had a wrist-mounted computer. Whether the mercenary group temporarily allocated it to him or for other reasons, it was enough to prove the extraordinary importance the group's leadership placed on Lin Xinghai.
But why would a mercenary group value a new member to such an extent?
These answers are something any normal person could figure out, let alone Le Chang. Hence, his polite demeanor in this scene. Soon, it was time to get off work. Lin Xinghai and Lu Miaomiao, along with the others, changed out of their work uniforms and back into casual clothes before leaving the administrative hall together.
Ah Xing, why do I feel like Supervisor Su Lu is especially polite to you?
I haven't seen him being this polite to other veteran mercenaries, Lu Miaomiao asked curiously.
Maybe it's because of this,
Lin Xinghai said as he pointed to his wrist. At that moment, Lu Miaomiao and the others noticed that Lin Xinghai was wearing a wrist-mounted computer and they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise.
Actually, it can't be said that they weren't attentive.
When Roger chose the wrist-mounted computer, practicality was his priority. So, when this wrist-mounted computer is worn on the hand and not in use, it really looks almost like a wristband and doesn't attract much attention. The women naturally asked about the origin of the wrist-mounted computer. Even though Lin Xinghai had already explained that Roger lent it to him, they still insisted he was a wealthy spender and demanded he treat them to a meal. As for treating others, Lin Xinghai had a casual attitude about it. Once the merits were calculated and the points distributed, he really wouldn't be short of money. Lin Xinghai even suggested skipping the nutritional meal for dinner and going directly to a restaurant outside. Though it would be a bit more expensive, it would be much more enjoyable to eat.
What? You said they went to the barbecue restaurant in the southern district for dinner?
Huai Feifu's forehead twitched as he stared at Wang Damao, who had run back to deliver the message, and asked word by word.
Wang Damao, still panting heavily, nodded.
At this moment, he seemed unaware of the situation and continued, "Boss, we've been waiting all day.
Why don't we eat first? Everyone is."
As he spoke, he noticed Huai Feifu's slightly narrowed eyes. His heart trembled, and he immediately changed his words, "Everyone can endure it." Huai Feiax suppressed his irritation and said in a deep voice, "Make sure everyone stays alert. There must be no mistakes in the upcoming operation." More than half an hour later, Lin Xinghai and his group finally emerged from the barbecue restaurant. TSK. The fully automatic barbecue grills of this era are really convenient, with perfect heat control. Even just sprinkling a bit of salt makes the food delicious. It's just that the price of meat is a bit high. Lin Xinghai smacked his lips and said, "Not just a bit expensive, 150 points per meal, almost 3 times the price of a high-grade nutritional meal. Maybe only a rich guy like you would think it's just slightly pricey."
Wang Yao couldn't help but complain. "If you think it's expensive, why are you all scrambling to pay?"
Lin Xinghai said with a chuckle. Wang Yao grumbled a couple of times before saying, "You found us such a good job, we can't possibly not repay you somehow."
"By the way, is your money really enough?"
Lin Xinghai asked. "Don't worry, Manager Lecking knows we've just arrived at Starshield Shelter and has advanced us a week's salary."
This time, it was Lu Miaomiao who answered. Lin Xinghai nodded, chatting casually with the girls as he walked toward the dormitory. As they approached the dormitory area, Lin Xinghai suddenly stopped in his tracks. "There's an ambush nearby." Side panel.
"Welcome, book lovers, to the chat group.
Group 1, 221780511. Group 2, 5915655295. Launch remarks. Received notification from the editor. The book will be launched tomorrow. I opened the writer assistant today and took a look. My first novel was created on April 12, 2014. Calculating up to today, my writing career has been nearly 6 years. But after writing for so many years, I can only manage to make a living.
Sometimes, when I see the toxic motivational messages pushed by the writer assistant about how others became an overnight sensation, achieved legendary status with one book, and soared to success, I start doubting whether I'm really suited for this industry.
But then I think, geniuses are always the minority. As someone struggling, I should just focus on writing steadily and earnestly. Speaking of achievements, on the day of its peak, it squeezed into the 17th place on the new book rankings. Such an achievement may not mean much to many accomplished authors, but for me, it was truly a delightful surprise. A heartfelt thanks to all the readers for your votes and rewards, which pushed Invincible to this position. Additionally, I've read all the feedback you provided. There are indeed some issues with the plot, and adjustments will be made later.
Talking about the release, although the previous results were quite good for me, as the release approaches, my mood becomes even more anxious. After all, whether a novel is good or not ultimately depends on subscriptions. So, I sincerely ask everyone to subscribe to the official version. Subscribing to one chapter costs just 1 cent, and for those with a high VIP level, it's only 6 or 7 cents per chapter.
For you, it's a small effort, but for me, it's a source of income for my livelihood. Many people have also asked, how many updates will there be upon release? I can only say that I'll try my best to release a burst of updates on the release day, but I really can't guarantee the exact number. As for the update schedule after the release, you really don't need to worry about that. Cough. It's not about how fast I can update, but the fact that writing one more chapter means earning one more penny. You don't need to urge me. I'll write as quickly as I can. Lastly, let me mention the group numbers again. Group 1, 221780511. Group 2, 5915655295. If it were ordinary mercenaries being ambushed, they might not have noticed so quickly. But Lin Xinghai is different because his perception can directly rival Fang Tianhe's. No, it should now be said that it has already surpassed Fang Tianhe's. As Roger said, Lin Xinghai's perception will continue to strengthen over the next few days. Currently, his perception range has reached 100
110 meters. Within this range, if anyone harbors hostility toward him, he can detect it. Within Lin Xinghai's perception range, he sensed hostility, and it wasn't just from one source. There were enemies both in front and behind. Moreover, the path they were currently walking on, while not exactly a narrow alley, was definitely not a main road either, making it an ideal spot for an ambush.
Everything became clear. Lin Xinghai's sudden words truly startled everyone. Is it those Axe gang members? Lu Miaomiao reacted the fastest and immediately asked nervously.
Hearing the words Axe gang, the expressions on the faces of the women grew even more tense. As for the Axe gang, they had specifically looked into it today. Although compared to mercenary groups, it could only be considered a second-rate organization, it was still a group with over 100 members. If they really came to cause trouble for them,
the women couldn't bring themselves to think further. It should be someone from the Axe gang, but it's fine.
Lin Xinghai closed his eyes, sensed briefly, and then smiled to reassure them. Because in his perception, there were no strong individuals around, not even genetic optimizers. Clearly, no members of the Wild Wolf mercenary group had come.
However, even after hearing Lin Xinghai's reassuring words, the expressions on the women's faces showed no sign of relaxation.
Although they knew Lin Xinghai was capable and had witnessed his skills yesterday, the fact that the Axe gang still dared to come looking for trouble undoubtedly proved that they were prepared.
Ah Xing, where are they ambushed? Is it still possible for us to retreat now? Lu Miaomiao asked anxiously.
However, before Lin Xinghai could respond, a sinister voice came from a corner ahead. Ladies, why are you in such a hurry to leave?
Huai Feifu emerged with the four great guardians.
Although he wore a smile on his face, his expression was grim. He didn't know what went wrong with his arrangement that allowed the other party to notice in advance. Otherwise, when Lin Xinghai arrived at this corner, the four great kings could suddenly launch a sneak attack, resolving the opponent in the fastest possible way. But now, the sneak attack had turned into a frontal assault, and since Lin Xinghai specialized in speed, this introduced a lot of variables. He wasn't entirely confident he could stop the opponent. At this moment, Wang Yao, perhaps due to excessive nervousness or an extreme rebound from suppression, stepped forward instead, pointed at Huai Feifu, and questioned, "Who are you?
What do you want to do? It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that someone wants to meet you.
As long as a few of you ladies are willing to come with me, you can ask whatever you want when the time comes," Huai Feifu said with a smile, though his slightly narrowed eyes made the women even more uneasy. "I don't know what you're trying to do, but I need to tell you that we are now official employees of the administrative office. If you dare to make a move, there will definitely be serious consequences," Wang Yao said coldly, despite the unease in her heart. At this moment, Lu Miaomiao stepped forward and added, "Maliciously harming employees of the administrative office is absolutely a criminal offense, and the security team will definitely investigate thoroughly. As long as one of us manages to escape and identify you, your Axe gang, as an illegal organization, will likely be disbanded today." Lu Miaomiao's words were partly directed at Lin Xinghai and partly intended to make the other party hesitate. And her words did indeed have a considerable effect. The expressions on the faces of the four great guardians, led by Steel Bear, clearly showed a hint of hesitation.
Even Huai Fei Axe couldn't help but take another look at Lu Miaomiao, realizing that this woman before him was not only beautiful but also clever.
Unfortunately, she overlooked one thing. For this kidnapping operation, he had already staked his life and fortune.
How could he possibly stop now?
Thinking of this, the smile on his face finally turned into a sinister grin.
That would only be possible if any of you could manage to escape. Everyone, attack together.
His last three words were shouted directly. As his voice fell, more than 20 people emerged from various corners of the street. All of them were elites of the Axe gang, with genetic optimization levels of at least 20% or higher. Together with the four great guardians as the main force, even a veteran mercenary would likely be hacked to death amidst the chaos of axes. The situation had developed to such a point that Lin Xinghai was well aware the other party wasn't here to regain face for their subordinates, but rather,
he glanced at Lu Miaomiao and the other women, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly, beauty brings calamity.
But he didn't hesitate, quickly stepping forward to confront the four great kings charging toward him.
Just as he had guessed, everyone was targeting him, completely ignoring Lu Miaomiao and the other women.
However, Lu Miaomiao and the others couldn't escape either, as there were still a few Axe gang members blocking the road both in front and behind. In the blink of an eye, the four great guardians had already charged forward. Leading them, Steel Bear raised a giant hammer and swung it toward Lin Xinghai's head. The power of this strike was undoubtedly immense, but no matter how strong it was, it still needed to hit its target to unleash its full effect. Lin Xinghai simply sidestepped to dodge, then took the opportunity to
to kick at the opponent's lower leg. In an instant, Steel Bear lost his balance. His full-force punch immediately turned into a full-force faceplant. Moreover, during his downward plunge, Lin Xinghai had already circled behind him and took the opportunity to stomp hard on his back. Bang! Steel Bear landed on the hard concrete road in the most classic face-first posture, a sight that would make anyone feel the pain just by looking at it. As for Lin Xinghai, he had already leveraged his strength to leap forward, narrowly avoiding the two giant axes swinging toward him, and then kicked out with both legs simultaneously. The heavy soles of his combat boots slammed fiercely into the faces of the two attackers. Lin Xinghai's 21 points of strength might not be impressive among a group of mercenaries, but when it came to dealing with the so-called Four Kings, it was more than they could handle. After being kicked in the face, the two attackers' faces instantly twisted and deformed. Their nasal bones were undoubtedly broken, their front teeth were lost, and as for whether they might suffer a concussion, Lin Xinghai wasn't sure, but pain was guaranteed. Steel Leopard is the fastest among the four guardians, with a speed as high as 28 points, giving him a significant advantage in battles against ordinary thugs. In this battle, under the cover of the others, he used his speed to circle behind Lin Xinghai and unleashed his self-created solitary dragon stab. Although Lin Xinghai instantly took down 3 people, shocking him greatly, the dagger in his hand was now less than 20 centimeters away from the opponent's back. He could even imagine the moment when he pierced the opponent's heart and became the biggest contributor to this mission, earning the generous rewards that awaited him. However, the opponents seemed to have eyes on their back. Reaching out behind them, they firmly grasped his wrist and then twisted it forcefully. Crack! A crisp sound of a bone fracture came from the wrist. So this is what they call the Four Great Guardians? Steel Leopard heard Lin Xinghai's slightly mocking voice. After Lin Xinghai obtained the wrist-mounted computer, he didn't learn to use many of its functions, but connecting to the intranet to search for information was one of them. The first thing he searched for was information about the Axe Gang. Naturally, he was also familiar with the gang's renowned Four Kings. It was said that when the 4 of them joined forces, they could even defeat a genetically enhanced individual. Therefore, before engaging in combat, Lin Xinghai remained quite cautious. It was just that as soon as the two sides clashed, he realized that these 4 people, apart from their slightly exquisite coordination, really had nothing worth praising. With Lin Xinghai's speed and extraordinary perception, the so-called exquisite coordination of the 4 great kings was riddled with flaws in his eyes. It was precisely because of this that the scene of the 4 great kings being completely taken down almost instantly occurred. Such a scene was truly too shocking for the members of the Axe Gang. Those members who had originally charged at Lin Xinghai with axes in hand and an aggressive demeanor almost instinctively stopped in their tracks, not daring to advance. This is clearly a gene optimizer. Huai Feifu, as a bystander, had a clear view of Lin Xinghai's series of actions just now. It was by relying on a speed of 30 points that he was able to evade the combined attack of the 4 kings, a speed that only gene optimizers can achieve. If there was a possibility of misjudgment regarding his speed, then the fact that he accurately grasped Steel Leopard's wrist in a situation with no visibility is something only a gene optimizer with perception ability could accomplish. The critical error in intelligence was the fundamental reason for the failure of this operation. When he thought about the consequences of the failure, his eyes instantly turned red. He suddenly turned his head and stared at Wang Damao beside him. This is what you called a white pig with a 25% level of genetic optimization? Are you blind or brainless? I don't know. Yesterday, the speed he displayed was really only around 25 points. How could I have known he was pretending to be weak to catch the strong? Bang! Before he could finish speaking, Huai Feifu kicked him to the ground. You really are a damn pig. At this moment, Steel Bear and the others finally began to get up from the ground, but they had completely lost any desire to fight. Instinctively, they kept their distance from Lin Xinghai, yet they didn't dare to stray too far, fearing Huai Feifu might settle accounts later. Are you done arguing? If you are, give me an explanation. At this moment, Lin Xinghai's icy voice rang out. What's the matter? Do you think you've already won? Your strength is indeed impressive, but you have one fatal weakness. Huai Feifu suddenly sneered. Lin Xinghai frowned slightly. What weakness? That is, them. Huai Feifu said as he pointed at Lu Miaomiao and the others, then ordered the rest, capture them. The previously hesitant Axe Gang members brightened up upon hearing this. Hey, kid, if you want these delicate beauties to remain unharmed, you'd better surrender now. Otherwise, my axe doesn't have eyes, and if it accidentally scratches their pretty faces, that wouldn't be good. The quickest to react, a yellow-haired youth threatened while turning to run toward Lu Miaomiao. He often engaged in such threatening and extortionate acts, and his lines were delivered with exceptional fluency. Ha! But you need hands to wield an axe. Lin Xinghai looked at the yellow-haired youth who had spoken, and for the first time, a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He finally drew the vibrating dagger from his waist. However, at that very moment, the hairs on his body suddenly stood on end, and a sense of deadly threat enveloped his heart. Without any hesitation, Lin Xinghai unleashed his speed ability and dodged to the side. Bang! A crisp gunshot rang out, and a clear bullet hole appeared where Lin Xinghai had been standing. It turned out that while his attention was drawn
drawn to the blonde-haired youth. Huai Feifu had pulled out a homemade pistol hidden in his clothes. This was his final resort. He believed that with his marksmanship and the element of surprise, even Lin Xinghai, a gene optimizer, would undoubtedly die. After all, gene optimizers who have broken through one gene lock have perception limited to a few meters around them, and their sensitivity to threats outside their perception range decreases sharply. Even if the opponent could sense him drawing his gun, they might not have time to dodge. But unfortunately for him, he encountered Lin Xinghai, a man who seemed to defy all odds. Before he pulled the trigger, Lin Xinghai was still facing away from him, but by the time he pulled the trigger, the other party had already left their original position.
Moreover, the figure of the opponent was rapidly approaching.
Before he had time to re-aim, he saw a flash of cold light, and then his right hand holding the gun was severed at the wrist. Everything happened so quickly that even though his hand had already fallen to the ground, Huai Feifu was still somewhat in a daze. When he realized what had happened, the sound of metal hitting the ground kept ringing out not far away. He looked up and saw that all the members rushing toward Lu Miaomia had their axe-wielding hands severed at the wrist. As for the blonde-haired youth who had just spoken threateningly, he suffered the worst fate. While others only lost one hand, both of his hands were cut off. In an instant, the scene was filled with wails of agony. All the thugs clutched their severed hands, looking at Lin Xinghai as if they had seen a ghost. Such speed was something they had never witnessed before. After all, reaching a speed of 60 points was a feat only achieved by those who had broken through the second genetic lock. Such a figure is at the captain level within the mercenary group. Thinking about fighting against a strong individual of this level, no one present could muster even the slightest desire to battle. Due to the overwhelming difference in speed, they couldn't even see how Lin Xinghai made his move to sever their palms.
This absolute disparity in strength is something that cannot be compensated for by numbers.
The Axe Gang, in the end, was just a group of hooligans banded together. They had no sense of loyalty to speak of, and after facing reality, these thugs decisively abandoned Huai Fei Axe and began to scatter and flee. Of course, during their escape, they didn't forget to pick up their severed hands. As for the blonde youth with both hands severed, he had his companions help him stuff his hands into his pockets.
Taking the severed hands along was a must.
After all, with the technology of this era, reattaching severed hands was just a minor surgery, and with some genetic repair, they could even be restored to their original state. Of course, all of this requires money. As for whether these thugs have the funds for such a surgery, that is not something Lin Xinghai is concerned about. Huai Fei Axe watched the rapidly changing situation, and even though he was unwilling, he knew he was completely defeated this time. He hurriedly picked up his own hand, intending to escape amidst the chaos, but when he looked up, he found Lin Xinghai already standing in front of him. The cold sneer at the corner of the other's mouth made his hands and feet go cold.
Side panel.
Once again, we urge you to cast your vote and speak up. Just once is enough. No need to repeat. Please avoid leaving comments at the end of chapters and then running to the review section to post again.
The moderator is complaining, saying their fingers are cramping from tallying votes. For those who repeatedly post to manipulate the voting, you'll be muted directly. Voting will last for 1 week, and the results will be announced next Friday. What do you want? Could it be that you actually dare to kill me?
Huai Feifu said, his eyes bloodshot as he looked at Lin Xinghai standing in front of him.
The Starshield shelter has a very comprehensive legal system.
If someone dies, the matter will definitely be pursued to the end. Even if Lin Xinghai is a mercenary, he wouldn't be an exception. As for him daring to kill Lin Xinghai, it was because he had made preparations in advance and even found someone to take the blame. He didn't believe that Lin Xinghai had made similar preparations. Of course, I wouldn't dare to kill you, but if someone points a gun at me, I have the right to defend myself.
If I end up crippling someone, that shouldn't be too much of a problem, don't you think?
Lin Xinghai asked with a smile.
What exactly do you want?
Huai Feifu gritted his teeth and said, look at my friends here, they've been scared out of their wits by you.
Shouldn't there be some compensation for the emotional distress?
Let's say 2,000 points per person, just as a token gesture. Lin Xinghai pointed at Lu Miaomio and the others, whose faces were indeed pale with fright. Of course, their faces were so pale largely due to the bloody scene Lin Xinghai had created. Lin Xinghai was unaware of this at the moment, and even if he knew, he would firmly place this blame squarely on Huai Feifu's head.
Compensating 2,000 points per person, do you think I could possibly come up with 10,000 points? Huai Feifu retorted. If you can't, that's fine.
Just transfer all the points in your ID card to me, however much you have. I'll take a bit of a loss. It's no big deal, Lin Xinghai said generously. Upon hearing this, Huai Feifu's face grew even darker. He suddenly gritted his teeth and said harshly, dream on.
I'd rather be beaten half paralyzed by you than transfer my points to you.
The other party's sudden tough attitude indeed caught Lin Xinghai off guard. He touched his chin, thought for a moment, then waved his hand to call Lu Miaomio and the others over, explaining the current situation.
He's unwilling to compensate for your emotional distress.
As the parties involved, tell me what we should do, Lin Xinghai said, spreading his hands. At this moment, the women's fear had already turned into anger.
Wang Yao's figure and personality were equally fiery.
She was the first to step step forward, sizing up Huai Feifu from head to toe. Finally, her gaze settled on his crotch, and her alluring red lips curled into a cold smile.
No compensation? That's fine. Just take one move from me, my groin kick.
Repairing shattered eggs with such a major surgery would cost at least 20 to 30,000 points.
Plus, I've read research reports on this before.
Even if it's healed, there's a high chance of psychological trauma, and it might never get hard again.
Huai Feifu's face turned pale upon hearing this.
Instinctively, he clenched his legs together, completely losing the resolute defiance he had just displayed moments ago. Not to mention him, even Lin Xinghai, who was merely watching, felt a chill run down his spine. He discreetly shifted his body to a different angle before saying, "I'll give you 10 seconds to make a decision."
Can't I just give it to you?
After weighing his options, Huai Feifu wisely made a choice and took out the ID card from his pocket. Lin Xinghai took the ID card, operated on his wrist-mounted computer, and read the information inside.
Password, iris verification. Huai Feifu complied with a sullen expression. Over 7,000 points, that's quite a lot. Lin Xinghai looked at the information on the virtual screen and couldn't help but smile. Then he quickly transferred these points into his own card. This cooperation works well, doesn't it? Here, hold the card properly. You're still a bit short on points. Your wrist-mounted computer is pretty good. It can be used for deduction.
Lin Xinghai said with a cheerful smile.
You?
Huai Feifu was about to burst out cursing, but he noticed Wang Yao beside him had already started stretching her long legs. In the end, he swallowed his anger, unbound the wrist-mounted computer, and handed it to Lin Xinghai.
His eyes were a bit moist. Those were tears of humiliation. That's more like it. Money is just an external possession. You can't bring it when you're born, nor take it when you die, right?
Lin Xinghai cheerfully consoled the other party while putting the wrist-mounted computer on his hand. The compensation fee was in hand, but the matter wasn't over yet. After all, Huai Feifu had attempted a kidnapping and was also illegally carrying firearms. These are criminal offenses, enough to put him behind bars for a few years.
Only then could he feel at ease.
Soon, the security team arrived, and they came fully armed. There's no choice, since the person who reported the incident said they heard gunshots.
Not long after, everyone was taken to the security bureau.
The man with the severed hand holding the flying axe could only have a simple bandage applied, with treatment postponed. Upon arriving at the security bureau, it was naturally time for taking statements and such. But Lin Xinghai quickly realized that something was off. Because the security team member responsible for taking his statement had already asked 3 times, "How did that homemade pistol come into your possession?" "I'll repeat it one last time. That homemade pistol was taken out by Huai Feifu to attack me.
Everything I did was in self-defense."
Lin Xinghai looked at the security team member in front of him and said word by word, "Sorry,
but the information we have doesn't match what you're saying."
At this moment, a portly security officer walked in. He spoke while scrutinizing Lin Xinghai with a piercing gaze, exuding an air of authority, if only his belly weren't so big. By this point, Lin Xinghai was well aware that something fishy was going on. He didn't bother being polite anymore, casually crossing his legs and meeting the man's beady eyes.
In a cold tone, he said, "I'd like to hear exactly how it's inconsistent."
"According to the testimony provided by Huai Feifu, he accuses you of armed robbery against him.
On this point, several of his bodyguards can serve as witnesses.
Secondly, we found your fingerprints on that homemade gun. In addition, the bank transfer records show that 7,321 points were transferred from Huai Feifu's identity card to your identity card. Also, we will have the technical department come over shortly to check whether the wrist-mounted computer on your left hand belongs to Huai Feifu. If it is confirmed that the wrist-mounted computer belongs to Huai Feifu, then the amount involved in this robbery exceeds 10,000 points. According to the laws established by Starshield Sanctuary, the maximum sentence could be more than 5 years of imprisonment.
It can be said that we have fully gathered both testimonial and physical evidence. This is the confession document.
If you sign it now, you can secure leniency." The obese sheriff smiled as he took out the confession document, handing it to Lin Xinghai while enjoying the look of shock on his face. Yes, Lin Xinghai was truly surprised. He had only been at the security bureau for a few minutes, less than 10 minutes, yet the other party had already presented both witnesses and evidence. This method of distorting the truth shocked him, and Huai Feifu's connections equally astonished him. If he hadn't kept a backup plan, he might have really suffered a major setback here.
Side panel.
Rewards will be acknowledged collectively at the end of the chapter after the system compiles the statistics the following day. No matter how many book coins are rewarded, an electronic thank you letter will be received within 3 days.
Please check the system messages for retrieval.
Additionally, to avoid affecting the reading experience of subsequent readers, the acknowledgements at the end of the chapters will only be retained for 7 days. However, Lin Xinghai did not immediately reveal the backup plan he had prepared, as being slandered like this truly made him very upset, especially toward this pot-bellied sheriff. Being able to grow so fat in a post-apocalyptic environment made it clear just how much he must have profited from his position. Thus, he maintained the look of astonishment on his face and asked in an incredulous tone, "You believe them just like
like that?
Sorry, I don't believe what he says. I believe in our investigation and evidence, said the obese Sheriff Michael. Since you conducted an investigation, you should be aware that the other party is the leader of the Axe Gang, whose members openly collect protection fees.
Such a gang leader, it's already fortunate he doesn't rob me, and you think I would rob him? Where's the basic logic in your case handling? Lin Xinghai questioned. Sorry, I don't know anything about the Axe Gang.
According to our investigation, the other party is just an ordinary resident of the lower district, while you are a mercenary.
Mercenaries bullying ordinary residents seems to make more sense, doesn't it? Michael said coldly. TSK.
Even a random resident would know this information, yet under your investigation, it has been completely distorted.
Should I say you're taking bribes to do your job, or just occupying your position without doing anything?
The look of terror on Lin Xinghai's face had completely disappeared, replaced by a hint of sarcasm as he spoke.
How dare you? Is it your place to comment on how we handle cases? Michael's face darkened, and a fierce glint appeared in his beady eyes. Take him away.
Since he refuses to admit it, continue the interrogation properly.
Michael emphasized the word properly with a biting tone.
As his words fell, two burly security officers entered the interrogation room. Wait a moment, I have another piece of evidence here that can prove everything I said is not mere fabrication, Lin Xinghai said as he calmly operated Roger's wrist-mounted computer, opened a holographic projection, and began playing a video. Lin Xinghai had encountered many people from all walks of life since he was young, otherwise, how could a normal person possibly go Toon Rating and then?
Ahem, back to the point.
It was precisely because he had interacted with such people so often that he had seen plenty of schemes, conspiracies, and setups.
As a result, he developed some personal habits, always keeping a backup plan.
In important situations or when handling significant matters, he would record audio and video to leave evidence beneficial to himself. This is also another important reason why he borrowed the wrist-mounted computer from Roger. Michael stared at the video projected in the holographic image, his beady eyes wide open. Due to the fact that it was secretly filmed, the shooting angle of this video was not ideal, but 22nd century technology is advanced enough, so the video quality is excellent.
Scenes like Huai Fei swinging his homemade pistol to shoot, and the rest of the Axe Gang wielding axes as they charged toward Lu Miaomio and the others, though brief, were extremely clear.
Moreover, the video not only has visuals but also sound, everything is crystal clear. Of course, this video does not include the matter of Lin Xinghai collecting compensation fees.
This video is enough to prove that Huai Fei Fu led people to kidnap Lu Miaomio and the others, right?
As for the points he transferred to me in this wrist-mounted computer, they were given to us while he was crying and begging after his operation failed. He said this is our compensation fee, asking us not to pursue the matter afterward. With this, he can pull some strings and get a lighter sentence, Lin Xinghai said earnestly.
This video, why didn't you bring it out earlier? Didn't my people repeatedly remind you to present any evidence you have? Michael asked in a somewhat dry voice.
Because I trusted your ability to handle the case before, so there was no need to bring out this video, Lin Xinghai said with a smile. But in Michael's eyes, this smile looked utterly sinister. He never expected the other party to hold back even in such a situation. This video is indeed crucial evidence, but we need to have the tech department verify its authenticity first, so please hand over your wrist-mounted computer, Michael said righteously. Of course, he also understood that as long as the other party wasn't foolish, they definitely wouldn't hand over the wrist-mounted computer so easily. Thus, his mind was already racing, thinking about what kind of accident he should create to ensure the other party's wrist-mounted computer gets destroyed. However, he was dumbfounded to see Lin Xinghai cooperating so readily, even taking off the wrist-mounted computer and personally handing it over to him. I am very cooperative with your work. Feel free to take it to verify the authenticity of the video.
Additionally, this video was sent to our team leader Fang Tianhe, deputy team leader Shinhan, second team leader Wu Yan, and third team leader Su Haishui before I entered the security bureau. Oh, by the way, besides this video, I also casually sent over the recording of our conversation just now, Lin Xinghai said with a full smile. With every sentence Lin Xinghai spoke, Michael's expression grew stiffer, especially when Lin Xinghai mentioned that even their conversation had been recorded and sent over. Michael's hand couldn't help but tremble. Time rewinds to 10 minutes ago. The eastern part of the middle-level district is home to numerous mercenary groups, and the Skysplit mercenary group also has its own property here, a 150 square meter house. This modestly sized house serves as the headquarters of the Skysplit mercenary group. The first floor is filled with various fitness equipment and features a small boxing ring. On the second floor is the office area, where a dozen members of the logistics support team are busily working. The logistics support team is an indispensable part of a mercenary group. After all, for a mercenary, the most important thing is improving combat effectiveness. If they had to personally handle everything themselves, there would be no time to enhance their skills. Moreover, these rough men might not necessarily excel at such tasks. Therefore, tasks such as post-battle statistics, resource allocation, equipment maintenance, catering, and accommodation are all handled by the logistics support team. At this this moment, the members of these logistics support teams are watching various videos. Whether it's armored vehicles, off-road vehicles, or mechas, they are equipped with numerous hidden cameras, capable of achieving 360-degree coverage without blind spots. The members of the logistics team use these recordings to tally the number and level of zombies each mercenary has hunted, as well as any additional contributions made by the mercenaries, such as collecting primal crystals. Based on these activities, they calculate the reward points that should be distributed to each mercenary. Of course, there are some areas where the cameras on the vehicle cannot capture footage. For instance, after entering the Spacecraft Research Institute, the recording will switch to the wrist-mounted computer. Ultimately, all the statistics will be submitted to Phong Tianhe for review. Once the review is complete, the reward points will be distributed. At this moment, Phong Tianhe was sitting in the office hall, quietly waiting. Suddenly, his wrist-mounted computer vibrated and a message popped up. Phong Tianhe opened his wrist-mounted computer and glanced at it, his expression slightly stiffening. This was because the name noted in the information bar was Roger. Of course, he knew that Roger's wrist-mounted computer had been lent to Lin Xinghai, and the reason Lin Xinghai borrowed the wrist-mounted computer was to guard against unexpected incidents. He immediately opened the message to check it, and a video popped up first. The video was not long, ending in just 3 minutes, but it was enough for him to clearly understand what had happened. Below the video was Lin Xinghai's message: about to enter the security bureau, but I noticed Hui Feifu's expression. Not only was there no panic or anxiety, but he even seemed a bit eager. Moreover, on the way to the security bureau, I noticed him whispering several times with the escorting personnel. There may be complications, please send someone over. He was not the only one who received this message. Shenhan, Wu Yan, and Su Haishui also received it, and by this time, they had all read the message. Boss, let me take a few brothers and go check it out. Wu Yan spoke up at this moment. Phong Tianhe did not immediately give an answer but instead glanced at Shenhan beside him. The two were so familiar with each other that Shenhan instantly understood his intention. He immediately opened his wrist-mounted computer, accessed the database, and began searching with keywords. Soon, she found what she was looking for. The current chief of security, Michael, entered the Starshield shelter 3 years ago and, with the influence of the Morgan Consortium, was directly parachuted into the position of chief of security. During his tenure, the complaint rate against the Security Bureau has skyrocketed, but with the backing of the Morgan Consortium, he has only faced nominal criticism and written a few self-reviews. The fact that there are so many gangs in the lower district nowadays is definitely connected to him. The likelihood of him knowing Hui Fei acts is extremely high, Shenhan concluded. In that case, I'll go personally, Phong Tianhe said. Wu Yan, I'll go too. Su Haishui, boss, take me alone. Since we're idle anyway, it's fine if everyone goes. At the same time, send someone to inform Roger that he doesn't need to monitor the Wild Wolf mercenary group anymore, and ask him if he wants to come along. Phong Tianhe said. We might be able to make use of this matter, Shenhan said. Phong Tianhe looked at Shenhan, waiting for him to continue. This time, we brought back such a large quantity of energy crystals. Even though we took measures to keep it confidential during the handover, it's almost impossible to completely hide it from the Morgan Consortium. Even the information about our mercenary group might already be on the desk of their managers. In short, since we've already chosen a side, there's no need to hold back. Now, the conflict between the Morgan Consortium and the higher-ups at the shelter is almost being brought out into the open. The higher-ups would surely be pleased to see someone from the Morgan Consortium make a mistake. Hearing this, Phong Tianhe began to understand what Shenhan was trying to say. You mean, you want me to reveal this matter to the big boss? Exactly. Shenhan nodded. What if we analyze this situation incorrectly, and Michael really handles things impartially and according to the law? What should we do? Phong Tianhe asked with a frown. So what? If we guess right, we can get him removed from the director's position, and we'll take credit for it. If we guess wrong, it will still show the higher-ups our stance, Shenhan replied. Alright, let's do it. Phong Tianhe nodded. Moments later, after sending a private message to the top leader, Phong Tianhe led a group of mercenaries out of the base camp, heading grandly toward the lower district. And when all of them mobilized, they immediately learned the news about the Wild Wolf mercenary group they were monitoring. The leader of the Wild Wolf mercenary group, Zhou Taifei, immediately took his team and set out to intercept them. Oh, what a coincidence. At the elevator shaft leading to the lower district, Zhou Taifei looked at the approaching Skybreaker mercenary group and said with a fake smile, everyone knows about the Axe Gang. Aren't you tired of pretending like this? Phong Tianhe sneered. The reputation of the Wild Wolf mercenary group is far from good. They often use underhanded tactics to suppress competitors, and it's said they even engage in double-crossing. Among all these activities, the one that brings them the most income is the tribute from the Axe Gang. The Wild Wolf mercenary group was established later than the Skysplitter mercenary group, but under the support of the Axe Gang, they quickly rose to become a second-tier mercenary group. It can be said that the Axe Gang is their treasure trove, and when they lend a hand, they naturally spare no effort. However, no matter how much they help the Axe Gang, such matters can never
never be brought to light. I don't know what you're talking about, nor have I ever heard of any axe gang, Zhou Taifei said indifferently.
Alright then, pretending not to know doesn't matter. Fang Tianhe, unwilling to argue further, headed toward the elevator shaft. However, Zhou Taifei led a group of mercenaries under his command and completely blocked the entrance and exit of the elevator shaft. Move aside. Fang Tianhe stepped in front of him, his tone turning cold. This elevator shaft is currently being used by our Wild Wolf mercenary corps. If you want to use one, go to another elevator shaft, Zhou Taifei replied, his tone equally unpleasant. There really wasn't any first-tier mercenary group that dared to speak to him like this. If they were outside the shelter, he would have already taught the other party a lesson. Fang Tianhe didn't waste words with the other party and continued walking forward, his burly body directly colliding with Zhou Taifei. Zhou Taifei, seeing that the other party truly gave him no face at all, had a flash of anger cross his face and directly reached out to grab Fang Tianhe's neck. Seeing the other party make a move, Fang Tianhe also threw a punch straight at the opponent's face. This time, Zhou Taifei was truly enraged and directly unleashed his supernatural ability, transforming into a werewolf. That's right, his superpower is also werewolf transformation. However, even though it's the same werewolf transformation ability, there are differences. After Su Haishui uses the werewolf transformation ability, his body undergoes an all-around enhancement. In contrast, when Zhou Taifei uses the werewolf transformation ability, the main increase is in strength. His arms become noticeably larger, and wolf claws grow out from his knuckles. Fang Tianhe, upon seeing this, naturally unleashed his sky-splitting ability, with his entire fist enveloped in black light. Boom! A fist and a palm collided in mid-air, resulting in a loud explosion. It was the impact caused by the clash of two abilities' energies. At the moment of collision, Zhou Taifei's expression changed. His genetic optimization level had already reached 95%, and as a strength-type genetic optimizer, combined with the amplification of his abilities, he had never truly feared anyone in such direct confrontations before. But at this moment, the terrifying energy erupting from Fang Tianhe's fist almost caused the bones in his palm to fracture. The clash between the two was brief and swift. Fang Tianhe's fist bore several claw marks, while Zhou Taifei took a step back, making it seem like the two were evenly matched. In reality, only Zhou Taifei himself knew that his palm was already a bloody mess. However, due to the fur covering from his werewolf transformation, it wasn't immediately visible. Side panel. With everyone's support, the free rankings have already entered the top 50. The better the results, the more recommendations, and the later the release time, allowing everyone to read more free chapters. So, please vote for recommendations and keep moving forward. Zhou Taifei had heard of Fang Tianhe's name before. After all, the sky-splitting ability was unique to Fang Tianhe in the entire Starshield shelter. Those who had seen it claimed that even among rare abilities, the sky-splitting ability was top tier. However, Zhou Taifei had always scoffed at such claims. He had seen other rare-level abilities before, and they were all more or less on par. Fang Tianhe was overly hyped simply because the ability he mastered was too rare. However, during the recent exchange, he realized that the rumors were not exaggerated. This made his expression instantly turn serious, and he even began to ponder whether he should continue to stubbornly block the way. But now that things had progressed to this point, the decision of whether to continue taking action was no longer in Zhou Taifei's hands. After a collision, Fang Tianhe showed no intention of stopping and immediately followed up with a kick. Black light swirled around his leg, also imbued with the sky-splitting ability. Zhou Taifei hadn't expected his opponent to press the advantage relentlessly, and his expression grew even darker. But Fang Tianhe showed no signs of stopping, leaving Zhou Taifei no choice but to instinctively raise his leg to block. However, as soon as he kicked out, he secretly exclaimed in his heart that something was wrong, because the abilities of both sides are different. The ability of Rift Heaven manifests in the form of energy and can cover any part of the entire body. In other words, the enhancement to any part of the body is the same, but his werewolf transformation ability is strength-based, primarily enhancing his arms. Although his legs are also somewhat strengthened, the improvement is not very noticeable. Bang! After exchanging kicks, Zhou Taifei was decisively and cleanly sent flying, crashing directly into the wall of the elevator shaft. At this moment, the members of the Wild Wolf mercenary group were almost all stunned. They never expected that their leader, who had just been evenly matched with the opponent, would be sent flying in the next instant. However, what surprised them even more was that even under such circumstances, Fang Tianhe showed no intention of stopping. He took a step forward, directly drawing the large blade hanging at his waist, and slashed it toward Zhou Taifei, who had crashed into the wall. Stop! Zhou Taifei shouted loudly, but Fang Tianhe seemed oblivious, showing no sign of halting the large blade in his hand. He even infused the blade with the sky-splitting ability. At this moment, Zhou Taifei unexpectedly felt the threat of death. He used the sharp claws in his hands to block while desperately dodging. Clang! Clang! 3 sharp claws were severed in succession, but the momentum of the blade was slightly slowed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhou Taifei barely managed to evade. Boom! The broadsword struck the wall behind Zhou Taifei as he leapt away. The wall, wall, made of alloy, was split open with a massive crack over a meter long. Xiao Taifei's face turned even paler. From the sheer power of that strike, it was clear that Fang Tianhe had no intention of holding back. If he hadn't dodged quickly enough, he really would have been killed by that blow. Does this lunatic not know the consequences of openly killing someone in the shelter? Xiao Taifei cursed inwardly. Yes, he only dared to curse in his heart, because if he really cursed out loud, he feared Fang Tianhe would fight him to the death again. Xiao Taifei quickly ran back to his own mercenary group. By this time, members of both mercenary groups had already drawn their weapons, and the atmosphere in the field was tense, on the verge of erupting. No one had anticipated that things would escalate to this point. At this moment, everyone was staring at Fang Tianhe, watching to see what his next move would be, including Xiao Taifei. If things escalate to a firefight between the two mercenary groups, no matter who wins or loses, neither side will come out well. As long as the leader is even slightly rational, they would never issue such an order. But is Fang Tian rational? At least Xiao Taifei absolutely wouldn't dare to think so. A rational person would dare to openly kill someone inside a shelter? In the Wild Wolf mercenary group, there were others who shared the same thoughts as Xiao Taifei, so even though they had greater numbers, they were even more tense. In contrast, the members of the Sky Split mercenary group appeared much calmer. Although they were quite puzzled by Fang Tianhe's actions, they fully supported him. This was because they all understood their leader's character. He was undoubtedly the type of person with a steady temperament. He always acted with careful planning, and if he encountered something he was unsure about, he would consult with deputy leader Shen Han. Thus, they all knew that Fang Tianhe must have his reasons for acting this way, and all they needed to do was cooperate. Sure enough, Fang Tianhe did not actually issue the order to attack. He simply stared quietly at Xiao Taifei. Several times, Xiao Taifei wanted to speak, but after opening his mouth, he didn't know what to say. However, this awkward atmosphere did not last long, because more than a dozen armed drones flew in from the sky, their dark gun barrels aimed at everyone present. Then, fully armed soldiers rushed over. "Drop all your weapons," the leading captain shouted loudly. Fang Tianhe calmly sheathed his sword. Seeing this, the others also put away their weapons one after another. "You are all mercenaries. Don't you know that fighting inside the shelter violates the safety regulations?" the patrol captain reprimanded. Of course, he also understood that these people before him were those who lived on the edge, so he merely gave a symbolic reprimand before asking, "Tell me, what exactly happened? Why did you start fighting?" and even used weapons and abilities. As he said this, he glanced at the massive knife mark on the wall, feeling a chill in his heart. Xiao Taifei was the first to speak. He used a weapon first. "Fang Tianhe, that's because you struck first." "Xiao Taifei, I acted because you came straight at me." "Fang Tianhe, that's because your Wild Wolf mercenary group blocked the entire elevator shaft." "Xiao Taifei, I did not." Yes, at this most critical moment, Xiao Taifei denied it. The conversation between both parties just now has already clarified the whole matter. As long as he adamantly denies blocking the elevator shaft, this matter is likely to end in a compromise, with both sides facing punishment. Of course, this way he doesn't lose out, and it can be considered a successful delay of the sky-splitting mercenary group. He lied. At this moment, Su Haishui spoke up from the side. "What do you think you are? A mere captain dares to slander me?" Xiao Taifei's expression instantly turned cold. Just now, the fight with Fang Tianhe had already been embarrassing enough for him, and now even a mere captain dared to contradict his words. The anger in his heart surged instantly. "TSK, can I assume you're just lashing out in shame?" Su Haishui said unhurriedly, while operating the wrist-mounted computer in his hand. "Previously, I only envied Lin Xinghai for his exceptional talent, but today, the incident between him and the Axe Gang made me realize that he has a unique approach to handling things. For example, recording events to preserve evidence for himself is something truly worth learning." "So, didn't you say I was slandering you? Let's watch this video, and then we'll see if you still have the nerve to say that." Side panel. "Not feeling well today, and the outline hasn't been sorted out properly either, so just one chapter. Sorry. Hearing Su Haishui say that he had recorded the video, Xiao Taifei's originally angry expression instantly turned unpleasant. Not only him, but the expressions on the faces of all the members of the Wild Wolf Corps also showed varying degrees of change. As for the patrol captain Wang Hongjun, upon seeing this scene, he immediately understood who was lying. Su Haishui, while speaking, had already opened the holographic projection and started playing a video. Everyone present watched the holographic video with different emotions, but there was one exception. Shen Han raised the wrist-mounted computer in her hand, glanced at the time, and then frowned slightly. "I'll go down first," she said softly to Fang Tianhe. Fang Tianhe nodded. He wasn't very reassured about Lin Xinghai's situation either. Indeed, someone needed to go ahead. Thus, Shen Han entered the elevator shaft under everyone's watchful eyes, took the elevator, and left. At this moment, Xiao Taifei naturally had no way to stop her. As for Wang Hongjun, upon seeing this scene, although he frowned, he noticed that the rest of the Rift Sky mercenary group remained motionless, so he said nothing. The video was not long and quickly finished playing, making the entire sequence of events clear at a glance. Faced with such irrefutable evidence,
evidence. No matter how shameless Chow Tai-fei was, he had no way to deny it. Moreover, aside from this, Su Haishui's earlier words also caught his attention. The other party had learned to record and preserve evidence like this because they were aware of the incident between Lin Xinghai and the Axe Gang. If that's the case, could it be that the Axe Gang also made a mistake, and even left some evidence behind? After thinking about this, he had already sent a message to Huai Feifu to inquire. However, until the entire video finished playing, there was no response from the other party, which made him even more anxious. Captain Chow Tai-fei, do you have anything else to say? At this moment, Wang Hongjun spoke. At this point, the whole matter has become very clear. It was entirely instigated unilaterally by the Wild Wolf mercenary group. Although Fang Tianhe's reaction was a bit extreme, the same point remains. Being a mercenary is a profession where one's life hangs by a thread. There's always the possibility of dying on the next mission. So, not to mention extreme behavior, even a twisted personality can be understood, as long as he can control himself and not harm others. In response to Wang Hongjun's questioning, Chow Tai-fei remained silent. As if Wang Hongjun had anticipated it, he immediately said, in that case, according to the provisions of the security law. Wait a moment. At this point, Fang Tianhe interrupted. According to the provisions of the security law, actions like those of the Wild Wolf mercenary group would face a maximum penalty of 10,000 points, followed by the obligation to hunt 10,000 zombies for free. Such a punishment is far too lenient. Chow Tai-fei listened and immediately furrowed his brows. How could this punishment be considered too lenient? If such a penalty were imposed on an ordinary level 1 mercenary group, it would practically strip them to the bone. It's important to note that not all level 1 mercenary groups possess the strength comparable to a level 2 mercenary group like the Skysplitter mercenary group. Many level 1 mercenary groups don't even have a single neck. And Fang Tianhe's words, let alone Chow Tai-fei, even Wang Hongjun felt a bit displeased after hearing them. Captain Fang Tianhe, what do you mean by this? If you're dissatisfied with my judgment later, you can file a lawsuit in court. Captain Wang, what I mean is, I want to apply for a life and death arena battle, Fang Tianhe said. His voice wasn't loud, but it was like dropping a heavy bomb in the crowd, causing many mercenaries to exclaim in surprise. As for Chow Tai-fei, his face instantly turned grim, and even Wang Hongjun's expression revealed a hint of astonishment. The life and death arena battle is specifically designed to resolve irreconcilable conflicts between mercenaries. For instance, in the current conflict between the Sky-splitting mercenary group and the Wild Wolf mercenary group, who can guarantee that the Wild Wolf mercenary group won't seek revenge afterward? However, as long as both parties enter the life and death arena, they can directly settle matters of life and death, and no responsibility will be pursued afterward. Of course, the life and death arena battle cannot be proposed casually. First, a fee of 10,000 points must be paid to apply, and regardless of the outcome, this fee will not be refunded. After applying, if the other party agrees, the military will step in to make arrangements. Then life and death are left to fate. Of course, in most cases, the other party will refuse the life and death arena. So, is the 10,000 points given away for nothing? Of course not. Refusing the life and death arena battle is equivalent to admitting defeat. For the next 3 months, the results of the life and death arena match will be directly posted on the Mercenary Guild's bulletin board, letting all mercenary groups know that a certain mercenary was outmatched and voluntarily conceded. This has a significant impact on reputation, especially for some well-known second and third-tier mercenary groups. Of course, some people don't care about reputation, but the punishment for voluntarily admitting defeat is not limited to this. The winning side will have numerous privileges when encountering the losing side. For example, priority in practice at shooting ranges, priority in renting maintenance workshops, priority in logistical support supplies, and so on. Even in any public place, the winning side can directly order the losing side to leave. For example, if Fang Tianhe wins, his presence in the Mercenary Guild can ensure that Chow Tai-fei and all members of the Wild Wolf mercenary group are prohibited from stepping inside. This also includes restaurants, shopping venues, dance halls, and other places. In short, as long as it is any public venue, such authority exists. You could even demand others to take a detour while standing on this street. Meanwhile, the losing party will be subjected to 24-hour continuous surveillance by patrol drones to prevent them from using any underhanded means for revenge. This surveillance will last for 3 months before it ends. If the winning side feels unsatisfied or suspects the losing side might retaliate, they can spend another 10,000 points to apply, thus creating an endless cycle. Simply put, this is blatant survival of the fittest. The only difference is that the weak are protected to some extent, at least they won't lose their lives. After Fang Tianhe submitted the application for a life and death arena battle, Wang Hongjun was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure and confirmed with the other party. While confirming, Fang Tianhe also directly paid a deposit of 10,000 points. Now, it was Chow Tai-fei's turn to be in a tough spot. The overall strength of the Wild Wolf mercenary group surpasses that of the Skysplitter mercenary group. However, in a life and death arena battle, if the two sides had not crossed paths earlier, he might have agreed to it. But after personally
barely experiencing Fang Tianhe's strength. How could he dare to step into the arena? Ultimately, after a moment of silence, Qiu Taifei turned and left without saying a word, and the other members of the Wild Wolf mercenary group quickly withdrew as well. Wang Hongjun was not surprised by this. He turned to Fang Tianhe and said, "Your application has been accepted. If the other party agrees, we will notify you in advance. If the other party does not respond within 24 hours, it will be considered an automatic failure. Additionally, your application for a life and death arena battle does not conflict with the fact that the other party violated the public security law and will be punished. We will continue to prosecute them according to the law. Furthermore, as the involved party, if you choose not to pursue this matter, we can reduce the punishment. I wonder if you pursue." Before Wang Hongjun could finish speaking, Fang Tianhe directly responded. Wang Hongjun nodded slightly, made a record, and then led the team away. At this moment, Wu Yan and Su Haishui finally gathered around. They were filled with curiosity about Fang Tian and his unusual behavior just now, wanting to ask many questions. "Boss, you weren't really planning to kill that Qiu Taifei just now, were you? From the way you swung that blade, it didn't look like you were holding back at all," Su Haishui asked first. "Can't be killed," Fang Tianhe replied succinctly as he led the group toward the elevator shaft. "Can't be killed?" Su Haishui was a bit puzzled. After recalling for a moment, he continued, "Impossible. When you severed his claws, you were going all out. If, at the last moment, he hadn't dodged in time, at such close range, you wouldn't have been able to pull back your strength, right?" "Indeed, I couldn't pull back my strength, but I could withdraw my ability. In his werewolf state, at most, I could only leave him half dead," Fang Tianhe explained. Everyone who had been listening intently showed expressions of sudden realization on their faces. At the same time, they couldn't help but marvel inwardly this was indeed the same familiar captain. "Captain, the conflict between us and the Wild Wolf mercenary group can only be considered a minor skirmish, right? Why did you deliberately propose a life and death arena match?" This time, it was Wu Yan who spoke up, as this was the question that puzzled him the most. "If the other party agrees, then it's easier to handle. Fang Tianhe can kill the opponent, and all problems can be resolved. But if the other party doesn't agree, the next 3 months will be a humiliation for the Wild Wolf mercenary group, which is not much different from forming a deadly feud. You should all be aware that the Axe Gang is like a hen that lays golden eggs for the Wild Wolf mercenary group. Anyone who touches this hen is essentially forming a deadly feud with them. So, whether or not I propose a life and death arena battle, there's no way we can settle things peacefully with the Wild Wolf mercenary group. But if I do nothing, the target of the Wild Wolf mercenary group's wrath will be Lin Xinghai." Fang Tianhe stopped speaking at this point, but everyone understood what he meant. Although Lin Xinghai's talent is terrifying, he hasn't fully grown yet. If someone like Qiu Taifei targets him and uses some underhanded tricks, it could truly be dangerous. Now, Fang Tianhe is essentially forcing their anger onto himself. In addition, since the other party does not dare to participate in the life and death arena battle, they will be monitored for the next 3 months. In this way, Lin Xinghai essentially has double insurance. The mercenaries in the field, while feeling emotional, secretly felt fortunate to have chosen such a mercenary group, led by such a reliable leader to move forward. But there were exceptions. At this moment, Su Haishui's expression was not very good. "Boss, you should have told me in advance. I just used the video as evidence. Will Qiu Taifei hold a grudge against me? Highly likely. So for the next period, just stay in our base camp, train, and improve your strength. Don't go wandering around those alleys for no reason. If you really want a vent, find a proper target," Fang Tianhe said. Cough, cough, cough. Su Haishui was initially full of tension upon hearing the first part, but the latter content left him feeling utterly embarrassed. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and everyone finally arrived at the lower level. At this moment, Fang Tianhe's wrist-mounted computer vibrated once again. He opened the message panel to check and saw that Lin Xinghai had sent over a voice message, which he immediately listened to. Then, his eyes gradually lit up. He had been worried earlier about whether Michael would handle this matter impartially. However, the other party not only failed to restrain themselves but continued to act as before, crudely and directly tampering with evidence, and the tampering was so clumsy that it could be easily exposed. More importantly, Lin Xinghai recorded the audio, and under such circumstances, the other party wouldn't be able to deny or refuse to admit it afterward. Fang Tianhe received the information, and of course, the others also received this audio clip. Damn, boss, with a Xing's recording, the other party absolutely can't escape. Su Haishui was the first to shout excitedly. Fang Tianhe nodded, then composed a message and sent it to the big leader. After that, his steps became noticeably lighter. At the same time, a member of the sky-splitting mercenary group finally stepped into the doors of the security bureau. Of course, this person was not Shin Han, who had gone ahead, but Roger, who had received the message and descended from another elevator shaft, along with several members who had been monitoring the Wild Wolf mercenary group with him. Several people, upon entering the security bureau, completely ignored the security officer's attempts to stop them and barged straight into the interrogation room. If mercenaries behave properly in the Middle District, then in in the lower district, they act much more recklessly.
The patrol teams in the middle district are composed of soldiers, so mercenaries naturally dare not act out. But the security teams in the lower district have an even lower status than mercenaries. After all, mercenaries venture outside to fight zombies and obtain critical resources for the shelter, while security personnel merely handle local law enforcement. So for an old hand like Roger, barging into the security bureau is no big deal. If any issues arise, the mercenary guild will step in to support him. Even if he does make a mistake, at most he would just lose some points or be required to help hunt zombies for free. So, under the shocked and angry gazes of the security team members, Roger led his team and swaggered into the interrogation room. He glanced at Lin Xinghai, who was completely unharmed, and immediately let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, it happened to be when Lin Xinghai had just handed the wrist-mounted computer to Michael. So Roger immediately saw the wrist-mounted computer clutched in Michael's chubby hand. As for his own wrist-mounted computer, there was no way he could mistake it.
Why is he holding your wrist-mounted computer? Roger ignored Michael and directly asked Lin Xinghai. The wrist-mounted computer contains the video evidence I recorded.
The sheriff said he wanted to take it to the tech department to verify its authenticity. Lin Xinghai replied with a relaxed expression upon seeing Roger, secretly breathing a sigh of relief.
Roger immediately understood the trick behind this and couldn't help but mock TSK. Since when does verifying a video require taking away the wrist-mounted computer? Can't you just transmit the video directly? Or is it that you want to take it away to destroy the evidence? Michael felt bitter upon hearing this. How could he not understand how troublesome someone like Roger, an experienced mercenary, could be? But no matter what, he couldn't let his momentum falter. When has it ever been your mercenaries' place to interfere with the affairs of the Security Bureau? And do you realize how serious a mistake it is to trespass into the Security Bureau? However, Roger didn't take the bait. Don't you frame me. How could I have the authority to interfere with your work? I was merely pointing out the rookie mistake you made. Also, the wrist-mounted computer in your hand may be evidence, but it's private property. If it gets damaged, the law requires full compensation at its original value. Lastly, regarding the trial of this case, the Skybreaker Mercenary Group has objections. We will file a lawsuit through the Mercenary Guild, and the final trial will be conducted with the military's involvement. Dear readers, this book is competing in the free rankings and urgently needs your recommendation votes for support. Michael's face turned green after hearing Roger's words. What kind of person does he dislike the most?
It's precisely this type of seasoned veteran who excels at exploiting the rules. What annoyed him the most was that Lin Xinghai had just recorded him, leaving evidence against him. His expression shifted unpredictably before he finally said, "Filing a lawsuit is your business, but the fact that you trespassed into the Security Bureau is undeniable. Bring them in for interrogation, then have them sign and seal the documents." The Security Bureau was ultimately Michael's territory, and as soon as he gave the order, security officers immediately entered. However, when facing the mercenary squad led by Roger, they were noticeably more polite than usual, even using the word please. "Captain Roger," a mercenary called out softly. Roger naturally understood what the other party meant. He figured that as long as he gave the order, these people would dare to cause a commotion at the Security Bureau with him.
But clearly, that was unnecessary.
Since Lin Xinghai's safety had already been confirmed and the initiative was in their hands, it was best to proceed with the next steps methodically. Otherwise, there would be another charge of causing a disturbance at the Security Bureau, and their fines would probably more than double. "We'll go to the interrogation room and wait for the captain and the others to handle it," Roger finally said to the people beside him. Then they followed the security officers to the interrogation room next door. Michael watched as Roger and the others were taken away, then immediately left with a grim expression. Now he truly regrets it. He shouldn't have been blinded by greed and listened to Huifei Axe's words. The other party is just a newly joined mercenary and won't be valued by their mercenary group. The Wild Wolf Mercenary Group has already applied pressure, so the Sky-Splitting Mercenary Group will definitely be too preoccupied.
As long as we quickly make it an ironclad case, it'll be fine. All of this is utter nonsense.
Lin Xinghai had only been in the Security Bureau for a mere 10 minutes when members of the opposing mercenary group arrived.
Is this what they call being disregarded?
Moreover, judging by Roger's attitude, he could tell that this matter was far from over. As for the Wild Wolf Mercenary Group mentioned by Fei Fu, Michael was completely unreliable and not someone he could count on. Right now, the two most important things for him were, first, to destroy any evidence that could be detrimental to him as much as possible, and second, to immediately contact the Morgan Consortium. This was already standard procedure whenever he caused some trouble in the past. Michael had no doubt about the Morgan Consortium's ability to clean up his messes. However, asking the Consortium for help was not without without its costs. At the very least, the wealth he had greedily amassed this month would likely all be spent as a favor.
Yet he had no idea to what extent this matter had escalated.
As a mere sheriff, he had already become a pawn in the high-level power struggle. Michael had just returned to his office when he heard a commotion outside, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps heading toward his office. He frowned slightly, but soon felt a secret joy in his heart. He assumed it must be those mercenaries, impatient with the interrogation, causing a commotion. The bigger the commotion they caused, the easier it would be for him to slip away. Thinking of this, he put down his wrist-mounted computer and opened the door to see what was going on. However, what he saw was a group of fully armed soldiers. The officer leading the team took just a few steps to reach him and handcuffed him before he could react.
"What's going on, you all?"
Before he could finish his sentence, the officer interrupted. "Director Michael, we have received reports accusing you of corruption, bribery, harboring criminals, framing others, and more than a dozen other charges.
We are taking you back for investigation. Additionally, here is the arrest warrant."
Looking at the arrest warrant, Michael immediately felt dizzy. At this point, even if he were foolish, he could tell something was wrong. The military shouldn't have intervened so quickly, and the crimes listed on the arrest document were utterly shocking to him. This was clearly an attempt to ruin him completely.
"I'm being framed and slandered.
I'm a member of the Morgan Consortium. You can't just arrest me without any justification."
Michael immediately shouted,
"Whatever you have to say, save it for the military court. And rest assured, when the trial begins, we'll notify the Morgan Consortium to attend as observers," the officer said coldly.
Hearing this, Michael's body instantly stiffened. During the trial, letting people from the Morgan Consortium come to observe? This is sheer arrogance.
His mind was a complete mess, his body instinctively propelled forward, and he saw a cold and stunningly beautiful woman standing at the end of the hallway. "Officer Zhang, thank you for stepping in promptly this time." The cold and beautiful woman expressed her gratitude. "We should be the ones thanking you for providing the evidence that helped us catch such a major parasite within the shelter," Zhang Yu replied.
Hearing the conversation between the two, Michael's beady eyes stared intently at the other person. "Who exactly are you?"
However, the cold and stunning beauty didn't even glance at her, turning around and walking away. At this moment, Roger walked out of the interrogation room and called out to the cold beauty, "Deputy Commander, a Xing is in the interrogation room over here."
Michael only felt a buzzing in his head. Did I really just provoke a rookie mercenary? When Lin Xinghai came out of the interrogation room, the Security Bureau had already undergone a complete upheaval.
It had been fully taken over by the military, and security officers were gathered together, being scrutinized as if they were prisoners. At the same time, he immediately saw Fang Tianhe and the others.
"Captain, thank you all." Lin Xinghai expressed his sincere gratitude.
If it weren't for the backing of the sky-splitting mercenary group, even if he had obtained the evidence, it wouldn't have been so easy to extricate himself, let alone put the other party behind bars. "We're all brothers in the group, no need to be so polite. Besides, our mercenary group also benefited from this matter," Fang Tianhe said with a smile.
"Oh, what happened?" Lin Xinghai asked curiously. Fang Tian had nothing to hide, so he immediately shared Shen Han's deductions and the matter regarding the senior leader.
"Originally, handling this matter was a bit troublesome, but I didn't expect that you had actually recorded your conversation with the other party. I submitted the recording, and the senior leader directly instructed the military to take action. Now the military is already searching members of the Axe Gang to gather evidence.
This time, Michael won't escape unscathed, and as for his position as director, that's completely out of the question.
We've eradicated a major scourge from the shelter, and this time we can count ourselves as having made a contribution," Fang Tian said.
Only then did Lin Xinghai nod in realization.
Next, Lin Xinghai carefully completed a written record, and after bidding farewell to the members of the sky-splitting mercenary group, he finally left the Security Bureau with Lu Miaomiao and the others. The group walked along the road back to their residence, but compared to their earlier enthusiasm after work, the women now seemed much quieter and reserved.
"What's wrong with you all?" After walking for a while, Lin Xinghai couldn't help but ask.
Hearing Lin Xinghai's inquiry, Lu Miaomiao forced herself to perk up, put on a smile, and said, "It's nothing." However, no matter how Lin Xinghai looked at them, he didn't believe the girls were truly fine. Coupled with the fact that they had just come out of the Security Bureau, it immediately made him associate it with some unpleasant matters.
His expression instantly turned serious. "They didn't do anything to you in the interrogation room, did they?"
"If they did, tell me now, and I'll immediately seek justice for you."
"Michael is about to step down soon. If you've been wronged, just speak up. There's no need to feel any psychological burden."
After entering the Security Bureau, individual interrogation was required. Lin Xinghai genuinely had no understanding of the situation regarding the few women.
"What did they do to us?" Lu Miaomiao was momentarily confused.
Wang Yao, on the other hand, understood they wouldn't dare. At first, their attitude was quite hostile when we entered, but after hearing that we were official employees of the administrative office, they became much more restrained.
The administrative office's functions are in no way inferior to those of the Security Bureau. Moreover, being in the lower district as well, how could they not be aware of the shady dealings within the security bureau. Even if an employee really committed an offense, the administrative office would definitely send someone over to conduct thorough reviews.
Moreover, when entering the security bureau, Lin Xinghai had already informed them that he had notified the members of the sky-splitting mercenary group to come over, so they didn't need to say anything. As a result, Lu Miaomiao and the others, after staying in the security bureau for just over 10 minutes, found that the outside had already been taken over by the military. They didn't even realize what had happened during this time. At this moment, Lu Miaomiao also realized what was going on, and her face immediately turned red.
Don't worry, our bodies are perfectly fine. Then why are you still feeling down? Is it because of the Axe Gang? Lin Xinghai asked again. Yes, Lu Miaomiao nodded. Don't worry, he'll be locked up for at least 5 years. By then, you all will have already moved to the mid-level district.
Lin Xinghai comforted.
Actually, I feel like I'm too useless.
If we could become genetic optimizers, then when faced with danger, we wouldn't become targets for threats, putting you in a passive position. Lu Miaomiao finally expressed her true feelings, and the other women all nodded in agreement. Lin Xinghai felt slightly moved in his heart. He smiled and said, then you should become genetic optimizers as soon as possible.
Didn't Hui Fei Fu give us some compensation money?
Although it's only a little over 7,000, each of you can still get 1,400 points. If luck is on your side, you could become genetic optimizers very soon.
What he meant by luck, of course, referred to their genetic evaluations. Upon hearing this, the women were touched but shook their heads repeatedly, stating that not only had they not contributed, but they had also held everyone back, so they absolutely couldn't accept those points.
In the end, Lin Xinghai proposed a compromise, which was to lend them the points. Only then did Lu Miaomiao and the others agree, but they didn't take too much, with each person only accepting 500 points. As official employees of the administrative hall, Lu Miaomiao and the others enjoyed discounts when purchasing genetic potions, allowing them to buy them at a price of 100 points per bottle. Of course, they could only purchase up to 10 bottles per month. Although the 500 points could buy 5 bottles of genetic potion, it was still far from enough to become a genetic optimizer, but he didn't try to persuade them further.
5 bottles of genetic solution are enough for an average person to absorb over half a month. Once I complete a few more missions and have enough points, I can help them as well.
Next, the group changed their route and, instead of returning to the dormitory, headed to the Gene Center while it was still early. At the Gene Center, genetic solutions can be purchased from vending machines.
Of course, there are many places to buy genetic solutions.
The main reason the girls wanted to go there was to undergo a genetic evaluation test.
Not everyone had undergone genetic evaluation testing before the apocalypse like Lin Xinghai.
At that time, genetic evaluation technology was still underdeveloped and extremely expensive. More importantly, genetic evaluation held little significance for ordinary people.
Unless one aspired to become an outstanding athlete, genetic evaluation would not be considered an important metric. As a provincial-level Sanda champion, how could Lin Xinghai possibly not have undergone genetic evaluation?
In the midst of the women's nervous or expectant emotions, they arrived at the Gene Center. The staff here had already left for the evening, but there were still a few service robots at work. After showing their ID cards to the robots and explaining their purpose, they were led to a specialized testing room. Inside the testing room was a row of upright coffins.
A vertical testing pod. That's right.
The appearance of the testing pod is very similar to the hibernation pod, except it's vertical. Looking at the gene testing pod in front of them, the expressions on the faces of the few women became even more tense. Lin Xinghai could understand this, as a person's gene evaluation truly concerns their future, so he simply stood to the side, quietly waiting.
I'll go first. About a minute later, Wang Yao was the first to step forward. Go for it. You can do it. Believe in yourself.
Several women spoke one after another, offering words of encouragement that seemed utterly meaningless to Lin Xinghai. Wang Yao nodded, her face showing a determined expression as she walked toward the gene testing pod. After swiping her ID card, the translucent pod door opened, and Wang Yao stepped forward with her long legs, entering in one stride. The pod door closed, a green indicator light turned on, and then countless instruments integrated within the gene testing pod began to activate and operate. On the external operation screen, the progress bar kept advancing, 10%, 20%, 50%, 100%. It took about 3 minutes, and as the progress bar reached 100%, the hatch automatically opened, while the display screen showed the genetic assessment, grade C.
Wow!
A chorus of exclamations immediately erupted in the crowd. Wang Yao, upon seeing her genetic assessment, also screamed excitedly. Gene evaluation is divided into 6 levels, A, B, C, D, E, and F. The vast majority of ordinary people only have a gene evaluation of E or F level. If someone achieves D level, it is already considered quite good.
As for C level, it can definitely be called excellent. For example, Roger and Wu Yan, the captains of the sky-splitting mercenary group, only have a gene evaluation of C level.
Wang Yao was so excited, which was naturally easy to understand.
As for the remaining few women, after seeing Wang Yao's genetic evaluation, they also seemed to be inspired. They each entered the genetic testing cabin in turn and began the tests.
The 3-minute testing time was not long, and soon the genetic evaluations of Qin Zixue, Yang Yi, and Xin Yimei were also completed. Qin Zixue and Xin Yimei's genetic evaluations are both rated as Grade D, while Yang Yi's is rated as Grade E. A Grade D genetic evaluation makes it relatively easy to become a genetic optimizer. In fact, many mercenaries are only at this level. As for a Grade E genetic evaluation, it doesn't mean one cannot become a genetic optimizer, but it requires more resources and takes longer. The group of women comforted Yang Yi for a while, and then, under everyone's gaze, Lu Miaomiao also entered the genetic testing cabin.
Side panel.
Introducing a friend's new book, The Tang Dynasty, Getting Stronger by Confronting Others. If you enjoy watching the protagonist roast others, you can check it out.
I'm watching it too, and it's really good.
Seeing Lu Miaomiao step into the gene testing cabin, even Lin Xinghai's attention increased slightly. After all, he was a normal person, and when it came to pretty girls, he was naturally more concerned. And when faced with a group of pretty girls, his attention would undoubtedly focus more on the prettiest one. What's more, this one happened to be his nominal old classmate.
As the cabin door closed, Lu Miaomiao's gaze swept over everyone present and finally landed on Lin Xinghai.
Looking into those clear and beautiful eyes, Lin Xinghai could see a mix of emotions in her gaze: nervousness, unease, as well as confusion and helplessness, as if she were awaiting the judgment of fate.
It's okay, Lin Xinghai said, offering a word of comfort. Upon hearing Lin Xinghai's reassurance, most of the confusion in Lu Miaomiao's eyes faded away.
A smile appeared on her face, and she closed her beautiful eyes, quietly waiting. The progress bar was slowly advancing, and the noise generated by the various instruments operating inside the gene testing chamber seemed to make people particularly irritable. Finally, when the progress bar reached 100%, the cabin door opened, and the test results appeared on the display screen.
Genetic rating, Grade A. Looking at the test results, even Lin Xinghai couldn't help but widen his eyes.
As for the other girls, there was no need to mention it. Their high-pitched exclamations instantly filled the entire testing room. Seeing everyone's expressions, Lu Miaomiao took a step forward, turned her head to look at the screen nearby, and instinctively covered her mouth, her face showing the same incredulous expression.
That's great. Does this mean I can soon become a gene optimizer?
Lu Miaomiao, after reacting, approached Lin Xinghai to share the good news while asking.
In response, Lin Xinghai nodded affirmatively.
In truth, Lu Miaomiao and the others had no idea what an A-level gene evaluation truly meant. Generally speaking, only one lucky person with an A-grade genetic evaluation is born out of 100,000 people. Such geniuses are often able to quickly break through 4 genetic locks and ascend to another level of strength.
Moreover, in addition to their rapid improvement, they can also awaken rare-level abilities with a 100% certainty.
More importantly, there is a certain probability of awakening a special physique. It is no exaggeration to say that a genius with an A-grade genetic evaluation is a sought-after individual wherever they go. Based on the information he learned from Roger, only 5 people with an A-level genetic assessment have appeared in the entire Starshield shelter over the past 20 years. However, without exception, these 5 individuals all left the Starshield shelter after breaking through 4 genetic locks. After all, the Starshield shelter is merely a medium-sized shelter. There are also large and super-large shelters, which are not even called shelters but are referred to as bases. The reasons for their departure vary. Some were drawn away by the attractive conditions offered by large bases, while others left in response to national conscription. Nowadays, throughout the entire Starshield shelter, only 2 people have achieved an A-level genetic rating. One is the president of the Mercenary Guild, and the other is the top powerhouse in the military. Now, Lu Miaomiao has become the 3rd genius in the shelter to achieve an A-level genetic rating.
Thinking of this, Lin Xinghai pondered for a moment before saying, "Are you interested in joining the sky-splitting mercenary group?" Ah.
Upon hearing the news, Lu Miaomiao was a bit stunned.
Is it okay? But I'm a little afraid of zombies, and if I leave, then Wang Yao and the others.
Lu Miaomiao found herself caught in a dilemma. You don't need to worry about us at all. We're working in the administrative hall, and it's going great.
But if you become a mercenary, won't it be very dangerous? Wang Yao spoke up at this moment.
There is danger, but it's within a controllable range. Moreover, normally, you wouldn't need to go out on missions until you reach the level of a genetic optimizer. As for Wang Yao and the others, if you still want to work together, after becoming gene optimizers and entering the mid-level zone, you can also join the Skysplit mercenary group to handle some logistical support tasks.
Of course, you don't need to rush to give me an answer.
You can take a few days to think about it, or even wait until you've become gene optimizers before giving me your response, Lin Xinghai said after some thought.
Whether one is willing to become a mercenary is truly a very personal decision.
After all, not everyone enjoys living a life that dances with death. In the mid-level zone, there are no fewer than 100,000 gene optimizers living there, but less than 10% are willing to become mercenaries, which clearly highlights the issue. Next, Lin Xinghai used his wrist-mounted computer to transfer 500 points to each person's ID card. The girls each bought a bottle of genetic potion before leaving the gene center. The reason for not purchasing 5 bottles at once was that genetic potions in the lower district are considered extremely valuable items. If they were accidentally lost or stolen, it would be a huge loss. In fact, the genetic potions they purchased were consumed on the spot. On the way back, the 5 girls remained silent. However, this silence was different from the one on their way there. It was because they were all contemplating their future lives. From the moment their genetic assessment was detected, the fate of the 5 quietly began to change. After returning to their residence, the 5 girls sat in a corner of the dormitory, chatting noisily. As for what they were talking about, Lin Xinghai had no interest. What interested him was the wrist-mounted computer he was wearing. Roger's wrist-mounted computer had already been returned to him by Lin Xinghai before they parted ways at the security bureau. What he is now carrying is the wrist-mounted computer compensated to him by Huai Feifu, which is also the greatest gain from his recent encounter. According to Roger's introduction, this is the Starry Sky edition of the wrist-mounted computer, which is over 1,000 points more expensive than his previous one, with a total price reaching 6,888 points. Not only does it have more functions, but in standby mode, its appearance looks as deep and mysterious as the starry sky. If you look closely, you'll find that it is a real starry sky, dotted with countless stars. And if you take it to the surface and compare it with the night sky, you'll discover that the stars on it correspond exactly to the real starry sky, even their trajectories are identical. Wearing such a starry sky version of a wrist-mounted computer out in public will definitely increase your turn-back rate by 20%. Of course, if you prefer to keep a low profile, you can activate the camouflage coating, and this wrist-mounted computer can almost become part of your clothing. Regarding this, Lin Xinghai naturally liked it very much, and more importantly, this thing was free. Lin Xinghai played for half an hour, familiarizing himself with the various functional modules of the wrist-mounted computer. Only then did he register a virtual account and send a friend request to Roger. The request was approved in less than 3 seconds, and Roger quickly sent a message over. Tomorrow we're going to buy mechas.
Do you want to come and watch?
Seeing the message sent by Roger, Lin Xinghai was initially a bit stunned, then immediately replied, "Go." However, after sending this message, he quickly thought of another question. "Old Luo, after buying this mecha, who will be the pilot?" Roger quickly replied, "For now, I'll be the pilot, and whoever's genetic optimization level reaches 90% first will gain the ultimate piloting rights for this mecha."
Really? Lin Xinghai asked excitedly.
In the base camp, Roger, who was originally full of anticipation and longing, suddenly froze in expression. Only now did he realize a very serious problem. With Lin Xinghai's monstrous speed of improvement, it was simply impossible for him to break the 3rd genetic lock faster than Lin Xinghai.
And that's not all.
Previously, his biggest competitor was Wu Yan, but for the two of them to determine a winner, it would take at least 2 months, or even longer. So even if he lost, he could still enjoy playing with mechas for 2 months first. But if the opponent is Lin Xinghai, how long he can play with the mecha is hard to say. In the end, he reluctantly typed 2 words in the message bar. "Really? I say, old Luo, why are you still sighing and acting all deep? If I were you, I would have already set off fireworks at the door to celebrate."
Passing by, Su Haishui couldn't help but tease Roger when he saw his expression.
There's no choice. With only a D-level genetic rating, it's simply impossible for him to compete with others in terms of improvement speed. You have time to observe me, but you'd be better off spending more time improving yourself. Starting tomorrow, there will be a large-scale recruitment, and if the newcomers all have a higher level of genetic optimization than you, let's see if you still have the face to be the captain.
Roger immediately retorted, "I mean, why do you all have to learn something like this? Learning from Wu Yan to constantly argue with people, what's the point?"
Su Haishui stormed off, cursing under his breath. Wu Yan. Lin Xinghai on the other side couldn't help but clench his fist after seeing the message pop up on his wrist-mounted computer. He knew that Roger's genetic optimization level was 65%, and Wu Yan should be about the same. These people posed absolutely no competition to him. With the system in place, breakthroughs were just a matter of minutes. Of course, the prerequisite was having blood energy power, and whenever he thought of the power of blood energy, he felt a bit melancholic.
Open the system panel. Host, Lin Xinghai. Physique, 25 points. Strength, 21 points. Speed, 30 points. Blood energy power, 16 points. Gene optimization level, 30% plus.
Ability, super speed. Within 10 seconds, speed increases by 100%, energy, 10/10. Basic shooting skills, proficiency 100% plus.
These 16 points of blood energy are far from enough.
According to the rule of blood energy consumption, after the gene optimization level exceeds 30%, each 1% increase requires 3 points of blood energy. Therefore, raising the gene optimization level to 40% would require 30 points of blood energy. And so on, to increase to 50%, it requires 40 points of blood energy, and to increase to 60%, it requires 50 points. In other words, he needs at least 120 points of blood energy. However, the ability will definitely need to continue leveling up, so in that case, an additional 100 points points of blood energy must be prepared. In other words, his breakthrough requires at least 220 points of blood energy. After the mercenary group gets upgraded to level 2, it seems like we'll need to recruit new members or something.
During this time, we probably won't be going out on missions, so how are we supposed to obtain the power of blood energy? Piling it up with genetic serums?
Well, it's not impossible, but the points consumed for that would definitely be significant. Being forced to pay for something that we could have obtained for free just feels frustrating. Forget it, I'll wait until tomorrow to ask Roger if I can go out alone to hunt zombies. Lin Xinghai muttered to himself for a while but still couldn't come up with a good idea. Suddenly, he thought of something and slid through the system panel to the very bottom, where there was a taskbar. He then proceeded to open it. Today, he went out with the mercenary group and his nerves were on edge. He almost forgot that he seemed to have accepted some kind of main quest earlier. Of course, the main reason he forgot was that even if this main quest was completed, there was no reward.
For things that offer no benefits, Lin Xinghai has always been indifferent. Main quest: kill 100 zombies. Completed.
Explanation: taking shortcuts is only temporary. To obtain the power of blood energy, one must rely on their own strength.
Reward: none.
Looking at the completed task status, Lin Xinghai let out a sigh of relief. Although the number of zombies he hunted today definitely exceeded 100, all of them were killed using the Ripper rifle. He was also afraid that the system might suddenly act up and introduce a rule like kills relying on external objects won't be recorded in the stats, which would be a real pain. Of course, having a main quest with no rewards is already frustrating enough. With a heart full of resentment, Lin Xinghai clicked to complete the task. Soon, a new task was refreshed and appeared. Main quest: break the first gene lock. Completed. Description: breaking the first gene lock to become a gene optimizer is a small step toward strength, but a giant leap for yourself. Reward: 1 point of blood energy. Lin Xinghai looked again and again, and again and again, and still found that he hadn't seen it wrong. This system reward is simply. He is now absolutely certain and confirmed that this is a system that only takes in and never lets out. Just look at the various functions of the system and the blood energy required to use them. It's clear that it keeps increasing and becoming more terrifying. Especially the energy value for abilities replenishing 1 point actually requires consuming 100 points of blood energy.
This can't even be described as absurd. It's downright insane. And what is the system's reward?
Either nothing or 1 point of blood energy, which for Lin Xinghai is almost equivalent to nothing. As for the reward for completing the main quest for the first time, it was a detection skill, which seemed decent. But the problem is, this detection skill is only free of blood energy consumption for the first 10 uses. It's essentially like giving you a little taste of sweetness up front, making you feel accustomed to its usefulness, and later, when you still want to investigate enemies. Lin Xinghai could easily guess that the system would demand an exorbitant amount of blood energy power. Of course, despite his complaints, the system itself was still quite appealing.
He could only click to complete the task and claim the reward.
And his blood energy power had now reached 17 points. Even a mosquito is still meat. Lin Xinghai consoled himself inwardly, then looked at the newly refreshed main quest.
Main quest: break the second genetic lock.
Description: breaking the second genetic lock to become a genetic optimizer is a small step towards strength, but a giant leap for yourself. Reward: 2 points of blood energy.
Lin Xinghai,
your system tasks must have been copy-pasted. Lin Xinghai complained inwardly, then hid the entire taskbar, out of sight, out of mind. After Lin Xinghai closed the system panel, he suddenly realized that something significant seemed to have happened in the dormitory. The 5 women who had been gathered together talking earlier appeared to have reached an agreement. All of them had returned to their beds, stretching their bodies.
To be precise, they are all doing yoga. What are you guys doing? Lin Xinghai asked knowingly, while discreetly swallowing. Doing yoga. Didn't they say exercise can speed up the absorption of genetic medicine? Lu Miaomio replied. Oh.
Lin Xinghai nodded while scanning the room with his eyes.
Yoga is truly a great exercise.
Lin Xinghai couldn't help but marvel in his heart as he looked at the graceful and alluring figures of the women.
Among the group of women, the most captivating one was undoubtedly Wang Yao.
There was no helping it. Wang Yao's figure was naturally the most stunning. Every time she lifted her chest or performed a split, it was a test of Lin Xinghai's self-control. Compared to Wang Yao's fiery figure, Lu Miaomiao's body was beautifully proportioned and harmonious, as if every part was in perfect golden ratio. Such a figure doing yoga was absolutely a feast for the eyes.
Lin Xinghai looked at Wang Yao, then at Lu Miaomio.
The 2 women could be described as spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums, each with their own unique charm. The more he looked, the more he felt that this couldn't go on. He took a deep breath and stood up, a warm smile on his face.
Ahem. Well, I think your movements aren't quite standard enough.
You should receive professional guidance.
What are you doing? Don't move your hands around. What are you touching? Get out. Get out.
3 minutes later, Lin Xinghai stood in the hallway, his face full of melancholy.
Where is the most basic trust between people? Meanwhile, in the upper district, there was another person feeling even more despondent than
than Lin Xinghai. Gibson Morgan, the highest-ranking official of the Morgan Consortium in the Starshield Sanctuary and a direct member of the Morgan family. He stared at the document in front of him, his sky-blue eyes gradually becoming bloodshot.
Is the information accurate? He asked the middle-aged butler in front of him.
The middle-aged man in front of him was personally selected by his father from the Morgan family to assist him, someone absolutely loyal to the family. He was also the person Gibson trusted the most in this Starshield Sanctuary.
I've already triple-checked it, young master. The middle-aged butler Winter nodded.
Damn, they really hit the jackpot. 1.5 tons of energy crystals, and they managed to stumble upon it. In that case, the energy crystal reserves here at Starshield Sanctuary have already exceeded 5 tons.
If they want to do something, they could probably act now. Had I known earlier, I shouldn't have listened to you back then.
If we had initiated the plan a bit sooner, things wouldn't have turned out like this.
Gibson started to complain as he spoke.
Young master, our team had analyzed the situation before. Without full preparation, the success rate would have been at most 50%.
If it succeeded, it would be fine.
But if it failed and truly angered the upper management of Starshield Shelter, there's no guarantee they wouldn't take action. At that point, young master, your personal safety might be at risk. Butler Winter explained calmly, which eased Gibson's anger considerably. In fact, as a direct member of the Morgan Consortium, Gibson had no need to risk his life just to increase control over Starshield Shelter. After all, he came to the Starshield Sanctuary merely to gild his reputation.
If he could achieve something noteworthy, it would enhance his influence within the family.
Even if he did nothing at all, or was even a good-for-nothing, as long as his surname was Morgan, he would live the rest of his life without worrying about food or clothing.
So now that things have come to this, what do you think we should do? Gibson asked calmly after settling down.
Wait. Although their secrecy is excellent right now, if they make any major moves later, there's no way they can hide it from our informants. We'll just sabotage them at the last moment. Butler Winter responded as if he had already considered this scenario, speaking without hesitation.
Gibson thought for a moment and couldn't help but nod.
At that moment, the office door was knocked on, and a secretary wearing a miniskirt with a stunning figure walked in with a cat-like stride. Young Master Gibson, here is a document for you, the secretary said, her voice dripping with charm.
However, after taking the document, Gibson simply waved his hand impatiently and dismissed her.
What he enjoys about women is that sense of novelty. Generally speaking, changing one every week is just right, and if the quality is excellent, changing every 2 weeks is acceptable.
But a month is almost his limit.
As for the secretary who had voluntarily come to work for him, she had already been with him for 2 months. In short, he was already tired of her. The secretary saw that Gibson made no effort to keep her, and a trace of unwillingness flashed in her eyes, but she could only lead helplessly. Young master, you still need to take better care of your health, the old butler Winter said, watching the departing female secretary and shaking his head.
Don't worry, I'm in excellent health. In at most another month, my gene optimization level will reach 100%, Gibson replied nonchalantly, then opened the folder. He glanced at the label and immediately knew it was intelligence sent from the lower district. During this period, there was only one thing he cared about regarding the lower district, and that was the Axe Gang. He couldn't help but feel a bit excited when he thought of the video sent over by the other party through his subordinate yesterday. A beauty of Lu Miaomiao's caliber was something he hadn't encountered in a long time. Besides that, Wang Yao's fiery figure was sure to have its own unique allure. However, when he carefully examined the contents inside, his expression changed repeatedly. Smack! He slammed the document onto the table with force.
A mere Skybreak mercenary group dares to ruin my plans time and time again. Today, I'll make an example out of them. Young master, please calm down. The higher-ups at the sanctuary are likely waiting for us to make a mistake. Even if we manage to eliminate the Skybreak mercenary group, we'll have to expend all our hidden forces, and our previous arrangements will be ruined, the old butler Winter quickly advised.
Then what do you suggest? Should I just let them prance around in front of me? Gibson said, his face full of unwillingness.
Winter picked up the document while persuading, quickly gaining a clear understanding of everything that had happened regarding the entire matter.
This Wild Wolf mercenary group, we might be able to make good use of them.
If it's a conflict between mercenary groups, then even if the higher-ups of the shelter know it was us, they won't be able to do anything about it, Winter said with a smile. In such a short time, he had already come up with a rough plan. The next morning, the few women got up early to freshen up and dress, then had breakfast delivered by a drone. Lin Xinghai reluctantly got out of bed just as breakfast was about to be delivered. He had suffered from insomnia last night and didn't fall into a deep sleep until 3 or 4 in the morning. It couldn't be helped after all. The pent-up frustration in his heart had nowhere to be released.
It seems living with so many women isn't the best choice.
If I were living with just one, perhaps she'd half-heartedly agree, and things would work out. Lin Xinghai reflected to himself. Of course, when he first arrived at Starshield Shelter, he didn't have a choice.
But if Lu Miaomiao is willing to join the sky-splitting mercenary group, could he possibly make some arrangements for the dormitory? Thinking of this, he immediately jumped off the bed and, while washing his face and brushing his teeth, asked asked Lu Miaomiao nearby. What do you think about my proposal yesterday?
I'm willing to join the sky-splitting mercenary group, but I can't leave right now. I'll go after becoming a gene optimizer, and by then Wang Yao and the others will have settled down as well, Lu Miaomiao replied.
Lin Xinghai nodded.
This choice was indeed a good plan. After all, Lu Miaomiao, even if she joined the sky-splitting mercenary group, would most likely be left in the shelter due to her lack of combat experience, focusing solely on improving her strength. Now that the Axe Gang issue has been resolved, Lu Miaomiao staying in the lower district to enhance her abilities is essentially the same as joining the mercenary group, and she can also take care of matters concerning Wang Yao and the others. Of course, the most important thing is that this process will take very little time. For someone with an A-level genetic rating, it only requires consuming 7 bottles of genetic serum to successfully break through and become a genetic optimizer.
Moreover, individuals with an A-level genetic rating absorb genetic serum particularly quickly.
While ordinary people might take 2 to 3 days, or even 3 to 4 days, to absorb 1 bottle, Lu Miaomiao can easily absorb 1 bottle in a single day. In other words, within a week at most, Lu Miaomiao will be able to become a gene optimizer.
Such speed is absolutely unimaginable for ordinary people. By the way, about the gene evaluation, you'd better not talk about it carelessly.
Also, remind Wang Yao and the others to be cautious of attracting attention from those with ill intentions.
I'll also report it to the team leader, Lin Xinghai added as a reminder. Alright, I understand, Lu Miaomiao nodded.
Lin Xinghai thought for a moment, opened his wrist-mounted computer, and transferred another 200 points to Lu Miaomiao. With this, she wouldn't have to worry about gene potions before becoming a gene optimizer. As for later, it would naturally be provided by the mercenary group.
This time, Lu Miaomiao did not refuse.
Previously, she didn't dare to accept because she was worried that she wouldn't be able to repay this favor in the future. But now, her A-level gene evaluation was her greatest confidence. Next, everyone had breakfast together and then went out. After parting ways with the few women, Lin Xinghai headed to the nearest elevator shaft and took the elevator to the middle level.
Ding!
As the elevator doors opened, Lin Xinghai saw a clean street and a robot. And the robot emitted an electronic synthesized voice. Facial feature recognition failed. Please present your ID card. Lin Xinghai presented his ID card. After scanning it, the robot continued, lower district resident, not a gene optimizer. Entering the middle district requires a payment of 10 points, and the stay must not exceed 24 hours.
Would you like to pay the points now?
Yes.
Lin Xinghai nodded.
In fact, he could apply for a test to determine the degree of genetic optimization, but such an idea only briefly crossed his mind.
He didn't want to attract the attention of anyone with ulterior motives.
Although the likelihood of that was low, it would still be troublesome if it happened, so he would rather pay the 10 points. Stepping out of the elevator shaft, he opened his wrist-mounted computer, pulled up the map Roger had sent him, then activated navigation mode and headed toward the headquarters of the Skybreaker mercenary group. 10 minutes later, Lin Xinghai looked at the 150 square meter door in front of him, with the words Sky-Splitting Mercenary Group written on it, and was certain. As he approached the door, the automatic glass door opened, and he saw a reception desk with a beautiful young lady standing there.
Hello, this is the Sky-Splitting Mercenary Group.
May I ask what brings you here? The beautiful young lady asked politely. Lin Xinghai silently took out his mercenary badge and pinned it to his chest.
Ah, are you Lin Xinghai?
The receptionist was initially surprised upon seeing the mercenary badge, but quickly reacted. After all, among the entire mercenary group, the only new member she hadn't met was this one.
Yes,
I'm here to see the commander and the others selecting mechas, Lin Xinghai explained briefly.
Come in. My name is Deng Xiaolan. Let me show you around our headquarters first.
Deng Xiaolan introduced herself while leading Lin Xinghai inside. Then, Lin Xinghai saw that the hall was filled with various fitness equipment, and it was obvious that these fitness machines were specially customized. Otherwise, they wouldn't be effective for mercenaries training.
Ah, Xing, brother Xing is here.
One mercenary after another greeted Lin Xinghai warmly. This was because Fang Tianhe had issued a gag order. Many mercenaries in the field were unaware that Lin Xinghai had already broken through to the gene optimizer level.
Otherwise, their enthusiasm would have reached an even higher level.
This left Deng Xiaolan, who was leading the way, utterly surprised. This was definitely not the normal attitude mercenaries had toward newcomers, especially those calling him Brother Xing, which carried a tone of flattery. She secretly glanced at Lin Xinghai and then began introducing various training equipment with even greater care. This is the gravity chamber, the most expensive training equipment in our base. Inside, it can reach up to 10 times gravity. This level of gravity chamber is something many second-tier mercenary groups are reluctant to purchase, Deng Xiaolan explained.
At that moment, the alloy door of the gravity chamber opened, and Roger walked out. You finally showed up. Follow me to the second floor. The captain and the others are waiting for you. Without another word, Roger took over Deng Xiaolan's task and led Lin Xinghai to the second floor. Ah Xing, you're here. This is the detailed list of your contributions during the mission yesterday. Take a look and see if anything is missing. Fang Tianhe handed over a list to Lin Xinghai the moment he saw
time in the second-floor reception room. Lin Xinghai, slightly dazed, took the list and began examining it. The document detailed how much yuanjing he had collected during the mission, the number of zombies he had killed, categorized as basic, mid-tier, and advanced-level zombies, and whether killing these zombies had any special impact on the battlefield. Everything was carefully explained and listed. At the end, the reward points for this mission were 19,800 points. Looking at the points awarded to him, Lin Xinghai was a bit stunned. It's worth noting that 80% of the total income from a mission is allocated to the construction and expenses of the mercenary group, while 20% is used for bonuses. Yesterday's mission earned them a total of 300,000 points, which means they would ultimately distribute 60,000 points among everyone, including Fang Tian and Shen Han, and now he alone has taken up 1/3. If calculated this way, wouldn't the bonus he personally received exceed that of Fang Tian and this captain? Announcing 2 QQ groups. Group 1, 221780511. Group 2, 59156525. You only need to join one of the groups. Captain, did I really earn this many points as a reward? Lin Xinghai asked, still somewhat incredulous after reading through the entire list. Don't act coy when you've gotten a good deal, Su Haishui said sourly from the side. The points he was rewarded were less than 1/10 of Lin Xinghai's. Of course, that's correct. It's all been reviewed twice, Fang Tian has said with a smile. Then how many points did you receive as a reward? Lin Xinghai couldn't help but ask. Fang Tianhao replied, 10,300 points. Well, to be honest, I don't think my contribution was greater than yours. If it weren't for you using your ability to clear the way in the Spaceship Research Institute, we wouldn't have been able to escape at all, Lin Xinghai said frankly. Although the points are tempting, he plans to stay with the sky-splitting mercenary group for a long time. If he causes resentment among other mercenaries, it would be a bit counterproductive. That's because I'm the leader. Protecting you is part of my duty, and stepping in at critical moments is expected. But your role is that of an ordinary member, and yet you severely injured the blood demon, allowing us to escape. Naturally, you deserve extra rewards for that. If, in the future, you take on the role of team leader or a higher position within the mercenary group and make similar contributions, the extra rewards won't be as substantial. Of course, by then, your salary and benefits will be far beyond what they are now, Fang Tianhai explained. The higher the position, the greater the responsibility, Shen Han summarized from the side. Lin Xinghai nodded and at the same time, gained a new understanding of the system of the sky-splitting mercenary group. After Lin Xinghai confirmed there were no issues with the list, Fang Tianhai asked him to take out his identity card and hand it over to the finance department staff. Moments later, 19,800 points were transferred from the public account of the sky-splitting mercenary group to his identity card. From this moment on, Lin Xinghai could be considered a small tycoon. Lin Xinghai checked using his wrist-mounted computer and found that his account now had as many as 24,132 points. Moreover, given your B-level genetic evaluation and your outstanding marksmanship from now on, you are already one of the most important talents we are cultivating in the Split Sky Mercenary Group. According to our internal decision, you will be provided with 20 bottles of genetic fluid per week, Fang Tian has said, then had someone bring out a row of genetic fluid and place it in front of Lin Xinghai. This row of genetic potions practically made Su Haishui's eyes light up with greed. Stop drooling. With your D-level genetic rating, even if these genetic potions were given to you, how many bottles could you absorb in a week? Wu Yan's voice came from the side. If you keep quiet, no one will think you're mute. Su Haishui gritted his teeth and cursed. When he turned his head back, Lin Xinghai had already pocketed all the genetic potions. Next, under Fang Tianhai's leadership, the group left the base camp and headed to the upper district. Of course, the group mentioned here refers to members with captain-level positions and above, plus Lin Xinghai. Most of the mercenaries were envious of this, but not jealous. On one hand, it was because of Lin Xinghai's B-level genetic evaluation, and on the other hand, his astonishing marksmanship talent. Such talent will probably become a team leader in no time. The group arrived at the elevator shaft and then headed to the upper area. As the elevator doors opened, Lin Xinghai saw that, in addition to a robot, there was also a fully armed soldier stationed here. Because access to the upper area is much stricter, it's not as simple as paying 10 points to get in. One must first apply and pass the review before being allowed into the upper area. If it were an ordinary person, the review process would probably take 1 or 2 days. Of course, mercenaries have privileges, especially some well-recorded mercenary groups, which can directly use the fast track and complete the review in 5 minutes. Please present your personal ID card. The robot emitted an electronically synthesized voice. Everyone took out their ID cards, and only after scanning and verifying them one by one did the soldier grant passage. The layout of the upper district is not much different from that of the middle district, but compared to the middle district, the buildings here are far more grand and large scale. This is because all the important research institutions in the entire shelter are located in the upper district. The place where they need to purchase mechas is the Mecha Research Institute. This is a building with a total area exceeding 2,000 square meters. Such a building building might not be considered remarkable if placed on the surface, but within the shelter, every square meter of space is incredibly valuable. A 2,000 square meter building is truly quite extravagant. Led by Fong Tianhe, the group entered through the open doors, where a row of attendants was waiting.
Immediately, a staff member warmly greeted them. "Hello, welcome to the Mecha Research Institute.
Are you here for a tour or to purchase mechas?" the beautiful attendant asked.
Buy a mech. Fong Tianhe's response was concise and to the point.
The beautiful young lady's professional smile instantly turned into a genuine one upon hearing this.
"Alright, this way please, everyone.
I am the sales assistant, Tanya." She introduced herself while leading the way. Among the group, Fong Tianhe and Wu Yan remained expressionless. Roger's attention was entirely on the surrounding mech models, and as for Shin Han, he was even less likely to show any interest in women. Only Su Haishui had a cheerful smile directed at Tanya. It's a pity that Tanya felt indifferent towards him, and in the end, her attention shifted to the younger and more handsome Lin Xinghai. She slowed her pace, and as she got closer to Lin Xinghai, she revealed a charming smile and asked, "I wonder what kind of mecha you are looking to purchase."
"We have recently launched the Warrior series and the War God series mecha. I wonder if you, no need, will directly purchase the prototype.
Also, have your engineers come over to set up a modification plan according to my requirements?" Fong Tianhe interrupted directly.
Tanya immediately fell silent. It was clear that this group of people, especially Fong Tianhe at the forefront, knew their stuff. For such customers, there are both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that this deal is almost certain to go through, but the downside is that there's no way to bluff, and the commission for this deal will definitely be greatly reduced. Soon, everyone arrived at the mech hall, a place specifically for storing mechs. There were various models, some heavy, some sleek, some looking fierce, and others appearing elegant. Nearly 20 mechs were displayed, dazzling the eyes of the onlookers.
But Lin Xinghai could also tell that no matter how much the appearance of these mechas changed, they were all modified from the prototype placed in the corner of the hall. Old readers who followed from Apocalypse, Reincarnation and Rebirth can also join the group. That book is probably impossible to unlock. Based on the suggestions from readers in the group, I wrote out the entire outline for the subsequent chapters and uploaded it to the group files. You can take a look at the follow-up plot in the finale, which at least brings it to a proper conclusion. Soon, the group arrived in front of the prototype machine.
"Sir, may I ask if you are certain about purchasing this prototype machine?" Tanya inquired. "Yes." Fong Tianhe nodded and then asked, "When will the engineer be available?"
"I've already notified them. They can be here in 5 minutes at most." Hearing that the other party wanted to make a purchase, Tanya's face showed a hint of excitement, and she enthusiastically added, "Why don't you go ahead and pick out some mech weapons first? The so-called prototype is simply a bare machine, with nothing on it."
"This naturally includes weapons. Neither cold weapons nor firearms are equipped.
Even miniature missiles are added later during modifications."
"Roger, you choose," Fong Tianhe said. "Got it." Roger, who had been eagerly anticipating, immediately stepped forward.
Tanya used the company-issued wrist-mounted computer to activate the projection function, displaying one mech weapon after another in front of everyone. There were firearms as well as melee weapons, with both static images and dynamic visuals of the weapons being used by mechs.
Roger began selecting cold weapons under Fong Tianhe's indication.
As the number of mechas in the mercenary group increased, they could also carry out some division of labor and cooperation. Shin Han's marksmanship was no worse than Roger's, and her abilities were more suited for long-range attacks. Therefore, if Roger operated a mecha, he would coordinate with Fong Tianhe for close combat.
In this situation, buying just one cold weapon would suffice.
Knives, spears, axes, halberds, swords, hammers, an array of cold weapons was listed, along with their prices, of course. Lin Xinghai glanced at them and couldn't help but secretly click his tongue. The prices ranged from 10,000 to 50,000 points. He also saw the prices of mechas. A prototype alone required 200,000 points. As for those lavish mechas already equipped with various weapons, their prices ranged from 300,000 to 800,000 points.
This made Lin Xinghai's mouth twitch uncontrollably. No wonder so many level 1 mercenary groups couldn't even afford a single mech.
In the end, Roger carefully selected a pair of giant axes worth 18,888 points. He is a strength-type genetic optimizer, and in close combat, such heavy weapons undoubtedly allow him to better showcase his power.
Moreover, these giant axes are large enough that, in critical moments, they can even be used as shields without any issue. For such a choice, Fong Tianhe couldn't help but secretly nod in approval.
After selecting the weapons, the engineer requested by Fong Tianhe also arrived.
"I wonder which aspect of the mech you need to modify?"
The engineer, a middle-aged man in his 50s, directly asked. Compared to service staff, someone like him who relies on technical skills wouldn't pay too much attention to service attitude.
Seeing the main character arrive, Roger instantly perked up. Compared to choosing weapons, modifying the mech was undoubtedly more important.
This directly determines the performance of a mech, though the cost is naturally much higher.
He was just about to suggest enhancing the mech's power system. However, Fong Tianhe spoke first. "Enhance the mech's max speed and propulsion system. Is the driver an agile type gene optimizer? The engineer asked. If there are no surprises, yes. Alright,
I have 3 modification plans here, requiring 30,000 points, 60,000 points, and 90,000 points respectively.
Show me the 90,000 point modification plan.
Fang Tianhe and the engineer engaged in a question and answer exchange, and soon their conversation gradually delved into topics that Lin Xinghai could no longer understand. As for Roger, who was standing nearby, he was already frozen in place, feeling as though the sadness in his heart had turned into a raging river. Don't be sad, at least you managed to choose a weapon, Su Haishui comforted from the side, though his words carried a hint of schadenfreude. If you keep quiet, no one will think you're mute, Roger replied with a sharp tone. Lin Xinghai, on the other hand, kept his eyes on his nose and his nose on his heart.
How could he not know what such modifications meant? Would he oppose it? That was, of course, impossible. In at most 2 weeks, this mech would be his. Naturally, the more the modifications suited him, the better. Looking at the prototype in front of him, Lin Xinghai felt a surge of excitement. Soon, he would be able to pilot the mech in battle against mutant zombies. Thinking of those terrifying mutant zombies, Lin Xinghai suddenly had a thought. Could his probing technique be used on mechas? Acting on the thought, Lin Xinghai immediately opened the system panel and then activated the probing technique. Instantly, the free usage count of his probing technique decreased by 1, leaving only 4 uses remaining. At the same time, the system panel refreshed with new information. Name: Military Type 1 Combat Mecha. Prototype: Constitution 300-800 points. Strength 300-800 points. Speed 300-800 points. Note: the combat effectiveness of the mech is directly related to its operator. Using supernatural abilities in conjunction can increase the attribute limits. Looking at the mech's attributes, Lin Xinghai couldn't help but feel a sudden realization. No wonder it could defeat the mutant zombie. Its base attributes are in no way inferior to those of the mutant zombie, and it doesn't have any weaknesses. Of course, it can't be said to have no weaknesses at all. Perhaps the operator is the weak point. Lao Luo, how do you pilot this mech? Lin Xinghai couldn't help but ask. You brat, are you planning to start practicing already? Just be honest with me, how much longer can I even use this mech? Roger glanced at Lin Xinghai, full of resentment as he spoke. At this point, he wasn't even sure if bringing Lin Xinghai into the mercenary group was the right decision or not. Ahem, brother Jie. Don't call me Jiegu. Alright, old Luo, try to think positively. Letting me use this mech isn't necessarily a bad thing. Ahem. What I mean is, once I can pilot the mech, I'll be able to make greater contributions to the mercenary group and earn more points. I promise that within 2 months, the mercenary group will have a 4th mech. By then, you can modify it however you like. Lin Xinghai quickly reassured. Really? Roger looked skeptical. Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? Lin Xinghai assured, patting his chest. As for the previous instance where he deceived the other party by claiming he had a special constitution, he had already habitually forgotten about it. Roger finally felt much better, then turned to Tanya and said, we'd like to apply for a test drive of the mech. Alright, but the space here is limited, so you can only perform some basic operations, Tanya reminded before using her wrist-mounted computer to open the mech's control room. Roger made a leap and arrived at the door of the cockpit, which was 3 meters high. But he didn't go inside. Instead, he grabbed the handrail nearby and waved to Lin Xinghai. Lin Xinghai didn't hesitate and similarly jumped up. This was his first time observing the cockpit up close. The cockpit is not very large, and the most striking feature inside is the driver's seat, which is exceptionally spacious and completely designed according to ergonomics, ensuring it must be very comfortable to sit in. Of course, Lin Xinghai's attention quickly shifted to the control panel in front of the seat. The densely packed buttons made Lin Xinghai's scalp tingle. This will take a long time to learn, won't it? Lin Xinghai stared at the control buttons, which were 10 times more numerous than those on a keyboard, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Roger followed Lin Xinghai's gaze and couldn't help but laugh. If you want to operate it using commands, it would probably take 3 to 5 years of practice to learn. Moreover, using commands to operate it wouldn't allow you to fight against mutant zombies. To control the mech to take a single step forward, you would need to issue nearly 10 commands, from the engine to the transmission structure and then to the balance system. So when we operate mechs, we all use the built-in neural transmission device for control, Roger said, pointing to something resembling a helmet above the seat. However, using this thing requires a very high level of perception. Speaking of perception, Roger finally regained a bit of his sense of superiority. How high is the required level of perception? Lin Xinghai asked humbly for advice. He wasn't worried about his perception being too
too poor. On the contrary, he was worried about performing too exceptionally. Perception can be said to be one of the few secrets Lin Xinghai has that remain unknown to others.
If it can be hidden, it's better to keep it hidden as much as possible. Otherwise, if he performs too monstrously in every aspect, he's genuinely worried something might go wrong.
Generally speaking, after breaking through the first genetic lock, the perception one possesses can barely operate this control helmet, and the neural transmitter inside must be kept running at the lowest power.
Otherwise, it will cause damage to your brain.
But this low-power operation can only allow you to control the mech to perform some simple movements. Only by breaking the second genetic lock can the neural transmitter operate normally and unleash most of the mech's functions. To fully utilize the mech's capabilities, only someone like the commander, who has broken the third genetic lock, can achieve that, Roger patiently explained.
Lin Xinghai listened and couldn't help but nod repeatedly. With this, he now had a clear idea of how not to go overboard during the upcoming test drive. After all, his perception ability at present, without exaggeration, was already the highest in the entire Skysplit mercenary group. When he woke up this morning, he had already noticed that the range of his perception had expanded to 140 meters. Besides determining how much combat power you can exert with the mecha, perception has another very important function, which is to assist in combat. Roger continued to explain. Assist in combat?
This time, Lin Xinghai was genuinely puzzled.
That's right. After you activate the mecha, if you want to see the scenery outside, you rely on the 360-degree projection of the helmet.
Such projection is completely sufficient under normal circumstances, but when fighting mutant zombies, it cannot be considered a normal situation.
You've seen the terrifying speed of mutant zombies.
Even though we've become gene optimizers and our retina's dynamic capture ability has greatly improved, trying to see every movement of a mutant zombie is still quite strenuous. In such situations, adding a projection in between undoubtedly increases the difficulty for oneself, especially during close combat, or it can easily lead to significant losses. That's why perception is needed as an aid, serving as your second pair of eyes.
Well, instead of me saying so much, it's better for you to experience it yourself, Roger said, then stopped talking.
In his view, it was still too early to tell Lin Xinghai about these things. At the very least, he needed to wait until the other party had broken through the second genetic lock to understand what he was talking about.
Alright, I'll give it a try,
Lin Xinghai said eagerly. Then, under Roger's guidance, he entered the cockpit, operated the buttons, and started the mech. After Roger gave some final precautions, he jumped down, and the mech's cockpit door closed.
The automation of the mech was very advanced.
After activation, the seat ejected a safety belt, securing Lin Xinghai in place, while the helmet suspended above automatically descended and fitted onto his head. After putting on the helmet, Lin Xinghai's vision immediately changed.
The sensation was akin to standing at a high altitude and looking down below. Moreover, as his head turned, the view would synchronize with the movement.
At this moment, apart from the weight, Lin Xinghai could hardly notice he was wearing a helmet. In addition, in the lower right corner of the field of view, there will be a semi-transparent system panel used to display the operating status of the mech and some data.
At this moment, it displays, new user detected, matching brainwaves. Below that, the progress bar for the matching process is shown. Roger's final note mentioned that the matching degree must exceed 10% to meet the minimum power operation requirements of the neural transmitter.
With Lin Xinghai's perception, the compatibility rate quickly exceeded 10%. At the moment it surpassed 10%, he immediately felt a mental jolt and simultaneously sensed the torso and limbs of the mecha.
That's right, he sensed them, not saw them. It was a very peculiar feeling. He felt as though he could directly control the mecha to move, just like controlling his own body. Think and act, and then this mech indeed raised its arm. However, the movement was a bit slow and somewhat stiff.
As the matching degree continued to increase, Lin Xinghai's perception of the mech's body became increasingly clear. At the beginning, he could only sense the general outline, such as the mech's arm, merely perceiving its existence without any additional information. But gradually, Lin Xinghai was able to perceive its internal structure. For instance, the engine at the joints of the mech's arms, as well as the transmission structure and power devices inside. Moreover, as the matching degree reached 50%, this level of perception was elevated to a new tier. He could already independently control the engine at a specific joint, increasing or decreasing its operating power.
This meticulous control undoubtedly allowed for the development of more performance capabilities of the mech. This should be the extent that Roger can achieve, and only by controlling the mech to this level can he be of help in the battle against mutant zombies. But Lin Xinghai's perception is far beyond this, so the matching degree did not stop there but continued to soar to 100%. Perfect match. This is something only those who have broken through the third genetic lock can accomplish. In the case of a perfect match, Lin Xinghai felt as if he had two bodies, able to control every finger of the mecha at will. Of course, the cost was not without consequence. During this process, the neural transmitter would flood his mind with data from hundreds of sensors inside the mecha. This is also why he could clearly perceive and control every component within the mecha. According to Lin Lin Xinghai's estimation, even Fang Tianhe would not be able to control the mecha in this manner for an extended period, as the burden on the brain would be too great. Of course, this level of matching can be manually adjusted down.
In non-combat situations, it can be lowered to a state where one feels comfortable.
However, Lin Xinghai's perception is not something Fang Tianhe can compare to. Even at 100% matching, he only feels slightly strained. Lowering the matching level to 80% makes it completely effortless.
Then Lin Xinghai began controlling the mech and walked around the hall.
At first, it's hard to control. Be careful not to fall, Roger kindly reminded. Then he saw the mech in front of him jogging, jumping, punching, kicking, and even performing a backflip at the end.
Roger's mouth gradually opened wide, probably enough to fit several salted duck eggs. Lin Xinghai piloted the mech in the hall for over 10 minutes before reluctantly coming to a stop. Piloting a mech feels amazing, Lin Xinghai couldn't help but exclaim as the hatch opened and he saw Roger. While piloting the mech, Lin Xinghai truly felt a sense of omnipotence. In fact, if he were given a bit more time to practice and familiarize himself with the mech, he would genuinely dare to take on mutated zombies. But compared to Lin Xinghai's good mood, Roger found it somewhat hard to accept.
So when Lin Xinghai opened the hatch and came out, the first thing Roger said was, "What exactly is the range of your perception?"
As he asked this, Roger's tone carried a hint of gritted teeth, as he felt that his most prideful ability, his perception, was about to be overshadowed by Lin Xinghai.
Hearing Roger's question, Lin Xinghai's heart skipped a beat. "I didn't overdo it, did I?"
Lin Xinghai questioned himself, but soon he dismissed the thought. Although his mecha piloting was smooth and he performed some high-difficulty maneuvers, it should, perhaps, possibly still fall within a reasonable range.
14 meters.
In the end, Lin Xinghai underreported by a 0.
"I knew it." Roger felt a sense of loss.
He shouldn't have compared himself to Lin Xinghai in any aspect. Looking at the rich expressions on Roger's face, Lin Xinghai was momentarily at a loss for words, but fortunately Fang Tianhe walked over at that moment.
"Ah Xing, I have 2 modification plans here, and the final choice is up to you."
The first modification plan is to increase the mech's basic movement speed to the maximum limit.
After the modification, the basic movement speed can increase by approximately 50%.
However, the ability amplifier can only be a secondary grade 1, amplifying abilities by 5 times. The second plan is the exact opposite, choosing the best ability amplifier, which can amplify abilities by 10 times, but the basic movement speed can only increase by 25%. Both of these plans cost 100,000 points, which is the maximum amount our sky-splitting mercenary group can afford, Fang Tianhe added at the end. If money weren't an issue, he would certainly choose the best options for everything, but lack of funds is a hard limitation.
Lin Xinghai nodded knowingly.
The cost of mechas, weapons, and modification fees all added up to 318,888 points. Moreover, after the mercenary group advances to Tier 2, recruiting members, purchasing weapons, and other expenses will also require a significant amount of funds. Being able to allocate so many points to purchase mechas now already shows that the sky-splitting mercenary group is quite well off.
"Captain, do you have any suggestions?"
Lin Xinghai was very good at listening to others' opinions, provided the person was a professional.
"That depends on whether your ability can be upgraded again.
If you're confident you can enhance it to a level 2 ability, then I suggest you choose the second modification plan," Fang Tianhe said.
In fact, Lin Xinghai was already considering this. Amplifying an ability tenfold, just thinking about it was exhilarating. The base attributes of the mecha were already high. With a speed of 800 points increased tenfold, wouldn't that reach a terrifying 8,000 points?
Such speed was something he had never dared to imagine before. Although the ability can be amplified tenfold, it might not align exactly with what you're thinking.
Fang Tianhe, seemingly able to guess Lin Xinghai's thoughts, coughed lightly and quickly explained.
Lin Xinghai looked puzzled. If your ability is released in an energy form, like my sky-splitting ability, then the ability amplifier will genuinely enhance it tenfold. But your ability primarily strengthens yourself, and when applied to a mecha, it won't be as effective. This is because the size of the mecha is much larger than your body, so when your ability acts on the mecha, its effect might only be 10% of the original. Even if the ability amplifier magnifies your ability tenfold, the effect of your ability will still be the same as when used normally. Of course, with the base speed of the mecha being so high, even just doubling it would be extremely terrifying, Fang Tianhe explained. Lin Xinghai glanced at the 5-meter-tall mecha beside him and couldn't help but nod. Although this ability amplifier isn't as exaggerated as he imagined, it's still quite terrifying. Using his own speed ability, he can only increase his speed by 30 points. But if he applies the ability to the mech in front of him, the speed can increase by 800 points. Calculating it this way, it's more than 10 times.
"I choose the second modification plan," Lin Xinghai finally decided.
His ability would definitely improve later, so the second modification plan was obviously more cost-effective.
Fang Tianhe nodded and went back to continue discussing with the engineer. 5 minutes later, the plan was finalized. Then it was time to pay.
After swiping the card and earning points, the subsequent procedures were completed at lightning speed. When they received the proof of purchasing the mecha, smiles appeared on Feng Tianhe's face. From this moment on, the Rifting Sky Mercenary Group officially owned 3 mechas, meeting the requirements to apply for a level 2 mercenary group.
Let's go. Today is going to be busy.
Later, the captain will apply for the promotion to a level 2 mercenary group, and things like recruiting members and purchasing weapons will probably fall on us. If you're free, come and help out more, Roger said, patting Lin Xinghai's shoulder.
Something's up.
I want to go by ancient martial arts, Lin Xinghai immediately said.
You really want to learn ancient martial arts? That stuff costs a full 10,000 points,
Roger said, but then he remembered the bonus Lin Xinghai had just received today and suddenly paused. However, he shifted his thinking and continued, I've mentioned before, there aren't any dagger-related martial arts. You might as well spend more time on marksmanship.
I can switch to a different weapon. I don't know where to learn it, so take me there.
Roger stared seriously at Lin Xinghai for a while, and after confirming that the other party was not joking, he could only sigh helplessly. Alright then. He really wanted to say that even buying it would be a waste of points, but recalling Lin Xinghai's various unconventional performances, he could only swallow those words back down. After explaining the situation to Feng Tianhe, the two separated from the team.
Following Roger for about 5 minutes, Lin Xinghai arrived in front of another building that was no less impressive than the Mecha Research Institute.
The 3 large characters' martial arts hall gleamed brightly above.
So many people coming to learn martial arts. Lin Xinghai couldn't help but exclaim as he watched the people coming and going at the entrance. Most of them are just going in to take a look. Do you really think 10,000 points are that easy to come by? Roger remarked indifferently.
The two entered, and the martial arts hall was crowded with people, including mercenaries, soldiers, and ordinary gene optimizers. These people would gather in groups of 3 or 5 in front of a screen, watching something, occasionally letting out a few exclamations. They're watching martial arts demonstration videos, Roger explained briefly, then led Lin Xinghai forward.
Martial arts demonstration videos?
Lin Xinghai immediately became interested and wanted to go over to watch. However, he had just lifted his leg when Roger grabbed him. Lin Xinghai was somewhat puzzled. Buyers like us don't need to be like these people, squeezing into the demonstration hall to watch videos, Roger said, waving to a few waiters not far away. The number of waiters here at the martial arts hall is 4 or 5 times more than at the Mecha Research Institute, but they are only distributed around the hall, and unless a customer approaches to inquire, they won't take the initiative to introduce or chat.
Of course, this is understandable, because the number of people coming to the martial arts store is simply too overwhelming.
Even if the number of staff here were doubled, it would still be impossible to attend to everyone.
Moreover, the more important point is that the vast majority of people are really just here to take a look. Those willing and able to afford purchases are few and far between, even over the course of a day.
However, as Roger waved, one of the female staff members immediately lit up, and with a warm smile, she quickly jogged over.
Hello, you two. I am Jean Huanlian, a gold-tier service attendant. Is there anything I can assist you with? Jean Huanlian asked enthusiastically.
In the martial arts hall, the most crucial skill to become a gold-tier service attendant is sharp observation.
She immediately noticed the mercenary badges worn on their chests.
Mercenaries are almost the group with the highest probability of purchasing ancient martial arts. Of course, if they were just ordinary mercenaries, she wouldn't have been so eager to approach them. After all, the martial arts hall sees plenty of mercenaries every day. But mercenaries equipped with wrist-mounted computers are quite rare. What's more, she immediately recognized that the wrist-mounted computer Lin Xinghai was wearing was the Starry Sky edition. Jing Huanlian instantly determined that the 2 people in front of her were premium customers.
We want to purchase ancient martial arts. Take us to the VIP room. Roger didn't bother with pleasantries and directly made the request. Alright, this way, please.
Jing Huanlian's smile became even brighter as she quickly led the 2 to the escalator and then up to the 2nd floor. The decorations on the 2nd floor are more luxurious, even the hall is divided into individual booths with screens and sofas. As for the VIP rooms, they resemble small reception rooms, with sofas, coffee tables, and fruit platters. Instead of a display screen in the center, there is a holographic projection.
This level of specification and treatment instantly elevates the experience to a higher tier. Tea for you, gentlemen.
Jing Huanlian poured each of them a cup of black tea before continuing to ask, I wonder what type of martial arts the 2 of you are looking to purchase? Roger picked up the teacup, drank it all in one go, smacked his lips, and said, this tea doesn't seem as good as the last one. Jing Huanlian's smile froze slightly.
I apologize, sir. This is a new batch of tea leaves. If you don't like it, I can replace it with something else.
He's the real customer here. You don't need to bother with me. Roger pointed to Lin Xinghai beside him, then grabbed a bunch of grapes from the fruit platter and started eating noisily. Jing Huanlian's lips twitched slightly, but as a top-tier server, she maintained her warmest smile and turned her inquiring gaze toward Lin Xinghai. Roger's carefree attitude towards eating left her with no choice but to pray that Lin Xinghai would actually purchase martial arts. After all, in the epoch apocalypse, neither fruits nor tea leaves come cheap. If the two were merely eating without buying anything, her performance points would be deducted. Of course, the system would blacklist them as well, and next time they came, they wouldn't be able to enjoy this treatment. I haven't decided yet which ancient martial art to purchase, so I want to take a look at everything, Lin Xinghai said. Alright. Jing Huanlian operated the holographic projection with a smile on her face, while secretly thinking, this feels like a normal conversation. Soon, a tall figure appeared in the holographic projection. He held a long blade in his hand, facing a massive horde of corpses. The number of corpses exceeded 1,000, making it no exaggeration to call it a small-scale zombie tide. However, this figure charged at the horde without hesitation. With a flash of the blade, zombie heads flew in all directions. At this moment, Jing Huanlian began to introduce, the first ancient martial art being showcased is the blade technique, 1,000-layered waves. When the 1,000-layered waves technique is executed, the blade strikes continuously, and its power grows stronger and stronger, making it most suitable for situations involving group attacks. Regarding the ancient martial art 1,000-layered waves, Lin Xinghai was certainly familiar with it. In fact, his decision to learn ancient martial arts was precisely because he had seen Fang Tianhe perform the 1,000-layered waves. However, the person in the holographic image at this moment displayed an even more terrifying blade technique. The long blade in his hand was surrounded by a blood-red glow, and with each strike, blade energy several meters long extended outward. Whether it was ordinary zombies, intermediate zombies, or even advanced zombies, they were almost instantly killed upon contact with this blood-red blade energy. Moreover, the speed at which this figure wielded the blade grew faster and faster, and the blade energy became increasingly abundant, eventually forming a continuous wave. As this figure shouted loudly, countless blood-colored blade lights seemed to transform into a crimson torrent, sweeping toward the horde of charging corpses. After the crimson torrent passed, what remained was a ground full of corpses, and nearly all of them had been sliced into 4 or 5 pieces. Although Lin Xinghai couldn't count them precisely, he was certain that the opponent's final explosive strike had instantly killed over 100 zombies. So powerful. Lin Xinghai couldn't help but swallow nervously. The opponent's strength was simply incomparable to Fang Tianhe's. However, what shocked Lin Xinghai even more was the latter half of the video. The scene shifted, and the figure in the video was now facing only one enemy, a giant seemingly composed of blood. Lin Xinghai was all too familiar with this thing. It was a blood demon. Yet, the opponent didn't even operate a mecha, still wielding a long blade as they charged forward. The crimson blade light reappeared, slashing straight at the blood demon. A shocking scene unfolded before Lin Xinghai. Although the wound caused by the crimson blade light was not as large as the one inflicted by Fang Tian and the mech operator, when the crimson blade light struck the blood demon, it emitted a sizzling sound. The blood that came into contact with the blade light quickly evaporated into a blood mist. During this process, the blood demon certainly did not just take the hits passively. However, most of its attacks were dodged by the blade-wielding expert, and when evasion was impossible, a crimson glow would emanate from the expert's body surface, blocking the blood demon's attacks. And his 1,000 waves blade technique became faster and faster, with the blade momentum gradually forming a continuous flow, forcing the blood demon to retreat step by step. In the end, the blood demon could only burrow underground to escape. Is this what it means to break through 4 genetic locks and reach another level of strength? After the video ended, Lin Xinghai finally came to his senses and asked Roger beside him. It's been a long time since I updated on time. There will be another chapter tonight. Lin Xinghai really didn't expect that someone could be so powerful. Could the fact that the other party defeated the blood demon mean that his body has already become as strong as a mecha? It might not be as simple as breaking through 4 genetic locks. There are several major realms above genetic optimizers, and he might be someone who has surpassed 2 major realms beyond genetic optimizers, Roger replied after thinking for a moment. If it's just surpassing 1 major realm, under normal circumstances, it's impossible to defeat a mutated zombie. Even if it's possible, it definitely wouldn't be so easy. Lin Xinghai gradually became excited after hearing this. As long as someone could reach such a level, then with his system, there was no reason he couldn't achieve it. By the way, what kind of ability did the opponent use? Both offensive and defensive, so powerful, Lin Xinghai asked again. He still knew too little about various abilities. Lin Xinghai felt it was necessary to thoroughly understand various powerful abilities so that he could be prepared if he encountered them in the future. That's not an ability. Roger's first sentence left Lin Xinghai stunned. After breaking through the 4 genetic locks, one can completely unleash the potential of the human body, thereby tapping into a strange energy hidden within. The energy he uses for attack and defense is precisely this strange energy. Roger spoke in a casual tone, but his eyes were filled with envy and longing. Who wouldn't want to break through the 4 genetic locks and ascend to another level of existence? And that level, the fundamental reason it can surpass gene optimizers, lies in mastering this peculiar energy. Peculiar energy? Lin Xinghai recalled the blood-colored light casually released by the other party, and his eyes grew increasingly bright. To be honest, he wasn't particularly satisfied with his own speed ability, especially after witnessing canvassing the dominance of the sky-splitting ability, which made this feeling even stronger. But at this moment, he finally saw a glimmer of hope. Aha! That strange energy seems to be called the power of blood energy. In addition to being used on its own, it can also be combined with abilities. The combination of abilities and the power of blood energy is what's truly terrifying, Roger added.
Upon hearing this, Lin Xinghai's heart was thrown into turmoil.
It took immense willpower for him to restrain himself and avoid losing composure.
What did you just say? Blood, energy, power? Lin Xinghai asked, enunciating each word deliberately.
If it weren't for the video he just watched, if it weren't for Roger's casual tone when speaking, he would almost have thought his system had been exposed. Roger gave Lin Xinghai a somewhat strange look but still said, if I remember correctly, I think that's the name.
The captain only briefly mentioned it before.
He said, once you reach that realm, cultivating the power of blood energy is the key to improving strength. Oh, right, that realm seems to be called the blood energy realm. Cultivating the power of blood energy is the key to improving strength, Lin Xinghai murmured, repeating the sentence to himself. He remembered that when he first obtained the system, the task description also contains similar words. Of course, he has a system, no need to cultivate, just collect.
Standing to the side, Jing Wanlian saw the two stop their conversation and then spoke. You two, shall we proceed to play the next martial arts video?
Play it.
Lin Xinghai nodded. The next martial arts video was about hammer techniques.
In the video, a burly man wielded a giant hammer. The man's strength was equally terrifying, and the destructive power of the hammer techniques was even greater. However, Lin Xinghai merely glanced at it, his thoughts no longer focused on it. He was pondering over matters related to the system and speculating about what his cultivation would be like after breaking through the 4 genetic locks and reaching the blood energy realm. Others need to painstakingly cultivate their blood energy to enhance their strength, but Lin Xinghai shook his head and stopped thinking further, as he wasn't sure whether the blood energy stored in the system truly belonged to him. Even though he had many speculations, they were merely guesses until his strength reached the blood energy realm. Jing Wanlian was playing martial arts videos one after another, but after watching 10 of them, Lin Xinghai didn't find any that particularly interested him. On the other hand, Roger, sitting nearby, was happily eating fruit, and more than half of the fruit platter on the table had already been devoured by him. The martial art showcased in the next video is quite special because it is the only movement technique martial art in our Starshield shelter, called Phantom Movement Technique. Lin Xinghai became interested as soon as he heard this introduction. Jing Wanlian had been observing Lin Xinghai's expression all along. She also perked up and spoke with even more enthusiasm. The characteristic of the Phantom Movement Technique is its unpredictability, with movements as elusive as a dream, making it impossible for enemies to discern your direction of advance. At this moment, a figure also appeared in the holographic projection, facing a large group of zombies. However, unlike the previous video, he did not charge directly into the fray but instead moved unpredictably, weaving through the dense horde of zombies.
The figure was not only fast but also extremely uncanny.
It seems like when he appears to dodge to the right, he actually evades to the left, and when it looks like he's charging forward, he might actually be retreating. This mismatch between perception and reality is extremely unsettling just to watch, and trying to lock onto him for an attack becomes even more challenging. What Lin Xinghai is most concerned about is that when performing such body movements to change direction or even suddenly retreat, his speed doesn't decrease in the slightest.
This is simply a violation of the laws of physics.
But the opponent managed to achieve it purely relying on that special footwork and the power of blood energy. It is entirely imaginable how great an advantage such a movement technique would have in close combat. This point was also demonstrated in the latter part of the video during the battle with the mutated zombie. This time, the mutated zombie that appeared was 3 meters tall, with arms resembling scythes. Such a mutated zombie can definitely be considered a small type, but Lin Xinghai could also see that precisely because it was small, it was particularly agile, a type of mutated zombie adept at speed. However, this speed-specialized mutated zombie, when facing the expert in the video who was using the Phantom Step technique, no matter how it swung the scythe-like arms, couldn't even touch the corner of the opponent's clothes. And that expert, relying on their own speed, wielded a hand cannon and blasted the mutated zombie into pieces shot after shot. In front of such a speed-specialized expert, the mutated zombie didn't even have a chance to escape. Lin Xinghai grew increasingly delighted as he watched, and when the video ended, he said without hesitation, I've decided, I'll buy this Phantom Movement Technique. The smile on Jing Hualian's face was brighter than ever before. However, before she could speak, Roger interjected, wait a moment. From what I understand, this Phantom Movement Technique is the most difficult to learn among the 15 martial arts in Starshield Shelter. It seems that no one has managed to train it to even the minor achievement level. Moreover, to truly unleash the power of the Phantom Movement Technique, one must reach the blood energy realm and use the power of blood energy in coordination.
Hearing Roger say this, Jing Huanlian immediately became anxious. Sir, you can't say that.
I admit that the Phantom Body Technique is indeed the most difficult to learn among all the martial arts in our martial arts hall. But the reason for this is entirely because it is a Xian level level martial art.
Its power is incomparable to other martial arts, Jing Huanlian quickly defended. Xian level martial art?
Lin Xinghai's interest grew even stronger.
Yes.
Jing Huanlian, seeing Lin Xinghai's attitude, immediately introduced with 200% enthusiasm. Martial arts are divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Generally, the martial arts we use are of the yellow level. Profound level martial arts are a higher tier, and even if you go to other large bases in the future and learn such martial arts, you definitely won't fall behind. What's more important is that this phantom movement technique is currently on discount. Even though it's a profound level martial art, we're selling it at the price of a yellow level martial art.
That's just because no one buys it.
Roger took a bite of the peeled orange and said indifferently. Jing Huanlian's smile remained unchanged, but in reality, she really wanted to stuff all the fruits from the platter into the other person's mouth to shut him up.
Alright, I'll buy it,
Lin Xinghai immediately decided. Roger, seeing that the conversation was about to end, hurriedly stuffed the remaining oranges from the fruit platter into his mouth before saying, "Are you really sure you want to buy this? There's an 80 to 90% chance your 10,000 points will go to waste."
It won't.
"I learn things very quickly," Lin Xinghai said with a smile. Roger wanted to retort, but after thinking about it, he wisely shut his mouth. He still wanted to preserve the little dignity he had left. When Jing Huanlian heard Lin Xinghai say he wanted to buy, she had already taken out the card machine. "Mr. Lin, we happen to have an available study room right now. Once you make the payment, I'll arrange it for you immediately without wasting any time," Jing Huanlian said enthusiastically. It wasn't until Lin Xinghai took out his ID card and successfully deducted 10,000 points that Jing Huanlian truly breathed a sigh of relief.
Next came the martial arts study.
The study room was located on the 3rd floor of the martial arts hall, and Jing Huanlian led the way as the group ascended to the 3rd floor. There were a total of 10 study rooms here, but all of them were empty.
This is what you meant by conveniently having an available study room? Roger sneered. The client has already paid, so Jing Huanlian was less concerned at this point.
She smiled faintly and said, "Sir, with your eloquence, I suppose you're still single, aren't you?" Before Roger could react, Jing Huanlian took Lin Xinghai and entered the study room.
The so-called study room was a small room with a memory transmitter inside. The principle of the memory transmitter is similar to that of a neural transmitter, except the former involves forced writing. Please sit on this sofa and just relax.
Lin Xinghai sat down, and then Jing Huanlian brought over something resembling a helmet and placed it on his head. "You might feel a bit uncomfortable in a moment, but just hold on.
The whole process will take about a minute," Jing Huanlian said as she pressed the button.
Lin Xinghai immediately felt a large segment of memory fragments flooding into his mind. This feeling is quite similar to the sensation of activating a mech, except these memory fragments are much clearer, with every action etched into the mind, making them unforgettable.
However, the discomfort mentioned by Jing Huanlian did not occur.
Currently, the power of this memory transmitter should be equivalent to when the mech's compatibility is at 50%.
In summary, this is still related to perception.
1 minute later, the memory transmitter stopped functioning, and Lin Xinghai's mind gained a new memory, giving him a profound understanding of the phantom movement technique. At the very least, he now knew how to begin learning it. As clarity rose in his heart, the system prompt sounded as expected.
Ding!
Martial art mastered, phantom movement technique. A smile curved at the corner of Lin Xinghai's mouth. It was exactly as he had guessed. Letting him learn on his own is impossible. Using the system to cheat is the real truth.
He quickly opened the system panel. Host, Lin Xinghai. Physique, 25 points. Strength, 21 points. Speed, 30 points. Blood energy power, 17 points. Gene optimization level, 30% plus.
Ability, speed boost. Within 10 seconds, speed increases by 100%. Energy, 10/10. Basic shooting skills, proficiency 100% plus.
Phantom movement technique, beginner proficiency 1% plus. Lin Xinghai eagerly clicked the plus sign behind phantom movement technique. Ding! Would you like to spend a bit of blood energy to enhance?
As Lin Xinghai chose yes, the system panel immediately changed.
Phantom movement technique, beginner proficiency 2% plus.
Seeing this scene, Lin Xinghai was slightly stunned. When he improved his basic shooting skills, 1 point of blood chi power could increase proficiency by 10%. However, the phantom movement technique only increased by 1%.
Does it have to be this exaggerated? A tenfold difference.
Lin Xinghai felt a bit frustrated. At this moment, he had to agree with Roger's words.
The difficulty of practicing the phantom movement technique was indeed extraordinarily high.
No wonder no one had managed to cultivate it to the minor achievement level.
What he currently mastered was only the entry-level phantom movement technique.
Based on the system's tendencies, it seemed likely that proficiency would need to reach 100% before it could advance to the minor achievement level.
The blood energy required to consume this.
At this moment, Lin Xinghai became even more determined to go out and hunt zombies. The system was like a gold-devouring beast. If he relied solely on genetic potions, he would eventually be drained of all his wealth. As he thought about these things, he followed Jing Huanlian out of the study room.
Roger, who had been waiting outside all along, hurriedly came over and asked, "How did it go?" Lin Xinghai, Roger, how difficult is the phantom movement technique?
Lin Xinghai, it is indeed a bit challenging.
To reach minor mastery, it might take 2 to 3 weeks.
Roger. The two of them reached the first floor, and Roger waved his hand at Jing Huanlian behind him, signaling her not to follow. After she left, Roger patted Lin Xinghai's shoulder and said in a deliberately relaxed tone, "Now that there's no one else around, you don't have to worry about losing face.
Just be honest with your big brother. Do you have confidence in mastering the phantom movement technique?"
Lin Xinghai rolled his eyes at him in annoyance, but he understood that some things couldn't be explained with words. So he opened the system panel, then tapped the plus button repeatedly, directly increasing the proficiency of phantom movement technique beginner to 10%.
Lin Xinghai, there are quite a lot of people here.
Roger, Lin Xinghai, so it's perfect for using the phantom movement technique. Roger seemed to still not quite understand what Lin Xinghai was trying to convey, but he saw the latter had already dashed out. At this moment, the hall was indeed crowded with many people. Under normal circumstances, even walking a bit faster here could easily lead to bumping into someone, let alone Lin Xinghai, who was running at full speed. However, whenever he was about to bump into someone, Lin Xinghai's steps would shift, and his body would dodge at a bizarre angle.
Roger's mouth gradually opened wide. He could tell that Lin Xinghai's movement technique, though not very proficient at the moment, was indeed the phantom movement technique. Already mastered it? Roger almost bit his tongue.
Yes, even though Lin Xinghai's phantom body technique currently has only 10% proficiency, the fact that he can successfully perform it means he has learned it. As for how far he can take this martial art in the future, it's merely a matter of proficiency. Lin Xinghai took only a single breath of time to traverse the entire hall and stand at the entrance of the martial arts hall. At this moment, he was also carefully savoring the phantom body technique. This movement technique, in addition to being unpredictable, also necessarily increases speed. The speed he just displayed definitely reached 33 points. In other words, the phantom movement technique at 10% proficiency can already increase speed by 10%.
If the proficiency of this phantom movement technique reaches 100%, wouldn't his speed directly double when he uses it?
Moreover, he had another thought in his mind that needed verification. Without waiting for Roger behind him, Lin Xinghai activated his speed ability. At this moment, his speed reached 60 points.
Under such circumstances, Lin Xinghai once again used the phantom movement technique. Swipe. His figure moved through the streets like a phantom, and his speed reached a full 66 points. Just as I thought.
Lin Xinghai clenched his fist excitedly. Superpowers and martial arts can be used in combination, and the combined effect of the two is not as simple as addition.
It is multiplication.
For example, if the proficiency of the phantom movement technique is raised to 100%, then he first activates the speed superpower, bringing his speed to 60 points.
The phantom movement technique will then double his speed on this basis, reaching a terrifying 120 points.
Truly worthy of being a Xian-level martial art. Lin Xinghai immediately felt that the 10,000 points spent were absolutely worth it.
Moreover, with such an improvement, the blood energy required to upgrade the phantom movement technique didn't seem so hard to accept anymore.
"Why are you running so fast, kid?" Roger panted heavily as he caught up. His expression was one of shock, and his eyes were filled with confusion. He had truly never heard of anyone who could immediately master a martial art after undergoing memory transmission, and it was even a Xian-level martial art. However, precisely because he had witnessed it, he now had no doubt about Lin Xinghai's earlier claim that he could master the phantom movement technique to the beginner level within 2 or 3 weeks. I'm just too excited because I just learned the martial art," Lin Xinghai said.
Roger nodded non-committally.
If it were him, not to mention running like this, even doing something crazier wouldn't be surprising.
"Alright, you've bought your martial arts.
We should head back to help now," Roger said.
Actually, what is it? Why are you stammering like that?" Roger frowned and said.
"I want to go outside the shelter to hunt zombies," Lin Xinghai said directly.
"We've been so busy these days, our mercenary group hasn't even planned to carry out any missions," Roger said, spreading his hands. "I know. What I mean is, I want to go out alone. What should I do? Are there any procedures I need to apply for?" Lin Xinghai asked. "What? You want to go out alone?"
No, that's too dangerous," Roger instinctively rejected. Now the Rift Sky mercenary group has reached a consensus. As long as Lin Xinghai is nurtured, he will certainly become a stronger figure than Fang Tianhe.
By then, the Rift Sky mercenary group might truly reach its peak. I don't think there's any danger. With my current marksmanship, I can instantly kill even advanced zombies.
Moreover, my speed is fast enough to easily escape if I encounter a horde of zombies.
Additionally, I'm only hunting zombies near the shelter and won't approach the city ruins, so the probability of encountering mutant zombies is extremely low. Therefore, for me, the outside isn't really dangerous, Lin Xinghai analyzed seriously.
The probability of encountering mutated zombies is extremely low, but there's still a chance of running into them.
And besides mutated zombies, don't forget about the Hell Tornado. If you encounter encounter either of these, what will you do? Roger's emotions had calmed down by now, and he asked calmly in return. Lin Xinghai's expression froze. He really wanted to say, I'm not that unlucky. But considering he had already experienced both transmigration and a system, running into hell tornadoes and mutated zombies every time he went out wasn't entirely impossible. Why do you want to go out? At this moment, Roger asked kindly. To practice the phantom technique. You know, under a sense of crisis, my improvement speed is the fastest. Besides, I also want to try close combat with zombies. Lin Xinghai casually gave 2 reasons. In fact, for him, the most important thing was, of course, collecting the power of blood energy. Moreover, he had many ideas he wanted to verify, such as letting the system absorb some primal crystals to see what would happen. These things were difficult to do when going out with the mercenary group, as there were too many people and prying eyes. Hearing the reasons Lin Xinghai mentioned, especially practicing the phantom movement technique, Roger couldn't help but seriously consider it. Roger had witnessed Lin Xinghai's terrifying learning ability in times of crisis. The marksmanship the latter now possessed was the best proof of that. After a while, he finally said, it's not impossible for you to go out. Lin Xinghai's face immediately lit up with joy, but Roger's next words made his expression slightly stiff. But you can't go out alone. I think there's no need to bother the mercenary group with this kind of thing. Lin Xinghai continued to persuade. Don't flatter yourself. I never said to send mercenary group members to accompany you out. Roger finally found an opportunity to tease him with a sarcastic remark. Of course, when facing Lin Xinghai, he wouldn't dare to be as blunt as he was with Su Haishui, so he quickly revealed the answer. What I mean is, you can go to the mercenary guild, join one of those capable hunting squads, and go zombie hunting with them. Lin Xinghai knew he had provoked old Luo too much, so he didn't mind his teasing. Instead, he focused on the latter part of his words. Hunting squads? What are those? Hunting squads are teams formed by mercenaries who haven't joined a mercenary group, Roger explained. There are mercenaries who haven't joined a mercenary group? Lin Xinghai's face showed a look of surprise. Roger replied irritably, why wouldn't there be? Do you think becoming a mercenary automatically means you can join a mercenary group? Mercenary groups are very selective when choosing their members. Okay, so, the mercenaries forming the hunting squad are all the ones left behind? Lin Xinghai frowned deeply. If he had to bring along a few burdens, he might as well go out and hunt zombies alone. That's not entirely true. Some mercenaries left their groups because they were treated unfairly within the mercenary corps, or perhaps they had conflicts with other members and chose to leave, Roger explained. Are you suggesting that I join a hunting squad made up of such mercenaries? Lin Xinghai followed Roger's train of thought. Yes. Only such hunting squads won't drag you down, and more importantly, they have the capability to escape from mutant zombies and hell tornadoes, Roger said. Lin Xinghai was somewhat puzzled. These capable hunting squads may not dare to dream of buying mechas, and they might not even afford armored vehicles, but a multifunctional off-road vehicle costing 20 to 30,000 points if everyone in the team chips in a bit can still be purchased. As long as a few rocket boosters are added, escaping won't be a problem, Roger further explained. Only then did Lin Xinghai suddenly understand. In that case, his safety was indeed guaranteed. Of course, this also comes with a premise, which is not to enter urban areas or some rugged and difficult terrains. Otherwise, even with a rocket booster, the speed won't increase, and if you're unlucky, you might even crash the multifunctional off-road vehicle into pieces. Next, Roger opened his wrist-mounted computer and listed out some of the hunting squads he was familiar with. The hunting squads I sent you are all capable and have a decent reputation. You can start by checking them out. If you really can't find a suitable hunting squad, you can also temporarily form one yourself. Just apply directly to the captain at that time, take a multifunctional off-road vehicle, and head out. Roger reminded him one last time. Lin Xinghai was a bit surprised upon hearing this, and at the same time felt a warm sensation in his heart. Alright, I'll be off now, or the captain will start urging me to return. After sending the list to Lin Xinghai, Roger headed toward the elevator shaft. However, he had barely taken 2 steps when Lin Xinghai grabbed him from behind. Wait, my little ancestor, what else do you want now? Roger said irritably. After spending some time together, Roger subconsciously felt that whenever Lin Xinghai came to him, it was definitely not for anything good. It's a good thing. Isn't that mercenary group recruiting new members? I'm introducing someone to join. Lin Xinghai said innocently. TSK. Let me guess, you just arrived at Starshield Refuge, so it's impossible for you to know many people. So the person you're introducing is either Lu Miaomiao or Wang Yao. Roger's expression suddenly turned a bit gossipy. It's Lu Miaomiao, Lin Xinghai said. Okay, I'll pass the message for you. Others wanting to pull strings might not find it so easy, but since it's you asking, the captain will most likely agree. However, don't expect too much in terms of benefits. I can only help you secure something equivalent to what regular members get, Roger said, patting his chest with an air of loyalty. Lin Xinghai, you misunderstood. I never said anything about pulling strings. Just follow the normal recruitment process for review. Lu Miaomiao's genetic evaluation is a grade. Roger initially looked
at Lin Xinghai with interest, wanting to see how he would argue his case. But when he heard the last sentence, his expression instantly changed. He first looked to both sides and, confirming no one was paying attention to them for the moment, swiftly pulled Lin Xinghai into a nearby corner.
Say it again, what level is Lu Miaomiao's genetic assessment?
Roger stared at Lin Xinghai and asked in a hushed tone.
A level.
Lin Xinghai's response was clear and succinct, but those two words landed in Roger's ears like an explosive thunderclap.
Are you sure there's no mistake?
Roger's breathing became a bit heavy as he asked this question.
Last night, I accompanied them to the gene center for testing.
I saw the results with my own eyes. There's no mistake, Lin Xinghai answered in detail.
Roger stared at Lin Xinghai's face for a long moment before confirming that the other party wasn't joking. While he breathed a sigh of relief, he couldn't help but complain. Do you know what an A-level gene evaluation means? Such an important matter, and you're only telling me now.
Of course I know, but whether she joins our mercenary group depends on Lu Miaomiao's willingness.
She only gave me a definite answer this morning. Besides, I also told her to keep it confidential for now, so don't worry.
Lin Xinghai reassured him instead.
Roger's expression improved significantly upon hearing that Lu Miaomiao was willing to join, but he didn't linger and hurriedly left. His ambition wasn't as grand as Lin Xinghai's.
For such a talent, he naturally had to go all out to win them over.
Watching Roger leave, Lin Xinghai didn't rush to the mercenary guild.
He had already handled everything that needed to be dealt with. Since it was rare for him to visit the upper district, he figured he should take a good look around and memorize some of the important buildings there. Lin Xinghai wandered around the upper district for a full half-hour before taking the elevator to the middle district. Upon reaching the middle district, he continued to stroll leisurely, carefully memorizing the surrounding buildings. In this way, he had now seen the upper, middle, and lower districts, giving him a clear understanding of the complete structure of the Starshield shelter. Moreover, while wandering in the middle district, he found a secluded spot with few people and drank all 20 bottles of genetic medicine from his pocket.
Host, Lin Xinghai. Physique, 25 points. Strength, 21 points. Speed, 30 points. Blood energy power, 107 points. Gene optimization level, 30% plus.
Ability, speed boost. Within 10 seconds, speed increases by 100%. Energy value, 10/10. Basic shooting skills, proficiency 100% plus.
Phantom movement technique, beginner proficiency 10% plus.
Looking at the blood energy force surpassing 100 points, Lin Xinghai felt much more at ease. He even considered whether to increase the proficiency of the phantom movement technique.
However, he ultimately abandoned this idea. After all, with the current speed of his sensory growth, he could complete the transformation by the day after tomorrow at the latest. For now, saving more blood energy force would allow him to directly increase his gene optimization level to 60% at that time. While pondering these thoughts, Lin Xinghai unknowingly arrived at the entrance of the Mercenary Guild. The Mercenary Guild covers an area of over 3,000 square meters, making it the largest building in the entire Middle District. From the sheer scale of the building alone, one can see the guild's transcendent status. Lin Xinghai, with a hint of anticipation, stepped into this place hailed as the Mercenary Sanctuary. As Lin Xinghai stepped into the Mercenary Guild, a cacophony of noise immediately greeted him. In the hall, numerous mercenaries were either standing or sitting, but without exception, their gazes were all fixed on the floor-to-ceiling screen in the center of the hall. The screen continuously refreshed with information, including task details released by the Mercenary Guild, recruitment notices posted by mercenary groups using points, or collaboration requests. On the light screen, there is naturally information about the hunting squads, but the space they occupy is only a small section. Next to the hall is an area even larger than the mission hall, a bar. The main source of noise still comes from the bar. Even though it is only morning, the occupancy rate in the bar has already exceeded half. Many mercenaries are engaged in lively discussions, bragging and chatting. Most of them are there to relieve stress, though a small number are seeking collaboration. And during this process, mercenaries would occasionally have disputes, though they were merely verbal disputes. Here, no mercenary would escalate a verbal dispute into a physical fight. This isn't because mercenaries are particularly civilized, but rather because if they dared to start a fight, they'd be thrown out of the Mercenary Guild within a minute. After Lin Xinghai glanced around at the surroundings, his attention focused on the scrolling information on the large screen, especially the details about hunting squads. Soon, he saw 3 hunting squads listed on the roster provided by Roger. After initially locating the targets, he went to a nearby self-service computer, took out his mercenary badge for scanning, and logged into the internal network of the Mercenary Guild. Then, he began searching for detailed information about those 3 hunting squads. Quickly, Lin Xinghai locked onto a squad named the Alliance of Ability Users.
The hunting squad consists of only 5 members, barely meeting the minimum team formation standard, but surprisingly, all 5 are ability users. Such a lineup is truly luxurious for a hunting squad. In fact, many mercenary groups don't have as many awakened ability users as they do. However, as Lin Xinghai continued to examine the details, his expression became somewhat peculiar. According to the information, the first person displayed is, of course, the captain of this ability user alliance, Gao Shan. Gao Shan's superpower is Earth Wall, which allows him to control the soil on the ground and raise it into a wall of earth. The superpower sounds good, but since the Earth Wall is made of soil, its defensive capability leaves much to be desired. The vice captain is named Ling Xiu, and his superpower is clairvoyance, enabling him to directly see things several kilometers away. If all the detectors fail, his superpower could make him a decent scout. Lin Xinghai's gaze shifted downward, and the next person displayed was a female member named Zhang Meiling. Her ability is to create a clone that can last for 3 minutes. However, this clone has no combat capability and can be easily destroyed when encountering an enemy. Among the 5 people, the only ones Lin Xinghai felt might be somewhat useful were the twin brothers. The 2 brothers are named Huang Nua and Yao Chang. Why do these twins have different surnames? Ahem, don't overthink it. It's just that one takes the father's surname and the other takes the mother's surname. The details are noted in the records. Of course, this isn't what Lin Xinghai is focused on, it's their abilities that matter. Huang Nua's ability is enhancement. After using this ability, it can boost a teammate's physical attributes by 10% for 30 seconds. Yao Cheng's ability is weakening, which reduces an enemy's physical attributes by 10% for 30 seconds. The abilities of these 2 individuals, whether increasing or weakening, have a relatively small impact and are generally not very effective under normal circumstances. However, it depends on where they are applied. If Fang Tianhe is controlling a mech to fight against mutated zombies, and the battle is evenly matched, one of them using an enhancement ability and the other using a weakening ability could very likely determine the outcome of the fight. It can be said that the abilities of these 2 brothers become increasingly significant as they are applied to higher level battles. However, they are huddled within this alliance of supernatural beings, and truly have nothing to show for it. Moreover, after reviewing the profiles of the 5 members, Lin Xing found it quite interesting that none of their abilities actually possessed any offensive power. In a team where everyone leans toward support roles, who exactly are they supposed to assist? Lin Xinghai continued reading. According to the description provided by the Hunters Alliance, their captain, Gao Shan, suffered serious injuries while hunting zombies yesterday and is temporarily unable to continue going out to hunt zombies, so they plan to find someone to fill this vacant position. After reading their information, Lin Xinghai no longer hesitated and walked to the nearby service desk to queue up. In the Mercenary Guild, there are no waiters who come at a wave of the hand. There are plenty of armed guards, but if they need to handle anything, they must go to the service desk here. Fortunately, there were enough service counters, so each queue only had a few people, and Lin Xinghai's turn came quickly. "May I ask what you need assistance with?" the attendant inquired. "I would like to apply to join the Ability Users Alliance squad," Lin Xinghai replied. After checking the information, the attendant asked, "According to the requirements of the Ability Users Alliance squad, the members they recruit must either have awakened abilities or have a genetic optimization level of 60%. May I ask if you meet these requirements, sir?" Got it. Lin Xinghai had seen the other parties team up requirements before coming over. "Alright, please show your mercenary badge." After scanning the mercenary badge Lin Xinghai presented, the attendant continued, "I have registered you here. Please proceed to room 235 on the 2nd floor to personally discuss with the members of the Ability Alliance squad." Lin Xinghai retrieved his mercenary badge and then went up the stairs to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor of the Mercenary Guild is almost entirely made up of rooms, varying in size, which all mercenaries can temporarily rent for discussions and collaborations. After all, not all mercenaries like to discuss cooperation in noisy places like the hall or the bar. Moreover, some collaborations between mercenary groups require a certain level of confidentiality, making renting a room quite suitable in such cases. Following the room number, Lin Xinghai found room 235. Since he had already made an appointment, he scanned his mercenary badge at the door, and the room automatically opened. This was a small room with an area of only 10 square meters. Inside, there was an ordinary coffee table and an ordinary sofa, yet the hourly charge was 10 points. There were 4 people in the small room. Lin Xinghai glanced around and almost immediately matched their appearances with the information he had previously reviewed. The twin brothers must be Huang Nua and Yao Chang. Of course, Lin Xinghai couldn't distinguish who was who for the time being. The young woman sitting quietly to the side is Zhang Meiling. As for the young man standing in the middle with a stern expression looking at him, by process of elimination, that must be Ling Xiu. He was also the one Lin Xinghai paid the most attention to, as the other party, being the vice-captain, was surely the temporary captain for this mission. While Lin Xinghai was observing the people in front of him, they were also observing Lin Xinghai. "Hello, have you awakened a superpower, or has your genetic optimization exceeded 60%? Ling Xiu asked directly after sizing up Lin Xinghai. Lin Xinghai, awakened a superpower. Ling Xiu, what kind of superpower? Lin Xinghai originally intended to reveal his true situation, but as the words reached his lips, he hesitated, because he suddenly realized that his super speed ability seemed to be of no use to this team.
As for his combat strength, these people hadn't seen it firsthand, so they probably wouldn't believe it.
My ability is called shooting. After activation, it guarantees a 100% hit rate on zombies, Lin Xinghai said. Hearing Lin Xinghai say this, the group showed expressions of surprise.
Shooting ability? There's actually such an ability?
Zhang Meiling looked at Lin Xinghai, her eyes full of curiosity and inquiry.
Is your ability also something like enhanced vision? The 100% accuracy you mentioned, is it aimed at which level of zombies? Within how many meters can you achieve 100% accuracy?
At this moment, Ling Xiu, the vice captain, asked several key questions in succession. His ability, clairvoyance, has its most important function in assisting shooting. If the target is an ordinary zombie, then within 100 meters, he dares to claim he can achieve 100% accuracy.
But if it's an intermediate or advanced zombie, that's impossible.
Because zombies of that level are not only fast but also have a strong sense of danger. To hit them, aside from shooting accuracy, precise predictive ability is even more crucial. However, predictive ability requires a wealth of shooting experience to develop, which cannot be compensated for by his clairvoyance ability. Hearing Ling Xiu's detailed inquiry, Lin Xinghai had to focus and carefully replied, "My ability isn't purely about enhancing vision. When I activate my ability, I can hit ordinary zombies with 100% accuracy within 200 meters, intermediate zombies within 100 meters, and advanced zombies within 50 meters. As for mutant zombies, Lin Xinghai didn't mention them because encountering them would definitely mean running away." Lin Xinghai's response instantly left the group stunned. Such an ability was truly too powerful for them to comprehend, especially when Lin Xinghai said that within 50 meters, he could achieve a 100% hit rate on advanced zombies, which was simply unimaginable. For hunting squads like theirs, since they don't dare to venture into urban areas, their greatest threat is not mutated zombies but the occasional appearance of advanced zombies. The terrifying evasion abilities of advanced zombies make it almost unthinkable to hit them unless one's marksmanship reaches a certain level. This can be understood by comparing with Roger, who needs the cooperation of Vice Captain Su Hao to kill an advanced zombie from 30 meters away. Of course, Roger is not incapable of killing advanced zombies on his own, but this requires the advanced zombie to approach within 10 meters or even closer. Such a distance is almost close to the point of hand-to-hand combat.
But sadly, this is also the method most hunting squads use to deal with advanced zombies.
Yesterday, they encountered an advanced zombie. Captain Gaoshan fought desperately to create an opportunity for Ling Xiu to shoot at close range, which is why he suffered serious injuries. If their hunting squad had mercenaries capable of killing advanced zombies from a distance, they could almost rival those newly formed mercenary groups.
Can you really do it? If your shooting skills are that great, why haven't I seen your name on the shooting leaderboard? Ling Xiu asked with a frown.
Lin Xinghai, because I just awakened my ability not long ago and haven't had the chance to challenge it yet.
Ling Xiu, then can you show us? Sure. Lin Xinghai nodded.
Although he does not possess the shooting ability, apart from lacking this ability, he did not lie about anything else.
No matter what kind of test is conducted, there are no issues.
Next, Ling Xiu accompanied Lin Xinghai to the mercenary guild, heading to the shooting training ground on the 3rd floor. Originally, Ling Xiu planned to have the others stay behind to see if there were any more mercenaries wanting to join.
However, the rest of the group all wanted to go and watch.
Ling Xiu thought about it and did not stop them, as if Lin Xinghai's ability was truly as miraculous as he described. Having just him join would be sufficient. Moreover, with fewer people, the loot allocated to each individual can be greater. The 3rd floor of the mercenary guild is entirely dedicated to various training facilities, including shooting ranges, combat training areas, gravity training rooms, and mech simulation driving training grounds, among others. All of these training facilities are equipped with comprehensive supporting instruments. For instance, the shooting range provides various firearms, moving targets, analyzers, and, if needed, even specialized coaches for guidance. "Hello, we'd like to open a shooting training range," Ling Xiu said as he approached the service desk.
"Alright, may I ask what level of training range you'd like to open?" "We have beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels," the female attendant asked.
Ling Xiu did not respond but instead turned his gaze toward Lin Xinghai.
"I'd like to challenge the shooting leaderboard. Could you tell me the process?"
Lin Xinghai said after thinking for a moment.
Since he was already here, he didn't mind getting on the leaderboard or something.
After all, the sky-splitting mercenary group was about to recruit new members soon. Getting the title of sharpshooter at this time should greatly help boost the mercenary group's reputation. Challenging the shooting leaderboard requires a high demand for moving targets, and it costs 1,000 points to access the special training ground, the female attendant said formally, following the regulations.
Lin Xinghai's mouth twitched upon hearing this. This fee really wasn't something an average person could afford.
If you make it into the top 100 of the shooting leaderboard, the challenge fee can be refunded. If you manage to get into the top 10, not only will you receive a bonus every week, but you'll also earn the title of sharpshooter, Ling Xiu, standing to the side, added. Compared to firing a few shots on the training ground, taking on this kind of challenge is certainly a better way to gauge Lin Xinghai's true strength. Moreover, if the opponent can truly kill an advanced zombie from a distance of 50 meters, such marksmanship would undoubtedly place them in the top 100, so there's no need to worry about the fee.
After saying this, Ling Xiu's gaze fell on Lin Xinghai's face.
If the latter didn't even dare to take on such a challenge, then Ling Xiu would remain skeptical about the authenticity of Lin Xinghai's claims. Then, he saw Lin Xinghai, and his previously furrowed brows immediately relaxed.
Alright, then open a special grade training ground for me, Lin Xinghai said as he took out his identity card and swiped 1,000 points for the other party. Okay, please follow me. The female attendant, after collecting the points, led the way ahead.
Although under normal circumstances, the attitude of the mercenary guild's attendants toward mercenaries is usually lukewarm.
But that refers to ordinary mercenaries.
If it's a mercenary leader or some powerful mercenaries, they would receive some preferential treatment, somewhat like VIP clients.
Mercenaries who dare to challenge the shooting leaderboard can also be considered semi-VIP users, so it's not surprising to have a waiter personally guide them. It's not just the waiter, even Ling Xiu and the others had a change in attitude toward Lin Xinghai at this moment. A mercenary capable of entering the top 100 of the shooting rankings is undoubtedly more important than these ability users. After all, every mercenary group has at least one or two ability users, but not every mercenary group has a mercenary ranked in the top 100 of the shooting rankings. Take the Skybreaker mercenary group for example. The best shooter there is Roger, and his shooting ranking is 138th. This is actually quite normal, considering the number of mercenary groups in the Starshield Sanctuary has already reached 100. Although on average, each mercenary group can have a mercenary ranked in the top 100 of the shooting leaderboard.
In reality, these skilled marksmen are often recruited by second-tier or even third-tier mercenary groups. Soon, under the guidance of the waitress, they arrived at the advanced shooting training ground. However, looking at this so-called advanced shooting training ground, Lin Xinghai really doubted whether he had been tricked. The width of this training ground was actually less than 5 meters. Fortunately, the length was 100 meters, which barely met the requirements for shooting practice. But even so, Lin Xinghai still felt it was extremely small. In the shelter, every inch of land must be used as efficiently as possible, so these training grounds are relatively small. But rest assured, they are perfectly suitable for shooting practice, and our facilities are excellent, explained Zhuang Xiao, the female attendant responsible for leading the way. Lin Xinghai nodded after hearing this. He had no other choice, it was impossible for him to ask the mercenary guild to build a shooting range.
After explaining, Zhuang Xiao pressed a button on the wall.
Instantly, the metal wall near the door slowly opened to both sides, revealing an entire wall of firearms. The standard model firearms sold in the Starshield shelter are all here. In addition, the ones below are firearm accessories. You can freely replace them or even assemble your own firearm to use. If you're still not satisfied, you can also apply to use your own firearm for this challenge, Zhuang Xiao said. In fact, many people apply to use their own firearms for challenges. After all, many skilled mercenaries tend to modify their commonly used firearms to some extent.
As for these, Lin Xinghai actually didn't have too many requirements.
His basic shooting skills were applicable to all firearms of the same type. As long as it was an automatic rifle and the differences weren't too significant, it was all the same to him. Of course, there will still be some impact, more or less, so Lin Xinghai walked up to the row of Ripper rifles and chose the G3 model Ripper rifle configured by the Skysplit mercenary group.
Can I test the gun first? Lin Xinghai asked.
Of course you can, Zhuang Xiao replied. Testing the gun is a necessary step. Firearms are like fingerprints, they can never be completely identical, especially the rifling inside the barrel. Such subtle changes, although unnoticeable to those with ordinary shooting skills, become very apparent when handled by someone proficient in marksmanship. Especially when undertaking an extreme shooting challenge, these subtle changes might be the key to determining success or failure. Zhuang Qiao helped activate the moving targets in the training field while handing Lin Xinghai a box of bullets and 10 magazines. Lin Xinghai first loaded bullets into all 10 magazines, then placed them on the folding table within easy reach in front of him, so he could replace the magazines more quickly when needed. It is worth mentioning that Lin Xinghai also discovered that the bullets in the cartridge box were different from ordinary bullets. These bullets, including the bullet heads, were made of regular iron rather than special alloys. Such bullets probably wouldn't even kill ordinary zombies, but for use in the training ground here, they are sufficient. Clack, clack, clack. While Lin Xinghai was loading the magazine, on the other side of the shooting range, fist-sized holes began to appear at the top with the sound of machinery, numbering over 300. At the bottom, the entire metal floor was moved aside, revealing a huge pitch-black hole. Whoosh! An object resembling a tennis ball appeared from the opening at the top, dropped down, and disappeared into the massive hole below, all within less than 2 seconds. Lin Xinghai knew that this was the so-called moving target. 100 meters away, shooting at a tennis ball-sized object, and the time is limited to just 2 seconds. It must be said, the difficulty of this challenge is set quite high right from the start. Of course, Whether the difficulty is high or not also depends on the individual. 3 seconds later, the second tennis ball appeared from the hole at the top and began to fall. Bang! Lin Xinghai casually fired a shot, and the bullet effortlessly pierced through the tennis ball.
So easy to hit? Ling Xiu, watching from the side, raised an eyebrow.
Just from this move alone, he could tell that Lin Xinghai's marksmanship was far superior to his own. If it were him, using an unfamiliar firearm for the first time, he wouldn't dare guarantee hitting the target with the first shot, let alone doing it as effortlessly and casually as Lin Xinghai. It could be said that Lin Xinghai's casual display of skill made Ling Xiu believe about 80% of what he had said earlier.
Not only Ling Xiu,
but the other members of the Alliance of Espers also noticed it. Maybe our hunting squad will have a chance to shine this time, said Huang Nuo, the elder of the twin brothers, unable to hold back his excitement. Due to the nature of his enhancement ability, the stronger the members of the team, the more valuable his ability becomes. Thus, he was almost the most eager for strong reinforcements to join the team. Although the others weren't as thrilled as Huang Nuo, they weren't far off. With dangers lurking everywhere outside the shelter, everyone hoped their companions would be strong. Especially Zhang Meiling. At this moment, her gaze toward Lin Xinghai was already filled with admiration. 3 seconds later, the third tennis ball fell as expected.
Bang! The tennis ball was hit accurately once again. Bang! The fourth tennis ball that appeared was the same. Alright, we can officially start the challenge now.
At this moment, Lin Xinghai spoke while taking out the magazine and reloading it with bullets.
So soon?
Ling Xiu was somewhat stunned. Even Zhuang Xiao, who was waiting nearby, was somewhat surprised. She had received mercenaries challenging the shooting leaderboard if not 100, then at least 80. Which one of them didn't carefully experience the process, striving to achieve the best compatibility with the firearm in their hands? Even if they didn't empty an entire magazine, firing 20 or 30 shots was completely normal. But someone finishing a test shoot after just 3 shots? She truly hadn't seen that before. Brother Lin, why don't you fire a few more shots? It'll help you get more familiar with the firearm, Ling Xiu couldn't help but suggest at this moment.
No need, let's start the challenge,
Lin Xinghai said, glancing at the time on his wrist-mounted computer. It was already 9 in the morning, and he wanted to hunt more zombies.
Seeing Ling Xinghai's insistence, Ling Xiu couldn't say much.
As for Zhuang Xiao on the other side, she naturally had no objections either. She immediately went to the computer nearby and began initiating the challenge program.
In fact, Lin Xinghai wasn't being overly confident.
If someone were to pick up those 3 tennis balls and examine the shooting holes, they would find that the spots where the balls were hit were increasingly closer to the center of the ball. Especially the last tennis ball that was hit, it was struck perfectly in the center. It can be said that, relying on 100% proficiency in basic shooting skills, he truly became familiar with the Ripper rifle in his hands within 3 shots.
Shooting leaderboard challenge, 1-minute countdown begins. Challengers, please prepare. 60, 59, 58.
At this moment, an electronic synthesized voice echoed in the training field. Listening to the countdown, Lin Xinghai took a deep breath and slowly adjusted his emotions. At this moment, Zhuang Xiao, after starting the program, came to his side and gave a final reminder. The entire testing program consists of 7 levels, and each level will feature 100 moving targets.
Hitting all 100 moving targets will count as passing the level. Of course, the shooting challenge allows for mistakes, but the cumulative errors cannot exceed 3.
In other words, if you miss 3 moving targets, you will be declared as failed. In the middle of each level, that is, after the 50th moving target, there will be a 5-second pause for you to change magazines. Finally, to ensure the authenticity and fairness of this challenge, the entire process will be recorded in high definition.
Lin Xinghai nodded, indicating that he understood.
At the same time, he also noticed that a light screen was projected to his right, displaying his information.
Challenger, Lin Xinghai. Stage progress, level 1, 0%. Temporary ranking, 5,276th place.
At the very bottom, there's also a simple progress bar. When Lin Xinghai saw this temporary ranking, he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. This meant that at least 5,276 people had attempted the shooting leaderboard challenge.
Lin Xinghai's first thought was, this mercenary guild is really making a fortune.
Although among these 5,000 people, there are certainly some who don't need to pay fees, the number shouldn't be too high. In the early stages when there are fewer participants, it might be relatively easy to enter the top 100, but as the number of challengers increases later on, it will definitely become more difficult. Among these 5,000 people, assuming 3,000 of them pay the 1,000-point challenge fee, the mercenary guild could earn 3 million points. What's more, Lin Xinghai even feels that this number is far from the limit.
10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, start. As the system countdown ended, a tennis ball shot out from the upper launch port. Bang!
It was hit halfway through its flight. Then came the second, the third, the 10th tennis ball, flying out one after another.
Without exception, all were hit.
At first, Ling Xiu and the others didn't think much of it, but gradually, surprise began to show on their faces. They were not surprised that Lin Xinghai could hit these tennis balls. They were surprised that these tennis balls were always hit precisely in the center.
It was this effortless precision that amazed them.
As the number of tennis balls being launched increased, the speed of the balls also gradually accelerated. At the beginning, each tennis ball took 2 seconds from being launched to hitting the ground, but this time is shortening, having already gone from 2 seconds to 1.5 seconds, and it continues to decrease. In addition, there was originally a 3-second interval between each tennis ball being shot, allowing challengers time to adjust. Now, even this interval is continuously shrinking. Yet despite this, Lin Xinghai still appeared so unhurried, always waiting until the tennis ball was about to fall to the middle position before calmly piercing it with a bullet. Even Ling Xiu and the others had an illusion that Lin Xinghai's shooting seemed to maintain a certain rhythm, unexpectedly giving off a sense of elegance. It wasn't until the middle of level 1, when Lin Xinghai stopped to change the magazine, that they came to their senses.
Lin Xinghai's basic shooting skills were comprehensively improved, which naturally included magazine replacement. From removing the magazine to reloading it, the entire process took less than 2 seconds.
With the remaining time, Lin Xinghai could even glance at the rankings on the light screen. His temporary ranking had unexpectedly reached 3,158th place.
TSK. Did 2,000 people get eliminated in just half a round? Lin Xinghai couldn't help but exclaim.
However, upon careful thought, it didn't seem strange at all. After all, they were shooting at tennis balls moving at high speed 100 meters away, which was inherently extremely challenging. Moreover, what needs to be done is not just 1 or 2 shots, or even 10 or 8 shots, but at least 47 hits to reach this point. Being able to achieve this can indeed be considered excellent marksmanship. In fact, if this were before the apocalypse, when there were no genetically optimized individuals, calling them a king of soldiers would not be an exaggeration.
As the 5-second reload time ended, tennis balls continued to be launched from the shooting port.
Lin Xinghai continued to maintain his own rhythm, piercing them one by one with his shots. Perfect rhythm control, all the way until the end of the first level. At this moment, Lin Xinghai glanced at his temporary ranking, 1,132nd place. Mr. Lin, congratulations on passing the first level.
Please, have a seat. Now, you have a 10-minute intermission. May I ask if there's any drink you'd like or something you'd like to eat? We'll do our best to provide it for you.
At this moment, Zhuang Qiao brought over a chair and said with a big smile.
This enthusiastic attitude was more than twice as warm as before.
Although Lin Xinghai's current ranking is still over 1,000, anyone with common sense can see that this is far from his limit. After all, throughout the entire first stage, Lin Xinghai performed with such ease, and more importantly, he didn't make a single mistake during the entire challenge. As long as the other party can maintain this state, entering the top 100 is almost a certainty.
No need, I'm not tired. Lin Xinghai was momentarily unaccustomed to Zhuang Qiao's enthusiastic attitude. Brother Lin, even if you're not tired, you should maintain your best condition. I know some massage techniques, how about I help you massage your arm to relax a bit first? At this moment, Zhang Meiling also stepped forward and said. This treatment made Ling Xiu and the others envious. They had been teaming up with Zhang Meiling for almost half a year, and she had never treated them like this. But aside from their envy, they could also understand. If the one possessing the shooting ability wasn't Lin Xinghai but another female mercenary, their attitude would probably be even more enthusiastic than Zhang Meiling's. As for Lin Xinghai, at first, he wasn't used to the other's enthusiastic attitude, but once he adapted, he only felt comfortable. Then, he decisively began to enjoy Zhang Meiling's massage and the various drinks brought by Zhuang Qiao.
When he was a child, after being tricked out of a few lollipops by Grandpa Qin, Lin Xinghai understood one truth: not taking advantage when you can is foolish.
Of course, enjoyment is enjoyment, but Lin Xinghai also has his own principles. Don't initiate, don't refuse, don't take responsibility. The time of enjoyment always passes quickly. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had gone by, and the second challenge was about to begin. When the 1-minute countdown started, Lin Xinghai saw the information on the light screen refresh. Challenger, Lin Xinghai. Level progress, level 2, 0%. Temporary ranking, 1,132nd.
This information is all normal, but the originally simple progress bar at the bottom has now undergone a change. At the 56% mark on the progress bar, it is specially highlighted, indicating 100th place. Moreover, as the progress bar moves forward, the rankings that appear also keep advancing. At the 99% mark of the progress bar, the number 76 is displayed.
So, you're saying that as long as my progress exceeds 56% in the second round, I can make it into the top 100? Lin Xinghai couldn't help but ask. Exactly.
Brother Lin, with your shooting skills, as long as you don't make any mistakes, you'll definitely make it into the top 100. Ling Xiu, standing nearby, finally found an opportunity to flatter him with a cheerful smile.
Lin Xinghai, TSK, this is even easier than I imagined. Ling Xiu really wanted to retort, this is not simple.
But recalling Lin Xinghai's performance in the first round, he could only silently step aside.
As the countdown ended, the second round officially began. Whoosh! When the first tennis ball was launched, Lin Lin Xinghai's expression showed a hint of surprise.
Because this tennis ball had shrunk to nearly half its size, becoming as small as an egg.
The tennis ball is halved, doubling the difficulty of the second level. Moreover, the changes are not limited to just the size of the tennis ball.
Previously, all the tennis balls were launched from the same shooting port, but now, the tennis balls randomly appear from the 300 shooting ports at the top.
Interesting,
Lin Xinghai muttered to himself. At the same time, he finally understood why reaching 56% in the second level could rank in the top 100.
The difficulty compared to the first level was indeed exaggerated. Bang 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 bang.
Lin Xinghai kept pulling the trigger of the gun, and for him, it was only at the beginning that it brought him a bit of surprise.
But after quickly adapting, with the shooting skills he possessed, the second level was actually not much different from the first.
In fact, the biggest difference might be that he cleared the level even faster. Because in the second level, the frequency of tennis balls being launched was shortened to 1 every second.
Moreover, not only did the frequency increase, but the firing speed also accelerated.
The time it took for the tennis ball to appear from the shooting port and hit the ground was shortened to just 1 second. So, after only 50 seconds, Lin Xinghai entered the mid-round reloading phase.
Amazing, Brother Lin is so powerful.
Everyone was racing against time to shower praises. Now they were no longer considering whether Lin Xinghai could make it into the top 100.
Instead, they were speculating about what rank Lin Xinghai could ultimately achieve. After changing the magazine, Lin Xinghai also took a moment to glance at the screen.
His ranking had already risen to 156th place.
Bang, 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 bang.
When the 5-second reload time ended, Lin Xinghai seamlessly switched to shooting mode. Another 50 seconds passed, and Lin Xinghai once again cleared the level flawlessly. In the next moment, even Ling Xiu couldn't help but come over to flatter him. As for what dignity is, at this moment, it no longer mattered. After all, no matter how thick-skinned one is, encountering danger outside the shelter won't help him fend off harm. But having a teammate like Lin Xinghai could save his life. Ling Xiu, Brother Lin, I've been a mercenary for so long, and you're the best marksman I've ever seen.
Xuan Qiao, that's right.
I've seen quite a few mercenaries challenge the shooting rankings and make it into the top 100, but I've never seen anyone as effortlessly skilled as you, Mr. Lin.
Zhang Meiling, Big Brother Lin, let me give you another massage.
Later, you'll definitely pass the third level flawlessly.
Huang Nua, Brother Lin, I reckon you're about to make a name for yourself. After today, there will definitely be many mercenary groups trying to recruit you.
As for Yao Chang, who is usually more reserved, he isn't skilled at this kind of flattery and didn't know what to say for a moment.
Finally, he managed to squeeze out, can you become number 1?
As soon as these words were spoken, the few people who were originally ready to chime in instantly fell silent.
How were they supposed to respond to that? And it's not just them, Lin Xinghai also found it hard to answer. Saying no, wouldn't that be losing face? Saying yes, if he ultimately couldn't become first, wouldn't that be even more embarrassing?
If you can't speak properly, just step aside. Huang Nua couldn't help but reprimand, then turned to Lin Xinghai with a cheerful smile and said, Brother Lin, my younger brother is always like this. You.
No problem.
Lin Xinghai waved his hand, then asked with great interest, how far has the first place on the leaderboard reached? Regarding this question, Ling Xiu and the others didn't know the answer, so they all turned their gaze toward Zhuang Qiao. After recalling for a moment, Zhuang Qiao said, Level 5, progress, 76%. Lin Xinghai listened and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. The difficulty between the first and second levels of this shooting challenge has increased significantly. If the difficulty of each level increases this drastically, then reaching the 5th level would truly require exceptional marksmanship.
Interesting. Lin Xinghai's gaze finally became serious.
As he spoke, he took a sip of orange juice, flexed his wrist, and then said, let's start the 3rd level. Zhuang Qiao moved her lips slightly, but seeing the serious expression on Lin Xinghai's face, she ultimately didn't dare to persuade him.
She nodded and went to activate the program for the 3rd checkpoint. As the countdown began, Lin Xinghai adjusted his state, preparing for the new changes in the checkpoint. Whoosh!
A tennis ball shot out, and just as Lin Xinghai had expected, it had shrunk again, only the size of a ping-pong ball. As one tennis ball after another flew out, Lin Xinghai quickly realized that the greatest difficulty of the 3rd level was not that the tennis balls had shrunk, rather, the rhythm would be disrupted. In the 2nd level, whether the speed increased or the balls flew out from different shooting ports, the frequency of ball release remained constant, and the shooting speed was also unchanged. But at this moment, both are changing irregularly.
Sometimes the interval between the two balls is less than 1 second, but other times it extends to 2 seconds.
Moreover, the shooting speed is completely different, some are fast, some are slow.
There are even instances where the later tennis ball lands faster than the earlier one.
Under such irregular ball returns, even Lin Xinghai had to focus his attention to handle each tennis ball, no longer able to remain as casual as before.
Phew!
When the 3rd stage ended, Lin Xinghai couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, and for the first time, he felt fatigue. He glanced at the screen, his ranking had already risen to 28th place. The few people waiting on the side immediately started started flattering him. But Lin Xinghai was no longer in the mood to listen. He simply asked Zhang Meiling to massage his arm and then closed his eyes to rest. Seeing this, the others obediently shut their mouths as well. The training ground instantly fell silent, but their eyes were all filled with excitement. They all had a strong premonition that today they might witness the birth of a sharpshooter. This time, Lin Xinghai did not start early but used up the entire 10-minute break. He only opened his eyes when the countdown began. He glanced at the light screen beside him, and sure enough, the progress bar for the 4th level had been refreshed. At 38% on the progress bar, the 10th place was marked in red font. His gaze continued to move, and at 98% on the progress bar, he saw the label for the 4th place. Only 3 people managed to pass the 4th stage? Lin Xinghai's gaze carried a hint of seriousness. Whoosh! However, even though Lin Xinghai had mentally prepared himself, when he saw the first sphere fly out, his eyes still revealed a trace of surprise. Lin Xinghai was shocked because what flew out wasn't a tennis ball, but an iron ball. The iron ball was even faster, taking at most 0.5 seconds from the moment it shot out to the moment it hit the ground. 0.5 seconds. This was truly cutting it to the extreme. And the most terrifying part wasn't just the speed. What was frightening was that the walls on both sides of the shooting range seemed to have a magnetic device installed, which was now releasing an irregular magnetic field. This directly led to the iron balls shooting downward being pulled by the magnetic field, constantly changing their trajectory during the descent. Faced with such changes, even Lin Xinghai felt a bit flustered, barely managing to hit the first iron ball. Moreover, unlike before, this time he failed to hit the center of the iron ball. The bullet only struck the edge. It can be said that he was just a hair's breadth away from missing entirely. However, Lin Xinghai's shooting skill proficiency had reached 100%, even at the beginner level, allowing him to quickly adjust. So when the second iron ball flew out of the shooting port, Lin Xinghai's accuracy had already recovered, successfully hitting the second iron ball. It's just that the expression on his face remained serious, as this required him to be fully focused to achieve it. But this high level of concentration places a significant burden on his mental state, akin to a constantly tightened string that could snap at any moment. To put it simply, if this continues, he is very likely to make a mistake. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. Lin Xinghai was shooting with all his might with every shot. However, by the 20th shot, accuracy inevitably began to decline. Although he still hit the iron ball, it only struck the edge. This won't work if it goes on like this. Lin Xinghai frowned deeply, pondering a solution in his mind. Suddenly, he felt a stir in his heart and released his perception. His perception had already reached 140 meters, fully capable of covering the entire training field, which naturally included the iron balls shooting out. Although the things perceived might be somewhat blurry, it was more than sufficient for Lin Xinghai. The objects detected by perception are directly imprinted into the brain, allowing for a faster reaction than what the eyes can see. In this way, he essentially first used his perception to roughly screen everything, and then observed with his eyes. This immediately made Lin Xinghai feel much more relaxed. If his attention previously needed to be 100% focused, now he only needed to concentrate 80% of his attention. With this 20% as a buffer, Lin Xinghai's margin for error could be greatly improved. The most intuitive manifestation is that he has once again become composed. Even Ling Xiu and the others watching from the side noticed something unusual. They saw Lin Xinghai's originally serious expression suddenly relax, and while feeling puzzled, they also began to look forward to it. Because now Lin Xinghai is getting closer and closer to the 10th place on the leaderboard. But until the last moment, no one can be certain whether Lin Xinghai can make it into the top 10. Although there are 3 chances to make mistakes, in such an ultra-high intensity challenge, a single mistake often leaves no time for adjustment before the next iron ball arrives. On this point, Zhuang Qiao has the most authority to speak. She has truly witnessed many times when mercenaries who originally had a chance to break into the top 100 made a single mistake, and without timely adjustments, they subsequently missed consecutive tennis balls and directly GG'd. Therefore, in this process of competing for rankings, one must never relax until the very last moment. However, the thing they were worried about did not happen. Soon, the progress of the 4th level exceeded 38%, and Lin Xinghai's temporary ranking on the light screen was instantly updated to 10th place. If Lin Xinghai were not still in the midst of a tense challenge, the group would probably have exclaimed in surprise. Even Zhuang Qiao, for the first time, witnessed the birth of a sharpshooter with her own eyes. However, sharpshooters also have rankings, and it is clear that Lin Xing is not satisfied with being ranked 10th. Moreover, he indeed has the ability to continue challenging higher positions. The rankings refresh quickly, and in these extreme challenges, the difference between one rank and the next might just be a matter of holding on for a few more seconds. Thus, Lin Xinghai's temporary ranking quickly jumped to 9th, then 8th, and by the time of the mid-game reload, his ranking had already reached 7th. Brother Lin, impressive. Brother Lin, congratulations on becoming a sharpshooter. Mr. Lin, I reckon you are the youngest sharpshooter in the history of our mercenary guild. During the 5 seconds of reloading, various compliments arrived as expected. In response, Lin Xinghai merely nodded as an answer, while his gaze shifted to the nearby light screen. Looking at the 7th ranking, Lin Xinghai didn't feel much joy. Instead, he was somewhat impressed that the sharpshooters on the list truly lived up to their reputation. Their marksmanship is probably on par with his own. If he hadn't had a sudden inspiration to use perception as an aid, he might have made it into the top 10, but reaching 50% progress in the 4th stage would likely have been his limit. Of course, this doesn't rule out the possibility that others also used perception as an aid. After all, the length of this training ground is only 100 meters, and as long as the 3rd genetic lock is broken, the sensory ability is enough to cover the entire design training ground. But no matter what, the shooting proficiency of those people is definitely not low. Even if it hasn't reached 100%, it's at least above 95%. Of course, Lin Xinghai only briefly thought about these ideas in his mind. The 5-second reload time passed in the blink of an eye. Bang 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 bang. Lin Xinghai instantly entered a focused shooting state. The progress of the 4th level was advancing rapidly, and Lin Xinghai's ranking was continuously improving. He quickly surged to 6th place, then to 5th place, and by the time he successfully cleared the level, his ranking had already risen to 4th. He was just one step away from the top 3. This scene once again made Ling Xiao and the others hold their breath. Although the top 10 are sharpshooters, there are still differences between sharpshooters. Especially if one can make it into the top 3, the value of being a sharpshooter will increase significantly. Even if Lin Xinghai ends the challenge with his current results, it would be enough to shock all the tier 3 mercenary groups. But if he can make it into the top 3, it wouldn't be surprising even if those 3rd tier mercenary leaders personally came to invite Lin Xinghai. Ling Xiao thought about such a powerful figure joining their hunting squad, even temporarily, and it made him feel a sense of suffocation. When Lin Xinghai passed the 4th stage, he immediately stepped forward, wanting to continue currying favor. However, before he could speak, Lin Xinghai waved his hand. I need to rest well to prepare for the upcoming 5th stage. As Lin Xinghai closed his eyes to rest, the scene instantly fell silent. No one dared to disturb him at this moment. After all, this was a critical moment that determined whether he could enter the top 3 of the shooting rankings. If their disturbance caused Lin Xinghai to perform abnormally, no one would dare to face the wrath of a sharpshooter. So everyone could only stand quietly aside and wait, though there were exceptions. At this moment, Zhang Meiling was busy massaging Lin Xinghai's arm. This made the others envious. If Lin Xinghai could achieve good results, this favor could be either significant or trivial. But the others could only envy, as in the apocalypse, who would bother to learn such things. 10 minutes passed quickly. Although it wasn't a long time, it was enough to help Lin Xinghai relax his slightly tense nerves. After moving his arm a bit, he realized that Zhang Meiling's massage technique was quite effective, as the soreness and swelling in his arm had completely disappeared. He nodded at Zhang Meiling, then picked up the Ripper rifle, listening to the countdown as he gradually entered shooting mode. Standing nearby, Zhang Meiling watched Lin Xinghai's actions. If it weren't for the tense atmosphere, she might have screamed in excitement. She knew that her efforts to please him had definitely paid off. Perhaps the small favor you lend today might help her solve a big problem in the future. Lin Xinghai listened to the countdown and glanced at the progress bar of the 5th level that had just refreshed on the light screen. The 3rd place was at 21%, the 2nd place at 38%. As for the 1st place, just as Zhuang Qiao mentioned, it was at 76% on the progress bar. The gap between the 2nd and 3rd places and the 1st place seems quite significant. Lin Xinghai couldn't help but mutter, 3, 2, 1, start. As the system countdown was about to end, Lin Xinghai was the first to release his perception. Whoosh! The iron ball had not yet flown out of the shooting port when Lin Xinghai had already vaguely sensed it. The volume hasn't decreased, but the speed has increased. Almost instantly, Lin Xinghai made a judgment. It can be said that with the assistance of perception, he no longer needs to worry about being caught off guard. Even if the difficulty increases, he can still remain confident. Bang! The bullet accurately hit the iron ball. But this is just the beginning. The 2nd and 3rd iron balls immediately shoot out from the remaining firing ports. Overall, compared to the 4th level, there aren't any new tricks added. The only change is the speed at which the iron balls are launched, which keeps accelerating. This increase in speed has occurred in every previous level and, compared to other changes, is not considered significant. But when it comes to level 5, it's completely different. Because the speed is increased based on level 4, and in level 4, the iron ball only takes 0.5 seconds to hit the ground after being launched. This speed has already approached the limit. At this point, increasing the speed further at this limit, Lin Xinghai's expression grew increasingly grave because he realized that when the iron ball took only 0.4 seconds to fly out of the shooting port and hit the ground, he was gradually unable to keep up with such speed. However, the speed of the flying iron ball continued to increase, and when it reached 0.3 seconds, fine beads of sweat had already appeared on Lin Xinghai's forehead. He had been giving it his all from the very beginning, so at first, he always aimed to hit the iron ball just as it flew out of the shooting port. But as the speed of the iron ball increased, the position where he hit the ball slowly began to drop. At this point, it was only the 15th iron ball, and he could barely hit it before it hit the ground. Lin Xinghai was well aware that this was not a technical issue but rather that his body's reaction speed couldn't keep up with the speed of his thoughts. To solve this problem, there were only two solutions. The first was to use the system to forcibly enhance his strength. Once his gene optimization level increased, his physical fitness would naturally improve as well.
Moreover, the enhancement wouldn't need to be too significant.
As long as the gene optimization level was raised to 40%, it would be enough to resolve the current issue. But the system clearly warned that forcibly upgrading could potentially leave hidden dangers. Moreover, even if there were no hidden dangers, if perception no longer increased after the forced upgrade, he would suffer a huge loss. So this thought only flashed through his mind briefly before he immediately dismissed it.
The second method, however, is much simpler and poses no risks.
It involves dual-wielding pistols, just like when dealing with the Blood Demon. With the aid of perception, even though dual-wielding might slightly reduce accuracy, it should still be able to hit these iron balls. But now, bringing another gun over would definitely be too late, so he could only apply to start the challenge again. However, Lin Xinghai thought about it and ultimately dismissed this idea. It's not that he found it troublesome. If he dominated the rankings and became the top sharpshooter in the entire Starshield shelter, it would be akin to being placed under a spotlight, attracting everyone's attention. At that time, anyone with a bit of energy could find out that he had only entered the Starshield shelter 3 days ago, and back then he wasn't even a gene optimizer. So how did he transform from a rookie into the top sharpshooter in just 3 days? Although he had already come up with an explanation, he couldn't treat everyone like fools. Perhaps captains like Fang Tianhao wouldn't probe too deeply, but there would always be someone who wanted to dig deeper, and some might even let their imagination run wild. So he still doesn't plan to dominate the rankings. By taking second place, at least it won't be so sensational. In this way, the news will take longer to ferment and spread throughout the mercenary guild. Even if it's delayed by a day or two, his strength will improve significantly. Thinking of this, he felt much more relaxed and then brought out a method he had thought of earlier, though it wasn't really a proper solution.
Regarding the situation in the field, Lin Xinghai had a very clear understanding.
He knew that hitting 2 more iron balls would push him to his limit. So, after firing 2 shots, he decisively gave up on the next iron ball that flew out without hesitation. Using this brief 0.3 seconds for adjustment, he re-aimed the muzzle at the shooting port above, waiting for the next iron ball to appear. The crowd watching nervously from the side felt their hearts tighten when they saw Lin Xinghai suddenly miss an iron ball. Meanwhile, the light screen beside them immediately displayed the first mistake. But what they were worried about, a series of mistakes, did not happen. Lin Xinghai seamlessly connected to another iron ball. Moreover, his progress quickly surpassed 21%, and the temporary ranking on the light screen changed to 3rd place.
Entered the top 3.
Everyone, overwhelmed with excitement, instinctively held their breath, fearing that even the sound of their breathing might disturb Lin Xinghai. Next, when the progress bar reached 35%, Lin Xinghai made another mistake. At this point, everyone could see that Lin Xinghai had actively abandoned that iron ball to make adjustments. This was undoubtedly a very good strategy, and after the second adjustment, he successfully surpassed the 2nd place and launched an assault toward the throne of 1st place. However, at this moment, Lin Xinghai had truly reached his limit, and the difficulty of the 5th stage was still increasing. In the end, Lin Xinghai used up his 3rd mistake in 1 adjustment period, achieving 67% completion of the 5th stage, securing the position of the 2nd sharpshooter on the shooting leaderboard. Seeing that the assessment had ended, Lin Xinghai couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. The difficulty of this 5th level is truly overwhelming, even for him. Using a Ripper rifle, he really gave it his all. But even so, he still couldn't take 1st place. Honestly, Lin Xinghai had some admiration for the person who came in first. To be fair, he had some admiration for all sharpshooters, as those people didn't rely on any system. Their marksmanship was honed through sheer practice. As for the setup of this level, Lin Xinghai only has 2 words to say: insane. In this 5th level, the further it progresses, the faster the iron balls move.
According to Lin Xinghai's estimation, by the end, the time left for him to shoot the iron balls will be reduced to 0.2 seconds.
If that's really the case, even with dual guns in both hands, he wouldn't be able to pass this 5th level, unless he upgrades his shooting skills to an intermediate level. Lin Xinghai shook his head and stopped thinking about these matters. As soon as he put down the gun, Ling Xiu and the others immediately rushed forward. However, at this moment, everyone was being somewhat cautious and didn't know how to start speaking for a while.
Judging solely from the results, ranking 2nd on the shooting leaderboard is definitely an achievement worth celebrating.
However, the gap with the 1st place is only 9% in checkpoint progress, which isn't a significant difference.
With a bit of luck, it might even be surpassed. From this perspective, even being in 2nd place feels regrettable.
So, the few of them couldn't figure out what Lin Xinghai's mood was at the moment. They didn't dare to speak rashly, fearing their flattery might backfire.
Of course, staying silent wasn't an option either. Finally, Ling Xiu cautiously said, "Brother Lin, would you like to try the challenge again? With preparation, you can definitely take 1st place."
No need. 2nd place is acceptable. vehicle. There's no need to waste more time, Lin Xinghai said.
Ling Xiu, is this even human speech? What do you mean by can also accept? That's second place, which is incredible for others, okay?
Of course, whatever Lin Xinghai says, he can only listen and must agree. Indeed, with your strength, you can take first place anytime when you're free. The others also chimed in with their flattery. After a round of compliments, Zhuang Xiao said, Mr. Lin, since you don't plan to continue challenging, I'll upload your final ranking. Starting next week, you'll receive 900 points every week, credited to your card.
Lin Xinghai nodded.
These points could be considered a benefit for sharpshooters. 1,000 points for first place, 900 points for second place, 800 points for third place, and so on. Next, the group followed Zhuang Xiao back, while Lin Xinghai still had to input some data and handle other matters. On the way back, Ling Xiu, who was walking beside him, opened his mouth several times but ultimately closed it again, looking as if he had something to say but couldn't bring himself to.
If you have something to say, just say it directly.
Lin Xinghai looked at him, feeling uncomfortable on his behalf. Seeing Lin Xinghai ask, Ling Xiu took a deep breath and directly said, well, actually, the few of us want to form our own mercenary group, but we lack a powerful leader.
Would you be interested?
Lin Xinghai was initially a bit stunned upon hearing this, then couldn't help but laugh. Sorry, I've already joined a mercenary group. This time, it was Ling Xiu's turn to look shocked.
He really wanted to say, if you already have a mercenary group, then why did you come looking for the hunting squad? Are you messing with us?
However, he only dared to say this in his heart. On the surface, he still forced a smile, though it was slightly unnatural. Lin Xinghai could guess what the other party was thinking, so he explained, the mercenary group I belong to has already met the requirements for promotion and is applying to become a level 2 mercenary group. We won't be taking on any missions these days, so I decided to come out on my own. Ling Xiu felt relieved after hearing this. Although he couldn't invite the other party to join, he thought it would still be nice to carry out a mission together and build a good relationship. Soon, they followed Zhuang Xiao back to the workstation. Lin Xinghai then took out his identity card, completed a simple registration, and the process was done. Afterward, the group headed to the first floor lobby of the Mercenary Guild. The Mercenary Guild has a fairly comprehensive system. Even for someone like Lin Xinghai who temporarily joins a hunting squad, registration is required. If any issues arise during this mission, the Mercenary Guild can conduct an in-depth investigation, serving as a form of protection for both parties. Arriving at the first floor lobby, Ling Xiu watched Lin Xinghai complete the registration process and officially become a temporary member of their ability user squad, feeling a subtle sense of relief in his heart. He was also worried that this formidable figure might suddenly decide not to cooperate with them.
Brother Lin, shall we go take on a mission now? Ling Xiu asked.
Although he was nominally the leader of this hunting squad, in the post-apocalyptic environment where strength was paramount, he had to fully respect Lin Xinghai's opinion. Upon hearing about taking on a mission, Lin Xinghai frowned slightly and said directly, I don't want to do any missions.
To be honest, I just want to go out and hunt zombies.
I joined the hunting squad because you have a multifunctional off-road vehicle, which can help us escape quickly if we encounter mutated zombies. Ling Xiu was slightly stunned. He hadn't expected Lin Xinghai to speak so bluntly. However, he does prefer being straightforward, without having to guess back and forth. You want to go out and hunt zombies, which doesn't conflict with us taking on missions.
We can accept those zombie-clearing missions, Ling Xiu said.
Lin Xinghai wasn't very familiar with these missions, as he had just become a mercenary himself. But upon hearing that it was a zombie-clearing mission, he certainly wouldn't object.
Earning some points while hunting zombies, why not? If it's a cleanup mission, that's fine, but don't choose one that requires going to the city. I don't want to encounter mutated zombies.
Ling Xiu nodded repeatedly, then went to the self-service computer nearby and began searching for a suitable mission. In fact, he already had an idea of what kind of mission to undertake, so his search was very focused, and he found one in no time.
Brother Lin, this mission involves going to Qingtang Town to clean up zombies.
It's a small town 50 kilometers away from our shelter. We've carried out several missions in Qingtang Town before and haven't encountered any mutated zombies, nor have we heard of any appearing there.
What do you think? Ling Xiu asked.
Lin Xinghai took 2 steps forward, looked at the screen, and found that this was a long-standing mission. Previously, 67 hunter squads and 5 mercenary groups had taken on this mission. This type of clearing mission likely requires eliminating all zombies in the target area before the mission can be considered complete. As for the mission rewards, they were clearly listed above. Killing one ordinary zombie earns 1 point, intermediate zombies earn 2 points, and advanced zombies earn 4 points. Additionally, the entire mission needs to be recorded to prove how many zombies were killed.
Alright, let's choose this mission then. Hearing Lin Xinghai's agreement, a joyful expression immediately appeared on Ling Xiu's face.
With someone like Lin Xinghai joining the team, perhaps they can really take a look at the place they discovered earlier.
Brother Lin, I wonder if you have any specific requirements regarding the mission's rewards? After confirming the mission, Ling Xiu asked.
Lin Xinghai seemed a bit puzzled. It's like this, if a temporary member joins a hunting squad, it will be classified as a temporary team. Under such circumstances, generally speaking, we first determine the distribution plan for the rewards of this mission. When accepting the mission, the Mercenary Guild will also confirm this and ensure fairness. This can minimize the likelihood of disputes or similar issues arising afterward. Moreover, aside from the distribution plan, even the funding ratio for purchasing supplies before executing the mission is usually discussed in advance, Ling Xiu explained. This also reflects the well-established system of the Mercenary Guild. After all, for the shelter, every mercenary is valuable. Even if they must sacrifice themselves, it should be in the fight against zombies, not in internal conflicts over interests.
Lin Xinghai listened and couldn't help but nod.
He wholeheartedly agreed with these measures.
It's better to lay out the harsh truths up front than to argue over them later. What suggestions do you have for the distribution plan?
Lin Xinghai asked. He really didn't understand much about these matters. Instead of proposing something himself, it was better to let the other party speak first. If dissatisfied, he could then negotiate for better terms.
As for the distribution plan, considering your capabilities far exceed ours, I suggest a 60-40 split.
You take 60% of the total revenue, and the remaining 40% will be divided among the four of us.
As for the supplies needed before the mission, they are mostly bullets.
My suggestion is that each person contributes 1/5 of the points. We can buy more bullets, and if there are any leftovers, we can apply for a refund afterward and split the refund according to this ratio. These conditions were clearly something Lin Xiu had thought of beforehand, as he spoke them effortlessly. Hearing this, Lin Xinghai was somewhat stunned. These terms were obviously tailored by Lin Xiu to curry favor with him.
Would Lin Xinghai refuse such a favorable deal? Of course not.
If he refused, he would feel guilty and uncomfortable for several days.
All right, let's do it your way,
Lin Xinghai nodded and said with a smile. Next, they went to line up, submit the hunting squad's information, and then take on a mission. These matters naturally didn't require Lin Xinghai to worry about. Ling Xiu could handle them all on his own. Under Zhang Meiling's invitation, he came to the bar next to the hall, a convenient place to rest and of course, to have a drink. With Zhang Meiling's recommendation, Lin Xinghai ordered a cocktail called Blood Apocalypse. Zhang Meiling ordered a drink called Starry Sky, while Huang Nuo and Yao Chang surprisingly ordered 2 large glasses of white liquor. Lin Xinghai hadn't expected that these two brothers seemed to be quite good drinkers. As for whether drinking would cause trouble, he wasn't really worried. With the powerful metabolic ability of a gene optimizer, he could metabolize several hundred milliliters of liquor in less than half an hour.
Picking up the Scarlet Apocalypse, Lin Xinghai took a sip, and his brows couldn't help but furrow.
His first impression was, it tastes awful. Compared to the cocktails in his memory, it was completely on a different level. He frowned slightly, but seeing the people around him, they all seemed to be drinking with great enthusiasm.
Could it be that the wine of the future era is all of this style?
He took another sip, but felt it was truly a bit strange, so he placed the glass on the table.
Brother Lin, what's wrong?
If you don't like this cocktail, I'll immediately get you another one. Zhang Meiling noticed Lin Xinghai's unusual expression and quickly said, no need, maybe I haven't had alcohol for too long, this drink feels strange, I'm not used to it, Lin Xinghai explained.
Hearing this, Zhang Meiling thought for a moment and asked, have you never had a drink here at the Mercenary Guild?
Yes. Lin Xinghai nodded, then picked up the glass again. He figured he would definitely be drinking in the future, so he felt it was necessary to get used to the taste of these future drinks in advance.
Oh, it's your first time drinking, so it's normal to feel this way.
The alcohol here at the Mercenary Guild is all industrial alcohol mixed with water, plus some food additives, Zhang Meiling said. Lin Xinghai's hand trembled slightly as he held the glass, then calmly set it down again. Industrial alcohol mixed with water, he asked for confirmation. No wonder he felt the drink was so strange.
Yes, in the apocalypse, food is so scarce, how could it be used to brew alcohol? So it's basically made from industrial alcohol mixed with water. But since everyone here is genetically optimized, aside from the poor taste, it's not really a big deal. But if we can get real liquor from outside, no matter the brand, it can be sold for a fortune when brought back, Zhang Meiling said, her eyes seemingly sparkling like little stars. At the same time, her gaze kept darting toward Lin Xinghai. Whether they could get real liquor from that place ultimately depended on Lin Xinghai. Lin Xinghai, of course, was unaware of the little thoughts in her mind. In any case, he had no intention of drinking the liquor and simply sat quietly in his seat, waiting. Fortunately, Ling Xiu didn't keep him waiting for long. He returned in less than 5 minutes. All right, everything is settled, Ling Xiu said. Next comes purchasing supplies.
Of course, before that, they can first apply for firearms and equipment. This way, after buying the supplies, they won't have to wait and can set off immediately.
Applying for equipment is also very simple.
Just find any self-service computer, input the mission number and personal information, then submit it. Of course, for someone like Lin Xinghai, he can only apply for personally owned firearms. For items like multifunctional off-road vehicles, armored vehicles, or even mechas, if he wants to apply for them, he must have a document signed by the regiment leader. Submitted the application, the group went back up to the second floor of the Mercenary Guild, where there was a trading hall. Here, transactions between mercenaries can take place, as well as trades with the Mercenary Guild. Purchasing bullets and similar activities are also conducted here. These tedious tasks are generally avoided by veteran mercenaries, but since Lin Xinghai was encountering them for the first time, he was naturally full of interest. In the trading hall, the prices of the numerous weapons and equipment are all clearly marked.
For example, the Ripper rifle is priced between 800 and 900 points depending on the model.
Hand cannons are slightly cheaper, but still cost over 600 points. As for various models of sniper rifles, they are the most expensive, generally priced above 2,000 points. Compared to firearms, cold weapons with various functions are not much cheaper either. Take the shock dagger, for example, its price is set at 400 points. As for slightly larger melee weapons, such as broadswords or giant axes, their prices are even higher, generally exceeding 1,000 points.
The fact that these melee weapons are more expensive than firearms was something Lin Xinghai found utterly unbelievable at first.
However, upon considering that prices are determined by the buyer's market, he felt somewhat relieved. If it weren't for the existence of gene optimizers in this era, setting such high prices for melee weapons would make them impossible to sell. Of course, compared to these, he feels that the price of bullets is the most expensive. From asking for recommendation votes at noon until now, the recommendation votes have increased by 2,300.
Thank you all for your support. Regardless of whether the new book chart can enter the top 20 tomorrow, here's the third bonus chapter for you.
If it goes through, I'll continue adding more updates tomorrow.
These bullets vary in price depending on their type. Ordinary Ripper rifle bullets are the cheapest, but they still cost 5 points each. 5 points may not seem like much, but keep in mind, bullets can't be bought just one at a time. If you encounter a horde of zombies, you could fire off hundreds of bullets in mere minutes. Even if the hunting squad has few members, purchasing 500 bullets is almost the minimum guarantee, and buying 1,000 bullets is considered more secure. And how many points are needed for 1,000 bullets? A full 5,000 points. And this is for a one-time consumable item. If some teams are not strong enough, going out and encountering any issues might result in not even recovering their costs. Moreover, such situations happen frequently. After all, a single ordinary crystal sold to the Mercenary Guild is worth only 20 points. In other words, if a zombie cannot be killed within 4 shots, it will definitely result in a loss. Don't be fooled by how easily the members of the sky-splitting mercenary group seem to hunt ordinary zombies most of the time. They can handle it with a single bullet, and even if they miss once, the second shot is guaranteed to kill. But that's because the sky-split mercenary group follows an elite path with strict selection criteria. Moreover, those with poor shooting skills obediently use hand cannons. As for average-level mercenaries, they typically need 2 to 3 bullets to kill a single zombie. If it's a rookie, then there's no guarantee. Zombies need to be hit in the head to die, and since they can dodge, it's common for rookies to fire a dozen or 20 shots without being able to kill a zombie. This is also why so many gene optimizers cannot become mercenaries, and even if they do, they cannot join mercenary groups.
Back to the main topic. In summary, the cost of purchasing bullets is the major expense. This is also the reason why sharpshooters hold such a high status, because only they can achieve the greatest benefit for the mercenary group with the least expenditure. Lin Xinghai and the others discussed briefly and spent a total of 10,000 points to purchase 2,000 ordinary bullets. Bullets are always good to have in abundance, and there's no need to worry about wasting them. Any extras can be refunded. In addition to regular bullets, special bullets are also a must-buy. Naturally, the price of special bullets is higher.
An armor-piercing round costs 30 points. As for incendiary rounds, they require 35 points.
Apart from these two types of special bullets, Lin Xinghai also saw freezing rounds and corrosive rounds. According to the information provided, the freezing rounds contain liquid nitrogen in their warheads. Upon hitting the target, the liquid nitrogen sprays out, creating an instant freezing effect.
It's akin to a weaker version of the frost ability, and its price is the same as incendiary rounds, 35 points.
Among all the special bullets, perhaps the most unique is the corrosive round. Inside the corrosive round, a special membrane encases a type of dissolving acid liquid. This melting acid can penetrate through a meter-thick steel plate with just one drop. However, this corrosive bomb is rarely used in actual combat because the melting acid doesn't instantly penetrate a meter-thick steel plate. It takes a full minute. When fighting against mutated zombies, to fully utilize the effect of this corrosive bomb, the zombie must first be restrained, otherwise, the opponent can simply sever the injured part. Due to this characteristic, the corrosive bomb is only suitable for very specific situations. Overall, it's somewhat impractical, but that doesn't mean it's not expensive. The price of 100 points per round was truly delightful, and Lin Xinghai felt it was enough just to take a look. After discussing with the others, they ultimately decided to purchase 100 armor-piercing rounds and 10 incendiary rounds, while skipping the rest. Just the special bullets alone cost 3,350 points. In addition, they also needed to buy some bullets for the hand cannon, as it would be essential for holding off a zombie horde if encountered. entered. And this thing is really expensive, 100 points per piece, no negotiation. In the end, the group took out another 5,000 points to purchase 50 pieces as a precaution. It can be said that just the bullets alone cost a total of 18,350 points. In addition, they also needed to purchase some energy crystals to replenish the rocket boosters of the multifunctional off-road vehicle. There are also antidote serums and such, all of which are essential items. Purchasing these items cost another 2,000 points, bringing the total points spent to 20,350.
On average, each person needs to contribute 4,070 points.
Lin Xinghai had already spent 10,000 points earlier to purchase the Phantom Movement technique, and now the points in his account have been reduced to 10,062. Looking at the continuously shrinking account balance, Lin Xinghai couldn't help but feel emotional. Previously, when he went out on missions with the Split Sky Mercenary Group, all expenses were covered by the mercenary group, and he didn't spend a single penny.
Of course, correspondingly, the greater the investment, the greater the reward.
When he went out on missions with the mercenary group before, the final reward he received was about 20,000 points, which was only around 6% of the total earnings. And that was under the condition that he made significant contributions. But this time, going out with Ling Xiu and the others, he was taking 60% of the total income.
Under normal circumstances, doing private jobs like this would definitely earn more.
After purchasing the items, the group headed to the mercenary square in the lower district.
By the time they arrived, the requested equipment had already been delivered.
Lin Xinghai inspected the Ripper rifle, then put on the combat suit, completing his preparations. As for Ling Xiu and the others, they meticulously checked the multifunctional off-road vehicle. After all, in the face of danger, this was their lifeline, and no one dared to be careless. It was then that Lin Xinghai learned that Huang Nuo and Yao Chang, the two brothers, were skilled in mechanical repairs, and the main inspection work was carried out by them.
The vehicle is fine, and the rocket thruster is functioning perfectly. Huang Nuo closed the hood and reported.
Then, everyone turned their gaze to Lin Xinghai.
Lin Xinghai nodded. All right, let's set off. Huang Nuo took the driver's seat, and the others waited for Lin Xinghai to choose his seat first.
Lin Xinghai thought for a moment, then sat in the front passenger seat. Zhang Meiling and Yao Chang, seeing this, climbed into the back seats. As for Ling Xiu, he took his sniper rifle and climbed onto the roof of the car, where there was a modified spot that he usually occupied. From this elevated position, it could be said to be the best shooting spot. Of course, the only downside is having to face fierce winds, sandstorms, and scorching sunlight. After completing a mission, it's inevitable to end up covered in dust and dirt. As the vehicle started, everyone boarded a large elevator and left the Starshield shelter. Meanwhile, the video of Lin Xinghai's previous shooting leaderboard challenge was reviewed by the Mercenary Guild, which officially updated the leaderboard rankings and then announced them. Now ranked 20th on the new book chart, just a tiny bit away.
Still 3 updates today, the rest depends on you.
The floor-to-ceiling screen in the center of the Mercenary Guild hall spans over 10 meters wide. Although it is a single, complete screen, it is divided into many independent sections that do not interfere with each other. Of course, since the screen is located in the center of the hall, even a panel in the corner of the screen is highly noticeable. The shooting leaderboard is situated in a small corner that usually doesn't attract much attention. The panel displaying the shooting leaderboard isn't large, so it only shows the names of the top 10 sharpshooters. For this reason, the leaderboard often remains unchanged for 1 or 2 months. Even when there are changes, they are minor, such as someone moving up 1 rank or someone dropping 1 rank.
It can be said that what everyone sees are those familiar names.
Over time, this panel naturally gets overlooked.
Matsudaira is an ordinary mercenary.
Today, just like usual, he came to the guild to look for suitable tasks for his mercenary group to take on. Every time he comes, he has a habit of first checking the latest task information displayed on the big screen.
After reviewing the newly refreshed tasks and finding none suitable for his mercenary group, he sighed in disappointment.
Then, as usual, his gaze casually swept over some information in the corner of the screen.
This was just a habitual action of his.
In fact, subconsciously, he didn't believe he could find any useful information in those corner areas. His gaze quickly skimmed over the shooting leaderboard and soon shifted to the strength leaderboard. But fatally, he felt that something seemed off. The names on the leaderboard just now, their positions seemed to differ from what he remembered. With some doubts, he turned his gaze back to the shooting leaderboard, and then his eyes seemed to freeze, his whole body standing still as if petrified. When he realized what had happened and came back to his senses, his breathing gradually became rapid.
Hey buddy, are you okay? A mercenary beside him couldn't help but ask. Look at the second place on the shooting leaderboard, Matsudaira said. Second place on the shooting leaderboard? Could it be that someone has pushed down that arrogant guy Dongxing?
He spoke with schadenfreude while turning his gaze to the shooting leaderboard. Then, he froze as well. If one of the sharpshooters on the leaderboard had a breakout performance and climbed to second place, he wouldn't find it strange. Even if one of the experts ranked in the teens or 20s suddenly squeezed into the leaderboard and reached second place, he could still understand it. However, when someone who has never appeared in the top top 100 of the shooting rankings suddenly surges to second place, the significance of this event becomes entirely different. The sharpshooters on the shooting rankings, and even mercenaries with the potential to become sharpshooters, have long been recruited by those Tier 3 mercenary groups. Now, with the newcomers suddenly and unexpectedly rising to second place on the shooting rankings, and the gap with the first place not being very large, this is enough to drive those top-tier mercenary groups into a frenzy. Any mercenary with a bit of experience can almost foresee that the top-tier mercenary groups will likely spare no effort to recruit such a sharpshooter. If it were to cause chaos and bloodshed, that might be an exaggeration.
But undercurrents surging is almost inevitable.
And the name Lin Xinghai has also begun to spread within the mercenary community at an incredible speed. Some even with ulterior motives have already started gathering information about Lin Xinghai. Lin Xinghai was unaware of what was happening inside the shelter.
Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care.
As long as he didn't show up, all the trouble would be handled by the sky-splitting mercenary group. After some time, things would probably quiet down. After all, he only took second place. Just like in all competitions, the vast majority of people focus their attention on the first place winner.
As for the second place, who will remember them after the competition ends?
Of course, the shooting leaderboard is not a competition, and this list will exist for a long time.
But as long as he keeps a low profile, the attention it garners won't be too high. After all, the Mercenary Guild doesn't only have a shooting leaderboard. There are more than 10 other lists, such as the Strength Leaderboard, Defense Leaderboard, Speed Leaderboard, and Ability Leaderboard. At this moment, the only thing Lin Xinghai is concerned about is the power of blood energy. The multifunctional off-road vehicle sped rapidly along the road to Qingtang Town, and Lin Xinghai looked at the zombie detector in the car, his eyes full of anticipation. However, they had just left the shelter not long ago, so it was unlikely they would encounter zombies for the time being. The vehicle drove a full 10 kilometers away, and under Lin Xinghai's expectant gaze, the zombie detector finally showed a single red, followed by a second, a third, 5 red dots in total, accompanied by the sound of an alarm. Judging by the brightness of the dots, there were 5 ordinary zombies. But Lin Xinghai seemed as if he were on adrenaline. There are zombies, let's go.
Lin Xinghai's words made everyone in the car slightly stunned.
It should be noted that the 5 zombies displayed on the detector appeared 3 kilometers away to their right. Generally speaking, in such situations, they would ignore it. After all, zombies are endless. Going 3 kilometers off the main road just to kill 5 zombies is really a bit of a thankless effort. However, it was Lin Xinghai who spoke, and the other party even looked expectant. What else could they say?
Huang Nuo turned the steering wheel, driving the multifunctional off-road vehicle off the main road, heading straight toward the 5 wandering zombies. Ling Xiu, sitting on the roof of the car, was the most bewildered. He had no idea what was happening and suddenly noticed the vehicle leaving the main road and starting to bump violently.
You have to understand, their current location used to be a mountainous forest area before the apocalypse.
Even though the trees and such were all dead now, the rocks were still there. Driving here at this moment can truly be described as traversing mountains and ridges. In some places, it even requires activating the bounce mode of a multifunctional off-road vehicle to pass through. The people inside the car are relatively fine, as the seats provide excellent cushioning. But Ling Xiu, who is sitting on the roof, is directly seated on the steel plate of the car roof. He can endure normal bumps, but with this kind of mountain crossing terrain, he feels like his backside is about to split into 8 pieces. Even more pitifully, sitting on the roof, he has no idea what the people inside the car are talking about. He still thinks Lin Xinghai knows there's something good here, which is why they went through all this trouble to come. After bumping along for a full 10 minutes and arriving at the destination, Ling Xiu found that there were only 5 wandering zombies here.
And after Lin Xinghai casually dealt with them with a few shots, he was truly dumbfounded.
So, what exactly was the purpose of their trip here?
Just for those 5 yuan crystals?
In fact, Lin Xinghai's goal was exactly that. After shooting and killing 5 zombies, he personally got out of the car and used the shock dagger to collect the primal crystals. Even when Huang Nuo and the others wanted to help, he sternly refused them. The reason Lin Xinghai gave was, the zombies I personally hunted should have their primal crystals collected by me.
Only then does it feel ceremonial.
Faced with this, Huang Nuo and the others could only nod in bewilderment. According to the previous agreement, I get 60% of the spoils, so I'll take these 3 yuan crystals first.
You can split these 2 among yourselves,
Lin Xinghai said, then took the 3 yuan crystals and sat back in the car on his own. The moment he picked up the yuan crystals, the system's notification sound popped up.
Ding! Yuan energy detected. Since the host cannot absorb it, would you like to convert it into blood energy?
When Lin Xinghai first came into contact with the primordial crystal, the system had already displayed the same prompt. According to Lin Xinghai's estimation, this so-called primordial energy should be a type of energy within the primordial crystal, and it seems to be quite advanced.
But previously, he didn't dare to absorb it.
When he absorbed the power of blood energy, the blood within the zombie's body would disappear.
If he absorbed the primordial energy, he felt that the primordial crystal in his hand would likely not not remain intact. In that case, how could he hand it over? Now it's different. In this hunting squad, he is the strongest, so even if he does something strange, there's no need to explain himself to others, which is quite comfortable. Moreover, these people don't know his background and couldn't possibly guess that 3 days ago he was just a clueless rookie. Even if his behavior seems unusual, they would probably attribute it to expert quirks or something similar. Thinking about this, Lin Xinghai looked at the system prompt that popped up and chose yes, without any psychological burden. Then he was somewhat dumbfounded to discover that the primordial crystal couldn't be absorbed instantly. Instead, a progress bar appeared, indicating the time required to absorb the energy. Fortunately, the progress bar moved quickly, and in just 10 seconds, the loading was complete. The time was still acceptable, but for Lin Xinghai, the most important thing was how much blood energy had been increased. He immediately turned his gaze to the system panel. After absorbing the blood energy of those 5 zombies earlier, his blood energy had increased to 112 points. At this moment, the system panel displayed 122 points, a full increase of 10 points in blood energy power. Lin Xinghai felt his heartbeat quicken. If it weren't for the inappropriate setting, he would have wanted to throw his head back and laugh 3 times. Previously, he had been constantly worrying about how to solve the increasingly troublesome issue of blood energy power with the system. But now, a single yuan crystal can actually increase his blood energy by 10 points. With just 10 yuan crystals, he would have enough to accumulate the 220 points of blood energy required to break the second genetic lock. Moreover, not only does it enhance his strength, but he also no longer has to worry about the blood energy needed to improve his marksmanship and martial arts. At this moment, the other few people also returned to the vehicle. Brother Lin, are we heading to Qingtang town now, or should we look around nearby? Huang Nuo asked from the passenger seat. Let's go to Qingtang town, Lin Xinghai replied. He had been eager to confirm the thoughts in his mind. Otherwise, how could he have crossed mountains and ridges just for 5 zombies? However, he noticed that Huang Nuo hadn't started the vehicle immediately but was staring blankly at his right hand. Lin Xinghai looked down and saw that the primordial crystal he had been holding earlier had somehow turned into powder. Seeing this scene, he truly felt a bit relieved that he hadn't absorbed the energy from the Yuan crystal back when he was in the Rift Sky mercenary group. Otherwise, it would have been hard to explain. As for now, he directly threw the white powder in his hand out of the window and calmly said, "Drive." Okay. Huang Nuo was instantly jolted awake and quickly responded. As the vehicle started, a faint trace of fear appeared in his gaze toward Lin Xinghai. That is the fear of the unknown. The vehicle started and resumed its journey. It is worth mentioning that Ling Xiu no longer dared to stay on the roof of the car and quietly climbed back into the rear seat. As Lin Xinghai resumed his journey toward Qingtang town, back at the shelter, within just half an hour, the news of a newcomer making a strong debut on the shooting leaderboard had already spread widely, and the name Lin Xinghai was being remembered by more and more people. As for Lin Xinghai's information, it had already been dug up by those Tier 3 mercenary groups, and then an even stronger sense of shock emerged among the various Tier 3 mercenary groups. They never expected that Lin Xinghai had only entered the Starshield shelter 3 days ago, which meant he was still just a white pig. For such a complete newcomer, even if he had a decent genetic evaluation, Tier 3 mercenary groups like them wouldn't bother to train him. Yet this very newcomer, whom they looked down upon, had forcefully climbed to the second place on the shooting leaderboard within 3 days. Although they were unsure how Lin Xinghai managed to do it, this did not prevent them from confirming that his potential was immense, and the value of recruiting him had undoubtedly risen significantly. Thus, they began to search for Lin Xinghai, either openly or covertly, and when they couldn't find him, they turned their attention to the Split Sky mercenary group. Fang Tianhai and Roger walked out of an elevator shaft with smiles on their faces. When Lin Xinghai told Roger about Lu Miaomiao's situation, Roger immediately found Fang Tianhe and informed him of the matter. To be honest, even Fang Tianhe was taken aback by the A-level gene evaluation. After confirming that Roger wasn't joking, the two hurriedly rushed to the lower district. During this process, the two kept discussing what kind of offer they should present to win her over. However, the smoothness of the matter exceeded their expectations. Lu Miaomiao agreed to their proposed conditions with just a glance. Of course, the other party also had a request, which was to wait for a week and become a gene optimizer before reporting to the mercenary group. Although the two were a bit worried that Lu Miaomiao might be poached by other forces, the other party insisted, and they had no choice. Fortunately, Lu Miaomiao was willing to sign a contract with them. Now this contract is in Fang Tianhe's hands. As long as it is registered with the Mercenary Guild, Lu Miaomiao will officially become a member of their mercenary group. After entering the Mercenary Guild, the two didn't have time to pay attention to other matters. They directly found a staff member who was relatively familiar with their Sky Split mercenary group and swiftly completed the process. After receiving a brand new mercenary badge, they finally felt relieved. The information inside the badge belonged to Lu Miaomiao, and the badge's design represented the mercenary group she was affiliated with, which was their Sky-Splitting mercenary group. Seeing that everything was settled, the two headed back to their recruitment point. Regarding this
matter, remind Ah Xing later to keep it confidential.
Keep it secret for as long as possible, Fang Tianhe instructed as they walked. Alright, I'll nag him about it later.
Roger nodded and couldn't help but sigh. But speaking of which, that kid really is the lucky star of our mercenary group.
That's true.
He helped us avert danger before, and now he's brought us an A-level gene evaluator.
Fang Tianhe also felt emotional.
The changes in the Skysplitter mercenary group over the past 2 days had been enormous, and all of these changes were directly or indirectly related to Lin Xinghai.
So, about my earlier suggestion to make that kid the deputy leader, what do you think? Roger took the opportunity to ask. Sorry, yesterday's third update, I fell asleep while writing.
Around 4 o'clock, I was woken up by the alarm to feed my daughter, then wrote a few hundred words, and fell asleep again. Counting it all, I slept for about 7 hours in total, feeling pretty good, so I can manage 3 updates today.
As for yesterday's update, I can't make up for it. I'm afraid I might collapse.
I have no objection to making Axing the deputy leader, but the problem is that his status as a genetic optimizer is still confidential to the brothers below. Promoting him directly to deputy leader now might cause dissatisfaction among them. My thought is, since we're recruiting new members right now, let him start as a team leader. Once he breaks through the second genetic lock, we can promote him to deputy leader. With Axing's special physique, it probably won't take him too long, Fang Tianhe said.
That's true, Roger said with a smile.
I guess I was being impatient, worried that the kid might run off, so I wanted to offer enough benefits up front.
Don't worry, my judgment has always been spot on. Axing isn't that kind of person.
Of course, he might leave in the future, but it won't be leaving our Skybreaker mercenary group, it'll be leaving Starshield Refuge altogether, Fang Tianhe said. Roger was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, then couldn't help but smile wryly. True, the Starshield shelter platform is still too small for him.
As the two talked, they gradually approached the recruitment point in the corner of the hall.
After applying to become a level 2 mercenary group, recruiting new members and enhancing the group's strength had become the most urgent task.
However, when they saw their recruitment point surrounded by layers of mercenaries inside and out, they couldn't help but be a little stunned. What happened? Don't tell me it's their newly formed second-level mercenary group recruiting new members. Even if those top-tier third-level mercenary groups were recruiting, it wouldn't attract such a large crowd. The two exchanged a glance, quickened their pace, and squeezed into the crowd. To their relief, nothing like a conflict had occurred inside, not even an argument. Many people were asking questions, and the word they heard most often was sharpshooter. Fang Tianhe glanced around and immediately spotted Shinhan, who was directing in the middle of the scene. He walked over, and the two exchanged a glance. Without Fang Tianhe needing to say a word, Shinhan already knew what he wanted to say. Shinhan pointed to the lounge behind the recruitment point and walked in first. Fang Tianhe and Roger quickly followed, closed the door, and finally gained a moment of peace. What's going on? Fang Tianhe immediately asked.
Lin Xinghai has become a sharpshooter, ranking second on the shooting leaderboard, Shinhan replied. The words were simple, but the information contained within was immense. The two instantly understood why there were so many people gathered outside. Then how far has the matter progressed? Fang Tianhe asked. Actually, in such a situation, Lin Xinghai had already anticipated it when he used incendiary bombs to severely injure the blood demon. Now, there are already 5 level 3 mercenary groups directly contacting us, and I estimate there are even more still observing, Shinhan said.
Fang Tianhe, then just reject them. Make it clear.
Alright, but they seem quite curious about how Lin Xinghai managed to grow to this level in such a short time.
How should we handle that? Shinhan raised another question.
Then let's stick to the reason we had agreed on earlier and tell them that Lin Xinghai was a member of a shooting club before the apocalypse, naturally possessing excellent marksmanship and talent, Fang Tianhe said. Some things, if they can be concealed, should be concealed as much as possible.
Too much talent can even provoke jealousy among one's own people, let alone outsiders. Moreover, in the apocalypse, some people's personalities are twisted, and they are capable of doing anything.
Shinhan nodded and was about to go out to handle it, but as he reached the door, Fang Tianhe called out to him again, wait, also pass down the notice to raise the recruitment threshold by another level. It would be such a waste not to take advantage of the fame of a sharpshooter.
Good.
Lin Xinghai certainly didn't know that becoming a sharpshooter had an even greater impact than he had anticipated. At this moment, he had absorbed the other 2 Yuan crystals as well. Looking at his blood energy power, which had risen to 142 points, he felt delighted. This feeling of not having to worry about the power of blood energy is truly amazing. Moreover, he no longer needs to continue storing blood energy power. Turning it into his own combat strength is much more practical. So he opened the system panel.
Host, Lin Xinghai. Constitution, 25 points. Strength, 21 points. Speed, 30 points. Blood energy power, 142 points. Gene optimization level, 30% plus.
Special ability, speed boost. Within 10 seconds, speed increases by 100%. Energy value, 10/10. Basic shooting skills, proficiency 100% plus.
Phantom movement technique, beginner proficiency 10% plus. Currently, the only abilities that
that can be enhanced using blood energy are basic shooting skills and phantom movement technique. After some consideration, Lin Xinghai decided to prioritize upgrading basic shooting skills. After all, at the gene optimizer stage, the primary combat strength still relies on firearms.
Ding! Would you like to spend 100 blood energy points to upgrade to intermediate shooting skills?
Lin Xinghai immediately chose yes, and instantly felt a vast amount of information pouring into his mind. The sheer amount of information made Lin Xinghai feel slightly dizzy. He closed his eyes and quickly processed the information in his mind, gradually forming a clear concept of what intermediate shooting techniques were. What surprised him was that these intermediate shooting techniques turned out to be a form of application of perception.
In other words, he had unknowingly been exploring in this direction all along. Of course, this is limited to exploration.
If he really wants to master intermediate shooting techniques, it's probably out of the question without 2 or 3 years of practice. After digesting all the information in his mind, Lin Xinghai opened his eyes and took another look at the system panel. His current intermediate shooting technique proficiency was only at 1%, so naturally, he needed to increase the proficiency level. However, to his astonishment, the plus sign behind the shooting proficiency had actually turned gray. His heart tightened, and he quickly clicked on it, then a system prompt popped up.
Ding!
Due to the host's insufficient perception strength, it cannot be upgraded for now.
Lin Xinghai?
If it were for other reasons, he could understand, but why perception strength?
His current perception ability even surpasses Fall Tianhe, unless it's those blood energy realm experts who have broken through 4 shackles. Otherwise, among the gene optimizers, who can compare to him?
However, after calming down and reviewing the information on intermediate shooting techniques again, Lin Xinghai realized that this might actually be the case. His perception ability is only broad in range, which doesn't necessarily mean its intensity is sufficient.
This is evident from the fact that what he perceives is still vague.
According to the information in his mind, intermediate shooting techniques later involve directly using perception to influence the trajectory of bullets. This allows bullets to change direction after being fired, defying the laws of physics. To achieve this, in addition to having sufficient perception manipulation skills, the strength of perception likely needs to reach the level of the blood energy realm. After reading the chapter reviews of the previous chapter, I'm really speechless.
Haven't you heard of what's called a stay-at-home dad?
Of course, during the day, my wife is responsible for taking care of our daughter, but I handle the early morning feeding.
I've heard that babies won't need night feedings until after they turn 1. I really wish I could sleep through the night.
Since he had figured this out, Lin Xinghai no longer dwelled on it. Although he couldn't improve his shooting proficiency for now, his shooting skills had advanced from beginner to intermediate, which in itself was a significant improvement. He had now preliminarily mastered how to use perception to assist in shooting. It was a very peculiar application method, not releasing perception all at once, but rather like radar waves, releasing it layer by layer. Even with his current vague perception, after multiple layers of overlap, he can achieve precise targeting. In this case, as long as it's within the range of his perception, the accuracy of his shooting will see a qualitative improvement. For example, the metal iron ball in the 5th level of the shooting leaderboard, even if it were halved in size, he could now hit it effortlessly. Of course, clearing the level is still impossible, as what limits him isn't his shooting skills but his physical reaction speed. Next, Lin Xinghai continued on his way while attempting to release his perception according to the method of intermediate shooting techniques. Once he mastered this method of releasing perception, Lin Xinghai's perception could truly be put to significant use. Apart from shooting, it was also excellent for scouting paths, especially in complex urban terrains. After all, perception could penetrate obstacles, and the more complex the terrain, the greater the role perception played. Of course, using that special method to release perception is not without issues. The consumption is particularly high. Under normal circumstances, Lin Xinghai can fully release his perception for even an hour without any problem. But using that special method to release perception can last for only about 10 minutes at most.
However, this is not a big issue as long as it is used at critical moments.
While Lin Xinghai was pondering over his perception, the zombie detector in the car sounded its alarm once again. Hearing the alarm, everyone in the car immediately became tense, especially upon seeing that group of zombies, which were unexpectedly in a place far from the main road, making them even more nervous.
Huang Nuo kept sneaking glances at Lin Xinghai with the corner of his eye.
Fortunately, this time Lin Xinghai seemed to have lost interest in the zombies and did not suggest that everyone go over. When the vehicle moved away and the zombie detector stopped sounding the alarm, the people in the car all secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although Lin Xinghai did not deliberately look at them, he observed everything clearly with his perception. While finding it amusing, he couldn't help but feel a bit helpless.
My persona seems to be a bit off. The multifunctional off-road vehicle continued forward.
Along the way, they encountered several waves of zombies, but unfortunately, none were on their route, and Lin Xinghai did not request to hunt them down. At this point, Ling Xiu and the others confirmed that Lin Xinghai had likely acted on a whim earlier, and they truly relaxed. Finally, after advancing for another 20 minutes, they encountered encountered a wave of zombies near the main road. This time, Lin Xinghai didn't need to say a word. Ling Xiu and the others were already raring to go. Lin Xinghai glanced at the zombie detector and said, "There are a total of 15 zombies. I'll cover you. Just go all out when you attack later."
Got it. Thank you, big brother. Ha, we can finally enjoy the feeling of having an expert backing us up.
It really puts our minds at ease. The group was all talking at once.
However, this was indeed their genuine feeling.
If it had been before, encountering 15 zombies might not have caused panic, but it certainly wouldn't have been easy. At the very least, they definitely wouldn't have dared to drive forward so boldly like this. Instead, they would have kept a distance of 200 to 300 meters from the zombies. Then Ling Xiu used his ability to perform long-distance sniping.
Only when the number of zombies dropped to a safe level could they approach.
But now, they openly drove into the range of 100 meters from the zombie horde. Of course, upon approaching within 100 meters, they did not continue driving forward as the zombie horde launched a charge toward them. Ling Xiu pushed the car door open, grabbed his sniper rifle, and leapt onto the roof of the vehicle. Zhang Meiling and Yao Chang both got off the vehicle, each carrying a Ripper rifle, looking for a convenient shooting angle. As for Huang Nuo, being the driver, he certainly couldn't leave the vehicle casually. He could only roll down the window, stick the Ripper rifle out, and aim in an awkward posture. Seeing this scene, Lin Xinghai couldn't help but sigh. An armored vehicle is still better, with shooting ports all around the body, making it quite convenient.
Bang! As he was thinking about these things, Ling Xiu had already fired the first shot, accurately hitting a zombie's head.
The powerful kinetic energy of the sniper rifle directly caused the zombie's head to explode. Ling Xiu's shot could be considered a great start, and Huang Nuo and the others followed up by firing their own shots. However, their marksmanship was much worse.
At a distance of 100 meters, not to mention accurately hitting the head, even hitting the zombie's body wasn't guaranteed to be 100% accurate.
Lin Xinghai looked at Huang Nuo beside him and fired 3 consecutive shots. One hit the zombie's chest, another struck its arm, and as for the last shot, it missed entirely. Watching this made Lin Xinghai's teeth ache. Every bullet was worth points. He seemed to understand now why the more advanced mercenary groups were increasingly reluctant to train newcomers.
Don't rush to shoot. Aim before firing.
Also, if your shooting skills aren't good, wait until the zombies get within 30 meters before shooting, Lin Xinghai couldn't help but say. Feeling a bit embarrassed after Lin Xinghai's remark, the group lowered their heads. In truth, they understood this principle. It was just a matter of habit. Previously, when fighting zombies, they always tried to keep as much distance as possible. Now, hearing Lin Xinghai's reminder, they suddenly realized that with such a powerful figure present, their old habits indeed needed to change.
Bang, bang, bang. Huang Nuo and the others, following Lin Xinghai's instructions, waited until the zombies approached within 30 meters before opening fire.
As it turned out, Lin Xinghai, with his intermediate shooting skills, had a keen eye. At this distance, the shooting accuracy of the group improved significantly. With the 3 firing continuously, they managed to take down 5 zombies in one go before the horde could charge forward. As for Ling Xiu on the roof of the car, he single-handedly took care of 4 zombies. Although there were only 6 zombies left now, they had already approached within 10 meters, which was an extremely dangerous distance. Fortunately, Lin Xinghai finally moved at this moment. He extended the Ripper rifle out of the window and, without even looking, repeatedly pulled the trigger. At the same time, he issued an order: "Stop shooting and leave one alive for me."
Leave one alive? The group was somewhat stunned and didn't react for a moment.
By the time they came to their senses, they found that 5 zombies had already fallen to the ground, and Lin Xinghai had opened the car door and stepped out, holding a vibrating dagger, facing the last remaining zombie.
They truly couldn't understand. Wasn't it easier to just shoot the zombies? Why insist on close combat?
Of course, these thoughts were something they only dared to grumble about internally. They would never say them out loud. Lin Xinghai, on the other hand, wouldn't tell them that he intended to use this zombie to verify another function of the system.
The strength of ordinary zombies is far inferior to that of gene optimizers. They are only equivalent to people with 15% to 20% gene optimization intensity. However, zombies are troublesome for 2 reasons. The first is that they rarely appear alone and often come in groups. As their numbers increase, the level of danger naturally rises. The second troublesome point is that, apart from their heads, zombies have no weaknesses. Because of this, engaging in close combat with them is highly disadvantageous. Of course, ultimately, it still comes down to strength. At this moment, Lin Xinghai possessed overwhelming power when facing ordinary zombies. He displayed his phantom movement technique and charged forward. The zombie, upon seeing Lin Xinghai approach, attacked without hesitation, clawing straight at his face. However, it misjudged the direction. It should be said that the phantom movement technique caused it to misjudge the direction. This claw struck the air on the right, while Lin Xinghai had already moved to its left, then raised his hand and brought down the dagger. The vibrating dagger, once activated in vibration mode, could cut through iron like mud. Put! The entire left arm of this zombie was instantly severed. As Lin Xinghai shifted his footing, before the zombie could even turn around, its right arm was also cut off at the
wrist. Ling Xiu and the others, who were watching the battle, had no doubt that Lin Xinghai could kill the zombie in front of them, but they hadn't expected it to be so clean and swift. You must know, they are all gene optimizers with perception abilities, capable of roughly sensing Lin Xinghai's strength, which definitely hasn't broken through the second genetic lock. So in their understanding, Lin Xinghai was only strong in marksmanship, but the move he just displayed undoubtedly caused their expressions to change slightly. In terms of close combat, none of them could possibly compare to Lin Xinghai. Zhang Meiling, he made the zombie lose its combat ability so effortlessly.
Huang Nuo, the main thing is the speed. Look at that zombie, it couldn't even react. Ling Xiu, didn't any of you notice?
That's the phantom movement technique. Upon hearing the words phantom movement technique, the discussions in the crowd instantly fell silent.
As mercenaries, how could they not understand what the phantom movement technique represents?
It's the only Xian-level martial art in the martial arts hall. Moreover, martial arts focused on agility are absolutely suitable for any type of genetic optimizer. Being faster is never a bad thing. It can be said that many people covet this martial art, but its difficulty in cultivation has deterred countless individuals. If it were a yellow-grade martial art, perhaps with 1 or 2 months of effort, one might be able to grasp the basics. Even if the basics aren't mastered, with persistent practice over time, it can still be learned eventually. But Xian-level martial arts are different. This level of martial arts truly depends on talent. Without talent, you might train for 3 to 5 years and still not grasp where to even begin.
So now that they know Lin Xinghai has mastered the phantom movement technique, how could they not be shocked?
While they were still in shock, Lin Xinghai had already knocked the zombie to the ground. Both hands were severed, and its head was pressed to the ground by Lin Xinghai. It could be said that this zombie had completely lost its threat. At this moment, Lin Xinghai finally reached out with anticipation and touched the wound of the zombie.
Ding! Blood energy detected. Would you like to absorb it? This actually works.
Previously, the targets for absorbing the power of blood energy were all corpses after death. Lin Xinghai had considered whether it could be used on living zombies. If it were possible, it would undoubtedly be a powerful means of attack.
Just imagine, when an enemy has a wound, you touch them, and their entire body is drained of blood and dies. How terrifying would that be?
Previously, he didn't dare to hold out too much hope for this speculation, but now, seeing the system prompt,
Lin Xing even licked his lips and immediately chose yes.
But the next moment, the smile on his face froze slightly, because a progress bar unexpectedly appeared. Moreover, the progress bar moved rather slowly, taking a full 30 seconds to complete.
Ding! Gained 1 point of blood chi power. The system's notification sound also promptly rang out. At the same time, this zombie's entire body was drained of blood, resulting in direct brain death and its demise.
Taking 30 seconds to kill an ordinary zombie unless under extremely special conditions, the system's blood energy absorption function is practically useless as an offensive method.
Moreover, these 30 seconds only apply to ordinary zombies. Then, is the time for intermediate zombies, advanced zombies, and even mutant zombies also 30 seconds? Or will it be extended?
Lin Xinghai's mind was filled with numerous thoughts, but not far away, Ling Xiu and the others were once again dumbfounded. It is well known that zombies only die when their heads suffer severe damage. Some have even conducted experiments, completely severing a zombie's head from its neck, and astonishingly, the zombie could still survive for 24 hours with just its head. From this, it is evident how terrifying this creature is. But now, Lin Xinghai merely pressed his hand on the zombie's wound, and it silently perished.
How could such an event not leave them shocked?
At this moment, Lin Xinghai had already taken the zombie's primal crystal with ease.
Don't just stand there, come and clean up the battlefield,
Lin Xinghai said.
Oh.
The group snapped out of their daze and stepped forward with daggers to extract the primal crystals. During this process, they would occasionally glance at Lin Xinghai out of the corner of their eyes. These small actions were all noticed by Lin Xinghai, but he had no intention of explaining anything. He was perfectly fine letting these people make their own assumptions. With the strength he had displayed, as long as these people weren't foolish, they would keep this matter to themselves rather than spread it around and provoke such a formidable enemy. Of course, he had also considered the possibility that someone among them might act irrationally.
But what did it matter? The credibility of a hunting squad's claims was inherently low.
If someone really investigated, he could simply attribute everything to its special constitution. Anyway, all the abilities of the system are actually the abilities of his special constitution. After the group finished collecting all the primal crystals, Lin Xinghai walked over, touched the wounds on each corpse, and absorbed their blood energy one by one. Another 15 points of blood energy were added, which was equivalent to 1.5 primal crystals. Even though it was a free gain, Lin Xinghai was quite satisfied. As for Ling Xiu and the others, watching Lin Xinghai's actions, emotion Emotions like doubt, astonishment, confusion, and curiosity surfaced in their hearts one after another.
However, in the end, everyone tacitly chose not to say anything.
In addition to Lin Xinghai's formidable strength, the more important factor was that they effortlessly obtained 15 yuan crystals. Although the four of them combined could only take 6, it was still much easier than hunting zombies before, and more importantly, it was safer.
And this kind of profit would be infinitely magnified once they reached Qingtang town.
In the face of such benefits, even if Lin Xinghai were a psychopath, as long as he posed no threat to their lives, they would accept it.
Soon, the group resumed their journey.
As they moved further away from the shelter, the frequency of encountering zombies increased, and the number of yuan crystals they collected kept rising rapidly. By the time they arrived at Qingtang town, they had amassed a total of 53 yuan crystals. Looking at the nearby town and the zombies wandering within it, Ling Xiu and the others felt as if they had discovered a gold mine. Qingtang town was originally a small town with a population of nearly 100,000. During the Great Catastrophe, many people died, but even more were transformed into zombies, reaching at least 60,000. A year ago, as the Great Catastrophe began to subside, the Starshield shelters started carrying out zombie clearing operations in the surrounding areas. Qingtang town is located a full 50 kilometers away from the Starshield shelter in a straight line. With such a distance, the priority for clearing zombies was relatively low. They didn't even deploy the military, instead opting to issue tasks through the mercenary guild for the clearing operations. So, over the course of a year, the number of zombies in Qingtang town has only decreased from 60,000 to 30,000. The main reason for this is that the task rewards are not very high, so not to mention those second and third tier mercenary groups, even ordinary first tier mercenary groups are rarely willing to come. However, elite hunting squads like the Ability Users Alliance are quite fond of coming here, as there are plenty of zombies, but they are not as densely packed as in cities.
As long as they don't venture into the town center, the danger remains manageable.
As Lin Xinghai and his team approached Qingtang town, they heard faint gunfire in the distance. Clearly, besides them, other hunting squads had also come here to hunt zombies.
Brother Lin, which direction do you think we should choose to hunt zombies? Ling Xiu asked as he had Huang Nuo stop the car at the entrance of the small town. Is there something special about this?
Lin Xinghai always humbly sought advice on matters he didn't understand. Ling Xiu pulled up the map of Qingtang town from the car's navigation system and pointed to it as he explained. Generally speaking, teams like ours prefer to enter from the east or south. The east, which is the road ahead of us, tends to have fewer zombies because hunting teams often come this way. As a result, the safety factor is relatively higher. As for the south, there will be slightly more zombies, but the road conditions in that direction are the best, making it convenient whether you want to go deeper or retreat. Lin Xinghai listened and made a decision almost without hesitation. Then let's choose the south. His main purpose for coming here was to hunt zombies. Ling Xiu and the others smiled upon hearing this. With Lin Xinghai, this formidable figure, present, they naturally also preferred the south. Huang Nuo, after Lin Xinghai made his decision, turned the steering wheel and drove directly onto a dirt road through the fields, heading south along the outskirts of the town. As the vehicle moved forward, Lin Xinghai observed the situation in Qingtang town. He noticed that the number of collapsed buildings in the town was not very high, not even half. Moreover, the buildings here were generally 2 or 3 stories tall, so even if they collapsed, they wouldn't completely block the roads. The road conditions here were indeed much better than those in the city. The roads being clear is almost equivalent to a lifeline for these hunting squads, because only with clear roads can the multifunctional off-road vehicles speed up at critical moments. Even on these rural paths, the multifunctional off-road vehicle can reach speeds of 100 km per hour, arriving at the southern side of the town in no time. At this moment, Ling Xiu opened his mouth several times, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately held back.
Lin Xinghai found this quite exasperating. What kind of bad habit is this?
Previously, I tried it once at the Mercenary Guild.
So this time, Lin Xinghai simply pretended not to see it. If the other party really has something to say, they will eventually speak up. If they don't, then it's nothing important.
Ling Xiu held back for a while before finally speaking. Brother Lin, we found a good spot here in Qingtang town, but with our squad's previous strength, we couldn't get in.
Where?
Lin Xinghai asked directly. Since he had chosen to speak, Ling Xiu no longer hesitated and said directly, a winery.
Lin Xinghai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows.
If he had heard this answer before visiting the bar, he might not have felt anything, but now that he understood the value of wine, he naturally realized this was definitely a sought-after commodity.
That winery, where exactly is it located in the town? And since you haven't been there, how can you be sure there's still wine inside? Lin Xinghai asked the 2 most critical questions.
Ling Xiu pointed to the map on the car's navigation system, indicating the location of the winery, and then said, although our team hasn't been to this winery, I can use my farsight to see that the nearby roads don't show any signs of being cleared, and there are no bullet holes or similar marks on the walls or ground. I estimate that other hunting teams haven't managed to venture that far yet. However, half of this winery has collapsed, so I can't guarantee there is still wine inside.
side. But I think the possibility of there being wine is still quite high. If it were something else, surely no one would risk their lives without even knowing whether the item exists. However, when this thing is replaced with expensive items like wine or energy crystals, it's a different story. As long as the benefits are significant enough, there are countless people willing to take risks, not to mention that the ones taking the risks are a group of mercenaries, which makes it all the more normal. After a moment of thought, Lin Xinghai said, "Let's check out the situation first." Although Lin Xinghai didn't explicitly say he wanted to go, Ling Xiu and the others couldn't help but show a hint of joy on their faces. As long as there is no explicit refusal, he knows that Lin Xinghai definitely has some ideas. For a mercenary, checking the situation before taking action is essential. Truly reckless mercenaries would have died long ago. While the two were conversing, the multifunctional off-road vehicle had already entered the town's vicinity. Not far away, groups of zombies wandered aimlessly among the dilapidated houses and ruins. Lin Xinghai observed for a while and found that the zombies in this small town were indeed different from those in the city. The zombies in the small town were more scattered. In many cases, there were only a dozen or so zombies in one place, and in areas with more, there were just 30 or 40. At the most terrifying spots, there were no more than 70 or 80 zombies gathered in one place. Compared to the city, where hundreds of zombies could appear at any moment, the scale of zombies here was truly quite friendly for these hunting squads. Everyone was busy checking their equipment and making final preparations. "Brother Lin, next, how should we fight the zombies? You take charge," Ling Xiu said. Although he was the nominal captain, he was very clear about his role. At this moment, he decisively relinquished command. Lin Xinghai nodded and asked, "How did you fight the zombies before?" "We previously used defensive tactics." Captain Gao Shan's ability allows him to create a defensive position with earth walls at any time. "We relied on this defensive position, using gunfire to attract zombies and then taking them down one by one," Ling Xiu said. "This defensive tactic is actually used by many hunting squads. Of course, not every squad has a captain who can wield the earth wall ability, so those squads usually need to find suitable buildings to serve as defensive points. Although this approach is a bit troublesome, the safety factor is quite high. As long as the defensive position is set up in an area with relatively few zombies, generally speaking, there won't be any major issues. Of course, if something does go wrong, it's usually impossible to escape." Lin Xinghai listened, first nodded, and then said, "I feel that we can adjust our tactics a bit now." "Of course, so I wonder how Brother Lin plans to adjust them?" Ling Xiu asked respectfully. The others also perked up their ears. "Lin Xinghai, it's very simple. I'll be responsible for killing the zombies, and you just focus on collecting the primal crystals." Everyone, hearing Lin Xinghai's arrangement, everyone felt a bit dumbfounded. "Brother Lin, are we really only responsible for collecting yuan crystals?" Ling Xiu asked for confirmation. Yes, this is the most efficient way to do it, and it also saves bullets," Lin Xinghai said with a serious nod. Looking at Lin Xinghai's serious expression, everyone felt both ignored and a faint sense of shame. They had wanted to follow Lin Xinghai and show off their skills, but now they were only collecting yuan crystals. How could they demonstrate their value this way? Of course, while everyone was speechless, if they calmed down and thought about it, they had to admit that this arrangement really made perfect sense. Lin Xinghai's marksmanship was something they had witnessed before. Whether or not they helped, it felt like there wouldn't be much of a difference when he was firing at full capacity, especially since the zombies in Qingtang town weren't densely packed, and in most areas, the number of gathered zombies was quite small. Lin Xinghai could indeed handle them on his own. As for areas with particularly large numbers of zombies, they had a zombie detector in Ling Xiu's farsight ability, which allowed them to completely avoid such places. So, after exchanging glances, they all nodded in agreement without hesitation. Seeing that no one had any objections, Lin Xinghai didn't hesitate and directly ordered the operation to begin. Huang Nuo was responsible for driving, while the others got out of the car with their weapons, ready to collect the yuan crystals at any moment. Lin Xinghai also left his seat and jumped directly onto the roof of the car. This was undoubtedly the best shooting position. Lin Xinghai observed for a moment and then asked Ling Xiu to bring a silencer, which he installed onto the Ripper rifle. Since they weren't using defensive tactics, gunfire should naturally be avoided as much as possible. Ho ho ho! After the vehicle entered the streets of Qingtang town, the zombies wandering around the houses immediately noticed them, roaring and charging madly. Lin Xinghai took a glance. The number of zombies in this wave reached as many as 35. Even Lin Xinghai had to take this seriously, so as soon as these zombies appeared, he released his perception ability. It is worth mentioning that his perception ability, after this short half-day, has already reached an external diameter of 150 meters. If the current wave of zombies made Lin Xinghai take them seriously, then Ling Xiu and the others were downright uneasy. 35 zombies. If it had been their previous team encountering them before setting up a defensive position, they would have undoubtedly fled in their vehicles without hesitation. What's more, Ling Xiu even noticed that among these 35 zombies, there was actually an intermediate-level zombie. He almost instinctively tightened his grip on the gun in his hand, and it
it wasn't just him. Zhang Meiling and Yao Chang both reacted in almost the same way. This wasn't because they didn't trust Lin Xinghai, but rather an instinctive reaction when faced with danger.
However, they quickly realized that their worries were unnecessary. Puff, puff, puff.
The zombies were still 150 meters away when Lin Xinghai pulled the trigger. The faint sound of gunfire kept ringing out, and the zombies charging forward each had a blood hole appear in their heads before collapsing to the ground. Even the intermediate zombies surprisingly failed to get within 50 meters of them. Although Ling Xiu and the others never doubted Lin Xinghai's ability to deal with these 35 zombies, they hadn't expected it to be so effortless.
The zombies couldn't even get within 50 meters. Honestly, this was a bit exaggerated.
You should know that ordinary mercenaries usually wait until zombies enter within a 50-meter range before opening fire. But Lin Xinghai advanced this distance to 150 meters, something they had never dared to imagine before. Although the effective range of the Ripper rifle is 300 meters, the farther the distance, the more reaction time and space zombies have to dodge, undoubtedly increasing the difficulty significantly. Yet Lin Xinghai managed to do it, and he did so with such ease and naturalness. More importantly, his accuracy reached 100%. As for the scene before him, Lin Xinghai himself was quite satisfied. The result of using intermediate shooting techniques to test the waters this time was even better than expected. Using perception to locate and predict the movements of these zombies, then shooting them, it's really effortless. After the initial shock, everyone quickly began to act, following Lin Xinghai's instructions to collect Yuan crystals. As for Lin Xinghai, he followed leisurely behind. Once the others extracted the Yuan crystals, he would step forward to touch the corpses and absorb the blood energy. So refreshing. Looking at the rapidly increasing blood energy on the system panel, Lin Xinghai couldn't help but exclaim.
He was even considering going out more often in the future to earn this kind of extra income.
Of course, it would only be limited to earning extra income. He had no plans for solo ventures for the time being. Firstly, the members of the sky-splitting mercenary group had treated him well, and he wasn't the type to be ungrateful. The second point is that his wings are not yet fully developed, and some matters still require reliance on the sky-splitting mercenary group. Next, the group advanced all the way, crushing every zombie they encountered. At first, Ling Xiu and the others felt a bit resentful about only collecting Yuan crystals, but now all that's left is
so good. There's no way it isn't good. Yuan crystals are money. There's money on the ground for them to pick up for free. How could it not be tempting?
As for Lin Xinghai, while killing zombies, he continued to explore the system. When he encountered another intermediate zombie in the third wave, Lin Xinghai singled it out and used the same method to engage in close combat with it. Under normal circumstances, the physical attributes of an intermediate zombie are not inferior to Lin Xinghai's. However, the biggest difference between mercenaries and zombies is the possession of weapons. Moreover, compared to other mercenaries, Lin Xinghai also mastered the phantom movement technique and the special application of perception. The role of perception in close combat is equally significant, especially for someone like Lin Xinghai who has mastered a special method, enabling him to clearly sense every move of the enemy and completely anticipate their actions. Therefore, in the eyes of Ling Xiu and the others, Lin Xinghai still appeared quite relaxed as he chopped off the zombie's arms and pinned it to the ground.
Ding! Blood energy detected. Would you like to absorb it?
As Lin Xinghai chose yes, the progress bar appeared once again, and the loading time indeed extended, taking a full minute. Just as I thought, the stronger the zombie, the longer it takes to absorb the blood energy within them. Lin Xinghai sighed softly. However, this time, he noticed a new phenomenon. As he continuously absorbed the blood energy from the zombies, they would gradually weaken until they eventually died. This could be a point worth exploiting, but the time it consumes is simply too long. Lin Xinghai sighed again. This intermediate zombie takes about 1 minute, while advanced zombies are estimated to take around 2 minutes. If it's a mutated zombie, draining the blood energy within them would take at least
20 minutes, or even half an hour.
To use this system's ability in actual combat, specific conditions or cooperation with others would be required. For example, having Shinhan use the frost ability to freeze the enemy first and then stepping forward to extract their blood energy.
But anyway, an excessively long duration is a significant drawback.
Of course, if we change our perspective and treat this ability to extract blood energy as a means to weaken the enemy, then its application might be broader. Lin Xinghai already had a general understanding of the system's ability to absorb blood energy. It can be said that if this feature is used well, it might become a miraculous skill in certain situations, but under normal circumstances, it's just trash. Of course, this was never meant to be a systems attack method. Perhaps I was just being too fanciful. After this mid-level zombie died, Lin Xing casually extracted its crystal, but instead of taking it back to the car, he absorbed this mid-level crystal.
This is another test.
When Lin Xinghai saw that 10 points had been added to the system panel, his expression remained calm, though he inwardly wanted to say MMP. A regular Yuan crystal is worth 20 points, and the system provided 10 points of blood energy. An intermediate Yuan crystal is worth 40 points, yet the system still only provided 10 points of blood energy. Lin Xinghai Xinghai refused to believe that the energy contained in these two types of yuan crystals was the same, otherwise, the purchase price at the shelter wouldn't have doubled. However, in the system here, it is the same. And it's not just the primal crystal, the power of blood energy is the same as well. According to normal logical reasoning, the stronger the zombie, the more blood energy power should be converted from the blood in its body. But regardless of whether it's an ordinary zombie, intermediate zombie, or advanced zombie, the system only provides 1 point of blood energy power. Then, after ruling out all possibilities, there is only one reason for this situation, and that is, it was swallowed by the system. However, what can he do? When distributing the primordial crystals later, convert my portion of intermediate and advanced primordial crystals into ordinary ones based on their value, Lin Xinghai said to Ling Xiu after returning to the car.
Ling Xiu? Normally, for convenience in carrying, shouldn't this requirement be reversed? Alright.
Ling Xiu nodded repeatedly in agreement.
The group continued moving forward, gradually heading deeper into the town.
Of course, Lin Xinghai wasn't wandering aimlessly but was gradually advancing toward the direction of the winery. In the process, everyone also noticed that Lin Xinghai always chose to walk on the main road. Even if there were a lot of zombies ahead, he would rather kill them in 2 waves than change his route. At the same time, obstacles on the road, including cars or collapsed buildings, were cleared as much as possible whenever feasible. Of course, this so-called clearing was simple and crude, using the multifunctional off-road vehicle to directly push these obstructions to the sides of the road. The crash bar at the front of the multifunctional off-road vehicle was specially designed with such situations in mind, so there was no need to worry about damaging the vehicle. The reason Lin Xinghai went to the trouble of doing these things was, of course, to ensure the road remained clear in case of danger. When it's time to be steady, one must never act recklessly. In this way, the group advanced for more than an hour, penetrating 10 kilometers deep, and during this process, they killed over 400 zombies. Among them were more than 70 intermediate-level zombies and 15 advanced-level zombies. It is worth mentioning that when encountering advanced-level zombies, Lin Xinghai conducted another experiment with them. Of course, when dealing with advanced zombies, Lin Xinghai was still relatively cautious and did not directly charge forward with a dagger. Instead, he first used the Ripper rifle to shatter the knee joints of the advanced zombie's legs, rendering it immobile. Then, he approached with the dagger, severed its arms, and finally allowed the system to absorb the blood energy. The experimental results were as he had predicted. It took a full 2 minutes to completely absorb the blood energy from a living advanced zombie. As for this outcome, since he had already anticipated it, Lin Xinghai felt neither joy nor sorrow. After killing a wave of incoming zombies and collecting the primal crystals, Lin Xinghai did not immediately order the group to move forward but instead called over Ling Xiu to observe the situation at the winery. At this moment, they were only 5 kilometers away from the winery, which was also the maximum range of Ling Xiu's clairvoyance ability. It's the same as what I observed last time. No signs of combat, Ling Xiu said after using his ability to observe. Lin Xinghai nodded after hearing this. Alright, let's proceed along the route we planned earlier. He issued the command, then opened the system panel, glanced at the blood energy power, and couldn't help but reveal a slight smile. After collecting the blood energy power from the recent wave of zombies, the blood energy power stored in his system reached 453 points. This was an unprecedentedly high number, and of course, the most important point was that the blood energy power had finally exceeded 450 points. 450 points of blood energy power was a very significant number because it meant he could increase the proficiency of the phantom movement technique from 10% to 100%.
With sufficient blood energy, Lin Xinghai did not hesitate to repeatedly click the plus sign next to proficiency. Proficiency rapidly increased, quickly reaching 100%. Host, Lin Xinghai. Physique, 25 points. Strength, 21 points. Speed, 30 points. Blood energy power, 3 points. Gene optimization level, 30% plus. Ability, speed boost, within 10 seconds, speed increases by 100%, energy value, 10/10. Intermediate shooting skills, proficiency 1% plus. Phantom movement technique, beginner proficiency 100% plus. Looking at the plus sign after the 100% proficiency, Lin Xinghai couldn't resist and clicked it again. Ding! Would you like to spend 1000 points of blood energy to upgrade to phantom movement technique, minor achievement?
Although Lin Xinghai had already mentally prepared himself, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth upon seeing the number 1000. He immediately closed the system panel, then shut his eyes and began recalling the memories that appeared in his mind after upgrading the proficiency of the phantom movement technique. All of these were details about the phantom movement technique. At this moment, his understanding of the technique had risen to an entirely new level. The introductory level of phantom movement technique refers to the changes in footwork and the methods of exerting force. Simply put, when the proficiency of the introductory level of phantom movement technique reaches 100%, Lin Xinghai can almost mobilize the strength of every muscle and bone in his body while performing the technique, directly doubling his speed. After recalling everything, Lin Xinghai immediately felt felt an urge to give it a try. Acting on his thoughts, he jumped off the vehicle and said to the puzzled Ling Xiu and others, "I'm going ahead to stretch my body a bit." After he finished speaking, without waiting for everyone to react, he swiftly moved, using the phantom shadow technique to dash out.
Was that just my imagination? Why do I feel like Brother Lin's speed has increased so much?
Zhang Meiling said, somewhat confused.
It wasn't an illusion. Brother Lin's speed has actually reached 60 points.
Ling Xiu, who possessed the clairvoyance ability and was the only one present who could clearly see Lin Xinghai's movements, instantly determined his current speed.
60 points of speed. So, Brother Lin is a speed-type genetic optimizer, and his genetic optimization level is already close to 60%, almost breaking through the second genetic lock? Zhang Meiling said.
They can all roughly determine through their perception that Lin Xinghai has not yet broken through the second genetic lock, but they cannot sense the specific degree of his genetic optimization.
Yes, that should be the case.
The genetic optimization degree must be at least 55% or higher, combined with the speed boost from the phantom movement technique to achieve such speed. As Ling Xiu spoke, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he exclaimed in shock, "How is this possible?" Lin Xinghai, after leaving the team and running forward for a distance, encountered the next wave of zombies. This wave of zombies consisted of 23, which was considered a relatively small group of zombies. As Lin Xinghai approached, he was quickly spotted by one of the zombies. That zombie let out an excited roar and then charged madly toward him. With its roar, the entire group of zombies was alarmed, and all 23 zombies launched a charge toward Lin Xinghai. Seeing this scene, Lin Xinghai licked his lips, slung the Ripper rifle onto his back, then drew the shock dagger from his waist and charged forward using the phantom movement technique. Before he even arrived, his perception had already swept ahead. He then discovered that among these 23 zombies, there was actually an advanced zombie. That advanced zombie, originally at the rear of the horde, quickly overtook the other zombies after starting its charge and was the first to confront Lin Xinghai.
This made Lin Xinghai's brows furrow slightly. It was important to know that the speed of advanced zombies also reached 60 points. Moreover, it wasn't just speed, their physique and strength also reached 60 points. If he relied solely on the phantom movement technique to charge forward, it would definitely be a reckless move. So when the distance between the two sides closed to 10 meters and they were about to collide, Lin Xinghai decisively activated his speed ability. In an instant, his speed of 60 points increased by 100%, reaching a terrifying 120 points. Swish! From the perspective of an ordinary person, Lin Xinghai's figure at this moment seemed to transform into a mere afterimage. Even Ling Xiu, watching from afar with his clairvoyance, briefly lost sight of him due to the sudden surge in speed. When Ling Xiu managed to lock onto Lin Xinghai's figure again, the latter had already brushed past the advanced zombie. The advanced zombie's head flew high into the air, its eyes still filled with confusion and terror. It is estimated that with its low intelligence, it would never understand why the speed of this human before it could suddenly surge to such an extent. After killing that advanced zombie, Lin Xinghai rushed into the zombie horde without slowing down in the slightest. His figure was like a butterfly flitting among flowers, seemingly erratic but actually stepping with precise movements, brushing past the bodies of one zombie after another. Each time, the dagger in his hand, already activated in vibration mode, would timely sweep across the zombies' heads. Plop, plop, plop. 23 zombies fell to the ground one by one, their heads either slashed open or pierced through, blood mixed with brain matter flowing out, dead beyond dead. And the entire process was completed in just a short 10 seconds. Rushing over in this direction, Ling Xiu saw everything clearly with his ability, and it was precisely because he witnessed this scene that he revealed such a shocked expression. Not to mention Ling Xiu, even Lin Xinghai was startled by his own speed. When one's speed surpasses the opponent by one level, or even 2 or 3 levels, the opponent won't even have the luxury of fighting back. However, while this feeling was exhilarating, Lin Xinghai also noticed a problem. His own strength was still too low. Just now, his speed was forcibly boosted by his ability, but his genetic optimization level was only 30%, so when attacking, his reaction speed couldn't quite keep up with his velocity. If it weren't for his ability to precisely locate targets, at such speed, aiming for a zombie's head with a slash might end up hitting its chest instead. Of course, regardless, having such speed at least makes him barely qualify as an expert within the Starshield shelter. At the very least, when facing someone like Roger, he could completely dominate the opponent. Lin Xinghai reviewed the recent battle in his mind, while Ling Xiu and the others rushed over as quickly as possible. Then Huang Nua, Yao Chen, and Zhang Meiling experienced the same shock that Ling Xiu had just gone through, especially when they saw that advanced zombie. The shock in their hearts reached an unparalleled level. During their last mission, it was an advanced zombie that caused their captain, Gao Shan, to be seriously injured. Now Lin Xinghai, wielding a vibrating dagger, can cut off the head of an advanced zombie, and the impact this brought to them was truly extraordinary. Ling Xiu drew out the vibrating dagger and approached the head of the advanced zombie. Since the head was still intact, the advanced zombie had not completely died. Lin Xinghai did not attack the head directly to kill it because the zombie's head was the hardest part. He was worried that the vibrating
dagger might not kill the opponent in one strike, so he opted for the next best choice, the neck. As it turned out, Lin Xinghai's choice was correct.
When Ling Xiu thrust the vibrating dagger toward the zombie's head, it indeed got stuck for a moment. However, the oscillating dagger, once activated in high-frequency oscillation mode, is far more terrifying than tools like chainsaws or ultrasonic knives.
The skull of this advanced zombie could only slightly catch the dagger before it was thrust in, killing it instantly.
Alright, stop staring and quickly collect the yuan crystals.
Otherwise, other zombies will come, Lin Xinghai said, noticing Huang Nuo and the others still in a daze. The smell of blood will attract nearby zombies, so leaving the scene quickly is the most important thing. By the time they return, unless something unexpected happens, the corpses here will have been completely devoured by other zombies. Several people heard Lin Xinghai's words and immediately jolted into action, their reverence for him deepening further. At the same time, a sense of security also arose in their hearts. In such a dangerous place, the stronger Lin Xinghai's abilities, the better news it undoubtedly was for them.
After quickly collecting the yuan crystals, the group continued on their way.
What followed was a series of relentless battles, or rather, one-sided massacres. Lin Xinghai shot zombies, then Ling Xiu and the others collected yuan crystals. The group's speed of progress became increasingly faster, as the constant practice allowed Ling Xiu and the others to accelerate their collection of yuan crystals.
After another half an hour, they finally arrived at the winery.
It is worth mentioning that the last 5 kilometers of the journey had more zombies than the previous 10 kilometers, with over 500 zombies killed. Fortunately, they had deliberately bought extra bullets before heading out, otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to venture so deep.
There are 3 ordinary zombies inside.
Ling Xiu, take some people in to find the alcohol. Be quick, I estimate that in no more than 3 minutes, zombies will start wandering over, Lin Xinghai said, looking at the red dots on the zombie detector.
Got it.
Ling Xiu responded without hesitation and immediately took Yao Chang and Zhang Meiling, rushing inside. Gunshots rang out a few times inside, followed by the sound of rummaging. Lin Xinghai instructed Huang Nuo to drive the multifunctional off-road vehicle into some ruins to hide it as much as possible, and he leapt onto the rooftop of a nearby house. If Ling Xiu and the others couldn't finish within 3 minutes, he would do his best to kill the approaching zombies here to buy them time for transportation. Time ticked away second by second, but Ling Xiu and the others were nowhere to be seen. Lin Xinghai couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. It wasn't until 2 minutes later that Ling Xiu finally emerged from the winery, but his expression was extremely grim. I practically searched the entire place, but there wasn't a single bottle of wine.
Hearing what Ling Xiu said, Lin Xinghai's brows immediately furrowed.
After all the effort to get in here, ending up with nothing to show for it. Honestly, if it were anyone else, their mood probably wouldn't be much better either. But since he couldn't find it, there was nothing he could do. Wait. Lin Xinghai suddenly thought of something and immediately released his perception, covering the winery in front of him. Yes, he planned to use his perception to investigate. Of course, the idea was simple, but executing it was not easy. Perception, to put it plainly, is just a special sense and cannot be used as eyes to see things. To use an inappropriate analogy, perception is somewhat like radar. Using radar to detect the movements of enemies is quite easy. However, if you want to use radar to explore terrain or search for something, while it's not impossible, the difficulty compared to the former increases significantly. Of course, perception and radar are ultimately not the same thing.
Perception can more easily sense the shape, aura, and activity trajectory of living beings.
But when it comes to inanimate objects, it can still sense them, though it will only detect the shape of the object. You would then need to think in your mind about what specific object corresponds to that shape.
This is still very different from what the eyes can see.
For example, when sensing an object shaped like a bottle, Lin Xinghai has no way of knowing whether it is a wine bottle, a vinegar bottle, or a beverage bottle. Of course, perception does have its advantages, which is that it can penetrate all obstacles. As long as all bottle-like objects are identified and then judged one by one, it can be done. Lin Xinghai's perception swept around the winery, focusing on those hidden corners. However, after scanning the area, he did not find any bottle-shaped objects in the hidden corners. Instead, there were several bottles in the winery's hall, but their placement was too conspicuous. If they were truly wine bottles, Ling Xiu and the others would not have missed them. He frowned deeply and could only further expand the search range. Ling Xiu, who came to report the news, originally had a face full of frustration, but upon seeing Lin Xinghai not issue a retreat order after hearing the news, and instead close his eyes as if sensing something, a glimmer of hope gradually rose in his heart. Lin Xinghai did not disappoint him either. At a certain moment, his tightly furrowed brows suddenly relaxed, and even a trace of joy appeared on his face.
Let's go, follow me inside.
Lin Xinghai leapt down from the upstairs in just a few moves and rushed into the winery. Ling Xiu quickly followed upon seeing this. Inside, Yao Chang and Zhang Meiling were still stubbornly making their final search, but judging by the disappointed expressions on their faces, it was clear they held little hope. When Lin Xinghai rushed in, Zhang Meiling opened her mouth to say something but quickly realized that Lin Xinghai wasn't paying attention to them.
Instead, he went to the corner on the east side of the
hall and knocked on the ground with his hand. "There's a hidden passage here. Break it open," Lin Xinghai said.
Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up instantly.
They quickly grabbed stones or pillars from the collapsed ruins and began smashing away. However, the entrance to this secret passage was extremely sturdy.
Despite continuous pounding, the ground only showed slight dents and was not broken open.
Lin Xinghai frowned slightly as he observed. He released his perception ability again, carefully sensing the area, then drew the vibrating dagger from his waist and stabbed it directly into a specific spot on the ground.
Crack! It sounded as if metal was breaking.
Then, as Ling Xiu smashed a massive stone weighing over 100 pounds hard against the ground,
boom!
The entire ground directly collapsed, revealing a short hidden passage. Everyone immediately followed the passage downward, and soon, a basement appeared before them. In the basement, there is a row of wine racks with bottles of red wine placed on them. However, this basement did not escape unscathed in the face of the great disaster. A small portion collapsed, burying some of the red wine, but the remaining red wine still amounts to at least over 100 bottles.
"How many points are these red wines worth?"
Lin Xinghai asked, as he wasn't very familiar with such matters.
"These are all genuine red wines. If sold to the mercenary guild, each bottle would be worth at least 500 points.
There are at least 50,000 points worth here. But I feel that these red wines are not ordinary. If sold to someone who truly appreciates them, I think the total value would be at least 100,000 points." When mentioning 100,000 points, Ling Xiu's voice trembled slightly. Lin Xinghai listened, his breath hitching slightly. If it were 100,000 points, he could get 60,000 points. But this emotion only lasted a moment for Lin Xinghai before he quickly composed himself and said, "Don't just stand there.
The zombies are coming soon. Hurry up and move all these wines. Also, remember to find something to cushion them.
These bottles have been here for at least 20 years and might break easily.
I'll buy you some time. You must evacuate in 5 minutes."
When the group heard Lin Xinghai say that zombies were coming, the smiles that had just appeared on their faces instantly became stiff. And when they heard Lin Xinghai say he would buy them 5 minutes, they both hoped what he said was true and felt it was somewhat unbelievable.
Even though the number and density of zombies in Qingtang town are far less than in the urban area, this is still the town center, a place with tens of thousands of zombies. "Brother Lin, can you really delay for 5 minutes?" Ling Xiu asked with a mix of surprise and joy.
"If you have time to ask so many questions, you'd be better off quickly moving these bottles of red wine," Lin Xinghai said with a frown. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately stopped talking and began to act, searching for containers to hold the red wine. As for Lin Xinghai, he immediately left the basement and rushed back to the surface. Standing at the entrance of the winery, he observed the situation and indeed saw 2 zombies appear on the road about 300 meters away, followed by a group of zombies. Lin Xinghai did not immediately show himself to kill the zombies but instead went to the place where Huang Nuo had hidden the multifunctional off-road vehicle.
"Found the wine.
You go help with the transport, I'll go distract the zombies," Lin Xinghai said.
Shouldn't someone stay here to keep watch?" Huang Nuo pointed at the zombie detector and asked.
His most important task was to stay here and observe the movements of the surrounding zombies. If any special situation arises, he must immediately sound the alarm, drive to assist others, and be ready to break through at any moment.
"No need. With me here, zombies won't be able to approach the winery."
"Time is tight, hurry up and go," Lin Xinghai said.
Huang Nuo hesitated for just a moment before nodding.
If it were someone else, even their captain Gao Shan, he would definitely argue his case, as the multifunctional off-road vehicle is their last guarantee for escape. But after entering Qingtang town, Lin Xinghai had already fully demonstrated his extraordinary strength, and Huang Nuo ultimately chose to trust him.
Of course, before leaving, he didn't forget to bestow Lin Xinghai with a buff ability.
This was the only help he could offer Lin Xinghai. Lin Xinghai saw Huang Nuo wave his hand, and a streak of yellow light shot toward him, moving so fast that he couldn't dodge in time. As the light entered his body, he immediately felt it transform into energy, filling every part of his being. While feeling comfortable, it seemed as though all his bodily functions had been elevated to a higher level.
Watching Huang Nuo's departing figure, how could Lin Xinghai not guess that this must be the opponent's enhancement ability?
Of course, at this moment, he had no time to worry about so much. He glanced at the zombie detector and found that the nearest red dot was indeed the group of zombies he had just seen. In addition, there were 3 other zombie groups, which were also quite close to this winery. After noting their locations, Lin Xinghai wasted no time, grabbed the Ripper rifle, and charged toward the nearest zombie group. Using the phantom movement technique and taking advantage of the buildings for cover, he quickly darted through. At this moment, Lin Xinghai discovered that, under the enhancement of his ability, his speed had actually reached 66 points. TSK. Although the buff effect is only 10%, if it can be stacked, it feels pretty good, he couldn't help but remark. If he were to use the speed ability at this moment, his speed should reach a terrifying 132 points. While these thoughts ran through his mind, Lin Xinghai's footsteps did not pause in the slightest. He quickly closed the distance to 100 meters from the target corpse group.
However, he did not fire his gun.
His body remained remained hidden within the building as he continued moving forward, bypassing them and arriving at the rear of the corpse group. "Hey! Zombies over there, look over here," Lin Xinghai shouted. "Roar! Roar! Roar!" What responded to him were the excited roars of the zombies, along with a group of zombies charging madly toward him.
TSK, such enthusiasm. "It's only polite to return the favor," Lin Xinghai said, responding with 3 gunshots. Bang bang bang.
Then the 3 zombies at the front fell to the ground dead in response. He fired while retreating, luring the zombies away from the winery. Taking on a group of zombies alone might be difficult for others, but for Lin Xinghai, it was just routine. It took less than a minute to deal with this group of zombies. Without any delay, he once again used the phantom movement technique, retraced his path, and returned to the car to check the zombie detector. He discovered that in the direction of the previous zombie group, the movement patterns of nearby zombies had already changed and were heading toward the location where the zombies had died. Clearly, these zombies were attracted by the blood, causing their direction to shift. Lin Xinghai let out a sigh of relief. The development of events was just as he had anticipated. He glanced at the other 2 groups of zombies closer to the winery, reloaded his magazine, and immediately rushed over. As long as he could keep intercepting them in advance, he could delay the zombies' approach to the winery. Of course, doing so was not without its cost. After killing the zombie hordes, the scent of blood from the corpses would attract a large number of zombies to feast, which would result in an increasing number of zombies surrounding the winery.
When there are too many, breaking through will become dangerous. This is also why Lin Xinghai set a 5-minute time limit for Ling Xiu and the others. Lin Xinghai was busy hunting zombies, and the pressure on him should have been the greatest. However, in reality, Ling Xiu and the others were even more nervous. Because they were completely unaware of the situation outside, all they could do was quickly pack up the red wine and move it out. They had already found several wooden crates and placed the red wine inside. Of course, during this process, they also stuffed some sponges, wood shavings, or scraps of cloth into the crates for cushioning. With the joint efforts of the 4, it took only 4 minutes to pack 112 bottles of red wine into 3 large wooden crates, which were then sealed. "Let's go, we need to get out quickly," Ling Xiu said, picking up one of the large wooden crates and hurrying outside. After retracing the tunnel back to the hall, he nervously tilted his ear to listen. He found that there were no zombie growls nearby, nor were there any gunshots, which left him feeling quite puzzled. Logically speaking, even if Lin Xinghai could withstand the zombie attack, it shouldn't have been easy, so how could there not even be the sound of gunfire? Of course, despite his doubts, he dared not slow his pace in the slightest. Holding the large wooden box, he almost broke into a jog as he rushed out. The few people behind him quickly followed. When they stepped out of the winery's main entrance, they saw Lin Xinghai driving a multifunctional off-road vehicle toward them. "Get in the car," Lin Xinghai said as he got out from the driver's seat and directly leaped onto the roof of the vehicle. Ling Xiu and the others, while delighted, were also quite puzzled. Of course, now was not the time to ask questions, so everyone hurriedly loaded the boxes onto the car. Fortunately, the multifunctional off-road vehicle had a sufficiently spacious interior. After stuffing in 3 large wooden boxes, the back row could still fit 2 people. In this way, Lin Xinghai standing on the roof was just enough to sit. Huang Nuo put down the large wooden box and immediately sat in the driver's seat, but he didn't drive off right away. Instead, he asked, "Brother Lin, which way should we go?" "Just head back the way we came. If you encounter zombies, just ram into them directly," Lin Xinghai replied, straightforward and concise. "Got it." Wang Nuo stepped on the gas, and the vehicle shot forward instantly. He felt his mood soaring at that moment, even starting to think about how he should celebrate once they returned. It was just that, after driving only a short distance, his elated mood plummeted and kept sinking, because he saw, not far ahead on the road, a dense crowd of zombies blocking the entire main thoroughfare. The sheer number was terrifying, almost reaching 200. 200 zombies, let alone their small hunting squad. Even a weaker mercenary group encountering them might face annihilation. Almost instinctively, Huang Nuo wanted to step on the brakes, but before he could act, Lin Xinghai's voice reached his ears. "Charge through." Huang Nuo listened, clenched his teeth, and then floored the accelerator. "Ling Xiu, give me another Ripper rifle." Ling Xiu was somewhat surprised and a bit puzzled, but it didn't stop him from handing his Ripper rifle to Lin Xinghai. At the same time, he stuck his head out of the window and looked up at Lin Xinghai on the roof of the car, only to see the other holding a Ripper rifle in one hand. Dual-wielding rifles, operating both at the same time? Although Ling Xiu had already been shocked many times today, his face still showed an expression of astonishment upon witnessing this scene. Dual-wielding guns is a theory that was proposed a long time ago, but countless people quickly proved with facts that the effectiveness of this approach is not as good as using just one firearm. Of course, Ling Xiu also understands that the main reason for reaching this conclusion is that multitasking operating 2 guns at once is extremely difficult, and normal people simply shouldn't entertain such an idea. But thinking of Lin Xinghai's marksmanship, Ling Xiu felt that the other party might actually be capable of achieving it. And for such a master, if they could fully unleash the power of dual-wielding guns, just imagining it made Ling Xiu's heart surge with excitement.
excitement. Of course, regardless of what thoughts these people inside the car might have, the roar of the zombies pulled them back to reality. Even though they all trusted Lin Xinghai, it was inevitable to feel nervous and uneasy. Roar, roar, roar. As the multifunctional off-road vehicle approached, the group of zombies that had been feeding with their heads down instantly raised their heads, then became attracted to the fresh food in the vehicle. If the corpses of their kind are like plain rice and steamed buns to them, then living humans are like gourmet delicacies.
The excitement and frenzy in the zombies' expressions best illustrate this point. Over 200 zombies charged at them. This kind of scene is rarely encountered by hunting squads, and even fewer have survived to tell the tale. Bang bang bang. At the moment just before the two sides were about to collide, Lin Xinghai, standing on the car roof, pulled the trigger. The zombies charging at the front were all hit in the head without exception, then fell backward under the impact of inertia. Bullets rained forward, and rows of zombies collapsed to the ground. But Lin Xinghai did not kill all the zombies. On one hand, it was very difficult to achieve, and on the other hand, it was completely unnecessary. After all, the multifunctional off-road vehicle was not just for show. With the engine at full throttle, the off-road vehicle directly charged into the zombie horde. Bang, bang, bang. A dull thudding sound echoed as zombies were sent flying. The zombie horde had undergone Lin Xinghai's bullet barrage, and as numerous zombies fell to the ground, the density of the horde greatly decreased. Moreover, Lin Xinghai specifically targeted intermediate zombies or ordinary zombies with sturdier builds. Under such circumstances, the overall threat of the zombie horde was reduced by more than half, and the multifunctional off-road vehicle could easily rely on its powerful horsepower to plow through. Sitting inside the vehicle, Ling Xiu was nervously observing the situation outside with his abilities when his eyes suddenly narrowed sharply. Damn, there's an advanced zombie. Lin Xinghai's two Ripper rifles were loaded with only regular bullets. Advanced zombies can withstand regular bullets, and Lin Xinghai simply didn't have time to change the ammunition. Seeing this, Ling Xiu hurriedly grabbed Huang Nua's Ripper rifle and quickly replaced it with armor-piercing rounds. However, the advanced zombie was too fast. Just as he removed the magazine, the advanced zombie had already closed in within a 10-meter range of them. Is it too late? Ling Xiu felt anxious and helpless. He should have thought of it earlier if he had prepared the third Ripper rifle loaded with armor-piercing rounds for Lin Xinghai in advance. Then this predicament wouldn't have been an issue, but now, just as a trace of despair began to rise in Ling Xiu's heart, he suddenly saw the advanced zombie lunging toward them develop a bloody hole in its head, then collapse to the ground with a thud. The way of dying was almost no different from those most ordinary zombies. Ling Xiu almost bit his tongue in shock. He had no idea what was going on. Preloaded with armor-piercing rounds? He immediately dismissed this idea. The Ripper rifle he handed over definitely did not contain armor-piercing rounds. As for the Ripper rifle originally held by Lin Xinghai, unless all the rounds he loaded were armor-piercing bullets, what use would it be to preload a few armor-piercing bullets in the magazine? Unless he could foresee the future and determine before the battle which shot he would encounter a high-level zombie. Ling Xiu carefully recalled the entire process and quickly noticed a detail. The gunfire just now seemed different from usual. It seemed to be the mixed sound of two guns firing simultaneously. In an instant, a thought surfaced in his mind. He felt it was impossible, yet it was the only explanation. That was, at the same time, Lin Xinghai operated dual guns and shot two bullets at the same spot on the advanced zombie's head. The combined force of the two bullets directly pierced through the opponent's skull. Achieving this sounds simple, but advanced zombies are so fast and have such keen danger perception. Ordinary people, no, even skilled marksmen, like Roger, who ranks close to the top 100 on the shooting leaderboard, would need Vice Captain Su Hao's assistance to accurately hit the advanced zombie's head. As for wanting to hit the same spot on the head with two bullets, this is akin to hitting a high-speed moving ball versus hitting a high-speed moving peanut. The difference between the two. The difficulty increases not just by one magnitude. Even the top-ranked shooter in the entire Starshield shelter couldn't achieve this. Lin Xinghai also upgraded his shooting skills to intermediate shooting techniques and mastered the special usage of perception to achieve this. Moreover, there is one prerequisite. The advanced zombie must enter within a 10-meter range of him to make it possible. Of course, regardless of how many prerequisites there are, Lin Xinghai accomplished a miracle that others could never achieve. After killing an advanced zombie, Lin Xinghai continued firing without pause, as if nothing had happened, eliminating the zombies blocking their vehicle's path. As the multifunctional off-road vehicle advanced with wild collisions, they soon encountered the second and third advanced zombies, but without exception, they died just like ordinary zombies, unable to stir up the slightest ripple. When Lin Xinghai killed the fifth advanced zombie, the two remaining advanced zombies hidden within the massive zombie horde showed a look of terror in their eyes. After a brief hesitation, they turned and fled. With the escape of the two advanced zombies, it seemed to trigger a chain reaction. The intermediate zombies following them also began to flee, and then the entire zombie horde collapsed just like that. This left everyone in the car stunned. Although they had heard that zombies could run away, it was the first time they had seen it happen with their own eyes. When the
number of zombies is small, they often fail to grasp the situation before the battle ends, so the issue of fleeing doesn't arise. Only in cases like this, where the zombie horde is massive and a one-sided slaughter occurs, do the zombies at the rear who haven't yet joined the fight become terrified enough to flee.
As 1/4 of the zombies at the rear fled, the multifunctional off-road vehicle successfully broke through the encirclement.
The car instantly erupted in cheers. This trip had truly been a huge profit for them, and this was even with Lin Xinghai taking 60% of the earnings. Otherwise, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they had made a fortune.
So amidst the excitement, Ling Xiu had already started considering how to strengthen their collaboration with Lin Xinghai.
As long as they could latch onto such a powerful ally, the development of their hunting squad would be akin to installing rocket boosters. It wouldn't be long before their dreams could be realized. And the road back, since it had been cleared earlier, was free of obstacles, allowing the off-road vehicle to charge forward at full throttle. Even if they encountered zombies, as long as the number wasn't too large, they could simply ram through them without Lin Xinghai needing to take action.
Did you hear something? After driving 5 kilometers forward, Lin Xinghai's ears twitched, and he suddenly spoke.
The others, now gradually calming down, heard Lin Xinghai's words and began to listen attentively. In fact, the degree of genetic optimization for Ling Xiu and the others is higher than Lin Xinghai's, so the optimization of various parts of their bodies surpasses Lin Xinghai's, such as their hearing ability. After listening carefully, their pupils slightly contracted, especially Ling Xiu, who immediately used his clairvoyance ability to look to the right. Then he exclaimed, "Corpse tide."
Hearing the words corpse tide, not to mention others, even Lin Xinghai's expression turned grim.
Anyone with a bit of common sense knows that a corpse tide is even more terrifying than mutated zombies.
What is the scale of the corpse tide? How far is it from us? Lin Xinghai immediately asked the two most critical questions.
It should exceed 5,000, and the scale is still increasing. It's currently located 5 kilometers to our right, Ling Xiu immediately replied. Upon hearing this response, not only Lin Xinghai but even the others secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
I say, Vice Captain, can you stop speaking halfway? You're scaring people to death. Wang Nua couldn't help but complain.
Exactly, you should practice how to describe intelligence. Zhang Meiling also rolled her eyes.
Seconded.
Even the usually silent Yao Chen spoke up at this moment. I have to say, they were truly scared out of their wits. The zombie horde is indeed terrifying, but if it's 5 kilometers away, it doesn't have much to do with them. Not to mention it appeared on the right side, not blocking their path to leave. Even if it appeared in front of them, at worst, they could turn back, cross the entire Qingtang town, and leave from the other side. Anyway, with a distance of 5 kilometers, as long as they don't court death, they'll be fine.
Why would a corpse tide appear here in Qingtang town? Lin Xinghai suddenly asked. The group was taken aback upon hearing this. That's right.
Generally speaking, corpse tides only form spontaneously in large cities, and even then, only in areas with an extremely high density of zombies in the city center. For a small place like Qingtang town, the appearance of a corpse tide is very unreasonable unless Ling Xiu once again used his abilities to carefully observe. It really is man-made.
I discovered a team. No, it should be a mercenary group. They have an armored vehicle and a mech.
However, the mech is damaged in many places and seems to be in a semi-paralyzed state.
It can only stand inside the armored vehicle and rely on the giant sword in its hand for limited attacks.
This time, Ling Xiu had learned his lesson.
Whatever he saw, he immediately reported without holding anything back.
Lin Xinghai immediately noticed something unusual. Check the surroundings.
Are there any mutant zombies present?
Mechas are forged from high-strength alloys, making it impossible for ordinary zombies and intermediate zombies to cause any damage to them. In theory, advanced zombies can break through the defenses of mechas, but that's only theoretical. As long as the person controlling the mecha hasn't lost their mind, they wouldn't allow advanced zombies to attack freely. Therefore, when a mecha is damaged, the first thing to consider is mutant zombies. Upon hearing the words mutant zombies, the expressions of the people in the car were far from pleasant. The reason they chose to come to Qingtang town to hunt zombies was mainly because they hadn't heard of any mutant zombies here.
For any hunting squad, a place with mutant zombies is equivalent to having an unbeatable big boss. So next time, they can only consider switching to another location to farm yuan crystals.
The only thing that made everyone feel fortunate was that the treasure at the winery had already been explored by them, so it wouldn't matter whether they came back here next time or not.
When various thoughts emerged in their minds, Ling Xiu's words suddenly interrupted their train of thought. There really is a mutated zombie. It's a hunter, but it's severely injured. Its entire right leg is gone, probably cut off during a battle with a mech.
It's now hiding within the zombie horde, not launching a direct attack, but constantly using its howls to summon zombies to encircle and attack. The hunter has moved ahead of the mercenary group, summoning the zombies in front to block their way. With this, whether that mercenary group can escape is really hard to say. At this point, point, Ling Xiu also felt a sense of shared misfortune. At this moment, a red signal flare shot into the sky like fireworks, then exploded high above, forming a giant SOS symbol. It was the distress signal sent by the mercenary group, but the people inside the vehicle seemed as if they hadn't seen it at all. With their small arms and legs, all they could do was silently offer a few prayers for the others.
As for taking actual action, there are mutated zombies. Shouldn't we leave quickly? Makes sense, otherwise if that mercenary group gets wiped out and the hunter targets us, we'll be in trouble. Everyone in the car quickly reached a consensus.
After hearing Ling Xiu mention the name of the mutated zombie, Lin Xinghai opened his wrist-mounted computer and began searching for information about the hunter. The hunter is only 2 meters tall, which definitely qualifies as a miniature type among mutated zombies. However, being small in stature does not mean lacking strength. This mutated zombie possesses incredible speed, formidable attack power, and, most terrifying of all, it is extremely cunning, adept at hiding in the shadows to launch ambushes.
Just like a hunter stalking prey, this is also the origin of its name.
In most cases, if you are targeted by this hunter and fail to detect it in advance, the moment you see it will likely be the moment of your death. Of course, the hunter is not without weaknesses. It has high attack and speed, but it is fragile. At least compared to other mutated zombies, its defense is quite weak. And now, considering that the opponent is missing a leg, Lin Xinghai looked up again at the SOS signal lingering in the sky, then asked Ling Xiu, after the hunter lost a leg, what is its current speed? Although Ling Xiu was a bit puzzled as to why Lin Xinghai asked this, he carefully observed using his ability and still provided an answer. The speed is roughly between 230 and 250 points.
Lin Xinghai couldn't help but sigh after hearing this.
Even with one leg broken, such speed was possible. If both legs were intact, the speed could probably be 10 times faster, which was truly terrifying to imagine.
Let's go over there.
After thinking it over, he made a decision.
What?
Ling Xiu thought he must have misheard.
Let's go over there to provide assistance.
Lin Xinghai clearly expressed his intention.
Brother Lin, that's a mutated zombie. It's too dangerous.
I can handle it, Lin Xinghai interrupted.
Even if its speed reaches 300 points, my marksmanship can hit accurately, and the hunter's defense isn't high. Armor-piercing bullets are enough to break through.
If it were an ironclad zombie with extremely high defense, he would definitely turn around and leave without hesitation. But the hunter is just a fragile type, and with one leg broken, losing its greatest speed advantage, he truly isn't afraid. Ling Xiu thought about it and felt it made sense, but he was still hesitant.
This kind of rescue isn't free, right?
Lin Xinghai didn't care about Ling Xiu and the others' thoughts at all. He immediately asked another critical question. Ling Xiu was a bit unable to keep up with Lin Xinghai's train of thought, but he quickly replied, according to the default rules, the rescuers indeed make requests for compensated rescue. However, this kind of compensation isn't guaranteed by the mercenary guild, so even if the other party agrees, they can still go back on their word afterward. Don't worry, as long as their mechas can't move, they won't have the ability to go back on their word, Lin Xinghai said confidently. Hearing Lin Xinghai's domineering words, Ling Xiu didn't even know how to respond. But this matter was truly too dangerous, and even though Lin Xinghai spoke so resolutely, he still wasn't very willing to go. However, Ling Xiu also understood that once the other party made a decision, he wouldn't be able to stop him at all. So his brain worked rapidly, trying to come up with a reasonable argument to persuade him.
Brother Lin, although it's paid rescue, I feel that the rewards are not proportional to the risks we need to take. This kind of transaction definitely needs to be settled on the spot.
And since we're not in the shelter, we can't transfer points online or anything like that. We can only settle with physical items. The total value of the items we receive is estimated to be at most 10,000 points. But what we have to do involves not only dealing with mutant zombies but also guarding against zombie hordes. If we accidentally get caught in one, we'll be in real danger, Ling Xiu advised. The others nodded in agreement, though the main reason was still their deep-seated fear of mutant zombies. Of course, it's impossible to only get 10,000 points. Just the corpse of the hunter alone is worth 10,000 points. Moreover, have you ever considered why this hunter, despite being seriously injured, still relentlessly pursued that mercenary group? Lin Xinghai said.
This question truly left Ling Xiu and the others stunned.
Mutated zombies possess a certain level of intelligence. They cherish their lives more than ordinary zombies, so under normal circumstances, they would flee after being seriously injured. Now, this situation seems a bit unusual. Seeing no one speak, Lin Xinghai continued, the reason this situation is occurring must be because there is something very important attracting that hunter, and this attraction far surpasses food.
What could that be? Ling Xiu asked instinctively. If my guess is correct, it's energy crystals, and the quantity shouldn't be small. Lin Xinghai offered his hypothesis.
The energy fluctuations emitted by energy crystals can promote the evolution of zombies, which naturally holds a fatal attraction for mutated zombies. Moreover, he had just experienced a similar situation before, narrowly escaping annihilation while being hunted by the blood demon, so he immediately made this connection. Additionally, based on Lin Xinghai's understanding, the high level of officials of the shelter have been purchasing energy crystals at high prices during this period.
Naturally, the major mercenary groups would pay extra attention during their outings, and some even deliberately search for them.
Encountering one here is not particularly surprising.
Of course, even if he guessed wrong, it wouldn't matter. If it's not an energy crystal, there must be some other valuable item attracting the hunter. At that point, it can simply be used as collateral for points.
Upon hearing the words energy crystal, Ling Xiu and the others finally showed some interest on their faces. Such opportunities are rare, and if missed, there won't be a next time. Even if they encounter it again, without Lin Xinghai, it would be pointless.
Fortune favors the bold, and judging by Lin Xinghai's tone, he seems absolutely confident. So why wouldn't they take the risk? Perhaps they could earn enough points in one go and achieve their goal.
Thinking of this, Ling Xiu exchanged glances with the others and they all chose to acquiesce. Seeing no objections, Lin Xinghai immediately instructed Huang Nuo to drive over. Currently, they were separated from the zombie horde by a distance of 5 kilometers, which had instead become the biggest obstacle to the rescue. More importantly, the other party's position was not fixed, making it even more troublesome for them to pursue and provide assistance.
Brother Lin, let me switch places with you. I have an idea that might let the other party know of our presence and take the initiative to come and meet us, Ling Xiu said. Since he had made up his mind, he would naturally give it his all.
Lin Xinghai raised his eyebrows slightly upon hearing this.
He was a bit curious about how Ling Xiu planned to make the other party aware of their presence. However, he didn't ask and simply nodded. The two then switched positions. Whether it was moving from the passenger seat to the roof or from the roof to the passenger seat, for a gene optimizer, it was an extremely simple task just to flip and it was done. The two even switched positions while the vehicle was speeding. When they swapped positions, Lin Xinghai noticed that the weapon in the other person's hand was not a Ripper rifle but a sniper rifle. His face immediately showed a look of realization. Then, just as he had guessed, Ling Xiu raised the sniper rifle, aimed, and fired. According to Lin Xinghai's understanding, sniper rifles of this era generally have an effective range of 3 kilometers, while the maximum range can reach up to 5 kilometers. This happens to be the limit of Ling Xiu's clairvoyant ability, and precisely because of this, he particularly enjoys using sniper rifles, as it allows him to maximize his ability. Of course, very few people would use a sniper rifle to shoot targets at such a long distance, even Ling Xiu, because accuracy simply cannot be guaranteed. However, the current target is the zombie horde, which is a different matter altogether. With the assistance of the clairvoyance ability, Ling Xiu chose a group of zombies near the mercenary team and directly pulled the trigger. In such a large group of zombies, as long as the deviation wasn't too extreme, there was bound to be an unlucky one that got hit. Bang! The muffled sound of the sniper rifle rang out, and a sniper bullet left the chamber, flying toward the zombie horde 5 kilometers away. Then, among the massive horde of corpses, a single unlucky zombie suddenly had its chest struck by something terrifying, leaving a blood hole the size of a bowl. Propelled by the immense impact, it flew backward, knocking over several other zombies before coming to a stop. The power of sniper bullets, even when targeting something 5 kilometers away, is incomparable to that of ordinary rifle bullets. The first zombie's chest was pierced with a blood hole, and less than 2 seconds later, another zombie nearby had its right arm hit by a sniper bullet, causing it to break off completely. Soon, another zombie's head exploded. In such a situation, if it happened just once or twice, it might easily be overlooked. But when it occurs repeatedly, as long as the mercenaries aren't completely blind, someone is bound to notice something unusual. Captain, there's another mercenary group nearby. Bullets are coming from the left, and the other side seems to be using a sniper rifle. A mercenary who first noticed the situation excitedly shouted in the communication channel. Inside the damaged mech, Run Hong, who was cautiously guarding against a hunter's ambush, was momentarily stunned upon hearing the voice from the communication channel. Then, his face lit up with ecstatic joy. Although they fired a distress flare, everyone knew that under such circumstances, the likelihood of a mercenary group willing to come to their rescue was extremely low. Firing that flare was merely a desperate attempt to grasp at straws. But who could have imagined that a mercenary group actually responded? Turn left and head in that direction. We're going to meet them. Run Hong immediately issued the order. At the same time, he prayed in his heart, hoping that the ones coming to their rescue would be a second or third tier mercenary group. Otherwise, a first tier mercenary group might not necessarily be able to help them through this crisis. For updates completed, please subscribe, please reward, please vote for recommendations. Brother Lin, they're heading toward us, Ling Xiu said immediately upon noticing the other party change their direction. At the same time, he stopped shooting at the zombies, as sniper bullets were certainly not cheaper than armor-piercing rounds. As the two sides drew closer, Lin Xinghai and the others gradually began to hear the roars of the zombies. Thousands of zombies were running and roaring simultaneously, creating an overwhelming momentum that truly felt like an army charging forward. Faced with such a scene, not to mention Ling Xiu and the others, even Lin Xinghai felt a bit apprehensive. However, he did not change his decision because he was well aware that such a scenario was something he would have to face sooner or later as
jealousy grew stronger. Moreover, although the corpse tide was terrifying, as long as they maintained a safe distance and avoided being swept into it, the danger would be manageable. Finally, as the two sides approached a certain distance, the communication equipment inside the vehicle indicated an external signal connection. It was clearly the mercenary group on the other side that released the signal source and actively contacted them.
Let them connect,
Lin Xinghai said without much hesitation. At first, the communicator emitted a chaotic buzzing sound, but as the signal stabilized, the voice became clear. Hello, this is the Giant Hammer Mercenary Group. Please respond if you can hear us.
Yes, I hear you.
Lin Xinghai pressed the call button and replied. Thank you so much for your rescue.
May I ask which mercenary group you belong to? The voice came through again. Hearing this question, everyone in the car felt slightly awkward.
But Lin Xinghai didn't care at all and directly replied, We are the Ability Users Alliance Hunting Squad. Upon hearing this answer, the other party immediately fell silent. Lin Xinghai was not in a hurry and waited quietly. As long as the other party wasn't foolish, they would definitely continue to seek assistance, though their attitude would likely change. A moment later, a steadier voice sounded, Hello, I am Ren Hong, the leader of the Giant Hammer Mercenary Group.
Thank you for being willing to come to our aid. May I ask what kind of assistance your hunter squad can provide us? Your biggest problem right now is being constantly harassed by that hunter, isn't it?
I can take care of it, Lin Xinghai directly pointed out the most critical issue. In fact, as long as the hunter was killed, the corpse tide would gradually disperse without its command, and all problems would be resolved. On the other side, Ren Hong, sitting inside the mech, fell silent upon hearing Lin Xinghai's response, as he had no idea how to continue the conversation. He had seen people with big talk before, but never anyone with talk this big.
He could deal with the hunter? Who does he think he is, a Blood Chi realm expert?
If it were a normal day, Ren Hong would have already started ranting, but now their mercenary group was on the brink of collapse, and they had to strive for any bit of support they could get. So he took a deep breath, and even though he knew the other party couldn't see him, he put on a smile and said, If you can really make it happen, that would be wonderful.
Our Giant Hammer Mercenary Group will forever remember your kindness.
The young man's voice sounded again through the walkie-talkie. No need for gratitude, just offer something practical.
Of course, name your terms, Ren Hong replied. Alright, then 50,000 points. By the way, you can't transfer here, so you can just use items to offset it.
Ren Hong's expression froze, and at the same time, the internal communication channel of the Giant Hammer Mercenary Group exploded. I've seen outrageous things, but never something this outrageous.
50,000 points? Why doesn't he just go rob someone? Ha! Didn't you hear?
He said he can deal with the hunters.
TSK. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard.
Ren Hong listened to the sarcastic remarks from his subordinates on the internal communication channel, his expression turning grim. He even began to suspect whether the other party had come just to mock them, talking big and then running away when the moment comes. He had indeed heard of such things happening before, but he had no other options either. Now they had already been caught up by the tide of corpses, though not too deeply yet. Relying on the strong defensive power of the armored vehicle, they could still hold on for the time being.
However, if they couldn't break the deadlock, there was absolutely no way they could escape from Qingtang town.
So he could only suppress his impatience and say, This young brother, you must be joking. I've never heard of rescue being this expensive, and we don't have that many points to offer. The young voice on the other side spoke again in a calm tone. 50,000 points isn't expensive, is it?
Your Giant Hammer Mercenary Group has a total of 23 members. On average, each person spends just over 2,000 points to buy their lives. That's quite a bargain. As for you saying you don't have that many points, that's fine too.
Just give me all the primal crystals and energy crystals on your vehicles. If it's not enough, you won't need to repay the rest afterward. Hearing the words energy crystal, Ren Hong's breath slightly paused.
He quickly smiled and said, You must be joking. How could our mercenary group have something like an energy crystal? Are you perhaps?
But before he could finish his sentence, the young voice interrupted him forcefully. Even when severely injured, the hunter still pursued you.
There must be something in your possession that is attracting it. An energy crystal is the only logical guess.
Ren Hong fell silent once again.
He knew the other party was no fool. Alright, we'll go with what you said. As long as you can help us out of this predicament, we'll naturally offer a reward of 50,000 points as thanks.
Ren Hong hesitated for a second before speaking decisively.
As his words fell, the internal communication channel erupted into chaos once again. Captain, are we really going to give them 50,000 points? This fee is outrageous. It's practically extortion, a member immediately said. Exactly.
This time we risked our lives, and the total value of the energy crystals we obtained is only about 60,000 points. Giving them 50,000 points leaves us with barely enough to repair the mechas. Another member chimed in agreement. Ren Hong was not angered by this and instead replied calmly, Everyone's lives are the most important thing.
The first priority now is to escape. Besides, do you really think they can handle the hunters? Hearing Ren Hong's words, the internal communication instantly fell silent.
Indeed, the other party is just a hunting squad, without even mechas. How could they possibly
possibly deal with mutant zombies? Then, Captain, what do you mean?
Deputy Captain Zhuo Wenbin asked at this moment.
Agree to their request first. Once they attract the attention of the mutant zombies, it will be easier for us to escape. The other party is just an overconfident hunting squad. Treat them as bait. Once they attract the hunters' attention, we'll break through with full force, Ren Hong replied to Zhuo Wenbin's question while simultaneously issuing orders. Then, if we escape, what happens to that hunting squad? A mercenary asked timidly. Wouldn't it be better if they die?
I never intended to give them those 50,000 points anyway. Saves us the trouble of dealing with them later. Ren Hong's lips curled into a cold smile. He had never encountered such an arrogant hunting squad before, and if they failed to recognize the situation when the time came, he wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson. While Lin Xinghai was negotiating with the other party, everyone perked up their ears to listen, unwilling to miss a single word. Even Ling Xiu couldn't help but climb down from the roof of the car and squeeze into the back row to witness the entire process. At this moment, apart from admiration, there was also a trace of disbelief in their hearts. They actually agreed to it. That's 50,000 points. Ling Xiu couldn't help but swallow hard. Moreover, aside from the final negotiation result, what impressed them even more was Lin Xinghai's tough attitude, which left no room for the other party to bargain. They had no choice but to agree. Having money is one thing, but you need to be alive to spend it. Of course, agreeing is one thing, but whether they'll actually hand over the points afterward is hard to say, Lin Xinghai said.
Huang Nuo, standing nearby, instantly widened his eyes. Refused to honor it? Then they. Suddenly, he remembered what Lin Xinghai had said at the beginning. Hey, brother Lin, you have a way to make them give it, right? Don't worry, I actually hope they don't give it, so we have a reason to demand more.
Since they agreed so readily, the energy crystals harvested this time must be worth far more than 50,000 points.
When the time comes, we'll take it all,
Lin Xinghai said, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. That smile made Huang Nuo, who was sitting nearby, inexplicably shiver. But no one in the car doubted whether Lin Xinghai had such ability, as he had already accomplished too many seemingly impossible feats in front of them. Of course, they didn't doubt it, but that didn't mean they weren't worried. Especially Ling Xiu, as the temporary team leader, he thought even further. If things really escalate to that point, you might be able to force them to hand over the energy crystals, but what if they retaliate afterward?
Retaliate afterward? Them?
Lin Xinghai said as he opened the holographic display on his wrist-mounted computer, showing the information of the Giant Hammer mercenary group to everyone. Their mercenary group, with the strongest being their leader Ren Hong, has only achieved 83% genetic optimization.
Moreover, in the entire mercenary group, only the deputy leader has awakened an ability, and it's just an ordinary basic ability. Even their mechas are unmodified.
Such a mercenary group, even among level 1 mercenary groups, is considered one of the weaker ones. If they really dare to make a fuss, I'll have the leader have a heart-to-heart talk with them.
I've already recorded the conversation just now. Both fists and reason are on our side, so what's there to worry about?
Lin Xinghai said dismissively. These materials were all sent to him by Roger, with the main purpose of letting him know which mercenary groups could be bullied and which ones should not be provoked for the time being. Ever since he learned that their leader had forcefully suppressed even the second-tier Wild Wolf mercenary group, he no longer paid much attention to these ordinary first-tier mercenary groups. However, after finishing his words, Lin Xinghai noticed the worried expressions on Ling Xiu and the others' faces. He immediately understood their concerns and reassured them, saying, "Don't worry, if things escalate to that point, I will reveal my identity and try my best to ensure that the matter doesn't involve your ability user alliance. Of course, if you're still uneasy, you can always join our sky-splitting mercenary group," Lin Xinghai added with a cheerful smile. The sky-splitting mercenary group is currently recruiting, and if a few ability users could join, that would naturally be ideal.
Even if these abilities aren't combat-oriented, they are still much better than ordinary mercenaries. Well, let's talk about it later.
Ling Xiu didn't give a direct answer, but Lin Xinghai could tell that the other party probably wasn't interested. He didn't push the matter either. Bringing it up was enough, and whether or not they were willing was up to them. Besides, if the other party joins, there are benefits to that. If they don't, there are also advantages to them not joining. When the time comes to earn some extra money, continuing to work with Ling Xiu and the others wouldn't be a bad idea either. As the group conversed, the tide of corpses rapidly approached, closing in at 1,000 meters, 800 meters, 500 meters. With every bit closer, Lin Xinghai could feel their emotions growing increasingly tense.
He didn't say much, directly grabbing 2 Ripper rifles and climbing onto the roof of the vehicle while issuing orders. Huang Nuo, try to get the vehicle as close to the tide of corpses as possible, but make sure not to get caught in it. Ling Xiu, prepare the hand cannon. If the vehicle accidentally gets caught in the tide of corpses, immediately use the hand cannon to blast open a path and break through. Yes,
the two responded in unison. Ling Xiu then checked the bullets in the 2 firearms one last time. He had already replaced all the regular bullets with armor-piercing rounds. However, since they had only purchased 100 armor-piercing rounds for this trip, and some had already been used during previous zombie hunts, only 78 rounds remained. This quantity was was a bit low, but if used sparingly, it would barely suffice. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xinghai glanced at the tide of corpses, which truly felt overwhelming. Of course, he also noticed the armored vehicle within the tide of corpses, already deeply stuck over 100 meters in.
The zombies in front of the armored vehicle were not charging forward but desperately ramming backward.
The impact of one or two zombies had no effect on the armored vehicle at all, but when the number reached a certain level and the ramming became continuous, the armored vehicle could still hold up, yet its speed couldn't increase at all. Moreover, the impact of ordinary zombies is not the most troublesome. The most troublesome are those advanced zombies mixed within the zombie horde, because their sharp claws can damage the armored vehicle. Although the damage is not significant, a single swipe can leave a scratch 10 centimeters long. Such scratches, even dozens or hundreds of them, are not a big deal for a massive armored vehicle.
However, there are simply too many advanced zombies surrounding the armored vehicle.
Lin Xinghai took a quick glance and spotted over 50 of them, and with the mutated zombies calling out, more are bound to arrive. So many advanced zombies, each capable of inflicting terrifying cumulative damage with just a few strikes.
If left unchecked, even the high-strength alloy of the armored vehicle wouldn't last long.
Of course, the members of the Giant Hammer mercenary group weren't sitting idly by. They were desperately firing from the shooting ports of the armored vehicle. But the problem is, these advanced zombies have regular zombies acting as meat shields, making it extremely difficult for the mercenaries to hit them.
In fact, calling it an impossible task wouldn't be an exaggeration.
You should know, previously when the sky-splitting mercenary group carried out missions, Lin Xinghai always needed Roger's assistance to eliminate the advanced zombies hidden among the corpse horde. All of this was observed by Lin Xinghai, and they were getting closer and closer to the zombie tide, soon reaching 100 meters, 80 meters, 50 meters. At this distance, his perception could already encompass the area, mapping every move of the advanced zombies into his mind. He could even predict in advance the next actions of these advanced zombies. Under such circumstances, these advanced zombies seemed to be hiding well, but in Lin Xinghai's eyes, flaws were everywhere. With his marksmanship, a flaw meant death.
Bang, bang, bang.
Lin Xinghai's Ripper rifle fired repeatedly as he pulled the trigger one after another.
Bang, bang, bang.
Lin Xinghai didn't pull the trigger quickly because he had to wait for those advanced zombies to reveal a flaw, firing at the moment they either dodged or attacked. At such moments, they often couldn't change direction in time. Coupled with Lin Xinghai's current marksmanship, there was no need to aim. He could basically shoot as soon as he raised the gun.
After minimizing the aiming process, often at the moment when advanced zombies sense danger, Lin Xinghai has already pulled the trigger.
With the combination of these factors, the result is only one, hitting the target every time. The arrival of the Ability Users Alliance team for rescue can be said to be the matter of greatest concern for the Giant Hammer mercenary group. Although the members of the Giant Hammer mercenary group knew that a hunting squad was coming, they were already mentally prepared. But seeing that the other side only had a multifunctional off-road vehicle and a few people, it would be a lie to say they weren't disappointed. Of course, they still hoped the other side had some special tricks up their sleeve. After all, any mercenary who can survive in the apocalypse isn't a fool. Without some leverage, how would they dare to get involved in this mess? Then, they saw that the young man sitting on the car roof at the edge of the zombie horde didn't take out any powerful weapons and appeared to be casually shooting. This scene infuriated many mercenaries, their eyes flashing with hostility. To them, it seemed like the other party was purely there to toy with them. Otherwise, could the other party rescue them from the zombie horde with just 2 Ripper rifles? Not even in their dreams would they dare to think so. What made them even more furious was that the opponent was actually using dual guns simultaneously, a technique even the top 10 sharpshooters on the shooting leaderboard wouldn't dare to attempt. Coupled with Lin Xinghai's nonchalant expression, they felt that he was outright mocking them, which was not surprising. But these people quickly noticed that the advanced zombies continuously attacking the armored vehicle were suddenly dying. At first, they thought it was a coincidence that some mercenary had managed to hit them. After all, they'd been firing for so long, it couldn't be that they achieved absolutely nothing, right? Of course, the death of a high-level zombie could not change their current predicament, so the mercenaries merely glanced at it a few more times. However, no one expected this to be just the beginning. Those high-level zombies, which they had previously tried every means to hit without success, suddenly seemed cursed and began falling one after another. At this point, no one could remain calm. Everyone started looking around, trying to figure out what was causing this situation, because this could very well be their hope of escaping alive. And when everyone searched and searched, they finally discovered that the source of everything was the young man sitting in the off-road vehicle. Every time he fired a shot, a high-level zombie on this side would be killed. This left the group of mercenaries somewhat incredulous, feeling as though everything was so surreal. But no matter what they thought, the facts wouldn't change because of their wishes. Every time Lin Xinghai fired a shot, it was as if he slapped them in the face, forcing these people to confront reality. The mercenaries stared blankly for a moment, but soon they discovered something even more terrifying. Lin Xinghai's marksmanship was astonishingly accurate, hitting the target every single time. For most mercenaries, mercenaries, having a 50% hit rate when shooting ordinary zombies is already considered remarkable. As for shooting advanced zombies, achieving a 10% hit rate is something many people wouldn't even dare to dream of.
Hitting advanced zombies with perfect accuracy is simply a fantasy. But such a thing appeared right before their eyes, and it kept happening, leaving them no choice but to believe it. This isn't scientific.
How could someone's shooting skills reach such a level? A mercenary said.
If it's not scientific, then maybe we should consider supernatural abilities.
Perhaps he has mastered some kind of ability that enhances shooting skills, someone immediately speculated. And when they accepted this reality, all the thoughts in their hearts ultimately transformed into joy, excitement, ecstasy. It can be said that the more angry they were before, the more surprised they are now.
No matter how the other party managed it,
the fact that the other party possesses such marksmanship is an enormous blessing for them.
Can we escape?
A mercenary finally asked this sensitive question, his voice trembling slightly.
The possibility is high.
As long as the other party can kill all these advanced zombies, our armored vehicle will be able to hold out and break through Qingtang Town, someone immediately analyzed. This made everyone feel as if they were injected with adrenaline, starting to fight back with all their might. Even if their marksmanship couldn't hit the advanced zombies, putting enough pressure on them was still beneficial. In this way, the number of advanced zombies Lin Xinghai killed continued to climb, quickly surpassing 20 and then approaching the milestone of 30. The members of the Giant Hammer mercenary group were all excited, but Lin Xinghai remained quite calm, as he had always known that the key to victory in this war was never about these advanced zombies. He's here. At this moment, Ling Xiu shouted abruptly without any context, but Lin Xinghai knew that he was referring to the hunter. This was also the most important task he had assigned to Ling Xiu. Trying to locate a hunter skilled in hiding and ambushing amidst a dense tide of corpses was no easy feat. Only someone like Ling Xiu, who possessed the clairvoyance ability, could keep the target locked for an extended period.
Can't hold back anymore, huh?
The corners of Lin Xinghai's mouth curved slightly into a faint smile. His primary goal in killing advanced zombies was to lure out the hunter. For creatures like mutant zombies, which possess a certain level of intelligence, they definitely wouldn't just stand by and watch him ruin their plans. Moreover, compared to the armored vehicles equipped with mechas, his position undoubtedly seemed easier to deal with. Soon, the predator entered his perception range, silently approaching under the cover of buildings. It quickly closed in within a 100-meter range, but Lin Xinghai did not take action and continued to wait. However, he reduced his shooting frequency, focusing more of his attention on the predator. But he soon discovered that the opponent did not attack directly but instead circled around to their front. At the same time, he noticed that another wave of zombies, numbering close to 50, had gathered ahead and was charging toward them. Lin Xinghai immediately understood that the opponent intended to use this wave of zombies to distract them and then launch a sneak attack.
TSK. Truly worthy of being a hunter, Lin Xinghai couldn't help but remark.
Then he instructed Ling Xiu, I might not be able to handle other matters later. Just use the hand cannon to blast them directly. Make sure this group of zombies doesn't slow us down, or we'll be in danger if we get caught in the zombie horde.
Alright, Ling Xiu nodded.
Zhang Meiling and Yao Chang also tightly gripped the Ripper rifles in their hands. Even if they couldn't help much, they were determined not to become a burden.
The large horde of zombies quickly approached the SUV and launched a direct charge.
The hunter blended into the horde of corpses as they launched their charge, quietly approaching. He was only 2 meters tall, which made him slightly taller than ordinary zombies, but as long as he crouched down a bit, it was hard to distinguish him without close scrutiny.
Boom, boom, boom.
When the horde was just 20 meters away from the off-road vehicle, Ling Xiu decisively used the hand cannon to bombard them. The power of the hand cannon is unmatched by any firearm. In a dense zombie situation, a single shot can blast away more than 10 zombies. Even in this relatively less dense situation, a single shot can still blow away 5 or 6 zombies.
Coupled with Zhang Meiling and Yao Chang's follow-up shots, this wave of zombies poses no threat to the multifunctional off-road vehicle.
Of course, Lin Xinghai has no time to pay attention to these matters. His focus is entirely on that mutated zombie. The opponent, mixed in with the rear of the corpse horde, has already approached within a range of 50 meters and could launch an attack at any moment. But Lin Xinghai remained as steady as a mountain, because his goal was not to repel the opponent but to kill them.
Given the cunning of the hunter, there would likely only be this one chance.
Once the opponent witnessed his marksmanship, they probably wouldn't attack again. Therefore, Lin Xinghai's psychological threshold was 30 meters.
A closer distance could improve accuracy and further compress the mutant zombie's space for dodging.
Of course, being too close is also not an option. He absolutely cannot let the opponent get near him. The hunter perfectly concealed itself among the horde of corpses, approaching 50 meters, 48 meters, 45 meters, 43 meters. Watching the hunter gradually draw closer, Lin Xinghai began to feel a sense of danger rising in his heart. It was his perception warning him. Lin Xinghai thought for a moment. To ensure safety, he opened the system panel and then cast a detection spell toward the hunter. After using it, he found that the number of free probes remaining was only 3. Of course, he didn't dwell on it too much and immediately immediately looked at the data that had been probed.
Name, Hunter. Constitution, 359 points. Strength, 967 points. Speed, 1935 points. Temporary, 296 points. Note, this is a zombie naturally skilled in ambushes. Seeing such data, especially the opponent's speed, Lin Xinghai couldn't help but gasp despite having speculated about it earlier. With this nearly 2,000 point speed, if the opponent weren't injured, it would be impossible for him to hit it. Even though the opponent has a broken leg now, their temporary speed is still 296 points. Quite cunning indeed. Even knowing how to hide their strength, Lin Xinghai couldn't help but mutter inwardly. It should be noted that when Ling Xiu previously used the clairvoyant ability to investigate, the speed displayed by the opponent had always been between 230 and 250 points. Of course, while this value is slightly higher, it is still within his psychological expectations. The zombies kept approaching. 38 meters, 35 meters, 33 meters. At the moment the opponent stepped into the 30-meter range, Lin Xinghai decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets flew out of the gun barrel, heading straight for the hunter. Lin Xinghai's shot was extremely sudden. He hadn't even glanced at the opponent earlier to avoid drawing the hunter's attention. It was precisely because of this that the hunter, suddenly attacked, even showed a hint of astonishment in its eyes. But a mutated zombie is still a mutated zombie. Even when faced with such a sudden attack, it can react in the blink of an eye. The hunter tilted its head to the right, dodging the armor-piercing bullet aimed at its head. Lin Xinghai's sudden ambush, coupled with his mastery of intermediate shooting techniques, made dodging even one shot the result of the hunter's utmost effort. But Lin Xinghai fired 2 shots simultaneously, and the second shot was a rather conservative attack aimed at its torso. No matter how much the hunter twisted its body, the armor-piercing round still penetrated its abdomen. In an instant, a bloody hole appeared on the hunter's body. The bullet pierced through the skin and thick muscle layers, directly entering its body and causing varying degrees of damage to its internal organs. Such an injury might be fatal for humans, but for zombies, especially mutated zombies, it could only be considered a minor wound. Not even the opponent's speed managed to affect it in the slightest. Although Lin Xinghai had only fired 2 shots, the hunter already understood that this human before it was not to be trifled with. After losing a leg, it decisively chose to retreat. But Lin Xinghai was aiming for a kill and would never allow the opponent to escape. Without any hesitation, he pulled the trigger once again. However, this time, before he pulled the trigger, a gray beam of light shot out from inside the vehicle, streaking like lightning toward the hunter. This gray beam of light was too fast and seemed to have a locking function. The hunter had no chance to dodge and was hit directly, with a layer of grayish light instantly appearing on its surface. This was Yao Cheng's weakening ability. Before the battle, Lin Xinghai had already instructed him to release the weakening ability on the mutant zombie immediately after he fired his shot. Lin Xinghai glanced at the system panel. At this moment, the temporary speed of the mutant zombie had already dropped to 267 points. Seeing this scene, Lin Xinghai actually felt a bit regretful. The effect of the weakening ability is to reduce the opponent's overall attributes by 10%. If this 10% reduction is based on the original speed of the predator, it would directly deduct 193 points of speed, making it impossible for the opponent to escape. But now, since the reduction is only applied to the opponent's current speed, the effect is not as pronounced. Of course, not as pronounced doesn't mean ineffective. The sudden weakness in the body once again caught the predator off guard. Lin Xinghai happened to pull the trigger again at this moment, and 2 armor-piercing bullets flew out. The hunter might not have fully adapted to this sense of weakness yet, and the armor-piercing bullet aimed at its head failed to be completely dodged. The bullet grazed its scalp and incidentally took away one of its ears. Compared to the first bullet, the second one aimed at the opponent's ankle undoubtedly had a greater effect. The injury to its ankle caused the hunter's speed to decrease even further. Bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. Lin Xinghai didn't give the opponent any time to catch their breath, quickly pulling the trigger. The predator fled while desperately dodging. But Lin Xinghai's marksmanship now was not so easy to evade. Coupled with his tricky shooting angles, every simultaneous shot almost always landed a bullet on the predator. After taking another 5 bullets, the predator darted behind an abandoned car, finally gaining some breathing room. Now, as long as it could rely on the car to avoid bullets and hold out for a dozen seconds, the tide of corpses would surge forward, and it would be safe. Even if these people do not leave in time, it can keep everyone here. Seeing the mutated zombie hiding behind the abandoned vehicle, Lin Xinghai couldn't help but sigh. He had overestimated his shooting skills. Of course, what he currently mastered was just a superficial understanding of intermediate shooting techniques. If he could use his perception to control the bullet's trajectory, the hunter would have absolutely no chance to escape behind that vehicle. However, Lin Xinghai was not frustrated, as he had anticipated this situation beforehand and already had a response plan in mind. After greeting everyone, he directly leaped off the multifunctional off-road vehicle, simultaneously activating his speed ability and phantom movement technique, instantly boosting his speed to 120 points.
At this moment, a yellow light promptly fell upon him, which was Huang Nua's enhancement ability. His speed increased by another 10%, reaching a terrifying level of 132 points. Of course, even so, there is still a significant gap in speed between him and the hunter, but he is not competing with the mutant zombie in terms of speed. He is merely ensuring he has enough mobility to avoid being affected by ordinary zombies. With a speed of 132 points combined with the phantom movement technique, Lin Xinghai could easily weave through the zombie horde, and every zombie attack missed him without exception.
Under such circumstances, Lin Xinghai quickly approached the abandoned car. Although mutant zombies cannot extend their perception, their instinct for danger is extraordinarily sharp.
As soon as Lin Xinghai jumped off the off-road vehicle and started moving, the hunter immediately sensed the approaching threat, but it showed no signs of nervousness or fear. Instead, there was a hint of excitement in its eyes. As long as that food came within 10 meters of its range, it was absolutely confident it could take the opponent down. Even if the opponent approached within 20 meters, it was still confident it could endure a few shots and rush forward to tear that food apart. Then, in its perception, that food suddenly burst forth with considerable speed, quickly closing in to within 30 meters, then 25 meters, and finally 20 meters. At this moment, the predator's entire body muscles began to tense up, storing energy, ready for a critical pounce. But at this very moment, it suddenly sensed a powerful threat descending upon it.
4 thumb-sized bullets fell from the sky, sealing off all 4 directions around it. They were bullets from a hand cannon. Boom, 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 boom. 4 explosions sounded almost simultaneously. At the critical moment, the hunter once again lunged forward with its unparalleled reaction speed. However, this type of explosion was a wide-area attack, and the range was quite large. Even though the hunter managed to dodge in time, it still couldn't avoid being swept by the shockwave of the explosion.
The damage caused by the shockwave to the predator wasn't significant, but the most terrifying thing for it was losing its balance and falling forward. Lin Xinghai's goal was to create such a fleeting opportunity, and at the most critical moment, he launched 2 armor-piercing rounds he had prepared in advance. Both bullets were aimed at the predator's head. In a situation where it had already lost its balance and was falling forward, trying to dodge was extremely difficult. The predator could only barely twist its head slightly. Under such extreme circumstances, it still managed to successfully dodge 1 bullet, but another hit its head squarely.
Bang!
The hunter's head, under the terrifying impact of the armor-piercing round, slightly caved in, yet even so, its hardened skull still managed to block the bullet.
However, after enduring such a terrifying impact, the hunter couldn't avoid a momentary dizziness.
And this dizziness, it never had the chance to wake up again.
Bang 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 bang.
The 2 Ripper rifles in Lin Xinghai's hands showed no intention of stopping as he continuously pulled the trigger, with bullet after bullet hitting the hunter's skull. When the 6th armor-piercing round struck the skull, the hunter's cranium could no longer hold and cracked open. The armor-piercing bullet smoothly penetrated the brain, instantly killing the hunter. However, Lin Xinghai, to be on the safe side, fired 4 more bullets into the opponent's head before stopping. At this moment, the multifunctional off-road vehicle had just broken through the encirclement of the corpse horde and was driving toward this direction. Seeing this, Lin Xinghai quickly stepped forward a few paces to the hunter's corpse. Just as the off-road vehicle arrived, he lifted the hunter's body and leaped onto the roof of the vehicle. The entire process, although it sounds lengthy, from Lin Xinghai firing his gun to collecting the hunter's corpse, took only a mere 10 seconds.
In just 10 seconds, he managed to hunt down a mutated zombie.
Even though this mutated zombie was already severely injured and had even lost a leg, it still couldn't change the fact that it was a mutated zombie. At this moment, Ling Xiao and the others, despite having mentally prepared themselves beforehand, still felt somewhat dazed, filled with a sense of unreality. As for them, having already experienced several shocking moments from Lin Xinghai today, they still reacted this way. The members of the Giant Hammer mercenary group not far away were even more overwhelmed.
My God, am I dreaming? Is this world too crazy, or is there something wrong with my eyes? A group of mercenaries were using various words to frantically express their shock.
Even Ren Hong, who was sitting inside the mech, couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn," when he saw Lin Xinghai kill the mutant zombie. In fact, when Lin Xinghai displayed unparalleled marksmanship, taking down one advanced zombie after another, the shock in Ren Hong's heart was no less than that of the ordinary members. However, in order to maintain the dignity of the team leader, he could only force himself to hold back, remaining silent no matter how astonished he felt. But when Lin Xinghai single-handedly took down a mutant zombie, the shock in his heart instantly overwhelmed his rationality, and a damn slipped out uncontrollably. After realizing his loss of composure, he felt slightly nervous and even started thinking about how to restore his dignity as the commander. However, he soon discovered that no one had noticed his lapse. Everyone was busy discussing how the other party had managed to pull it off or speculating about the Starshield shelter and when such a prominent figure had emerged. This made Ren Hong secretly breathe a sigh of relief, yet he also felt somewhat displeased, as if his spotlight had been stolen. But at this moment, no one would care whether he was happy or not. The mercenaries now had only 2 points of of focus, Lin Xinghai and the zombie horde. With the death of the hunter, no mutated zombies continued to control the horde. Although the horde wouldn't disperse immediately, the threat it posed had already decreased significantly. The most obvious sign was that the zombies ahead were no longer crazily charging back to crash into the armored vehicles. Without the relentless obstruction of zombies at all costs, the armored vehicle's engine power was pushed to the maximum, unleashing terrifying force as it crashed through the zombies, blocking its path, slowly but resolutely breaking free from the zombie horde. The moment they broke free from the zombie horde, the members of the Giant Shield mercenary group erupted in cheers. This feeling of surviving a disaster filled everyone with excitement. However, after the excitement subsided, they had to face a pressing issue: the matter of compensation for this rescue operation. This is a matter closely related to the interests of every mercenary. After all, if the harvest is substantial, then everyone will receive more bonuses, and the mercenary group can replenish better equipment, making the next mission undoubtedly safer. On the contrary, if they pay such a large sum of compensation, not only would this mission fail to generate profit, but they might not even have enough to cover the costs of repairing mechs and armored vehicles. Therefore, when discussing whether to pay the compensation, the mercenaries of the Giant Shield mercenary group couldn't help but argue again. Moreover, both sides provided quite compelling reasons. Those opposing the payment, of course, did so because of the money. The reason for supporting the payment of remuneration is Lin Xinghai's terrifying strength. In addition, the corpses of hunters on the multifunctional off-road vehicle also serve as an invisible deterrent to them. Ren Hong listened to the quarrels of his subordinates, his expression extremely unpleasant. On one hand, it was naturally because he didn't want to face this issue, and on the other hand, it was because these mercenaries under him showed too little respect for him as the leader. They started arguing directly without even consulting his opinion beforehand. It should be noted that the vast majority of mercenary leaders are able to make decisive decisions, and their subordinates are completely obedient. Such a situation as his is rarely seen. The reason his mercenary group is like this boils down to 2 points. The first is that the group hasn't been established for long enough, so the members' sense of belonging isn't very strong yet. The second, and most crucial point, is that his strength isn't sufficient. If his genetic optimization level could surpass 90%, the situation would be completely different. Although it would only increase his genetic optimization level by 7 points, which wouldn't lead to a significant breakthrough in his strength, breaking the third genetic lock would cause his perception to increase dramatically once again. At that time, the full power of the mech can be unleashed, and the role he can play will naturally be incomparable to what it is now. Various thoughts swirled in his mind, but he did not speak up to stop the mercenaries' quarrel. Based on past experience, matters directly related to the mercenaries' own interests cannot be suppressed when their emotions are running high. Only when they have almost finished arguing can he step in to make the final decision. The waiting time was not long, not because the mercenaries had finished arguing, but because a signal was requesting access to the communication channel. Clearly, the debt collectors were here to press for payment. "Captain, what should we do? Give us a clear answer." At this moment, a mercenary finally remembered Ren Hong. As one mercenary spoke up, the others followed suit, urging Ren Hong to make a decision. Seeing that the group of mercenaries finally remembered him, Ren Hong cleared his throat and shared his thoughts. "I think we need to consider 2 points first. Firstly, the reward of 50,000 points is very unreasonable. Secondly, although that gunman is very strong, he is ultimately just part of a hunting squad. As long as we can return to the shelter, even if he wants to mess with us, he won't have the opportunity. Moreover, once I repair the mech, he won't be able to pose a threat to us." Of course, considering his marksmanship, it wouldn't be wise to outright refuse him. "So, we can first test his attitude." Ren Hong quickly laid out his entire plan, and many mercenaries nodded repeatedly as they listened. Although some still had worried expressions on their faces, in the end, they said nothing. Seeing no objections, Ren Hong couldn't help but reveal a smile. The authority of the regiment leader is built up little by little like this. On the other side, Ling Xiu tried calling several times, but after receiving no response, his expression turned somewhat grim. Clearly, the situation he was worried about had occurred. There's a high chance the other party intends to renege on their promise. "Brother Lin, Ling Xiu looked at Lin Xinghai, just about to say something, but he was somewhat stunned to find that the other party had a faint smile on his face. The annoyance and frustration on Ling Xiu's face instantly turned into astonishment. "Isn't this great? It just gives us a reason to extort them," Lin Xinghai said with a smile. For a moment, Ling Xiu didn't know how to respond. Although Lin Xinghai had mentioned such a topic before, in reality, he truly didn't want it to happen. After all, he was merely the deputy captain of the hunting squad. It's fine, he really didn't want to offend a mercenary group. Otherwise, if the other party retaliated later, their ability users' alliance would definitely suffer. After all, Lin Xinghai couldn't possibly stay with them all the time. Of course, he absolutely didn't want to give up the 50,000 points either. Even if he had to give Lin Xinghai 60%, the remaining amount would still be 20,000 points.
Relying solely on their hunting squad, who knows how long it would take to earn so many points. Moreover, since Lin Xinghai chose extortion, it can be imagined that they definitely obtained far more than just 20,000 points.
So his feelings right now are quite complicated. Lin Xinghai seemed to guess what Ling Xiu was thinking and reached out to pat him on the shoulder.
Don't overthink it. Instead of lamenting, it's better to use these points to quickly improve your strength. Once you truly become powerful, they won't dare to do anything to you. Ling Xiu nodded.
Seeing that the other party's emotions seemed to have calmed down, Lin Xinghai continued. Then why don't we first discuss what we can extort from them? We definitely need to take all their energy crystals. Huang Nuo was the first to speak. He didn't have as many concerns as Ling Xiu, or perhaps it could be said that he wasn't in a position to consider such matters yet. We can also take their ammunition. Even Yao Chang spoke up at this point. We can also check if any of them are carrying wrist-mounted computers, Zhang Meiling added, her eyes sparkling like little stars. Listening to the three people's remarks, Ling Xiu felt a sense of alarm and unease. Their suggestions were simply more ruthless one after another. Especially Zhang Meiling. If they even take wrist-mounted computers, that would definitely create a deadly feud. Lin Xinghai, on the other hand, nodded repeatedly as he listened. It was indeed necessary to hear everyone's opinions. For instance, he hadn't even thought about ammunition. Seeing that no one had anything to add, he paused slightly and said, how about I force them to hand over the mechas later?
As Lin Xinghai voiced his proposal, the car instantly fell into a deathly silence. Everyone widened their eyes, staring at Lin Xinghai in disbelief. Huang Nuo almost drove the car into the drainage ditch. Seeing someone ask about expressing gratitude again, let me clarify once more. All rewards will be acknowledged collectively the next day, so please don't worry. Finally, a timid addition, if something is really missing, please join the group and message me privately. The chapter with the launch announcement contains the group number. After a long while, Ling Xiu finally suppressed the shock in his heart and explained, Brother Lin, your proposal is impossible to achieve. Whether it's mechas, armored vehicles, firearms, or cold weapons, they all have codes. Unless you have a way to make them willingly return to the shelter and complete the handover procedures with the mercenary guild, otherwise it would be considered illegal possession. Of course, we could also destroy the codes or something like that, but if we can't explain the origin of the weapons, we'll still be charged with the same crime. This is the Mercenary Guild. To prevent powerful mercenary groups from seizing the weapons and equipment of weaker ones, they established these regulations. You know, for a mercenary group, almost all their assets are tied up in these weapons, Ling Xiu explained. Lin Xinghai listened and couldn't help smacking his lips. For the first time, he felt that the mercenary guild's well-crafted regulations also had their downsides. In that case, the things we can seize have been greatly reduced. Lin Xinghai said, counting on his fingers, only primordial crystals, energy crystals, ammunition, wrist-mounted computers. Brother Lin, wrist-mounted computers won't work either. Those things also have records, Ling Xiu quickly added. Lin Xinghai curled his lips. Alright then, just those 3 items. Hopefully, they have plenty in stock. Ling Xiu couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead and asked, Brother Lin, what should we do then? In that case, you give them a final ultimatum first. If they still don't listen, leave the rest to me, Lin Xinghai said. Ling Xiu, what kind of ultimatum? Lin Xinghai, it doesn't need to be too complicated, just show our stance. You can directly fire a shot at them or blast them with a hand cannon. Ling Xiu felt the sweat on his forehead flowing even more profusely. This so-called ultimatum turned out to be directly opening fire. What if the other side retaliates? Wouldn't that lead to a fight? Although he was inwardly complaining, he did not argue and chose to comply. Of course, he attacked using the Ripper rifle. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the bullet crossed the distance between them in the blink of an eye, striking the armored vehicle solidly and sparking a shower of sparks. But that was all it amounted to. With the armored vehicle's thick alloy, ordinary bullets could at most leave a small dent on its surface. Even armor-piercing rounds couldn't penetrate such thick armor. Ling Xiu's shot startled the members of the Giant Hammer mercenary group. They had considered the possibility that the opponent might use some aggressive methods to force them to stop. But unexpectedly, the other party turned out to be so aggressive, they actually fired directly. Captain, what should we do? Those people must be crazy. They actually fired directly. This is outrageous. They're just a hunting squad. Do they really think we're easy to bully? The communication channel of the Giant Hammer mercenary group exploded into chaos once again. Some were nervous and uneasy, while others were indignant and aggressive. Ren Hong also frowned deeply. He hadn't expected the other party to open fire directly. This immediately left him feeling caught in a dilemma, especially as he listened to the sounds of argument in the communication channel, which only made him more agitated. Of course, no matter what he thought, he still had to make a decision in the end. Let's wait and see. The other side might be trying to scare us because they can't do anything to us and are getting desperate. Ren Hong could only gamble, betting that the other side truly had no options. Although their marksmanship was impressive, armored vehicles are bulletproof, that's common knowledge. As long as they could hold out until they returned to the shelter, it would be their victory. However, he didn't know that Lin Xinghai had always been skilled at breaking people's common
common knowledge. On the other side, Lin Xinghai waited for about 10 seconds. Seeing that the other party still showed no signs of movement, he ordered Huang Nuo approach to within 150 meters of them. Lin Xinghai might seem a bit domineering in his actions, but that doesn't mean he's careless. In fact, he has been constantly on guard against the Giant Hammer mercenary group. Therefore, the distance between the two vehicles has always been maintained at over 200 meters. Otherwise, if the other party launched a round of hand cannon volleys, they might be done for. A distance of 200 meters has already exceeded the maximum range of a hand cannon. As for the Ripper rifle, although it hasn't exceeded its maximum range, at a distance of 200 meters, for ordinary mercenaries, hitting a person is out of the question. Even hitting a fast-moving off-road vehicle is not an easy task. Soon, as the multifunctional off-road vehicle accelerated, the two sides closed the distance to 150 meters. At such a distance, it was still within the safe range for the Esper Alliance. But the Giant Hammer mercenary group was completely different, as they had already entered the range of Lin Xinghai's perception. Lin Xinghai raised his gun and aimed without hesitation.
Bang! Bang! Two armor-piercing bullets flew out almost simultaneously.
Lin Xinghai aimed at the right front wheel of the armored vehicle, but of course, he wasn't targeting the tire. The tires of the armored vehicle are made of a special solid rubber, which can still function even if shot through. Therefore, he targeted the bearing that fixed the wheel. Although the armored vehicle is forged entirely from high-strength alloy and is theoretically bulletproof, it's nearly impossible for an average person to fire two bullets at the exact same spot. But Lin Xinghai was no ordinary person, so when two armor-piercing rounds hit the bearing, half of it immediately shattered. The driver of the armored vehicle immediately sensed something was wrong, but before he could report it, two more gunshots rang out.
Bang! Bang!
The same spot was hit again, and the bearing responsible for securing and supporting the tire broke apart. The consequences were terrifying. The massive 2-meter diameter wheel of the armored vehicle instantly flew off. The entire armored vehicle lost control and crashed into a nearby house.
Boom! With a deafening roar, the dilapidated house instantly collapsed.
The armored vehicle plowed through the entire building and only came to a stop on the opposite street. The mercenaries inside the vehicle were battered and bleeding, but no one paid attention to that at the moment, as a single thought emerged in everyone's mind.
How exactly did the opponent manage to do this?
Since Lin Xinghai fired both guns simultaneously, even though he shot 4 times, the mercenaries only heard 2 gunshots. If someone had previously claimed that 2 shots could incapacitate an armored vehicle, these mercenaries would have definitely spat in their face. But now, such a thing was happening right before their eyes.
While they were shocked, they couldn't help but feel a bit terrified.
At this moment, Lin Xinghai instructed Huang Nuo to park the multifunctional off-road vehicle 150 meters away from the other party. He then returned to the passenger seat, turned on the loudspeaker, and said, "Everyone on the other side, it's time to pay the reward.
The corpse tide is now just 2 kilometers behind us. It'll take at most 10 minutes to get here.
Considering the time you need to weld the bearings, you have about 5 minutes to decide whether to pay the reward." Hearing the message coming through the loudspeaker, the expressions on the faces of the people inside the armored vehicle from the Giant Hammer mercenary group became even more grim. No one had expected that in just a moment, the initiative would completely shift to the other side. Moreover, the most crucial point was that the opponent remained 150 meters away, completely cutting off their hopes of counterattacking. At such a distance, the threat their firearms could pose to the opponent was far too minimal. Of course, they could also try shooting at close range or repairing the tires, but no matter which option they choose, they would have to get out of the car. Given the opponent's marksmanship, getting out of the car would be equivalent to becoming a sitting duck. They might not even need to get out. Even if they aimed from the shooting port, the opponent would probably hit them first. Run Hong felt a bitter taste in his mouth, but some things could only be done by him. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the loudspeaker button and said, "Brothers on the other side, let's talk this out.
It's all a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding." "Is that so? Then why didn't you stop when we fired warning shots just now?" Lin Xinghai said with a hint of amusement. "Ah, that, we thought you accidentally fired your guns." Ren Hong forcibly came up with an excuse. "Then why didn't you allow our signal to connect earlier?"
Lin Xinghai's tone carried an even stronger hint of amusement. "Our signal receiver was damaged just now when we broke through the corpse tide." This time, Run Hong spoke much more smoothly, as this was an excuse he had prepared beforehand.
"All right, pay the ransom."
Lin Xinghai didn't want to argue further and directly revealed his demand. "I want all the primordial crystals, energy crystals, and ammunition in your vehicle."
Don't say I'm heartless. I'll leave you 100 regular bullets, just in case." "Brother, isn't the price you're asking a bit too harsh?" Run Hong immediately became anxious. "I don't want to discuss this."
Why it has come to this, we all know very well. Now that you've asked me to name my price, of course, you can also choose to refuse. After Lin Xinghai finished speaking, he turned off the loudspeaker and ignored the other party. The choice now was very simple, life or money. Of course, for Ren Hong and the others, there was actually no choice at all.
Without life, no amount of wealth would hold any meaning.
Ling Xiu and the others others witnessed the entire process, and they had only one feeling in their hearts: satisfying. Usually, when they faced any mercenary group, they were always extremely cautious. Even if they were in the right, if the other party was unhappy, they had to carefully appease them. But now that Lin Xinghai had stepped in, the situation was completely reversed. Of course, the reasoning was still on their side. It was just that Lin Xinghai was a bit domineering. Alright, they will definitely agree, but now we have another issue, which is sending someone to oversee them and ensure everything that needs to be handed over is fully delivered. The person who goes to oversee them might face some danger.
Is anyone willing to go? Lin Xinghai asked. If no one supervises them, they wouldn't even know whether the other party has completely handed over the items.
Lin Xinghai thought for a moment and added, "You can rest assured, as long as they don't want to die, they definitely won't dare to make a move against you. If they do, I guarantee I'll keep them all here."
He absolutely cannot go over there himself.
Without his restraint, the others pose no threat at all. However, Lin Xinghai noticed that after he finished speaking, the expressions on the faces of the others seemed a bit peculiar.
What's wrong? Lin Xinghai asked curiously.
Nothing, just feeling that Brother Lin, you're not entirely infallible, Ling Xiu said with a smile. Lin Xinghai didn't have time to ask before he knew the answer, because he saw Zhang Meiling in the back row split into two in the blink of an eye. It was only then that he remembered Zhang Meiling's ability was duplication, and what amazed Lin Xinghai was how incredibly realistic her duplicates were. If he hadn't seen her create the duplicates with his own eyes, he wouldn't have been able to tell which was real and which was fake. And it wasn't just visually indistinguishable, even when using perception to probe, both felt equally real.
Does your clone have sensory perception? Lin Xinghai asked. If supervision is required, this is essential. Yes, it does.
In fact, if you don't attack the clone and only engage in normal communication or physical contact, you wouldn't even realize it's a clone, replied Zhang Meiling's clone, who even extended her palm and made a handshake gesture. Seeing this, Lin Xinghai extended his palm and shook hands with her, and he was once again surprised. Because it is entirely a real tactile sensation, even with temperature, it is no different from a real palm.
I feel like this clone of yours could be really useful in certain situations. Lin Xinghai couldn't help but exclaim. I wouldn't dare to be as optimistic as you. This clone would dissipate immediately if hit by an ordinary person.
Moreover, the most important thing is that the clone can only last for 3 minutes, Zhang Meiling said helplessly. Upon hearing the first part, Lin Xinghai didn't think much of it, but if it can only last for 3 minutes, then the usefulness of this ability is indeed greatly reduced. They had just finished their discussion when Ren Hong responded through a loudspeaker, agreed. Lin Xinghai also turned on his loudspeaker and said, great, since you agree, now place all the primal crystals, ammunition, and energy crystals outside the armored vehicle. I'll send members over to inspect. Only after confirming that you've placed everything outside will I allow you to start repairing the armored vehicle. So if you want to fix it quickly, don't dawdle. The corpse tide was steadily approaching, and the members of the Giant Hammer mercenary group indeed didn't dare to delay further.
They immediately followed Lin Xinghai's instructions and reluctantly unloaded these items from the vehicle.
When they had almost finished transporting, Zhang Meiling transformed into a 3-minute clone again and quickly went over to inspect everything. The other party seemed to have accepted reality and didn't play any tricks, only keeping 100 regular bullets for themselves while unloading everything else from the vehicle. The subsequent matters became much simpler. With Lin Xinghai's permission, the members of the Giant Hammer mercenary group immediately got off the vehicle, quickly retrieved the wheels, and used repair equipment to roughly weld the bearings together. Although it wasn't as sturdy as before, it was barely functional for driving. Before the other party left, Lin Xinghai once again turned on the loudspeaker and said, pleasure working with you.
Finally, let me introduce myself.
My name is Lin Xinghai, a member of the Split Sky mercenary group.
After you return, I'll have our leader have a heart-to-heart talk with you.
Hearing Lin Xinghai's words, Ren Hong's mouth opened slightly, and he felt a bitter taste filling his mouth. Just moments ago, he had been comforting his mercenaries, saying things like, a gentleman's revenge can wait 10 years, and even promising that once they returned and repaired their mechas, they would definitely cause trouble for the Ability Users Alliance. But now, before he could even go looking for trouble, the other party had already made it clear they would come knocking. The Giant Hammer mercenary group is almost at the bottom among first-tier mercenary groups. Normally, they wouldn't have any contact with second- or third-tier mercenary groups. Therefore, their focus is more on those powerful first-tier mercenary groups. As for the Sky-Splitting mercenary group, it is undoubtedly one of the most elite among first-tier mercenary groups.
It is said that their overall strength even surpasses some newly promoted second-tier mercenary groups.
As for such rumors, Ren Hong couldn't determine their authenticity, but one thing he could be sure of was that if they faced the Sky-Splitting mercenary group, they would definitely be utterly crushed. Thus, the members of the Giant Hammer mercenary group left dejectedly. Although they gained nothing and even lost their ammunition, at least they managed to save their lives. Such a result is relatively good compared to those mercenary groups that never return. After they left, Lin Xinghai immediately had the multifunctional off-road vehicle drive over to start collecting the spoils on the ground. The opponent opponent's primordial crystals weren't many, but there were over 300 of them. Most were primary primordial crystals, with only a small portion being intermediate ones, yet their value exceeded 7,000 points. In addition, the ammunition could be exchanged for even more points, roughly worth 13,000 points. However, what caught everyone's attention the most was the energy crystal, with a total value reaching around 70,000. In other words, just this one rescue operation earned them a full 90,000 points.
After tallying up the gains, Ling Xiu and the others couldn't help but feel a sense of awe.
They believed that the rewards from this rescue operation could definitely rank among the top 3 in the history of the Starshield shelter. In fact, he even thought it might be the first.
After all, during rescue missions, settlements are usually made with supplies who would carry so many supplies when going out.
This is precisely why the Giant Hammer mercenary group happened to obtain the energy crystal stones. Otherwise, for any other mercenary group, even if they had such a bone-crushing opportunity, the points extorted would definitely not exceed 40,000. Gaining so much actually comes with its own troubles. The off-road vehicle was already quite cramped after loading 3 boxes of red wine, and this time's haul takes up even more space, especially those unrefined energy crystal stones, which almost filled up the back seat entirely. In the end, nearly every spot except the driver's seat was packed with supplies, barely managing to fit everything into the vehicle. This is even with the hunter's corpse placed on the roof of the car. Otherwise, they really wouldn't have been able to fit their loot on this trip. Except for Huang Nuo, who was driving, everyone else, including Lin Xinghai, could only sit on the roof, exposed to the wind and dust. But everyone had smiles on their faces because their harvest this time was truly enormous. In addition to the 90,000 points from the Giant Hammer mercenary group, the hunter's corpse on the roof was worth at least another 10,000 points. Moreover, they obtained a significant amount of primal crystals, a total of 983 pieces, including quite a few intermediate and even advanced primal crystals, with a total value of at least 23,000 points. In addition to the wine they acquired this time, if they were to sell it directly to the mercenary guild, it could fetch around 50,000 points. Of course, neither Lin Xinghai nor Ling Xiu wanted to sell it that way, as it would be far too unprofitable. They had already reached a unanimous decision to sell it to someone who truly appreciates its value. Although this might take a bit more time, they could at least earn over 100,000 points. Inside this inconspicuous off-road vehicle, the total value of all the items adds up to a staggering 230,000 points. When this figure was calculated, even Lin Xinghai felt his breath catch, because he could take as much as 60% of all the gains. That amounts to 138,000 points. Of course, the actual amount wouldn't be that high, as all the primordial crystals he obtained would be kept for his own absorption. Still, such a number of points is undeniably immense. This time back, he would definitely be the richest person in the mercenary group. As for Ling Xiu and the others, they were even more excited, occasionally pinching their thighs to confirm whether all of this was real. Of course, excitement aside, everyone remained alert, keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings. After all, until they returned to the shelter, it was ultimately not safe. Until the last moment, one must not relax. This is a principle understood by all mercenaries. On the journey ahead, it seemed as though they were blessed by the goddess of luck as they left Qingtang town smoothly. As for the road back, there were no unexpected incidents, just a few encounters with groups of zombies. As for these zombies, even Lin Xinghai had lost interest. He killed them directly and hurried on his way, not even bothering to collect the primal crystals. Half an hour later, they finally entered the tunnel leading to the shelter's entrance. Once inside the tunnel, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At this point, they were truly safe, as these tunnels were all guarded by station soldiers. Continuing along the tunnel, they soon arrived at the isolation gate of the elevator hall. However, the soldiers here did not immediately grant passage. A junior officer with the rank of second lieutenant approached, glanced at the multifunctional off-road vehicle, especially at the hunter on the roof, and asked, "Did you hunt this?" Under normal circumstances, the army does not interfere with the harvests of mercenary groups and hunting squads. But clearly, the harvests of Lin Xinghai and his team do not fall under the category of normal circumstances, so being questioned is only natural. "Yes, sir," Ling Xiu replied respectfully. Upon hearing Ling Xiu's response, the second lieutenant's brow furrowed slightly. His gaze swept over the members of the Alliance of Espers once more, then he used his perception to check again before speaking in a deep voice. "I hope you can be honest. You should be aware that such abnormal occurrences are bound to be investigated. Whether you explain it clearly to me here or wait for the military police to come and investigate, these are two entirely different matters. Think it through carefully." Ling Xiu listened, his expression unchanged, and simply called out to Huang Nuo at the driver's seat, "Pull up the video and show it to this officer." Ling Xiu was an experienced mercenary and had long anticipated being interrogated by the military. However, their mission to clear out zombies this time required full video recording, which naturally included the footage of their rescue operation. Such a video is far more effective than explaining 1,000 times. "Got it." Huang Nuo took down the car's navigation system to use as a temporary player, then played a specially edited segment
segment of the video. The second lieutenant's expression turned slightly bewildered upon hearing Ling Xiu mention playing the video. If the other party could provide video evidence, then this matter was almost certainly true. But what stood before him was merely a hunting squad, and he had just used his perception to sense them. Among these people, not a single one had broken through 2 genetic locks. How could they possibly kill a hunter? Of course, the junior officer didn't remain puzzled for long, as Huang Nua had already opened the video and started playing it. The video began with them noticing a red distress signal rising in the distance, prompting them to rush over for rescue. The opening scene immediately brought a look of surprise to the face of the lieutenant. This was a distress signal sent by a mercenary group, and a hunting squad heading out for rescue seemed like a suicide mission no matter how one looked at it. Of course, he said nothing and simply continued watching. The video had sound, and as it progressed, he soon heard Lin Xinghai bargaining with the Giant Hammer mercenary group after their communication was connected. When the lieutenant heard Lin Xinghai demanding a fee of 50,000 points, his brows furrowed slightly, but he still said nothing. After all, what Lin Xinghai and the others were about to do was to kill a mutated zombie amidst the corpse tide. For a hunting squad, this was truly a gamble with their lives. Although 50,000 points seemed a bit exaggerated, as long as both parties agreed, it was reasonable. Then he witnessed Lin Xinghai's extraordinary marksmanship. First, headshots one after another, killing a group of advanced zombies, luring out the mutated zombie, and then engaging in a fierce battle with the hunter. Especially at the end, when Lin Xinghai jumped off the off-road vehicle and single-handedly killed the hunter. Even though it lasted only 10 seconds, it left him utterly mesmerized. When he recovered from the shock, he immediately extended an invitation to Lin Xinghai. "Young man, would you be interested in joining our military department?" Lin Xinghai hadn't expected that the other party's first reaction after watching the video would be like this. Speaking of which, this was the second time he had been invited by the military department. The first time was when he had just left shelter number 83. When Roger invited him, the soldier driving the car, upon hearing that he was a B-level genetic optimizer, had also extended an invitation. But he also understood that these two invitations were fundamentally different. As long as he agreed, he would probably be promoted exceptionally upon entering. But Lin Xinghai still shook his head. "Sorry, I still prefer being a mercenary. It's much more free." The benefits of joining the army were certainly better than staying in the sky-splitting mercenary group, but there were far too many rules and restrictions inside, and he wasn't suited to that kind of life. Moreover, he had the system, which would be more easily exposed in the army. The second lieutenant heard Lin Xinghai's refusal. Although his expression showed a hint of regret, he didn't say anything. He asked everyone to wait for a moment, brought over a device, copied the video, and then let them pass. After entering the elevator lobby, Ling Xiu was about to press the elevator button when Lin Xinghai stopped him, saying, "Wait a moment." "Ling Xiu, No, I just wanted to ask whether you plan to sell that portion of energy crystals directly to the shelter or have us, the sky-splitting mercenary group, handle it for you?" Lin Xinghai asked. Hearing the question, Ling Xiu was somewhat puzzled. "Is there any difference? It's like this." Lin Xinghai organized his thoughts slightly before saying, "You should have some understanding of the affairs of the shelter's upper management, right? Are you referring to the conflicts among the upper management?" Ling Xiu asked after a slight hesitation. He had heard about these matters, but only to a limited extent. As for the specifics, their hunting squad was not qualified to know. "That's right, the upper management of the shelter wants to drive out the Morgan Consortium. However, since the Morgan Consortium controls part of the energy supply, the upper management needs to collect a large amount of energy crystals before taking action. This is also the reason why the price of energy crystals has been continuously rising during this period. The quantity of energy crystals this time is not small. If you sell the energy crystals to the shelter under your own name, you should be able to gain some favor from the officials. Of course, at the same time, you will offend the Morgan Consortium. In other words, this is both a risk and an opportunity." Lin Xinghai briefly explained the pros and cons of the situation. Ling Xiu and the others listened, looking at each other in disbelief. They had never expected that something as trivial as selling energy crystals could potentially involve them in high-level conflicts. After a brief discussion, they decided to hand over their portion of energy crystals to the sky-splitting mercenary group for sale. Opportunities may be good, but it also depends on whether they have the ability to seize them. For small fry like them, the Morgan Consortium could crush them with just a finger. Lin Xinghai seemed to have anticipated their decision. He smiled and immediately opened his wrist-mounted computer, connected to the shelter's network, and sent a message to Fang Tianhe. At this moment, in one of the recruitment points of the mercenary guild, Fang Tian and the others did not look very pleased. Throughout the day, many people came to the recruitment point, but the majority were there to poach members. As for those genuinely interested in joining the mercenary group, their numbers were quite small, and there were even fewer who met their recruitment requirements. By the end of the day, only 3 people. It wasn't that Lin Xinghai, the sharpshooter, lacked appeal, but rather that the Morgan Consortium had released news the Rift Sky mercenary group had offended them. Just this simple piece of
of news instantly reduced the number of mercenaries willing to come by over 90%.
Sai, how about we bring that kid Lin Xinghai here tomorrow? If he personally oversees things, I feel like more people will show up, Roger said with a sigh. Fang Tianhe frowned slightly upon hearing this, but ultimately shook his head. We're taking the elite route. If we can't recruit people, we'll just take it slow. Xing has immense potential, not to mention his unique constitution.
The combat power he gains from spending a day outside might be more effective than recruiting 10 mercenaries.
Roger was just making a casual remark.
Hearing Fang Tianhe's response, he immediately changed the topic. By the looks of it, that kid should be back soon.
I wonder how much he managed to gain today.
Probably no less than 10,000 points, Fang Tianhe replied.
That much? Roger's eyes widened instantly, but after thinking for a moment, he couldn't help but nod. That's true. That kid is now ranked as the second best sharpshooter.
Joining a hunting squad and negotiating the profit share, he could easily take 50%. Then, if he kills another 1,000 zombies, it should be about enough.
Roger said this and suddenly thought of another issue. Captain, in that case, won't that kid go out every day and mix with those hunting squads to earn points? That's way more profitable than staying in the mercenary group.
At this moment, Shen Han, who had been silent on the side, suddenly spoke. I considered this issue today, so I propose increasing Lin Xinghai's weight ratio from 3% to 15%.
That much? Roger was once again stunned.
You should know, even Fang Tianhe's weight ratio is only 10%.
Not much.
Based on my calculations, only this way can surpass the harvest of the hunting squad. Moreover, even if a large amount of points is allocated to Lin Xinghai during settlement, the total income we gain from a single mission will still increase by at least 30%, and this is my conservative estimate, Shen Han said.
At this point, even Fang Tianhe was somewhat surprised, and just at that moment, the wrist-mounted computer in his hand vibrated.
He opened the message and took a glance, and the expression on his face instantly became quite remarkable.
Seeing the change in Fang Tianhe's expression, Roger and Shen Han instantly became tense. The Morgan Consortium isn't stirring up trouble again, are they? Roger asked first. No. Fang Tianhe only replied with 2 words, his eyes still fixed unblinkingly on the information displayed on the wrist-mounted computer. What exactly is the news you received?
Stop putting on a face-changing act for us and just say it directly.
Roger knew something major must have happened, but Fang Tianhe's hesitant attitude was truly exasperating. It's a message from Xing.
This time, he brought back a mutated zombie corpse, an energy crystal worth 70,000 points, and wine worth 100,000 points.
Fang Tianhe checked the information on his wrist-mounted computer again to make sure he wasn't seeing things before speaking. The room instantly fell into a deathly silence.
On the other side, Lin Xinghai, after receiving Fang Tianhe's reply, said to Ling Xiu and the others, let's wait 5 minutes before going down.
All right.
Ling Xiu naturally had no objections to this. While we have some free time, let's divide all the primordial crystals first. Lin Xinghai thought for a moment and said. Seeing the puzzled expression on the other's face, he added an explanation. As for the primordial crystals, I don't plan to sell them for now. Ling Xiu and the others exchanged glances. They all understood that Yuan crystals were the primary raw material for producing genetic potions, and their value was undeniable. However, since they neither had the manufacturing equipment nor knew the specific formula, this stuff was completely useless to ordinary people. Of course, although everyone was puzzled, they sensibly kept their mouths shut and began distributing the crystals. The Yuan crystals they harvested, combined with those extorted from the Giant Hammer mercenary group, totaled 1,335 pieces. If following the normal distribution plan, Lin Xinghai should have received 801 primordial crystals. However, as per his request, the group selected the intermediate and advanced primordial crystals from his portion and exchanged them for an equivalent amount of low-level primordial crystals. In the end, Lin Xinghai received 925 primordial crystals. Looking at the heavy bag of primordial crystals in his hand, Lin Xinghai's heartbeat quickened. For him, this equates to 9,250 points of blood energy.
He truly felt like he might suddenly become rich one day.
After distributing the primal crystals, with nothing else to do, Lin Xinghai once again transformed into a persuader. Later, my commander will personally come over. Actually, you should really consider joining our Sky Split mercenary group. To be honest, our mercenary group has applied to become a second-level mercenary group today, and we've also established connections with the higher-ups in the shelter.
Our future development is bound to be very rapid.
After joining the mercenary group, going out on missions will always be safer than being part of a hunting squad.
Moreover, since all of you are ability users, your treatment will definitely be better than that of ordinary mercenaries.
Having carried out missions together, he felt that these people's abilities were quite impressive. Ling Xiu's clairvoyance has a reconnaissance range that surpasses existing detectors, coupled with the fact that he is also an outstanding sniper. As for Huang Nuo and Yao Chun, their abilities might seem a bit underwhelming in normal situations, but when facing mutated zombies, one enhances while the other weakens.
Their cooperation is absolutely on par with any offensive abilities.
As for Zhang Meiling, her ability may not be suited for combat, but it is excellent for scouting or luring enemies. During certain dangerous missions, it can play a significant role. After a slight hesitation, Ling Xiu firmly shook his head. I'm very sorry, but we don't want to join any mercenary group at the moment. After speaking, Ling Xiu quickly explained, fearing Lin Xinghai might be displeased. To be honest, we have our reasons for this. All of us here have previously experienced unfair treatment in various mercenary groups, so we have some resistance to joining one. Of course, we're not saying that the Split Sky mercenary group would be the same. It's just that we haven't gotten past that psychological hurdle yet. Besides, the reason we've gathered together is because we have a goal to form a mercenary group of our own. Thanks to you, after this mission and with our previous savings, we've finally accumulated enough points to purchase a mech. Soon, we'll be able to apply to become a mercenary group. As they spoke, not only Ling Xiu but even Huang Nuo and the others couldn't help but smile. This is the moment they've been striving for all this time. After listening to the explanation, Lin Xinghai, though surprised, nodded in understanding. The other party is like a group of people who have already saved enough money to start their own company. Getting them to come work for you is certainly not that easy. Of course, it's not entirely impossible. If your side is a publicly listed company and offers a high-level executive position, getting them to join would be a breeze. But the problem is, the sky-splitting mercenary group can't meet any of these conditions. Then I wish your mercenary group rapid development and hope you soon become a top-tier level 3 mercenary group, Lin Xinghai said with a smile. Thank you for your blessings. Ling Xiu hesitated for a moment before adding, if possible, I hope that after the mercenary group is established, you can take care of us whenever you have time. As for the profit sharing, even a 30-70 split is fine. Hearing the proposed profit sharing plan, Lin Xinghai immediately nodded with a smile, no problem, no problem. Just as they finished their conversation, the wrist-mounted computer in Lin Xinghai's hand vibrated. He glanced at the message and promptly said, alright, let's head down. The group took the elevator and quickly arrived at the mercenary plaza in the shelter. Lin Xinghai glanced around and saw Fang Tianhe leading a group of people walking toward them. Beside him, in addition to Shenhan, Roger, and others, there was also a group of armed soldiers. The leading officer was someone he recognized. It was Zhang Yu, who had previously led the team to take over the entire security bureau. Lin Xinghai wasn't surprised that soldiers had come. What puzzled him was that they came openly without any disguise. However, after thinking for a moment, he understood. Previously, secrecy was necessary to protect the sky-splitting mercenary group, but now that the Morgan Consortium already knows, there's no need to hide it anymore. Moreover, the more high-profile they are, the less noticeable the alliance of espers will be, avoiding unwanted attention. Impressive. Fang Tianhe walked over and gave a thumbs up. Beside him, Zhang Yu glanced at the hunter on the roof of the car, then at the off-road vehicle filled with supplies, and couldn't help but exclaim, truly worthy of being the second-ranked sharpshooter. If it weren't for Fang Tianhe being present, he would definitely ask Lin Xinghai if he was willing to join the military. Facing the two's praise, Lin Xinghai chuckled and said, luck, it's all luck. Zhang Yu simply smiled upon hearing this and didn't continue with pleasantries. The military's way of doing things is always swift and decisive, so he immediately began counting the number of energy crystals. All the energy crystals combined are indeed worth 70,000 points, Zhang Yu said, then used his wrist-mounted computer to directly transfer the points to Fang Tianhe. This much? Fang Tianhe looked at the 100,000 points transferred by the other party, somewhat surprised. This is the Grand Elder's intention, hoping you will continue to work hard, Zhang Yu explained. Energy crystals aren't like cabbages, finding them is entirely a matter of luck. Fang Tianhe said with a bitter smile, just do your best. Also, if you encounter anything here in the shelter and need help, feel free to come to me. After saying this, Zhang Yu didn't hesitate and directly led the team away. Watching the other party leave, Fang Tianhe and the others looked slightly excited. Previously, when they brought back the energy crystals and handed them over, they only managed to attract the attention of the higher-ups and align themselves with them, but that was all. However, Zhang Yu's last words just now, saying they could come to him for help, clearly reflected an attitude from the higher-ups, an attitude willing to help them deal with troubles. This is no longer as simple as being noticed by the higher-ups, it has been elevated to the level of being considered one of us. Fang Tianhe, amidst his excitement, certainly did not forget that all of this was brought about by Lin Xinghai. Calling it a major contribution would be absolutely fitting. While calculating what reward he should give Lin Xinghai, he transferred 100,000 points over. After receiving the points, Lin Xinghai didn't hesitate. He asked Ling Xiu to take out his identity card, then opened the holographic projection and directly transferred 40,000 points in front of him. No, let's calculate it based on 70,000 points. We'll split it 40%, so just 28,000 points will do. This is too much, Ling Xiu quickly waved his hand. Since we agreed on a 60-40 split, it's a 60-40 split. Don't overthink it, Lin Xinghai said. He was actually very clear about which money should be taken and which shouldn't. Since the allocation plan is set this way, it should be adhered to during settlement regardless of the reasons that arise midway. Only by doing so can greater trust be earned from others. The facilitating long-term cooperation.
This point is evident from Ling Xiu's grateful expression.
Giving the other party an extra 12,000 points this time will make him feel completely at ease with a 70-30 split in the next collaboration.
After dividing the energy crystals, the next item was the red wine. Fang Tianhe opened 3 wooden boxes, briefly inspected them, and then said to Lin Xinghai, 112 bottles of red wine, well preserved. Selling them for 100,000 points won't be a problem.
Lin Xinghai nodded and, without hesitation, transferred another 40,000 points to Ling Xiu's card. This made Ling Xiu and the others breathe heavily. In just 1 minute, his card had an additional 80,000 points, something that was unimaginable before. Moreover, the gains from this time hadn't even been fully counted yet. Soon, a team of staff from the Mercenary Guild arrived. They were responsible for inventorying the supplies and also for helping everyone store their weapons. Normally, when a hunting squad returns, it's impossible for them to be attended to so quickly. Mercenary groups are always given priority, and during peak times, waiting 10 to 20 minutes is quite normal. However, since the military personnel just visited, the people at the Mercenary Guild had no choice but to take this seriously. When the other party arrived, the first thing they saw was the corpse of the predator on the roof of the vehicle, and they were instantly stunned. "Did you hunt this?" the leading staff member asked with a frown. If it hadn't been for the military personnel arriving just now, and if he hadn't known Fang Tian and this regiment commander, it probably wouldn't have been an inquiry but an interrogation.
Yes, that's right. Ling Xiu didn't offer much explanation and directly took out the dismantled car navigation system, using it as a screen to play the video of hunting mutated zombies.
This time, the video was even shorter, starting directly from the moment they approached the zombie horde. The opening scene was facing the zombie horde. Such a spectacle not only shocked the staff member but also startled Fang Tian and the others nearby.
What shocked them even more was Lin Xinghai's performance. His extraordinary marksmanship left everyone in the arena dumbfounded, including Fang Tianhe, Roger, and the others. Although Lin Xinghai had previously demonstrated terrifying marksmanship when dealing with the Blood Demon. However, the Blood Demon is different from normal mutated zombies.
Their intelligence is extremely low, and due to their physical characteristics, they hardly dodge attacks.
So even ordinary mercenaries find it easy to hit them. But mutated zombies are entirely different, especially hunters, a type of mutated zombie known for their agility.
Their reaction speed and instinctive sense of danger are terrifyingly strong. Although they could see from the video that the hunter had a broken leg, even so, its speed definitely exceeded 250 points. You should know that the speed of a high-level zombie is only around 60, and even then, many people struggle to hit them. Yet the hunter, even with a broken leg, is 4 times faster than a high-level zombie, and its perception and reaction are even sharper. The difficulty of hitting it increases by far more than just fourfold. But even so, Lin Xinghai was able to suppress it in combat.
Such marksmanship can truly be described as extraordinary.
After playing the video, Ling Xiu introduced Lin Xinghai, especially emphasizing his identity as a sharpshooter. After listening, the staff member no longer had any doubts and immediately called for someone to clean up the corpses and settle the points. Due to the hunter zombie losing a leg, the points were slightly reduced, but since this type of mutant zombie is usually extremely difficult to hunt, it still yielded a total of 12,000 points. Next came the ammunition. The Giant Hammer mercenary group, along with their remaining bullets, exchanged for approximately 15,000 points in total. Finally, there were the primordial crystals. Lin Xinghai took away 925 primordial crystals, but there were still 410 left. Moreover, since Lin Xinghai took only the low-grade primordial crystals, among the remaining 400-plus crystals, the number of mid-grade and high-grade ones was definitely significant. In the end, these were exchanged for 13,000 points. Of course, the points from this portion of primordial crystals did not belong to Lin Xinghai. After finishing the inventory, Lin Xinghai submitted his card number, and the points were quickly credited to his account. Then he directly transferred the points from the League of Espers to Ling Xiu.
Alright, for the task handover, I won't be going with you. Just transfer the points to my identity card when the time comes. After handing over his Ripper rifle for safekeeping, Lin Xinghai spoke to Ling Xiu. Understood, please carry on, Ling Xiu quickly responded. After that, the two parties separated. Lin Xinghai immediately left with Fang Tianhe and the others, while Ling Xiu and his group headed straight to the Mercenary Guild without delay. However, they left, but the impact of this matter has just begun to ferment. The beginning of the matter appeared on the giant screen in the Mercenary Square. This large screen lists the mission achievements of various mercenary groups. Of course, if any hunting squad achieves something astonishing, they can also be exceptionally listed. This serves as a form of encouragement for ordinary mercenary groups, and the Alliance of Supernatural Abilities certainly has the qualification to display their gains on the screen this time. The residents who regularly come to the square to watch, along with the mercenaries waiting here for inventory checks, habitually glance at the big screen every time it refreshes. This time, the updated information was no exception. When they first saw the resource information, they didn't think much of it.
After all, they've seen mercenary groups with massive gains before. Those second and third tier mercenary groups probably earn no less than this just by casually completing a mission. But it was soon discovered that the Alliance of Espers was not a mercenary group at all, but merely a hunting squad. A hunting squad that turned in over 400 elemental crystals, which was already quite astonishing, not to mention that their spoils included the corpse of a mutated zombie.
This kind of situation was extremely unreasonable, even illogical.
So it didn't take long for people to start questioning the authenticity of this matter, and some mercenaries even directly approached the staff of the mercenary guild to inquire about it. Faced with such doubts, the staff seemed to have anticipated them. He first asked the questioning mercenaries to wait aside, and then, as more people began to express doubts, he played the video on the LCD screen. The video was incredibly impactful, especially for ordinary people. The opening scene featured a dense horde of zombies, causing them to instinctively exclaim in shock.
But soon, they realized the zombie swarm wasn't all that terrifying, as the zombies couldn't catch up with the hunting squad. Meanwhile, the person standing on the car roof was shooting down zombies one by one with precise headshots.
To ordinary people, this didn't seem particularly remarkable. But for those mercenaries, it was a completely different story.
With their level of knowledge, how could they possibly realize that those casually headshot targets were all advanced zombies?
When facing advanced zombies, powerful mercenary groups could still manage, as they could always recruit a few skilled marksmen. But for those ordinary Tier 1 mercenary groups, in such situations, they sometimes even had to resort to using mechas to cope. If the first half of the video, where Lin Xinghai headshot advanced zombies with every shot, could still be explained by his exceptional marksmanship, then the latter half of the video, showing Lin Xinghai single-handedly battling mutant zombies, left them questioning reality. Without the video being slowed down, many mercenaries couldn't even make out the movements of the hunter.
But that man wielding dual pistols was able to suppress the opponent in combat.
Especially when the opponent, in the end, unexpectedly abandoned the multifunctional off-road vehicle and faced the encirclement of the zombie horde as if it were an empty field, directly charging toward the hunter. Then, he first used hand cannon bullets to bombard, followed by continuous shooting to kill the target. The entire process was clean and efficient, even somewhat pleasing to watch. But anyone knowledgeable understands just how difficult it is to achieve this.
For the vast majority of people, it can only be something they dream about.
At the end of the video, a line of text appeared to explain Lin Xinghai's identity. It was only then that everyone felt a sense of realization. The young man in the video was the second-ranked sharpshooter who had only temporarily joined this hunting squad.
Then everything was explained.